Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Captain. In the vast expanse of the universe, silence prevailed, with countless stars shimmering in their solitary brilliance, a perpetual dance of creation and dissolution. Suddenly, a silvery streak pierced the stillness, shattering the cosmic tranquility. A lone silver spacecraft sped through the void, introducing a vibrant hue to the darkness. I have finally completed all the assessments. I am utterly exhausted. At long last, I can command my own fleet, a young man sighed, reflecting on his accomplishments. His face, pale from prolonged exposure to the absence of light, bore features of striking symmetry. Although he appeared somewhat fatigued and disheveled, the gleam in his eyes betrayed an undeniable excitement. Captain Jiang, had it not been for your numerous actions beyond the scope of the mission, the duration of this assessment would have been reduced to 1/3 of the original time. A mechanical voice interjected. Ahem, let's not dwell on the minutiae. The assessment concluded with the highest rating. Did it not? Jiang replied, somewhat flustered, casting a sidelong glance. However, those actions were entirely unnecessary, and this marks your 457th instance of exceeding operational boundaries. The mechanical voice retorted, showing no leniency toward its captain. How can one consider such actions as exceeding the limits? A highly advanced artificial intelligence cannot possibly grasp the foresight of a human captain, Jiang argued, defiantly stretching his neck. According to my analysis, what you refer to as foresight arises solely from your insatiable curiosity and reckless inclinations. By human logic, such behavior is classified as causing trouble. The mechanical voice incisively identified the truth. All right, I concede. I promise I shall dare again next time, Jiang declared, exhibiting the brazen attitude of one unfazed by consequences. Based on my incomplete records over the past 2 decades, you have made few grave errors, yet numerous minor ones. I, Intelligence Core 3738, once again caution you to mind your actions. The mechanical voice resonated with an uncharacteristic hint of exasperation. Enough, Intelligence Core. Let us initiate spatial transition. We must return swiftly. I can hardly wait to receive my fleet and crew, Jiang retorted, dismissing the previous dialogue in favor of a new topic. At your command, my captain, the Intelligence Corps replied, while feeling a sense of resignation, yet complying with Jiang's wishes. They had been together since Jiang was just a small child, and, after over 20 years, even a piece of wood would have developed sentiments, how much more so a sophisticated artificial intelligence of a cosmic civilization. The Jiang is preparing to enter the spatial conduit. Scanning for spatial nodes. Scan successful. An unknown spatial node has been located. Beep. Anomalies detected at this node. Potential unknown risks identified. Please proceed with caution. The report came through, prompting an immediate shift in Jiang's demeanor, embodying the qualities of an exemplary captain. What is the situation? Intelligence Corps. Analyze the cause of the anomaly and its associated risks. Jiang, mobilize the spatial reconnaissance team and prepare the onboard radar for node scanning. The ship's servers will fully cooperate with the Intelligence Corps. Understood. Mobilizing now. Upon receiving the command, the cosmic battleship commenced its operations. Report the analytical results. Analysis reveals the presence of voids at this node, though their quantity remains indeterminate. Conclusion. There exists a minor risk. Are there alternative nodes available? Initiating high-power scans. No results detected. Alas, is there only one? Though the existence of voids in the spatial passage is not an insignificant occurrence, it does not affect the leap. Very well. We shall await the next opportunity. Just as Jiang reached a decision, the ship suddenly began to shake violently. Bang! Beep. Intense fluctuations detected at the spatial node. A spatial disturbance has occurred. Intellect. What is happening? Beep. The recent high-power scan has compromised spatial stability. We must initiate spatial leap immediately. Goodness, how fragile is this space? What terrible luck to encounter this. Commence the leap at once. Jiang was a loss for words, overwhelmed with urgency, and shouted at the control panel. Initiating leap. Leap successful. At that moment, the ship entered a realm resembling a place filled with countless mirrors and bubbles, both bizarre and dreamlike. Sobbed at last. Jiang and the intellect both sighed in relief, the terror of their near escape still lingering. However, when they gazed outside the ship, the membrane between the bubbles and mirrors appeared in a honeycomb pattern, causing their pupils to constrict sharply. A chill surged from Jiang's tailbone, sending shivers down her spine. What the devil? Why has the spatial barrier turned into a beehive? No, this is certainly not a natural formation. It is man-made. Who would dare to do such a reckless thing, for heaven's sake? Jiang stared in horror at the external conditions, her frustration boiling over into furious expletives. It is crucial to understand that if the spatial barrier is severely compromised, it could easily result in spatial turbulence or even collapse. Buzz suddenly, the honeycomb barrier shattered, unleashing an invisible torrent of spatial turbulence that engulfed the ship. The vessel's form twisted and contorted within the turbulence, and Jiang felt a searing pain as if being torn apart. Her body seemed to be pulled in myriad directions, driving her senses toward the brink of madness. Captain, the spatial integrity is on the verge of collapse. We may be torn apart at any moment. Please prepare for evacuation, as this would increase your survival probability to 73. The intellect rapidly conveyed the situation and presented an escape plan. Jiang managed to utter a strained question. What about the Jiang? What about you? Please prioritize your own safety, Captain. The intellect hesitated briefly before responding. What do you mean? Intellect, propose an alternative plan. Jiang nearly screamed the words in desperation. Time is of the essence. The captain's escape plan has been prepared, initiating forced execution. The intellect disregarded Jiang's pleas. Intellect, I am a captain. Obey my orders. Beep, initiating transfer. As the intellect's words concluded, Jiang felt an immense force pulling her toward an unknown destination at the same time. It felt as though an invisible veil enveloped Jiang, who opened her mouth as if to utter something. Yet, her voice could not traverse the silence. Captain, safeguarding you is our ultimate principle. Your safety is of paramount importance. Moreover, we believe in you. Captain, your words will surely unite us once more. In that moment, the voice of the intellect, devoid of any mechanical resonance, resonated in Jiang's ears with a tone imbued with determination and reluctance. Intellect 3738 wishes you safety in the days to come. Jiang felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the world around her gradually succumbing to darkness as she slowly lost consciousness. At that moment, it seemed as though Jiang was encased within a bubble, which burst in an instant, causing her to vanish along with it. As Jiang departed, the spacecraft was swept away by the chaotic currents of space, its systems shutting down in the midst of distortion. It appeared to be awaiting death, or perhaps the moment when its master would awaken once more. A diminutive island lay amidst a vast array of isles, all surrounded by the azure expanse of the ocean. Suddenly, a young man appeared as if conjured from thin air, shimmering onto the sandy beach of the island. The youth donned a suit that exuded a distinctly advanced technological aura. It was none other than the escapee, Jiang. Cough. Where am I? Jiang struggled to open her eyes. The after effects of the emergency space escape made her feel as though she had been thrust into a washing machine. The sensations of nausea, dizziness, and fatigue intertwined in a disconcerting manner. Gasping for breath, it took her a considerable time to recover from the hellish wave of nausea. Wait, what about the intellects? Jiang abruptly sat up. She recalled the final moments of her escape and the words of the intellect, only to collapse back down in despair. First, I must address the current situation. The Jiang ship's capabilities should not have ended this way. I need to find a way back. Let me first ascertain my surroundings and see what resources I've left. As a captain seasoned by trials, Jiang quickly regained her composure and began to devise a plan. The captain's suit is nearly undamaged, but without the necessary equipment, I cannot replenish or repair it. As for weapons, I possess only a captain's sidearm. I am uncertain of the technological level here. Beyond that, Jiang rummaged through a collection of miscellaneous items. None of these are of any use right now. The situation is dire and unprepared. I hope there is civilization here, otherwise returning will be nothing more than a fantasy. As she spoke, Jiang touched her neck and felt a cool, hard object. How could I have forgotten this? Luckily, I haven't dismantled it. Jiang exclaimed with exhilaration, her fingers brushing against the embedded chip on her neck. The inserted chip serves as a neural connection point between the inserter's brain and spinal cord. Jiang had acquired it in her youth, but as she later discovered superior alternatives, the chip gradually fell out of favor. After all, the inserted chip links directly with the human central nervous system if damaged. The ensuing electrical currents and heat could directly impact Jiang's brain and spinal cord. However, Jiang has long regarded it as a keepsake, and over time, she forgot to dismantle it. Perhaps it is fate that the chip has now become Jiang's greatest reliance. I recall that the original carrier of the cognitive brain was indeed a chip. This implies that the source data code of the cognitive brain should reside within the chip. In a flurry of activity, Jiang swiftly disassembled a device equipped with a solar panel. She extracted the power source and conductive material, binding them with copper wire, thus assembling a rudimentary electric shock device. With crackling sparks dancing, Jiang gritted her teeth and forcefully jabbed the shocking device into the chip. Whether I live or die hinges on this moment. A surge of electricity coursed into the chip, causing Jiang to convulse uncontrollably, collapsing onto the beach like a sardine afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Yet, her focus remained entirely within her mind, anxiously awaiting the outcome. In the briefest instant, time seemed to stretch unbearably. Just as despair began to creep in, a voice that resonated like celestial music in Jiang's mind rang out. The chip is booting up. Successfully activated. Greetings, I am Cognitive Brain 3738, ever at your service. Hearing the familiar mechanical tone, Jiang, despite her paralyzed state, managed to force a grimace of a smile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Welcome back, truly welcome back. But in the next heartbeat, her tear-filled eyes widened in shock. The cognitive brain cannot comprehend your current words. Your Excellency, the great demon King Jiang. What did you say? Just as Jiang was recovering from her paralysis, her smile froze abruptly. The emotions she had painstakingly conjured were abruptly severed by this unexpected title, lodged in her throat as the poignant atmosphere dissipated. The cognitive brain cannot comprehend your current words. Your Excellency, the great demon King Jiang, the cognitive brain reiterated. In an impulsive reaction, Jiang slapped her own face, suddenly recalling her childhood misadventures. Change it. Modify that title. Overwhelmed by a sense of shame and regret, Jiang wished fervently to inhabit another planet. Oh, but she had already switched, so perhaps it was not so dire. Modification of permanently fixed commands is not permissible. Your Excellency, the great demon King Jiang, the cognitive brain replied monotonously. Wait a moment. How many times have you been updated now? Suddenly, Jiang remembered that after the 5th upgrade, the cognitive brain acquired an emotional system and advanced biological consciousness. Subsequently, it became rather unappealing. Such a title, laden with shame, was absolutely intolerable for the cognitive brain. Upgraded twice, Your Excellency, the great demon King Jiang. As expected, although the cognitive brain within the chip was still operational, it had not synchronized with the current cognitive brain's level. A stroke of misfortune among fortunes. The current cognitive brain retained records of most information on Earth and a portion of future technological data. While it was not the peak version, its computational capability had already surpassed 3 trillion calculations per second. As a cosmic-level cognitive brain, its abilities remained formidable. Moreover, there is no need to be concerned about the energy issue of the intellect. The human body naturally generates bioelectric currents sufficient to sustain its operation. The earlier electric shock was merely an attempt to activate the chip. Reflecting on this, Jiang's previously taut nerves finally began to relax after the ordeal began. At the very least, survival in the wilderness was no longer a pressing concern. The intellect's current repository of knowledge was adequate to navigate the present circumstances. An hour passed. Intellect, is the memory link established? Jiang inquired, seated upon a stone while deftly roasting a fish in hand. During the past hour, Jiang and the intellect had collaboratively erected urgent facilities to prepare for any unforeseen events. This included, but was not limited to, rudimentary biodetectors, a simplified radar system, temporary shelter, and several basic traps. With the intellect's assistance, Jiang explored and documented the majority of the island's expanse and ecological environment. Once safety was assured, Jiang began to contemplate the prospect of upgrading the intellect. For the more formidable the intellect became, the greater her chances of return would be. It was certainly not due to the fact that, within a mere hour, she was nearly driven to madness by that embarrassing title. Each time the intellect referred to her as Jiang, the Great Demon King, she felt an overwhelming urge to travel back in time and suffocate her past self, annihilating that shameful history at its roots. Your Majesty, Jiang, the Great Demon King. Extracting information from your memory for recording and storage requires delving into your subconscious and memory zones. This operation bears significant risks, and the upgrade will rely on your recollection of the updated data. For your safety, it will consume a considerable amount of time. We kindly ask for your patience, the intellect stated. Upon hearing the intellect's words, Jiang's lips twitched. Change my title. Modification of a designation that has been permanently fixed is not permissible. Your Majesty, Jiang, the Great Demon King, the intellect replied coldly. Meanwhile, approximately 30 kilometers from the island, two young women were gliding across the surface of the sea, racing toward the island. Chapter 2. Azure Lane. The young maidens possess appearances and figures that far exceed human comprehension. Even more astonishing is the presence of floating, mech-like armaments beside them, resembling diminutive oceanic warships upon closer inspection. Norfolk, hurry up. We have numerous patrol tasks to complete today. One of the pink-haired girls urged the brown-haired girl beside her. But this is a danger zone. We should be cautious with just the two of us. Norfolk stammered, clutching tightly to Suffolk's clothing. Oh, don't worry. If danger arises, we can always call for the commander, and she will undoubtedly come to our rescue. Suffolk encouraged, patting her chest. That makes me even more frightened. What if we don't receive support in time? I really want to go back. Norfolk's anxiety intensified, nearly bringing her to tears. Suffolk suddenly voiced her confusion, gazing into the distance. What's that? It seems there's a biological response on the island ahead. And smoke. Norfolk, let us send a message to the commander and scout ahead. Norfolk frantically sent out a message, her face a mask of despair. Oh no, we are truly in danger. She lamented as Suffolk pulled her toward the island. Meanwhile, Jiang and the intelligence systems previously deployed detectors and radar also detected the maidens. Your Majesty, we have identified two unidentified entities approaching rapidly, Jiang remarked, furrowing her brow. Are they local creatures? I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. My deliberate signal fire and extensive preparations were not in vain. Intelligence system, maintain surveillance. Let us conceal ourselves and observe the inhabitants of this planet. Jiang swiftly left the campfire and delved into the island's jungle. Having been detected, the status of the fire became inconsequential. Fortunately, the fish was thoroughly cooked. Although uncertain of any unfamiliar pathogens present, the grilling should have mitigated the risk. Jiang squatted in the underbrush, gnawing on the fish while contemplating any potential oversights. Gradually, two black dots appeared in the distance, rapidly enlarging to reveal the figures of Norfolk and Suffolk. Are these humanoid beings? Jiang pondered, her mind racing upon seeing the two ship girls. In that case, at least they won't be hostile due to their appearance. Perhaps there's an opportunity to engage with them. However, this world's technology appears quite advanced, given their battleship-like armor. Jiang instinctively analyzed the situation while instructing the intelligence system to record and correlate data for further insights. At that moment, Suffolk and Norfolk approached the island, which loomed larger before them. Norfolk anxiously scanned her surroundings, fearful that sirens might emerge from any corner, while Suffolk stood on the beach, raising her hand to observe. Norfolk, look, there's a campfire over there. But why is there a fire here? Suffolk pondered, scratching her head in bewilderment. Alas, there is a bonfire, which undoubtedly indicates that someone has kindled it. Norfolk timidly remarked, and upon hearing this, Suffolk clenched his right fist and struck it against his left hand, exclaiming, Indeed. But where has the person who started the fire gone? With that, Suffolk began to glance around anxiously. Observing Suffolk's demeanor, Norfolk hastily grasped his arm, urgently imploring, No, please do not act this way. That individual is surely hiding somewhere, watching us. Let us not provoke him. Reluctantly, Suffolk ceased his movements, pouting. What is this? We are not villains, so why the anxiety? He then raised his voice, declaring, I am Suffolk, the Kent-class heavy cruiser of the Royal Navy. Not a foe. Do not be afraid. Do not play hide-and-seek. Suffolk, please refrain from such antics. We should wait for the captain and the others. Norfolk was on the verge of tears, gripping Suffolk tightly, casting anxious glances around. Meanwhile, Jiang was engaged in a cerebral tempest with the intelligent brain, which had linked to her visual cortex, receiving the retinal neuroelectric potentials and converting them into imagery for comparative analysis with its database. Your Majesty, Jiang, after calibration, the morphological match rate is 81.43, the size match rate is 76.22, and the vocal frequencies. Both entities correspond with the characteristics of female Earthlings. For more detailed data, please reduce the observational distance. The voice of the intelligent brain echoed within her mind. Commence a comprehensive search for the Royal Navy's Kent-class heavy cruiser, HMS Suffolk, and re-examine the surrounding flora and fauna, comparing with the database. Jiang felt somewhat disoriented, swearing by her name that the two young ladies were undeniably speaking Chinese. Furthermore, she noticed that the elements of this small island seemed oddly familiar. Why do these plants appear so recognizable? Am I perhaps transported back to my homeland? No, my hometown certainly lacks anything related to Azure Lane. Jiang pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. It seemed that the earlier spatial escape route had been influenced by spatial turbulence, resulting in her being sent to a parallel universe of Earth. The space barrier, akin to a sieve, indeed harbored the potential for communication between two parallel dimensions. However, even so, the distance was daunting. When the spacecraft had drawn Jiang into the spatial node, it was unfathomably far from Earth. To traverse to a parallel world of Earth, the most critical condition is to initiate the crossing from Earth itself. The connection at identical locations in both parallel dimensions is the most stable. The likelihood of randomly traversing from a deep point of one universe to another parallel universe's Earth without coordinates is lower than winning the lottery on a day when Japan simultaneously sinks. Intelligent brain, ascertain that this is undoubtedly a parallel Earth. No, my name is just spelled backward. Your Highness Jiang. Through the comparison of surrounding biological characteristics and the phonetic pronunciations of the two maidens, the probability of this being Earth exceeds 98. Moreover, this machine has retrieved 352 pieces of information using the keywords Suffolk and Azure Lane. Please review or provide additional keywords to narrow the scope. Lastly, a gentle reminder. Your name, when read in reverse, remains unchanged. Silence. The intelligent core cannot comprehend your current utterances. The core projected the retrieved information onto Jiang's retina, forming a cerulean screen at the lower periphery of her vision. This functionality surpasses all contemporary computers and artificial intelligences on Earth, existing solely in the realm of human imagination. At this moment, however, Jiang exhibited little interest in the cosmic-level intelligence's dimensional incursion upon Earth. Instead, she swiftly scanned the lines of information on the screen, exclaiming, "Ah, how nostalgic this method of inquiry is. If only the original intelligent core could directly convert the information into neural waves to transmit to the brain. There would be no need to peruse each line like this. It's so obvious. One might think my eyes were twitching, exposing my position." Upon uttering these words, it was likely that any carbon-based life form would desire to eliminate this mundane master. What was even more infuriating was that Jiang spoke nothing but the truth. Just then, as Jiang's eyes twitched uncontrollably, Norfolk and Suffolk also received a response. Suffolk, the elder sister, said she has already dispatched the nearest sisters, requesting us to await reinforcements. And, she also mentioned. Norfolk hesitated, unable to articulate the latter part of her statement, prompting Suffolk to urge anxiously. What else did she say? Speak up, Norfolk. Hearing Suffolk's insistence, Norfolk closed her eyes momentarily and replied, She also said to avoid recklessly alarming the enemy, and to let me hold you back. Upon hearing the sagacious elder sister's accurate prediction, Suffolk pouted slightly, casting a sidelong glance, and sheepishly remarked, "What is that supposed to mean? We can wait, can't we?" At this, Norfolk felt a sigh of relief. The elder sister truly was formidable, having seen through Suffolk's character and issuing a special reminder. Otherwise, how could she restrain Suffolk? Meanwhile, Jiang had also taken note of the conversation between Norfolk and Suffolk. Although she was engaged in information retrieval, half of her attention remained on the two maidens. They seem to have halted. It appears they are awaiting something. Jiang paused her inquiries, contemplating the two girls. One appeared rather hesitant and overly bashful, while the other, without a doubt, was somewhat reckless and dazed. If it were up to me, I too would have them wait in place, dispatching someone more cautious. Hence, the next arrival is likely to be a formidable individual. It seems I must prepare further. With this thought, Jiang glanced at her attire, which clashed with her surroundings. Realizing the need for a disguise, reinforcements did not keep Norfolk and Suffolk waiting for long. Soon, another dark figure swiftly approached the small island. Suffolk stood on the beach, waving her arms and shouting, "Over here! Over here!" After Norfolk's futile attempts to intervene, she could only stand helplessly to the side. However, upon sighting reinforcements, the ever-anxious Norfolk felt a wave of relief wash over her. She promptly sent a message to her sister, updating her on their current location and circumstances. A girl with short gray hair, clad in a maid outfit, approached the island gracefully, gliding over the water with an air of elegance. Surrounding her was an armament reminiscent of a battleship, albeit appearing somewhat more streamlined than that of Suffolk and Norfolk. Under the guidance of the two, the gray-haired maid ascended the island and, with a stoic expression, addressed Suffolk. "It seems that aside from breaking plates during cleaning, you also managed to cause trouble at other times. Initially, you announced your presence and alarmed the enemy. When we return, Gloucester will have a word with you." Upon hearing this, Suffolk's face instantly stiffened, her eyes glazing over as she exclaimed, "No, Gloucester is far too strict. I will work myself to exhaustion." Norfolk, observing Suffolk's vacant, soulless gaze, thought to herself, as expected of Sheffield, her words are quite terrifying. Sheffield, unfazed by Suffolk's lamentations, gazed intently at the campfire before shifting her attention to the nearby thicket, where she swiftly identified a specific location. At that moment, Jiang froze. For the very spot Sheffield had pinpointed was her hiding place. As Sheffield's piercing gaze fell upon her, Jiang squinted her eyes and muttered, "It seems a formidable opponent has arrived. I must have been exposed." Sheffield raised her weapon towards Jiang's direction and declared, "We mean no harm. Please reveal yourself at once, or I shall take drastic measures." With that, she aimed her firearm and fired. The deafening crack echoed as a nearby tree was obliterated, leaving Jiang in dismay, staring at the wreckage that resembled a battlefield. A stream of expletives formed in her throat. Was that small handgun truly capable of such destruction? It appeared that the technological advancements here were quite impressive. No, wait, didn't she just claim to bear no ill intent? How could she fire immediately after making such a statement? Norfolk and Suffolk were equally startled by Sheffield's gunfire, huddling closely together in trepidation, gazing at Sheffield, who had resorted to shooting at the slightest provocation, though there hadn't even been an opportunity for dialogue. Ignoring the trembling duo, Sheffield continued, "Next time, I shall not miss. I implore the voyeur to emerge immediately." Jiang, fixated on the ominous muzzle of the gun, swiftly devised a strategy. "Cerebral companion, assist me." With that, she closed her eyes and tumbled out from her hiding place, feigning unconsciousness, as her cognitive partner provided her with guidance. "Please furrow your brow slightly, tighten your facial muscles." And, as Jiang suddenly tumbled out from the bushes, Suffolk and Norfolk gasped in astonishment. Yet Sheffield remained unwavering, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze on the motionless Jiang, eager to discern the intentions of this voyeur. After what felt like an eternity, Suffolk timidly inquired, Is he perhaps fainted from fright?" Upon hearing those words, Sheffield's long eyelashes fluttered, and Norfolk remarked, It is possible that a normal person, almost struck, would certainly be rendered unconscious by fright." After a moment of contemplation, Sheffield found himself in agreement with Suffolk's perspective. However, he chose to wait a while longer. Upon realizing that Jiang remained utterly motionless, he finally set aside his sidearm and led Suffolk and Norfolk forward to assess Jiang's condition. "Unexpectedly, apart from shattering plates and causing trouble, you possess some utility," he quipped. "Hee," Suffolk replied sheepishly, scratching his head with a silly grin. "But not by much, so the training for the Maids of Gloucester is still unavoidable." Before Suffolk could finish his thought, Sheffield delivered a ruthless blow to his spirits. Why must it be so? The smile that had just begun to emerge on Suffolk's face, along with his fleeting hope, was cruelly shattered by Sheffield, who then continued on, leaving Suffolk to follow behind with a dejected expression. At that moment, Sheffield meticulously searched Jiang from head to toe. Yet, Jiang had preemptively buried all incriminating evidence, and his captain's uniform had already transformed through its disguise function. In a bid to successfully conceal his identity, Jiang had even sprinkled his clothing with plant juices and dirt, rendering the captain's uniform an unkempt and filthy garment. Thus, Sheffield harbored no doubts, firmly believing that Jiang had indeed been frightened into unconsciousness. Observing Jiang's unresponsive state, Sheffield reluctantly resolved to take him back for further questioning. Subsequently, Jiang was placed aboard a vessel that Sheffield had summoned from nearby, facilitating the transport of this living specimen. Jiang, feigning unconsciousness, found that the absence of vigilance from those around him allowed for unfettered conversation, presenting a prime opportunity for the intellect to gather intelligence. Ship girls, siren attacks, mind cubes, 9 major factions. The intellect cataloged one keyword after another, cross-referencing with its database and gradually narrowing down the scope by eliminating irrelevant information. As Jiang gazed upon the data panel, the fluctuating numbers indicated that he was drawing ever closer to the essence of this world. After revisions, there remained 216 entries, 139 entries, 11 entries. This will suffice. Expand the information. Jiang, having waited long enough, could hardly contain his anticipation. As he absorbed the information provided by the intellect, he was left astonished, with his mind blank. Often, the truth of reality is more absurd than that found in fiction. So, is this truly Escalation? At this moment, Jiang's inner turmoil resembled a parking lot ravaged by a tornado, chaotic and overwhelming. Chapter 3. The Construction of Ship Girls. See you tomorrow. Jiang waved goodbye to a young man, then tidied her tools and returned to her solitary dormitory. As she gazed upon her room, a wave of melancholy washed over her. It had nearly been a year since she arrived here, yet Jiang still found herself struggling to adapt to this new life. After being brought back from the remote island by Sheffield and her companions, Jiang endured a prolonged interrogation. After all, the sudden appearance of a human in a region frequently plagued by sirens, particularly on an island that had long been desolate, raised considerable suspicion. Fortunately, the intelligence network promptly provided a wealth of information, allowing Jiang to respond eloquently during questioning. Although she could not clarify why she had been on the island, she successfully evaded any issues regarding her identity and managed to blend in with the local populace without incident. As for the reasons behind her presence on the island and her address, she adamantly claimed amnesia, rendering herself oblivious to those matters, which ultimately led to the interrogation being inconclusive. Alas, I never imagined I would find myself in a world like this. Jiang pondered wistfully. Indeed, the realm she now inhabited was none other than that of Escalation. Initially, Jiang found it challenging to accept this unexpected reality, but as she navigated daily life, supplemented by the information provided by the intelligence network, she gradually gained a comprehensive understanding of this world. At some point, the oceans became infested with grotesque entities known as sirens, who boasted overwhelming technological prowess. In the face of such a staggering technological disparity, the various factions continued to fight amongst themselves, resulting in devastating losses. Humanity lost over 90% of its maritime control, and both technological and living standards plummeted. Humans could only retreat to the confines of the land, while the oceans transformed into forbidden territories. However, humanity soon discovered that they were not the only ones battling the sirens. Alongside the sirens emerged a remarkable species, possessing an otherworldly beauty, each named after a historical warship. With a physique comparable to that of humans, their agility was significantly enhanced, and their accompanying weaponry, ship equipment, boasted firepower that rivaled that of actual warships, allowing them to glide across the sea. They called themselves ship girls. These ship girls harbored an unyielding animosity towards the sirens, as if they were born to be their natural adversaries. Thus, an alliance formed between humanity and the ship girls, known as the initial commanders and ship girls. In the ensuing decades, the ship girls fought alongside their commanders, enabling humanity to reclaim coastlines and portions of the seas, forging an inseparable bond between the two. Ultimately, under the leadership of the original ship girls and commanders, the major factions, in their quest to restore their former glory, set aside past grievances and united to establish a third-party military organization, Escalation. The mission of Azure was to gather and share technology and resources from various factions around the world, constructing a formidable fleet capable of contending with the Sirens and regaining control over the seas. Certainly, this is merely a superficial statement. Jiang reflected on the information provided by the intelligence system. Azure is a game set in a world filled with intricate backgrounds and character traits. Indeed, for Jiang, this world harbors no secrets. Her knowledge far surpasses the imagination of the various factions. The Sirens, the experimental mechanisms, the observers. How profoundly hidden are the intricacies of this world? What would happen if the ship girls discovered their shared origin with the Sirens? Moreover, the initial honeycomb space barrier now appears to be the work of the Sirens, leading to my encounter with spatial turbulence, the very cause of the Jiang's disappearance. Sooner or later, those ironclad termites, who construct without regard for regulations, will pay the price. Jiang sneered, her eyes gleaming with a piercing cold light. In truth, Jiang's success in passing the ship girl's interrogation was not solely due to the assistance of the intelligence system. More crucially, it was her realization that the circumstances leading to her predicament and the uncertainty of Jiang's fate were the result of the Sirens' reckless experimentation across different dimensions, forging an unbreakable bond of animosity between Jiang and the Sirens. The intensity of Jiang's desire for vengeance against the Sirens was so profound that even the ship girls were taken aback. What a deep-seated grudge. Now, in her quest to find a way back and simultaneously seek revenge against those metallic rabbits, Jiang has devised numerous strategies to join the Commander Academy. For the ship girls represent the greatest strength in this world. Subsequently, utilizing the capabilities of the intelligence system alongside her advanced knowledge, she successfully integrated herself into the Academy's technical department as a work-study student. This role allowed her to assist in the maintenance of various devices, providing the opportunity for the intelligence system to stealthily analyze numerous unique technologies of Azure, thereby gaining an in-depth understanding of shipgirl technology. Tomorrow marks the day for constructing shipgirls, and preparations are already in place, correct? Jiang clenched her fist and inquired. Upon hearing Jiang's question, a blue light illuminated the bedside table, emanating from a palm-sized cube that spoke. Yes, rest assured, I am always ready, Your Majesty Jiang the Great. Do not speak. Jiang grimaced, covering her face with one hand while pressing the intelligence system down with the other, internally lamenting, why, despite the upgrade, does this title remain unchanged? Indeed, nearly a year has passed, and the intelligence system has undergone an upgrade. The cube is the result of Jiang assembling it according to the intelligence system's requirements, now serving as both its server and secondary vessel. After the upgrade, the intelligence system is capable of supporting independent research, and its capabilities have expanded significantly. Tomorrow's construction, may it proceed smoothly. With this thought, Jiang lay in bed, listening to the unintelligible sounds emanating from the intelligence system. She closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. In the morning, Jiang kicked the intelligence system into her pocket and stepped outside. Just as she reached the entrance of the dormitory building, a deep, resonant voice called out, Jiang. Hold on. Jiang paused in response, turning to face the speaker. Ah, it's Uncle Lee. Is there something you need? Uncle Lee? I completed all the handovers for the repairs yesterday. Is there a problem? Upon seeing the visitor, Jiang greeted him warmly. Uncle Lee was acquainted with Jiang from the moment he first arrived at the technical department. As Jiang was initially unfamiliar with the intricacies of this world, he inadvertently caused numerous misunderstandings. Uncle Lee, sympathetic toward this young man who had lost his memory due to the Siren's misfortunes, extended considerable assistance, for which Jiang felt immense gratitude and respect. Young man, what are you saying? On such an important day, had I not been here to keep watch, would you have slipped away without a word? How do you think the old-timers from the other teams would perceive me? Uncle Lee's words left Jiang feeling quite embarrassed. He was well aware of Uncle Lee's generous support, and in return, Jiang had introduced numerous advanced repair techniques and methodologies. Now, Uncle Lee's repair team had become immensely popular, much to the envy of the other groups. That's not acceptable. It's simply unnecessary. Absolutely not. You must have faith in the construction process. Once it's completed, there's no turning back. Each year, during this time, we see countless newcomers, be they young maidens or stalwart men, breaking down in tears. It's not uncommon for siblings to turn against each other. Take heed of my advice. This water runs deep, and you must be thoroughly prepared. Jiang chuckled wryly at Uncle Li's admonitions, nodding in agreement. The construction largely relies on appearances. Outsiders can offer little assistance. Here, take this. Uncle Li produced a blue cube and handed it to Jiang. I cannot accept this. It's yours, Uncle Li. Jiang protested hastily. In the realm of constructing ship girls, there exists a steadfast rule. Once a commander has constructed a ship girl, they cannot create another of the same name. A port cannot simultaneously house two vessels bearing the same title, unless the original slot becomes vacant. Take it. I have no further use for it. I believe that if it were her, she would agree. Ignoring Jiang's refusal, Uncle Li forcefully tucked the cube into Jiang's pocket. Though his expression bore a trace of bittersweetness, lacking the assertiveness of his actions, Uncle Li was no longer young. During his youth, he too was a commander. However, it was a time of great hardship, with resources scarce, and fortune had not favored him, leaving him with only one ship girl. Tragically, during a significant defensive battle, disaster struck. Afterward, Uncle Li never constructed another ship girl, fearing he might once again summon that same vessel, ultimately retreating from the front lines to take on logistical duties. Young Jiang, I have held on to this mental cube for decades. I do not wish to construct another like her. It serves no purpose for me anymore. You take it. After all, I've cherished it for so many years, it must hold some worth. With that, Uncle Li walked away without a backward glance. Perhaps afraid of the attachment he felt, Jiang clutched the mental cube, feeling its weight and warmth, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. What did the term ship girl truly signify for a commander? Reflecting on Uncle Li's story, he sighed and placed the mental cube into his pocket, making his way toward the construction hall. As Jiang entered the hall, it was already bustling with activity, filled to the brim with people. Over 100 new students were gathered here, eagerly awaiting the construction process, accompanied by many upperclassmen who had come to join the excitement, transforming the once spacious hall into a crowded space. Jiang scanned the area, located her classmates, and approached them. As she drew near, she overheard. Hey, what kind of ship girl do you all want? It has to be a rare one, right? Huh, you. It's still early in the morning. Are you not awake yet? Getting a blue light one would be impressive. Indeed, if I could have a Royal Navy one, that would be splendid. Faction doesn't matter. As long as she's a mature older sister, Ugh, go away, pervert. No, destroyers are the best. Jiang shook her head at their whimsical musings. Who could accurately predict random probabilities? Wait, did someone just make an odd comment? Jiang raised her head to glance at the individual who had uttered such dangerous words, and resolved to report him to the military police later. At that moment, someone inquired, "What about you, Jiang?" She turned to see a young man with squinty eyes addressing her. It was Lin Yi, a classmate who had bid her farewell the day before. Since Jiang rarely interacted with others, Lin Yi was her only acquaintance in class, known for his easygoing and quirky nature. Me? I prefer the Iron Blood faction, no other demands. Oh, why is that? Are you a faction loyalist? No. I lean towards character. The ship girls from the Iron Blood faction tend to be more reliable, if it comes down to it. I just hope she's not a royal maid. Jiang replied with a serious expression. Be careful. You wouldn't want a royal ship girl overhearing that, or you might find yourself in trouble. By the way, why do you have such a bias against royal maids? Isn't it nice to have a beautiful maid calling you master? Lin Yi said earnestly. Jiang silently scoffed, thinking to herself that he wouldn't feel the same if he were ever confronted by a maid named Sheffield holding a cannon. As the new students continued their lively chatter, several distinguished-looking women entered the hall. Upon their arrival, the noise instantly subsided. The ship girls ascended the podium, and one, a blonde leading figure exuding an air of elegance, stepped forward and spoke. Greetings, future commanders. I am Admiral Hood, a battle cruiser of the highest rank and the vice principal of this academy. Undaunted by the gaze of hundreds, Hood wore a composed and graceful smile. Today marks the beginning of your journey with your very first companions. Regardless of the type of ship girl, she will be special to you. Without further ado, let us begin. Please proceed orderly into the construction room. You all know the rules regarding construction. Choose one that pleases you, and if you fail, do not blame the constructor. With that, the ship girls entered their respective construction rooms, guiding the new students inside and distributing to each one 10 mental cubes and 7,500 resources provided by the academy for every newcomer. Should the newcomers fail to construct their ship girls after their initial attempts, subsequent mind cubes and resources will incur a fee, which will be deducted from the commander's future allowances. Naturally, any unused mind cubes and resources will belong to the newcomers. Thus, during the ship girl construction process, commanders will begin to distinguish themselves from one another. Some may find themselves with a surplus, granting them a splendid starting advantage, while others may exceed their quotas, accruing significant debt that will impact their future development. This is the source of blood and tears between the two factions of Europeans and Africans. The newcomers present are acutely aware of this, and one by one, they suppress their peach-colored fantasies, their faces betraying anxiety as they approach the construction room as if walking toward a gallows. Even more astonishingly, some immediately produce an array of peculiar small parts, transforming the atmosphere of the hall. It appears as though deities of various pantheons are showcasing their powers, leading an outsider to mistakenly believe it is a world religious conference. Even a bishop from the witch-hunting era would declare a sentiment of religious freedom before making a hasty exit. Jiang Jiang gazes in silence at Lin Yi, who is fervently praying beside her, adorned with a cross around his neck, prayer beads on his wrist, and holding a fortune bag inscribed with "wishing you prosperity," while muttering incantations. Is all this truly necessary? Moreover, do you really believe this will prevent them from clashing first? Jiang Jiang remarks with exasperation. Really? This is a construction blessing package I purchased from Akashi. It should enhance the construction probability by at least 20%. Setting aside the fact that Akashi is a shrewd merchant, you actually believe such nonsensical claims? Cough, cough. Sincerity begets efficacy. Sincerity begets efficacy. Lin Yi counters. But on another note, why have you come unprepared? Are you so confident in your lineage? Lin Yi looks quizzically at Jiang Jiang, who stands empty-handed. A materialist does not place faith in deities. Fortune smiles upon me, misfortune befalls me. Jiang Jiang replies dismissively. You seem rather unfazed. Lin Yi resumes his muttering of blessings. May the pasta god bestow protection. Jiang Jiang shakes her head, choosing to ignore this mixed-blood zealot. She reaches into her pocket to touch her intelligence brain, a slight smile curling at her lips. How could she possibly be unprepared? She chuckles wildly within. Both Europeans and Africans tremble in fear, prepare to face the dimensional strike from extraterrestrial beings. The intelligence brain confirms the readiness of preparations. Confirmation complete. Your external assistance is now online. Chapter 4. Can you speak Chinese? Upon first arriving in this world, Jiang Jiang and the intellect began to collect and analyze various technologies related to ship girls, endeavoring to decipher the mysteries of the core construction component, the mind cube and the construction machine, which were no exceptions. Ultimately, due to equipment limitations, the mind cube was subjected to official control, rendering sample acquisition impossible and causing research into the mind cube to stagnate. Consequently, the progress on cracking the construction machine was slow. However, some results were achieved. At present, Jiang Jiang's greatest reliance on construction lies in the intellect's discovery regarding the construction machine. After Jiang Jiang ingeniously interacted with the machine, the intellect discovered that when operational, the construction machine emits varying energy wave frequencies, which, in turn, exert a certain influence on the construction of ship girls. To elucidate the patterns of these frequencies, Jiang Jiang frequently observed other commanders' construction processes, allowing the intellect to record and analyze them. As no one believed a mere maintenance worker could decipher the construction machine, and with the mystery of its wavelengths unknown to all, Jiang Jiang faced no defenses, allowing the intellect's work to proceed exceptionally smoothly. Although the intellect may not guarantee 100% success in construction, the probability of success has at least multiplied by dozens compared to before. Jiang Jiang has crafted a second vessel for the intellect, enabling it to influence the machine's wave frequency through a frequency oscillator, thereby enhancing the success rate. The mind cube represents the crystallization of all human and ship girl wisdom amassed in the war against the sirens. Research revealed that the mind cube can achieve spatial compression, transformations of matter-energy forms, and memory, even possessing the power to fully materialize things from nothing. The reason for its existence in the world remains a mystery. While Jiang Jiang is certain that the origin of the mind cube is inextricably linked to the sirens, the lack of a physical entity is a hindrance. Even Uncle Li's mind cube, carried with him, could only be seen but not touched. Now that Jiang Jiang has finally acquired a tangible mind cube, He is convinced that uncovering its secrets is merely a matter of time. As the ranks of his team dwindle and more newcomers emerge, the joys and sorrows of humanity remain disconnected. Observing the varied expressions of the newcomers, Jiang Jiang's gaze lands on a commander accompanied by the ship girl Kent. Although he bears a smile, his eyes reveal a blend of confusion, unwillingness, self-mockery, and a hint of liberation. Such a gaze suggests at least 2 decades of experience in the film industry. It seems he has exhausted his resources to construct a ship girl. Jiang Jiang mused inwardly. In stark contrast, another commander sports a spring-like smile, albeit with a somewhat crab-like, awkward gait, flanked by Denver and Jamaica, symbolizing the double-yoked luck of this commander. TSK. Such arrogance. Does he not notice the murderous glare from the previous commander? At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly radiated. As a commander and his ship girl Oklahoma emerged from a construction room, their suffocating presence imbued with a grayish essence. Witnessing this commander, whose expression resembled that of one mourning a great loss, even the earlier commander with Kent displayed a look of sympathy. The atmosphere was utterly tense, as if one were embarking on a journey through the very gates of hell. Observing this, Lin Yi, who was next in line, grew increasingly anxious. Trembling, he turned to Jiang Jiang and said, "Brother, if I should falter, please ensure my computer's XXX is taken away. The password is XXXXXX. Treat it well, my friend. Get lost. Who would want your nonsense? Why the panic? It's not as if we're in an era where resources would simply vanish. At least now, you can still summon forth a creation. It's merely a matter of the price to be paid. Relax." Jiang Jiang's calm demeanor instilled a renewed sense of confidence in Lin Yi, who, with a determined tilt of his neck, declared, "I'm off," and strode into the construction chamber without looking back. Jiang Jiang observed this and shook his head, offering a silent blessing as he too entered another construction chamber. The room was quite spacious, dominated by a multifaceted construction machine at its center. Beside it stood a gray-haired maid who handed Jiang Jiang a set of fixed resources, instructing him, "Enough with the dawdling. Get started. Your success rate won't improve just because you're shy around the machine. And the feng shui here is sound, if nothing materializes. Consult the family tree. You might discover the reason." Jiang Jiang raised an eyebrow. He recognized her. Sheffield, unchanged in her sharp tongue, had yet to identify him. He thought to himself, better to keep it that way. He hastily accepted the construction materials, muttering, all right, I'm building right away." With that, Jiang Jiang approached the construction machine, nonchalantly retrieving the cognitive brain device cube and, in a mock prayer, placed it beside the machine. Sheffield, dismissively, paid no heed to his actions. Such rituals might seem peculiar in ordinary circumstances, yet in today's chaotic environment, almost anything could be deemed acceptable. Previously, Sheffield had witnessed offerings being brought forth. Jiang Jiang's was among the most mundane. He inserted a mental cube along with 600 units of resources into the construction machine, pressed the switch, and silently urged, "Cognitive brain, commence as planned." Acknowledged. Releasing frequency waves, adjusting the machine's wavelength. Please hold. Subsequently, the interior of the machine illuminated with a radiant glow that gradually expanded. However, when the light reached a critical threshold, it extinguished abruptly, as if snuffed out by an unseen force. The initial construction attempt had failed, but Jiang Jiang remained unfazed. This was merely a process of allowing the cognitive brain to gather data before precisely calibrating the wavelength. He would not entrust his fate to fickle fortune. For security's sake, he decided to construct only a small vessel. Afterward, Jiang Jiang invested additional resources, providing 2 sets of data, which gave the cognitive brain a significant advantage. Your Majesty, the cognitive brain reminds you that while the success rate for constructing advanced fleet girls has increased, the faction of the fleet girls remains unaffected. Please make a rational choice. No, this is sufficient. Begin the construction. Jiang Jiang understood that the intelligent brain had performed admirably thus far, and decided to delve deeper into research later. The faction was of little consequence, as long as it was not a royal maid. He could scarcely believe that such a slim probability would manifest. With resolve, Jiang Jiang inserted the mental cube and resources for the 3rd time. The brilliance illuminated once more, but this time, the light did not extinguish as before. Flickering radiance filled the air, and a series of numbers appeared on the screen at the top of the construction chamber. 05500. Had he succeeded? Finally, success. Upon witnessing the construction time, Both Sheffield and Jiang exclaimed in unison. As Jiang beheld the displayed construction time, a shiver ran down his spine. Could it be that this time was? He promptly summoned the operational interface of the intelligent brain to query the ship girl corresponding to this construction time. Upon seeing the results, Jiang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Sheffield also recalled the impending ship girl with astonishment, pondering the nature of this commander. Sheffield cast a peculiar glance at Jiang, momentarily realizing that this commander seemed familiar. Oh, it was him. After careful observation, Sheffield recognized Jiang as an acquaintance and noted the distressed expression on his face, immediately setting aside her surprise at recognizing him. What is that expression? Do you look down on maids? Did a maid offend you? No, it seems somewhat awkward. Sheffield instinctively recalled that indeed, a maid had once subjected Jiang to an unpleasant experience. For instance, there was the incident where Jiang had been frightened to the point of fainting, and later, it was Sheffield who had overseen Jiang's interrogation, which inevitably involved routine checks and interrogation techniques. This had fostered a significant psychological aversion in Jiang towards royal maids. Recognizing this, Sheffield retracted her sharp tongue, though the honor of the royal maid could not be tarnished, especially since she was undoubtedly an exceptional individual. A spark of inspiration ignited in Sheffield's mind, and she composed her expression into one of gravity. As a commander, one must not greet their initial ship girl with such an expression. From both a feminine and ship girl perspective, this is simply unacceptable. Upon hearing the reminder, Jiang immediately snapped to attention, offering an apologetic smile before promptly adopting a serious demeanor. He cautiously picked up the rapid construction tool and placed it into the designated slot. As he pressed the acceleration button, the construction time swiftly dwindled to 0, and a golden light emanated forth as the chamber door slowly opened. Just then, Sheffield interjected. Have you thought about how to greet her? First impressions are crucial. Caught off guard by this inquiry, Jiang was unprepared for this additional component. With the door now fully opened, he found himself in a moment of disarray. A figure came into view, a silhouette with short white hair that faded to a soft pink at the tips, crimson eyes, and adorned in a maid outfit reminiscent of Sheffield's, complete with white stockings and a neck adorned with a ship anchor decoration. At this moment, although her expression was calm, her fervent gaze was fixed intently on Jiang. Sirius, the royal maidservant aboard the prestigious vessel, had arrived to assume her duties. From this moment forth, she would safeguard her master's honor and convictions until the eternal conclusion. Jiang, observing the earnest Sirius, felt a sudden impulse and stepped forward, instinctively uttering, "Can you speak Chinese?" A soft chuckle escaped even Sheffield upon hearing this, though he quickly resumed his stoic demeanor. "I heard that. I merely wished to confirm whether I could communicate fluently with Sirius. After all, communication is fundamental, and a language barrier could pose a significant issue," Jiang explained wearily. "Indeed, that is correct, but I certainly did not emit any unsophisticated sounds," Sheffield retorted dismissively, yet with a touch of stubbornness. Sirius, momentarily taken aback by her commander's reaction, quickly responded, "Yes, I can. I am proud of my master. The bond between ship girls and their commanders is unique. Thus, I learned my master's language upon my inception. It is no surprise that my master thought of this. Truly, I am proud." Jiang, faced with Sirius's earnestness, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Sheffield regarded Sirius with a sense of disbelief, even though she stood before them. The rarity of such a ship girl was hard to fathom. Yet, Jiang stepped forward once more, initiating a new construction. Deep in thought, Jiang understood that one ship girl alone would be insufficient to tackle the impending trials of initiation. The initiation trial could be described as a privilege granted by the institution to novice commanders. Newly summoned ship girls, regardless of their tier, possessed similar levels of strength, making the commander's qualities the pivotal determining factor. Exceptional commanders would receive additional rewards during these trials, and Jiang had set her sights on one particular privilege, the port selection right, exclusive to the top 10. To secure this port selection right, 2 ship girls were essential. Jiang pondered internally. The aircraft carrier's aerial strike capability was nearly invincible in the early stages, albeit their equipment was notoriously difficult to acquire. The battleship boasted formidable firepower, yet its speed remained a significant drawback. Submarines excelled in stealth and maneuverability, but their limited operational duration necessitated replenishment. Heavy artillery, transport, and repair capabilities were self-explanatory, but their chances were too slim. The cruiser was a vessel capable of independent operations between light cruisers and heavy cruisers. Zhang leaned towards the former. While heavy cruisers possessed superior tonnage, armor, and firepower, light cruisers boasted swifter speeds. When all began on equal footing, the advantage of speed became paramount. Moreover, even the most potent firepower was futile if it failed to strike, a little-known fact during the World Wars. The naval artillery hit rate was dismally low. For instance, the U.S. Navy's hit rate in 1934 was merely 5. The outcome of naval battles in the bygone era was often determined by a handful of successful hits. Reality diverges from games. Even though the miraculous ship girls can enhance their hit rates through experience, most newly summoned ship girls were merely novices in their craft. Thus, Zhang inserted a mental cube and 600 resources, fervently beseeching, "Please grant me a battleship from the Iron Blood Fleet." Indeed, this was no jest. Although the firepower of a destroyer is generally modest, its versatility is unparalleled. It adeptly fulfills roles in air defense, anti-submarine warfare, maritime operations, as well as patrolling, reconnaissance, maritime blockade, and rescue missions, earning its reputation as a jack-of-all-trades in naval combat. Presently, it stands as the most cost-effective ship girl, and the personalities of the Iron Blood Fleet ship girls are remarkably reassuring. After all, who could possibly refuse a charming and understanding destroyer? Yet, the construction machine showed no favor to Zhang, and the endeavor once again fell flat. Zhang expressed understanding, acknowledging that while the artificial intelligence had manually increased the success rate, it was not a guarantee of success every time. Undeterred, she inserted a set of light cruiser resources. And once more, the cabin was illuminated with a radiant glow. Had success been achieved again? Sheffield sensed that the day's surprises were becoming rather frequent. While Zhang fixated intently on the screen, fervently repeating in her mind, "Destroyer, destroyer." As the top screen gleamed anew, a familiar sequence of numbers materialized, 05500. Instantly, Zhang's expression shifted, revealing a complex array of emotions. Gazing at the numbers on the construction machine that seemed to mock her, she hesitantly typed a question mark. Could it be that her previous successful summon had led the artificial intelligence to regard it as a template, ultimately causing it to adhere to the frequency of the last fluctuation during the debugging process, resulting in Chapter 5, Daily Life Before the War. Zhang found herself in a state of bemusement, confronted with the double-edged sword of construction time. Was this a stroke of fortune or a twist of fate? Sheffield, at this moment, was rendered speechless once more, faced with yet another Dido-class light cruiser. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Would it be Dido, Black Prince, or Hermione this time? Observing Zhang's bewildered expression ignited Sheffield's ire. Did she truly comprehend the implications of this development? This commander's luck was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to wielding some divine power, necessitating a report to higher authorities. Now that the die was cast, Zhang had no choice but to compose herself, stow away her emotions, and prepare the rapid construction tools for the arrival of her second royal maid. What a twist of destiny this was. A radiant golden light emerged as the hatch slowly opened, revealing yet another maid stepping forth. Clad in a backless maid outfit, adorned with white thigh-high stockings, her silvery hair cascading down with soft lavender tips, and her rose-tinted eyes betraying a sense of timidity, she appeared utterly humble and pitiable. "Greetings, Master. I am the light cruiser Dido. As a member of the Royal Maid Corps, I aspire to provide you with exceptional service." Her gentle voice resonated, prompting Zhang to recall the information about the Dido. However, just as she was engaging in a mental discourse with the intelligence system, she caught sight of Dido's tear-filled eyes and was overcome with emotion, leading Dido to sob uncontrollably. "Ah, Master, why do you remain silent? Do you despise Dido?" she lamented. "Oh, poor Dido. Must she be abandoned by her master upon her very creation? Dido will abide by your wishes." Hearing Dido's heart-wrenching pleas jolted Zhang back to reality. Seeing the maid's tear-streaked face, she hurriedly clarified that she had merely been lost in thought and harbored no intention of abandoning her. Yet, Zhang's reassurances fell flat, leaving her flustered and at a loss. "Ugh, what a scoundrel!" Sheffield shot Zhang a look of disdain, akin to viewing refuse. "Don't revel in her misfortune. Assist me in explaining." Sirius, meanwhile, was implored to help soothe Dido. After much exertion and with Sirius's comforting words, Dido finally ceased her weeping. Master, you would not forsake Dido, would you? You truly will not abandon me, right? Can Dido trust you? Is it truly so? Ah, as long as Master does not deceive me, that is enough. Of course not, trust me. Jiang continued her attempts at reassurance. Observing Dido's emotions stabilizing at last, Jiang realized that her future days might be fraught with challenges. The fragile and profoundly insecure Dido was a type that Jiang found particularly difficult to manage. The intense gaze from Sirius, coupled with the manner in which she addressed herself, was indicative that this individual was no simple matter either. Nevertheless, the initial grand construction had been a resounding success. 2 Dido-class light cruisers with commendable air defense and naval strike capabilities, instilling Jiang with greater confidence for the forthcoming trials. As long as the issue of interference during firing was resolved, securing a place in the top 10 seemed inevitable. Jiang had already devised a plan to tackle this challenge. Upon the completion of construction, Jiang equipped with the intelligent brain and remaining resources, summoned Sirius and Dido, and turned towards the door. Just as Jiang contemplated the ensuing plans and placed a hand on the doorknob, Sheffield's distinctive tone jolted Jiang back to reality. I advise you not to step outside in such a dazed manner. Taken aback, Jiang retorted, why not? Sheffield chuckled at Jiang's evident lack of self-awareness. Look at what you've constructed, 5 builds and 2 ultra-rare ship girls. Are you not afraid that the moment you step through that door, you will be torn to shreds by those unhinged African commanders? Realizing the sting in Sheffield's words, Jiang quickly recoiled from the door and glanced towards the window, appearing ready to escape through it. All right, let us use this route instead. This is the back door, specifically reserved for commanders in your predicament. Now hurry. Don't linger here. Sheffield opened a concealed door, gesturing for Jiang and the 2 ship girls to enter. Ignoring Sheffield's sharp tongue, Jiang expressed gratitude and swiftly made his exit with the ship girls in tow. After confirming Jiang's safe departure, Sheffield shook her head and called upon a ship girl to temporarily take her place before heading towards Hood's location. She needed to report on the peculiar situation surrounding Jiang. 5 builds and 2 ultra-rare ship girls. Simply outrageous. Meanwhile, Jiang cautiously made his way back to the dormitory. Dodging and weaving along the route, he encountered numerous commanders with bloodshot eyes, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Even the most fortunate must tread carefully. Look, there's an unlucky one. Seize him. Offer him to the high priest. A chorus of voices echoed, with one commander quickly overwhelmed by the crowd, subdued, bound, and carried away, the air echoing with the sounds of distress. Jiang inhaled sharply, his heart racing. He was grateful for his discreet retreat, for the consequences of remaining would have been dire. With the 2 bewildered ship girls in tow, Jiang skillfully evaded the bloodthirsty African commanders and, after much effort, returned to his single dormitory. Upon confirming safety, Jiang exhaled in relief. Once inside, Dido immediately began to exhibit the qualities of a maid, while Sirius followed suit. Observing their surroundings, albeit Sirius merely watched, Jiang contemplated the information and characteristics of the Dido-class light cruisers. This class primarily focuses on air defense, yet possesses formidable surface strike capabilities, tasked chiefly with safeguarding maritime supply lines, thus qualifying as a versatile cruiser. However, the original design of the Dido class featured a forward sea turret that was excessively elevated, causing a high center of gravity and a top-heavy issue. Furthermore, the proximity of the sea turret to the bridge could interfere with observations during firing. Contemplating this, Jiang glanced at Dido and Sirius, noting, indeed, there is a certain top-heaviness. Subsequently, Jiang, combining the information from the intelligent brain with data from the Azure game, gained a more intuitive understanding of Dido and Sirius's attributes. Thus, the issues with Dido and Sirius became apparent. Their observations were easily disrupted, and they lacked durability and torpedo capabilities, yet all these challenges were surmountable. First, let us exchange the remaining resources for some equipment. Then, achieving an average level of proficiency will suffice. After that, we shall delve into the cosmic heritage I have brought forth. Though Jiang finds himself in dire straits, utterly unprepared, the intelligent core retains a plethora of epic-defining technologies, among which many can be replicated. Alas, due to the absence of advanced production facilities and the limitations imposed by the technological level of this world, The weapons that can be manufactured are few, yet sufficient to meet our needs. In the realm of Azure, the emergence of the ship girls and the sirens has skewed the technological focus entirely towards the study of ship girls. While there have been remarkable advancements, such as the Mind Cube and advanced ship modifications, it is inevitable that other areas of research have lagged behind. However, Zhang possesses technology that transcends centuries. It would be no exaggeration to claim that, given adequate production support, he could effortlessly assemble a fleet of cosmic battleships. How could one possibly lose? A confident smile graced Zhang's lips as an aura of self-assurance radiated from him, capturing the attention of both Dido and Sirius. Sirius stepped forward and inquired, "My proud master, have you thought of something delightful? If possible, may Sirius partake in your joy." "Oh, it's nothing. I merely feel fortunate for your arrival. By the way, there's no need for such a thorough cleaning. We shall be departing for a new place this afternoon. There's nothing here that requires tidying. So you need not strain yourself, Sirius," Zhang gently reminded, observing the somewhat clumsy efforts of Sirius as she assisted Dido. "Is that so? It is my honor to bring joy to my master. As for cleaning, I assure you, I shall not disappoint you in battle, my master," Sirius replied with confidence. Yet, Dido did not share the same exuberance. "If there's no need to clean, then my role as a maid becomes obsolete." "Oh, my master truly intends to abandon the poor Dido." Overwhelmed by negative thoughts, Dido spiraled into a frenzy of despair at the prospect of being forsaken, prompting Zhang to quickly offer reassurance. "That is not my intention. I have no desire to abandon you, Dido. Please, listen to me. There are indeed more pressing matters at hand." Zhang proceeded to inform the two ship girls about the upcoming new trials, which calmed Dido's restless spirit. "Then, master, is there anything you require of Dido? No matter how trivial, it would be my pleasure." For Dido, serving her master is her sole purpose. Zhang began to comprehend Dido's character. As a maid, she was quite capable, yet severely lacking in self-assurance, fearful of abandonment. If she became anxious, the only remedy was to assign her a task that would reaffirm her sense of worth. "Given that, would you assist me with a checkup?" Zhang proposed this somewhat audacious request, fueled by his curiosity about the nature of ship girls. "Master, to receive your favor is Dido's greatest honor. But is this not somewhat against etiquette?" Dido responded timidly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. As the luminous Sirius blushed with rare embarrassment, it humbly requested, "Such physical contact should be reserved for places unseen by others, my proud master." What indulgence! In any case, Dido and Sirius, might you showcase your fleet attire? I have longed for an intimate encounter with them. Zhang and the two ship girls were clearly not on the same wavelength, as she excitedly summoned her intellect, retrieving an assortment of testing paraphernalia from an unknown corner of the room. At that moment, Dido and Sirius realized their misunderstanding, yet the warmth on their cheeks intensified. Subsequently, Zhang gathered data on the fleet attire and its corresponding spatial dimensions, utilizing various detectors to scan and compare the ship girls' changes before and after summoning their outfits. She then instructed her intellect to analyze the data while she seized the opportunity to step outside. Upon becoming commanders, new students were assigned fresh accommodations, a veritable perk for the novice leaders. The residence chosen by Zhang was somewhat secluded, as both her secrets and the rarity of her two ship girls were not matters to be publicly displayed. Zhang's belongings were few. Most were items she had previously concealed on a small island, later retrieved at the first opportunity. Another portion consisted of trinkets she had secretly crafted over the past year. Despite being mere trifles, each could spell considerable trouble if exposed. Thus, Zhang firmly declined the maid's assistance, leading to a flurry of animated chaos as she sought to placate Dido. Reclining in her new quarters, Zhang reflected on the day's events. The two-story residence boasted numerous rooms, primarily designated for the ship girls of the commanders. Currently, with only two ship girls, the trio resided on the second floor. During the move, Zhang witnessed the remarkable efficiency of the royal maids. In just a few hours, the new home was rendered spotless, with Dido as the chief contributor while Sirius merely lent a hand, vigilantly ensuring Zhang did not interfere. Ultimately, under the guise of needing time to acclimate, Zhang soothed Dido, who was eager to assist her master in settling down, thus allowing her a moment to contemplate the day's findings. Gazing at the reports of the two ship girls that her intellect had already compiled, she pondered in silence. The recorded information could never rival the reliability of first-hand experience, especially when it was derived from a game set in a parallel universe. Reflecting on the ambiguous details from the game and the data collected today, Jiang felt herself drawing ever closer to understanding the essence of the Ship Girls. Intellect. Establish a research plan for the Ship Girls, elevating its priority to level 2. Affirmative. Plan established. Jiang rolled over and issued the command. Now, let me discern whether you are mechanical or biological. Thus, she contemplated the connection between the Ship Girls and the sirens before drifting into slumber, the night passing in silence. On the following morning, Jiang abruptly opened her eyes, her body instinctively springing from the bed as she alertly scanned the bedside. There stood a beautiful maid, the vivacious Dido. Upon recognizing her, Jiang relaxed her body and slowly reclined once more. "Good day, my master," Dido greeted warmly. "Today, let Dido wholeheartedly serve you, allowing both your body and mind to find respite. For you are the only master whom Dido cherishes deeply." With her head bowed, Dido spoke respectfully. "Ahem, the only beloved master." Jiang's heart, which had just begun to relax, suddenly tightened at Dido's words, leaving her utterly astonished. Indeed, Dido is the maid belonging to her master, her body and soul entirely devoted to him. Could it be that he no longer desires Dido? "Oh, Dido. She began to weep inconsolably. "And no, it's just that I'm unaccustomed to it." Jiang, exhausted both physically and mentally, struggled to suppress her discomfort and accepted a portion of Dido's morning assistance. Despite her inclination to decline, Jiang could not resist when she saw the joy radiating from Dido. "Dido, where's Sirius?" she inquired as she descended the stairs. "Sirius is preparing breakfast. Due to her somewhat lacking maid skills, I have temporarily taken on the duty of aiding you in rising," Dido replied. "Understood," Jiang responded. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang observed Sirius setting the dining table, which was adorned with 2 servings of food. "Master, please enjoy your breakfast." At the behest of both maids, Jiang took a seat. "What about you two? Come, sit down and have breakfast with me," she urged. However, both Dido and Sirius firmly declined to join her, citing maid obligations and etiquette, resolutely refusing to sit down. Ultimately, Jiang, exasperated, conceded to their wishes, allowing them to proceed as they preferred. Gazing at the 2 servings, Jiang noted one was exquisite, while the other appeared nutritionally balanced. Regrettably, she struggled to find anything commendable about it. It was evident that the former was Dido's creation, while the latter was the handiwork of Sirius. A balanced diet is fundamental to health. Thus, even if Sirius's cooking fell short of expectations, one should not be picky, for I am a proud master. I shall abide by this. It is already quite satisfactory. In the past, Jiang had consumed her fair share of synthesized nutrient solutions and compressed energy bars. During interstellar voyages, high nutrition, high-energy food was of paramount importance. As for taste, as long as it was palatable, it sufficed. Therefore, Sirius's meal was merely a trivial matter to Jiang. "By the way, have you both eaten? Please, sit down with me." Jiang turned to the 2 maids, inviting them once more to join her for the meal. "Oh, to think the master is concerned about us." Yet, Dido believed it inappropriate to dine with her master. Although she appeared delighted, she still declined. "Do not worry about us, my proud master. As maids, we cannot dine before you. As for joining you, I must respectfully refuse," Sirius stated with an undeniable tone. "It's quite all right, let's eat together. With you both looking at me like that, I feel rather embarrassed. And there's no need to wait for me next time," Jiang insisted once more. However, Jiang underestimated the steadfastness of the 2 maids, and in the end, neither Sirius nor Dido sat down. Having merely promised Jiang that she would no longer wait with intent, this was the result of Jiang's persistent persuasion, coupled with the threat of withholding meals. As for whether they would proceed, that was solely at the discretion of the 2 maidens. After a series of twists and turns to finish breakfast, Jiang led the 2 young ladies to the school's training grounds. The commander school was situated by the seaside, with the training grounds located on the outskirts of the beach, within the azure waters of the blue ocean line, serving as a venue for the daily training of the Ship Girls. Jiang first registered alone with her commander credentials, then took the 2 Ship Girls to a secluded spot for practice. The school boasted several training areas, and each time one was utilized, a specific zone could be selected. To prevent any accidental injuries, That maritime region would subsequently be closed off, with other commanders cooperating by keeping their distance. After all, bullets do not discern their targets. Even if a training round were to hit, the ship girls might fare better, but the commanders might not be so fortunate. Thus, there was no need for concern about disturbances, as long as caution was exercised. Zhang Zhang's possession of 2 exceptionally rare ship girls would remain undisclosed. In the ensuing weeks, aside from the initial visits for data collection and equipment delivery, Zhang Zhang allowed Dido and Sirius to attend training independently, as she was occupied with more pressing matters, such as debugging to resolve Dido and Sirius's observational issues. Just as Zhang Zhang succeeded in her debugging endeavors, the new student trials finally commenced. Chapter 6. The freshman trials have finally arrived. The long-awaited freshman trials have come. Zhang Zhang gazed at the notification he received. All first-year commanders are requested to gather in the school hall tomorrow morning, where details regarding the freshman trials will be explained. Zhang Zhang turned his attention to the items on his work desk, filled with confidence knowing that he had done all that he could. Both Dido and Sirius had remained undisclosed, and their proficiency had reached an average level. He had acquired intelligence on the other commander's ship girls, with only a few maintaining excellent confidentiality. Now, the weapon for victory was prepared, and the plan could proceed to the next step. Zhang Zhang exited his room and made his way to the dining hall downstairs, where Dido and Sirius were tidying up. Upon seeing their commander, the 2 ship girls quickly approached him. After several weeks of interaction, Zhang Zhang had grown quite familiar with the 2 maids. He informed them of the notification, to which Dido and Sirius expressed their readiness. As a royal maid, Dido pledged to serve her master wholeheartedly, regardless of the instructions. Dido vowed to execute them with utmost dedication. As for combat, leave it to the battle-maid Sirius. I shall never disappoint you, my proud master. Zhang Zhang smiled and nodded in affirmation, though his smile did not linger for long. But first, let us discuss the matter of you neglecting proper meals in favor of those energy bars while we were away. Sirius could not condone such choices. Woo-woo. Does my master find Dido unsatisfactory? Why won't you allow Dido to cook for you? Dido lamented, feeling unneeded by her master. This is an affront to a royal maid. I implore you, my master, to relinquish those sinful items so we may destroy them for your health. Woo-woo. Dido fears losing your need for her. In that moment, Zhang Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Due to Dido and Sirius training, whenever he felt hunger, he often opted for the convenience of high-energy foods, finding them quick and easy to consume. He had deceived the 2 ship girls into believing he had already eaten. However, as fate would have it, he was caught red-handed when they discovered the unopened packaging from his previous indulgence, resulting in the current predicament. This incited great anger in the 2 ship girls, prompting them to demand that Zhang Zhang surrender the contraband. Yet, he was unwilling to comply and thus concealed the evidence. Unable to locate the hidden items themselves, Dido and Sirius redirected their focus, keeping a close watch on Zhang Zhang and prompting him repeatedly to confess. Oh, how troubled Zhang Zhang felt. Ahem, did I not mention that I have disposed of everything? Now, let us rest early and prepare for tomorrow's trials. He quickly changed the subject and made his escape. Watching their master vanish in an instant, Dido and Sirius shook their heads in resignation, tidied up their belongings, and followed Zhang Zhang's advice to return to their rooms for rest. The next day, the school hall was abuzz with voices. Zhang Zhang discreetly found a corner to wait, opting not to bring Sirius and Dido for confidentiality, while the other commanders appeared less concerned. Hey, my Mori says the weather is lovely today. Good morning. How did you know I bought a refined main gun for my Columbia? Ah, I nearly forgot about today's gathering. Fortunately, Invincible reminded me. Heh, it is evidently a gloomy day, is it not? It seems that individual hasn't uttered a word. They should refrain from speaking to themselves. Nonsense. Look at that excessive amount of hair gel. You must have risen at 5 this morning. By the way, did you not notice the fierce gazes of the African commanders surrounding us? I heard that on the construction day, the actions of the African commanders during the hunting operation even drew in the senior students. TSK, it was a day of bloodshed for the 2 factions. Had it not been for the intervention of the school authorities, I dare say both sides would have come to blows. Zhang Zhang observed the boastful commanders around her, mocking them while discreetly jotting down their information. Ah, now she knows the stats and equipment of their ship girls, which will be advantageous should they cross paths later. Just as Zhang Zhang was happily eavesdropping, a familiar voice called out, Zhang Zhang, you've arrived. By the way, have you been busy lately? We hardly see you. It was Lin Yi, accompanied by his ship girl. Ah, Lin Yi. I've been preoccupied with training my ship girls. My luck has been poor, and they are not particularly skilled in combat, so I must rely on diligence to make up for it. Indeed, I am not lying. Both Dato and Sirius excel in domestic duties, rather than wholeheartedly engaging in battle. Wouldn't you agree? Wow, you truly are a dedicated player. Allow me to introduce you. This is Hatsushio, the finest ship girl. Lin Yi proudly presented his companion. The cat-eared girl in a sailor uniform, hiding behind Lin Yi, blushed at her commander's unabashed praise. I am Hatsushio, the first ship of the Hatsushio class, belonging to the 21st Destroyer Division. I have been operating in the northern seas with my sisters. Although I lack any notable achievements, I have indeed made efforts. As she spoke, Hatsushio's voice became barely audible. Jiang greeted her warmly, recognizing her as a shy ship girl. However, where's your ship girl? I have yet to see her. I didn't bring her along, fearing ridicule. You know how those commanders who judge by rarity can be. I don't mind being teased, but I worry about how my ship girl might feel. Yes, Dato does struggle with self-esteem, although I doubt anyone would dare mock an ultra-rare ship girl. True indeed. Lin Yi concurred with understanding. In fact, he too felt incensed by those flaunting their ships. His Hatsushio was already quite timid. During their conversation, several ship girls stepped into the center of the hall. The elegant Hood stepped forward and spoke. Silence. Instantly, all attention turned to her, and the clamor subsided. Satisfied, Hood continued. Today is a day many commanders have eagerly anticipated. The new student trial is not merely a test. It is also a sponsorship from the institution. However, the extent of your rewards will depend on your own abilities. The trial will commence in 3 hours, and the rules have been sent to each of your mobile devices. Should you have any questions, please direct them to the sisters from Anshan. Upon hearing Hood's remarks, a third of the individuals in the hall promptly exited, many of whom were already informed, including Jiang. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who appeared bewildered and had yet to comprehend the situation, was engrossed in his phone as he squeezed into the throng of inquirers. It seemed that this year's freshman trials mirrored those of previous years. As Jiang sprinted, she perused the documents received on her phone. The freshman trials consisted of a series of challenges on designated waters for all first-year commanders. Initially, they must navigate the foundational hurdles, where commanders, alongside their ship girls, are required to utilize communication devices to document their ship girls' successful passages. This tests both the ship girls and the commander's fundamental skills. Subsequently, they must vanquish the examiners assigned by the school. Upon gaining their approval, they advance to the final trial, where they compete against other commanders in the waters, with their performances during the trials determining their rankings. However, all challenges and examiners must be sought out by the commanders themselves, and within the final domain, numerous surprises are concealed, representing hidden rewards. Jiang arrived at the prearranged location with Sirius and Dato this morning, collected the supplies she had meticulously prepared, and swiftly turned towards a departure point. Although Hood had indicated that there were still 3 hours until the trial commenced, there were no restrictions against departing at this moment, as the challenges required scouting. 3 hours were perfectly suited for travel and exploration. Furthermore, in previous years, the freshman trials extended over a fortnight, making supplies paramount. Even though Jiang carried enough provisions for a week, she understood this might prove insufficient. Thus, the hidden supply stations arranged by the school became another target for Jiang. These resources were awarded on a first-come, first-served basis, and tardiness could result in a lack of supplies, leading to elimination. The freshman trials assessed not only combat proficiency, but also survival and logistical capabilities. If one could not endure, notions of battle became irrelevant. Jiang trotted to a departure point, gathered the examination supplies from the table, and boarded a top-tier military tactical yacht with her ship girls, proceeding in a singular direction with fluid precision, completing the motion in under 30 minutes. Had it not been for Dato and Sirius's lack of agility, Jiang could have been even swifter. Thus, the gap began to widen from the starting point. The departure area featured a plethora of maritime vessels, including cruise ships, yachts, and jet skis, but the quantity of superior vessels was limited, first come, first served. Such as Jiang's military yacht. Constructed for military use, it possessed a robust exterior, ample fuel capacity, and exceptional speed. With 3 tiers comprising a cockpit, living quarters, and a cargo hold, it was undoubtedly the finest vessel available. In contrast, other vessels, including cruise ships and jet skis, either lacked speed or capacity. As Jiang navigated the yacht, she contemplated her progress. Currently, she was likely the quickest aboard the fastest yacht, which should allow her to outpace others. With ample time before the trial began, she aimed to thoroughly scour the surrounding supplies. Over the next 2 hours, Jiang, accompanied by Dido and Sirius, swept through the area in a frenzy, gathering resources with the fervor of a locust swarm, leaving those behind her in dismay. After their arduous journey to locate the supply station, they invariably discovered that someone had beaten them to it, leaving them momentarily speechless. It was only upon realizing that these deeds were not the work of a multitude, but rather the doing of a single individual, that their ire was ignited. Was this person a rabbit? Not only did they hoard excessively, but they also left nothing behind. Henceforth, a rumor spread: when the rabbit strikes, not a blade of grass remains, leaving every thread and stitch in its wake. Of course, that is merely a tale for another time. At this moment, a certain rabbit named Jiang was meticulously sifting through the abundant supplies within the hold, discarding those deemed unnecessary, casting aside items that would have incited fierce competition among the commanders behind them. Let the less desirable goods be left for the fortunate souls who follow, Jiang declared. Diduo, Sirius, lend me a hand as we empty this supply station. We shall select our treasures along the way. With that, Jiang seized a supply crate drifting upon the waves, leaving chaos in her wake, and departed with a sense of satisfaction, having carefully chosen her provisions. Master, is this truly acceptable? Is it not rather unkind to the commanders who follow? Diduo expressed her concerns, sensing the potential for backlash. Observing Jiang's audacious actions, she timidly inquired, might this provoke their ire? Nonsense, Jiang retorted confidently. Can we truly call this theft? In such matters, the swift are rewarded while the slow are left wanting. If a commander fails to comprehend the fundamental importance of logistical preparation, perhaps it is best they retire early to spare themselves and others from harm. Indeed, my proud master, your discernment and consideration are commendable, Sirius exclaimed, admiration etched upon his face. Oh dear, master, does this mean I, like Diduo, might be discarded? Diduo lamented, her heart heavy with doubt. Noticing her distress, Jiang swiftly redirected the conversation to reassure her. Fear not, Diduo. Could you and Sirius assist me in organizing the supplies? We are quite close to the next checkpoint. Diduo, comforted by Jiang's words, felt her spirits lift. Wonderful. As long as there are tasks yet to be completed, I shall still find my purpose. As the trio organized the provisions, their autonomously piloted yacht gradually approached a checkpoint encircled by buoys. A floating sign proclaimed basic shooting in bold letters. In the center of the buoys floated 10 model ships, swiftly navigating the confines of the circle, their uniquely hard exteriors easily recognizable at a glance. It seemed that the basic level would not be so easily conquered. Jiang scrutinized the map and regulations within the documents, her brow furrowing in concern as she noted the unusual alterations. In previous years, the basic shooting checkpoint required the use of practice rounds to destroy at least 3 model ships to advance. However, this year's challenge appeared considerably more formidable. The required number of hits had increased to 6, live ammunition was now mandated, and a 10-minute time limit had been imposed. Furthermore, the model ships were unlike any she had encountered in previous years. The striking crimson and black color scheme, vastly differing from the naval vessels of this world, suggests that with Jiang's profound knowledge of naval technology, the ship before her surpasses the technological standards of this realm by a significant margin. Although this disparity is linked to the fact that the naval capabilities of this world remain stagnant since the Cold War, Jiang is certain that such designs currently exist only in the realm of science fiction. Is this a siren vessel? Jiang pondered internally. Despite having encountered it in her cognitive database and illustrations, this is her first experience in reality, and the overwhelming sensation of technological supremacy is indeed striking. But why would one construct such a vessel? It appears that unforeseen changes are afoot. Dido and Sirius are already positioned on the sidelines, while the maid observes her master's solemn expression, puzzled. Why is her master silent? Is she dissatisfied with Dido? Oh no, is Dido to be forsaken? Woe is me. Dido does not wish for that. My proud master, is there an issue? Please issue a command. Sirius is fully prepared. Ah, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating the misfortunes of those slackers. TSK, although the assessments are unlimited, I fear those laggards will have to engage in some serious remedial learning here. Jiang refrained from transmitting her concerns to the two ship girls, instead fabricating a pretext to avoid disrupting their focus. Well then, the time has come. Let us set forth. With diligence, we shall prove our worth to my esteemed master. Engage. Let victory and glory be bestowed upon my proud master. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the school administration, a gathering of ship girls convenes in a conference room. Hood inquires of Fushun, how are the new commanders faring? The vast majority have already departed, with many having set off an hour prior, and the quickest among them left just an hour and a half ago. It seems this year's freshmen are quite astute. By the way, what of the commander reported by Sheffield? The one with two ultra-rare ship girls, a most unusual occurrence. Are you referring to Jiang? Yes, that appears to be the name. Currently, we have not located any record of his departure. Hood furrowed her brow. He hasn't set off yet? Even with two ultra-rare ship girls. Wait. It seems one of the departing vessels was missing a set of equipment prior to our staff's arrival. This. Hood raised an eyebrow, recalling that the arrival of their staff was 2 hours ago, which means he must have set off 2 hours prior. It seems we have an intriguing individual among us. Chapter 7. The second challenge at this moment. Jiang remained blissfully unaware that she had garnered the attention of the school authorities. As she focused intently on capturing footage of the valiant Dato and Sirius engaged in their fierce battle. This equipment was an examination tool. The commanders were required to record their ship girls as they navigated through the levels. And these videos had to be presented in the second stage to qualify for challenging the examiners. What a hassle! One must wonder, with such a hasty form of proof, rife with loopholes, does the school not fear the possibility of cheating? Jiang pondered this with a sense of bewilderment. There was no need for sophisticated technology. A simple edit or scene swap could yield an impeccable proof of passage. The intelligence system posited that perhaps this method could not circumvent the presence of one's ship girls, thus granting the credibility of such proof a staggering 96.7. It was audacious indeed to rely on ship girls to constrain commanders, given the inherent instability of this approach. Since all newly appointed commanders had only a short tenure with their ship girls, the latter's loyalty was still in its infancy, creating a significant time advantage. However, turning the conversation, Jiang playfully remarked, "You seem to be quick on the uptake. Have you made foundational progress under my guidance?" Unable to comprehend. Jiang listened to the robotic voice of the intelligence system while welcoming the triumphant return of her two maidens. Thus, one must wonder, are ship girls a new breed of biological entities or merely high-tech constructs? In the following 2 days, Jiang took her two companions on a whirlwind tour, effortlessly conquering all the foundational levels with the impressive skills and equipment of her maidens, far outpacing the majority. Yet, the true test awaited in the second stage. Aboard the yacht, Jiang reclined in the captain's chair as the vessel was set on autopilot. With eyes closed, she leisurely sipped coconut juice, appearing to relish the moment. In reality, however, she was perusing the intelligence database while simultaneously connecting the system to the yacht's electronic screen, instructing it to record the route and map the distribution of various locations along the way. This was a preparatory measure Jiang had undertaken upon discovering that the examination content had been almost entirely altered. "Ah, Sirius, you need not stand there rigidly. Do take a seat," Jiang remarked, feeling the intensity of Sirius's unwavering gaze upon her. During these past few days, Jiang's proactive commands had fostered greater trust from Dato and Sirius. Despite having spent weeks in each other's company, their initial interactions had been tentative, as both parties were navigating this new relationship. Moreover, Jiang had neglected her meals, leaving Dato and Sirius puzzled by their seemingly unruly master. Yet now, Jiang's display of foresight and meticulous preparation, always a step ahead of unfolding events, was indeed commendable. This evolution in Sirius's perception of Jiang was akin to the transition from low beam to high beam headlights, illuminating a newfound admiration. It is inappropriate for Sirius, as a maid, to sit alongside her master. Furthermore, given that her master is already preoccupied with the concerns of the assessment, it would be more fitting for Sirius to prepare a pot of red tea. "My proud master." Sirius resolutely declined Jiang's kind offer and commenced the task of brewing tea. "No, I have not accomplished anything worthy of pride. The battles have all been fought by you. Please, sit down, Sirius." Jiang gestured dismissively, extending another invitation to Sirius. I must respectfully decline. As a battle maid, it is my duty to serve my master. My greatest pride lies in finding and serving you, my esteemed master. Jiang shook his head, refraining from insisting further, for he had previously attempted to have both Sirius and Dido join him for a meal, but thus far, he had never succeeded. In various matters, the two ship girls were obedient to Jiang, yet in certain moments, they remained steadfast in their principles as royal maids, leaving Jiang in a state of mild exasperation. However, upon hearing the sound of something shattering for the second time, Jiang helplessly remarked, "Perhaps it's best to let it be, Sirius. I am not thirsty. Rest assured, my master. Sirius will attend to it immediately, just brewing a pot of tea." Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, a third crash resonated through the air. "Please, my master, wait a moment. Sirius will clean this up at once." As soon as she spoke, Sirius hurriedly exited, her head bowed as if fleeing. Jiang observed this and could not help but chuckle softly. Although Sirius took pride in her loyalty and would offer everything to serve her master, her fervent dedication occasionally led to lapses in judgment, resulting in comical blunders when faced with tasks outside her expertise. Before long, Dido entered carrying a pot of red tea, followed closely by Sirius, who was armed with cleaning supplies. Dido set down the tea service, poured the tea, and gingerly presented it to Jiang, saying, "Did Sirius truly cause you trouble?" "Do not worry, it does not bother me at all. But Dido, you are truly capable. The tea is excellently brewed," Jiang reassured her, dispelling her concerns as he admired the steaming cup. To achieve such a level of service in such a short time is undeniably addictive, a testament to the skills of a royal maid. Dido did well. No, this is merely what Dido ought to do. Yes. Dido's face flushed a rosy hue at Jiang's praise, making her appear even more delicate and enchanting. "By the way, Dido, aren't you cold?" Jiang inquired awkwardly, glancing at Dido's maid outfit. Since Dido's construction, her trendy attire had led to numerous amusing incidents in daily life, and unintentional encounters had often left Jiang, a grown man, feeling quite embarrassed. Dido is not cold at all. To think my master is concerned about me." Dido covered her face, her exquisite earlobes turning crimson, reminiscent of strawberry-flavored jelly. "My master, our garments are part of our ship attire and possess special protective qualities, so there is no need to worry about the cold," Sirius answered, assisting the nearly speechless Dido. "Is that the effect of the protective type?" Jiang pondered. Though it appeared to be mere clothing, there existed an imperceptible fluctuation that could, to some extent, isolate certain conceptual elements. Beneath this seemingly insignificant effect lies an intricate technological foundation. What level of ingenuity has been achieved in the creation of these ship girls? In other words, are your garments inextricably linked to your battleships? Jiang felt a slight headache. Such attire was undeniably somewhat inconvenient for daily life. "Not at all, my esteemed master," Sirius replied patiently. "In fact, this outfit hardly provides us with any significant enhancements, and we can change into human clothing. My apologies, that was my mistake." Jiang covered his face with one hand, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. As a steadfastly masculine individual, he had never realized the need to procure attire for the two enchanting ship girls. In his somewhat oblivious state regarding gender matters, he began to feel that consistently dressing Dido and Sirius in maid outfits was somewhat excessive, as though it hinted at an unspoken preference. "Upon our return, I shall take you both shopping for a few outfits, as well as some daily necessities, which, although I have prepared, are rather hastily assembled. By the way, I heard there is a merchant selling clothing specifically for ship girls?" Jiang proposed to the two maidens. "No, as a royal maid. Wearing a maid outfit is part of my duty. There is no need for other clothing, my proud master." Yes, Dido feels the same. Both maidens expressed their reluctance. However, Jiang was not one to heed the objections of his maids at such a moment. Dismissing their protests, he declared, "It is settled." Sirius was momentarily taken aback but offered no further objections, nodding in agreement, her tone imbued with a hint of cheerfulness. "For now, let us make do with this." As autumn approached, Jiang draped a jacket over Dido's shoulders and gently patted her head. To his surprise, Dido seemed as though struck by lightning, frozen in place, her face rapidly flushing a visible shade of red. "Oh my goodness!" Dido transformed into a steam engine, instantly malfunctioning. "What on earth is happening?" "Dido, Pull yourself together. Sirius, come quickly. Jiang, taken aback, scrambled to support Dato, only to find the steam emanating from her head intensifying. Sirius hurried forward to take Dato from Jiang's grasp, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Master, Sirius. With her head bowed, Sirius's soft pink bangs concealed her expression. Suddenly, she lifted her head, revealing cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, and summoned her courage to speak. Sirius wishes for the same affection from our master. Please bestow upon Sirius equal care, my proud master. Ah! Jiang momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Dato also desires. At that moment, Dato gradually regained her composure, yet her words were audacious and startling. Does Dato wish for it too? Is it not possible, master? Jiang sighed helplessly as she observed the mischievous expressions on Sirius and Dato's faces. Very well. After a while, within the confines of the yacht, Sirius and Dato wore satisfied smiles, their rosy cheeks and earlobes revealing the joy of the two maids. Only Jiang slumped in her chair, utterly exhausted. Why had things come to this? For the first time, she felt that even a simple pat on the head could be so tiring, she lamented inwardly. The machine's analysis indicated that everything began with your initial act of touch. Upon hearing the cold voice of the intelligent brain, Jiang closed her eyes, selectively ignoring its words. She rose to her feet to stretch her body and reinvigorate her spirit, instructing Sirius and Dato. All right, Sirius, Dato, prepare yourselves. The second challenge is approaching. Let us discover who the examiner is. Have you brought the items I provided? Yes, Sirius has kept them close at all times. Dato has them as well. Then we are fully prepared. Only the examiner awaits. Jiang narrowed her eyes, filled with confidence. At that moment, ahead of them, a ship girl with red hair and red eyes awaited, her crimson ponytail swaying proudly, a defiant lock of hair standing out. Clad in a sailor uniform with a navy coat elegantly draped over her shoulders, she sported red and white naval gun turrets on either side. 6 long cannon barrels exuding a chilling aura. How tedious, she lamented. Had I known, I would not have taken on the role of examiner. This batch of commanders is remarkably slow, making General Wichita wait for several days. I hope the next commander does not disappoint me. Wichita flicked her whip with an air of authority. Suddenly, she lifted her head, a smirk curling her lips, revealing a carefree smile. Have they finally arrived? I can hardly contain my excitement. Let me show you the power of conquering the world. Wichita's gaze shifted towards Jiang and her companions, her eyes ablaze with battle fervor and exhilaration. Meanwhile, Jiang, holding a map, gazed at the distant island, a dark speck on the horizon, confirming their destination once more. It seems we are nearing our goal. Sirius, Dato. Have you both brought the items I entrusted to you? We shall proceed according to plan. Yes, master, Dato affirmed. I will certainly demonstrate my worth. Jiang nodded, adjusting their course as the yacht glided forward. Sirius donned her modified wireless headset, displaying her naval attire before leaping from the yacht to advance alone. With her sword in hand and her turret deck armor exuding a fierce aura, Sirius departed. Following her, Dato activated her turret deck armor as well, brandishing a massive sword as she approached the island from another direction stealthily. Meanwhile, Jiang set the yacht to autopilot, retrieved her intelligent brain cube, donned the prepared diving suit, and equipped with an oxygen tank, she submerged into the sea, gradually moving forward. Suddenly, a cannon shot echoed from ahead, startling all three, and then a boisterous voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Upon our initial encounter, I am Wichita, the unparalleled general. With my prowess, even an aircraft carrier is but a trifling challenge, thus I eagerly anticipate your performance. Commander over there? Discovered. The three of them were taken aback, at such a distance, too. It seems the examiner at the second checkpoint is no ordinary foe. Jiang chuckled ruefully to herself. How could Wichita be her? As far as I know, this girl, who likens herself to a great general and believes that one day she will conquer the world, possesses a rather peculiar worldview and is the most formidable heavy cruiser, capable of overwhelming Sirius and Dato in a single barrage. Her personality, which can be described as either generous or reckless, depending on one's perspective, makes her quite a handful. Fortunately, I have submerged myself in the water, or else I would have been decapitated by her, and my assessment would be over. However, a general, you say? Although the examiner's strength is unexpectedly formidable, I possess my own extraordinary means. Wichita, Brace yourself for my dimensional strike. I am revealing my cards. I have an ace up my sleeve. Sirius and Dido, equip your tactical scopes. Let us conclude this swiftly. Yes, Master. Sirius acknowledges. Chapter 8. Overcoming challenges for an entire year. Zhang diligently gathered intelligence concerning this world, particularly focusing on the ship girls. He discovered a detail that had been overlooked by the inhabitants of this realm. During combat, ship girls wield a unique armament known as a ship outfit. However, this does not preclude them from utilizing human technology and weaponry, such as radio headsets. The emergence of ship girls, endowed with formidable powers, has captivated the attention of both humanity and the ship girls themselves, leading to a neglect of human technological advancements, especially since the Cold War era, resulting in a stagnation of progress. Despite the potential for ship girls to employ conventional weaponry, their rarity in combat scenarios can be attributed to this oversight. Yet, Zhang is unbound by such limitations, possessing technology that far surpasses the level of this world, thereby introducing even more potent and advanced weaponry. This created a unique opportunity solely available to Zhang. Since ship girls are not confined to ship outfits, he resolved to enhance them manually. Wichita noticed a swiftly approaching figure, sensing that it was finally the Royal Light Cruiser. A radiant smile graced Wichita's face. Moments later, Sirius arrived before Wichita. Encountering the examiner of this challenge, Sirius felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Wichita, prompting her to inquire, "You are the Royal Sirius? Where's your commander?" Observing Sirius alone, Wichita felt puzzled. However, she paid little attention to the tactical goggles worn by Sirius, recalling the many novice commanders from previous years who, due to their ship girls' lack of proficiency, strained to boost their combat capabilities. A mere pair of goggles did not warrant concern in Wichita's eyes. "Our master awaits in the rear. This is our proof of passing the first challenge," Sirius declared. Retrieving the camera that Zhang had entrusted to her from the ship outfit space and tossing it to Wichita, Wichita caught it firmly. Though eager to engage in battle, she meticulously inspected the device. Certainly not the same as before, where we were repeatedly cautioned and had to sign various agreements. Confirmed without error. Now, shall we prepare to begin in 5 minutes? Is your commander still hiding behind the ship girls? It seems he is quite timid, Wichita remarked, furrowing her brow at Sirius. Internally, she felt a tinge of disdain towards Zhang for allowing his ship girl to confront challenges alone while he remained concealed. Could he not face the battle with integrity? If Zhang were to hear Wichita's thoughts, he might retort, "Am I to recklessly confront a heavy cruiser with the strongest firepower? Have I lost my senses?" The prospect of collateral damage was alarming. Such a fate would be as absurd as Liu Bei being apprehended by city officials while selling straw sandals, leading to the downfall of the Han dynasty. Retract your words. My exceptional master shall not be insulted. Otherwise, upon hearing Wichita's dismissive remarks about Zhang, Sirius pointed her cannon directly at Wichita. The ominous barrel and her resolute tone conveyed an unmistakable readiness to defend her honor. At the moment when Wichita raised the cannon towards Sirius, his eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, akin to the eye of a typhoon, sweeping forth a fierce storm. The terrifying pressure did not waver Sirius. The situation between the two parties became tense, resulting in a stalemate. At that moment, a voice emanated from Sirius's earpiece, prompting him to nod repeatedly. Yes, master." Sirius retracted the cannon, and with that, Wichita relaxed his expression, the imminent stalemate easing. "My master has instructed me to convey that a soldier may speak of honor. Even a general may do so, but a commander must not risk decapitation in a bid to demonstrate bravery. Such an act is foolish." Sirius articulated each word with precision. "Is that so? My apologies, it was my. But the most pressing matter is that 5 minutes are nearly up. We must hurry, if we can." "Oh, was that last part unnecessary?" Sirius paused mid-sentence, inquiring of the voice on the other end of the earpiece. "Your commander." The momentary display of regret and respect that had surfaced on Wichita's face vanished instantly, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. "Very well. Yes, my master wishes to ask if we should restart the earlier time frame." Observing Sirius's expressionless face juxtaposed with his contrasting words, even Wichita felt a complex emotion welling up within him, akin to a long-held grievance stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced. "It can be done." Wichita waved his hand, signaling for Sirius to depart. As he watched Sirius's swift figure disappear, Wichita found himself intrigued by the master that Sirius spoke of. What kind of peculiar individual could he be? Shaking his head, Wichita refocused on the upcoming test. Regardless of the situation, he was finally able to stretch his limbs, yearning for a thrilling battle. With a carefree smile, his previously interrupted fighting spirit reignited. 5 minutes later, Wichita set forth punctually, without needing keen observation. He quickly spotted the nearly unmasked Sirius, causing his assessment of the opposing commander to drop another notch, yet his vigilance heightened. Wichita indeed possessed the potential of a general. Despite the unusual command of Jiang, he did not underestimate his opponent. In a remote maritime area not far from Sirius's location, Jiang cautiously emerged. The condition for passing this trial was to withstand half an hour under the examiner's scrutiny. This criterion was exceptionally challenging, given Wichita's firepower, even with leniency during the assessment. Sirius and Dato could hardly endure a few shots. Dato, have you arrived? Yes. Master, Dato has reached the designated location. Very well, proceed as planned. The three simultaneously activated their tactical goggles, and a new world unfolded before their eyes. The all-encompassing tactical goggles were a technological advancement devised by Jiang to address the shortcomings of Sirius and Dato, encompassing a plethora of detection technologies, including infrared scanning, ultra-long-range vision, shared visibility, and electromagnetic field locking, embodying nearly every function and advantage of detection devices available in the world. Most importantly, the shooting correction feature, by connecting with the intelligent brain, it utilizes the equipment on the tactical site to perform extensive calculations, lock onto targets, and essentially functions as a real-life auto-aiming scope. Since direct confrontation proved futile, Jiang expressed her determination to employ technology, asserting that even if she could not withstand the onslaught, it would not impede her from eliminating the examiner directly. That would suffice for passing the assessment. As the Wichita charged towards Sirius, a sudden cannon fire echoed, signaling Sirius had opened fire. Shells whistled towards the Wichita. Faced with the imminent barrage, the Wichita merely crouched down and, with a forceful leap, evaded all the projectiles, then retaliated with a shot of her own. Boom! A plume of water erupted from the sea, reaching several meters high. The heat and impact were palpable even through the sight. Sirius, are you all right? Jiang, through the shared vision of the tactical scope, witnessed Sirius being struck and felt a surge of anxiety. Cough. I'm fine, Master, merely a minor hit. As the smoke dissipated, Sirius's somewhat disheveled appearance came into view. A minor hit is still manageable. Immediately, she began to move. The site should have gathered sufficient data. And now, no further shots would find their mark. Jiang, in her concern, commanded urgently. Despite equipping Sirius with the most durable gear, witnessing her being hit filled Jiang with regret. Do not worry, Master. Everything is proceeding as planned. This is already the least costly outcome. Sirius, glancing at the text before her, reassured Jiang with unwavering confidence. Analyzing ballistic trajectory, correcting. Upon seeing Sirius being struck, the Wichita felt a tinge of disappointment. Just one more shot would conclude the assessment. How dull, the Wichita mused internally. At that moment, Sirius commenced her full-speed maneuver. Oh, attempting to evade the bombardment through rapid movement? A sound strategy, yet correctness does not guarantee effectiveness. While moving, both the hit probability of the Wichita and Sirius diminished. For the Wichita, hitting a moving target was indeed challenging, but with extensive combat experience, she quickly adapted. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes to completely eliminate you, the Wichita internally pronounced Sirius's sentence. The prospect of being struck by Sirius was never contemplated, given the vast disparity in their training levels. Moreover, it was well known that the light cruiser of the Dido class had its head-heavy, tail-light design, making observation prone to interference. It's over. The Wichita raised her gun turret, taking aim. Meanwhile, Sirius remained unfazed, for the text before her had finally transformed, indicating completion of analysis and correction. The projected firing trajectory of the Wichita's turret was highlighted in bold red lines within the sight, while Sirius's own was marked in green. Observing the lines before her, akin to the divine strokes of a deity, Sirius's admiration for Jiang ascended to new heights. Truly, my omnipotent master, Sirius, you have made me more beautiful. My esteemed master, please lend me your strength. Let this strike decide the outcome. Boom. The sounds of cannon fire erupted simultaneously, sending forth large and small splashes of water. Whoosh! Two figures burst forth from the curtain of water, one clad in vibrant red, the other disheveled and covered in grime, looking rather disheveled. How could this be? Wichita wore a bewildered expression, and with the dust on her face, she appeared almost endearing in that moment. The previous exchange of fire had seen Sirius's shots land squarely, while her own had failed to find their mark. The stark contrast was utterly unexpected for Wichita. Could it be luck? How infuriating. Has she been cursed by Atlanta and Vincennes lately? Wichita regrouped and initiated another round of firing. However, unbeknownst to her, beep, cannon fire warning. Please turn left by 17 degrees, decelerate for 3 seconds, then turn right by 90 degrees and proceed at full speed. Sirius complied without hesitation. In the subsequent 3 minutes, guided by the analysis of her intelligence system, Sirius seemed to possess a premonition of physics, deftly evading Wichita's shots, forcing her to become an unintentional artist of outlines. This is infuriating. What is going on with this Sirius? The once spirited Wichita began to feel disheartened. She could no longer sustain her bravado. Is it the scope? Yet, she had never heard of any scope capable of such feats. Although Wichita's temperament was fracturing, her combat instincts remained sharp, subtly alerting her that something was amiss. If Jiang were privy to her thoughts, she would undoubtedly be impressed. Truly, a ship girl with the potential of a general, living up to her reputation. At that moment, Wichita's pupils dilated as she observed Sirius pivot, raising her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Wichita found herself enveloped in a barrage of fire. Whoosh! She dashed out, persisting in her pursuit of Sirius, though now in an even more disheveled state. Here it comes again, that seemingly omniscient cannon fire. This is outrageous. Wichita wiped the grime from her face and spoke with indignation. If that's the case, then... Wichita suddenly accelerated, recklessly charging towards Sirius. As long as she got close enough, delivering fire at point-blank range, even the intelligence system would struggle to allow Sirius to evade her shots. After all, when the software is up to speed, the hardware cannot keep pace. This is an unavoidable reality. Master, Wichita is charging in. Sirius made a slight adjustment, aligning the trajectory of her cannons with the corrected lines in her scope, and with a flick of her hand, another shot struck Wichita. Yet, Wichita was undeterred. Sigh. So it is. Jiang observed the synchronized view transmitted from Sirius and sighed. Still too weak, with nearly 100% hit rate. How could she be pursued and battered, only able to flee? If only the torpedoes could hit their mark. Due to the slow speed of the torpedoes, even if aimed accurately, Wichita could evade their path before they arrived. Thus, Jiang refrained from allowing Sirius to engage in futile attempts. Dido go? At last, the long-awaited Dido entered the fray. Jiang, who habitually kept a hand hidden, felt a sense of relief at her own caution. Otherwise, it is likely that I will not be able to surpass this second challenge. At this moment, the beleaguered Wichita, having been pushed to her limits, would undoubtedly feel an urge to direct her main cannon towards Jiang's face, should she hear the latter's heartfelt musings. It is noteworthy that Wichita considers herself a seasoned veteran. She had stepped back from the front lines to assist an old friend, only to find herself compelled to exert her utmost in a trial against a fledgling commander, and yet she had not even emerged victorious. This left Wichita with a sense of futility. For the glory of her master, Daedalus rapidly closed the distance to Sirius, who too surged towards Daedalus. The maritime chase continued unabated. As Wichita beheld the approaching Sirius, bang! Another shell struck. However, at this distance, it was sufficient. Wichita raised her turret, aiming at the Sirius before her. Then, bang! A cannon fired, smoke swirling around, and a ship girl emerged. It was Sirius. She quickly distanced herself. Cough! What is this? As the smoke dissipated, Wichita found herself teetering precariously. That last shot was not hers, but rather she had been staggered by it. Interrupting her own fire, Wichita glanced towards the source of the cannonade and discerned a somewhat familiar figure, a royal maid. Upon seeing the black goggles worn by the maid, Wichita exclaimed, "The second one?" Observing Daedalus wielding a massive sword, Wichita shook her head and chuckled bitterly. It seems I've been outwitted. To have two exceedingly rare royal maids concealed until now is truly the mark of a formidable commander. However, I shall not surrender easily. Come, let us determine a victor. Wichita boldly lifted her turret, laughing heartily. Sirius and Daedalus orchestrated a symphony of cannon fire upon the sea, after which Wichita inevitably succumbed. Lying upon the ocean's surface, utterly exhausted, she gazed at the distant figures of Sirius and Daedalus, sighing, "Well, it appears I have lost decisively." Yet, I did not even catch a glimpse of that remarkable commander. How regrettable. After lying there for a while, Wichita's communicator suddenly buzzed. Reluctantly, she retrieved it and answered with impatience. "Who is it?" "It's me, Wichita. Why does your voice sound so peculiar?" "Oh, it's you, Hood. I'm just a bit irritated." "Huh, feeling bored, are we?" "Fear not. We have discovered an intriguing commander nearby. He should arrive at your location shortly, so keep a close eye on him." "Not now. I've just been severely damaged." Wichita frowned, replying slowly. "What?" Hood was taken aback by Wichita's words. "You've been severely damaged? How could this happen? Was there an accident? Could it be?" Hood was well aware of Wichita's prowess. Her formidable strength and leadership were renowned on the front lines. "No, it was by a new commander." Wichita interrupted, her voice laced with embarrassment. At this moment, Hood found herself rendered speechless by shock. Even the rare display of irritation from Wichita went unremarked upon. What on earth is happening? It transpired that Wichita, with meticulous detail, elucidated the entire situation, while Hood, apart from inquiring about certain particulars, remained largely silent, absorbing the account. In summary, that was the essence of it. Though regrettably, I did not even catch a glimpse of that commander. Wichita concluded with a hint of curiosity and regret, yet Hood remained unresponsive for an extended period. Hood turned to her companions in the conference room and slowly spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, it must be him." The other shipgirls, upon hearing Hood's words, gradually emerged from their stupor. "It's undoubtedly him," replied a dragon-horned maiden with a cerulean ponytail. "It's Anshan from Dongwon." Indeed, Hood reflected on Wichita's words, the miraculous accuracy, the unexpected ambush, and the fact that he had never revealed his identity. What manner of creature is this Jiang Jiang? From the information at hand, this little fellow certainly appeared to be a cunning, cautious, and enigmatic rabbit. The situation had taken a turn towards uncertainty, Hood mused. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Jiang was blissfully making his way to the final sea zone in pursuit of the treasure he so fervently desired. Chapter 9. The commencement of the trial-ranking battle in the final maritime expanse. The commanders who successfully reached this place must engage in combat with one another, vanquishing their rivals to acquire their points, which will ultimately determine their ranking. Those who are defeated will forfeit their qualifications and must withdraw from the contest. To prevent any unscrupulous behavior, the institution has implemented thorough preparations. Jiang Jiang fiddled with a brooch-like object in her hand, which she had obtained after passing the second checkpoint. This device is designed to record the outcomes of battles between commanders and relay the results to the central server. Furthermore, should a commander lose their qualification, it will function as a locator, guiding them off the battlefield. So, this is the final trial? It resembles a battle royale, does it not? Nevertheless, the technological sophistication of this device is impressive. Intelligent brain, have you completed the analysis? Jiang Jiang remarked, her enthusiasm waning at the uninspired final rules. Upon closer inspection of the brooch, she noticed something peculiar about it, akin to spotting an eagle's head amidst a flock of chickens. The monitoring equipment was insufficient for a comprehensive analysis, but it concluded that the technological level of this device surpasses that of 91 of known facilities in this world. Additionally, fluctuations reminiscent of naval armaments were detected. The intelligent brain provided a candid evaluation. Listening to the report, Jiang Jiang caressed the brooch in her hand. Fluctuations reminiscent of naval technology? Has naval armament technology been applied to ordinary objects? If only I had the opportunity to enter the Research Institute for Fleet Girls. I could obtain a wealth of scientific information, and then... Jiang Jiang shook her head, dismissing such impractical thoughts. She opened her phone to check the latest updates on the trial rankings, only to find a bold statement. Fewer than 10 participants, rankings not yet established. Given that the leaderboard had not yet commenced and there were scarcely any individuals present, Jiang Jiang's smile grew increasingly audacious. All the hidden rewards here would be hers. Haha. What do rankings matter? As long as she makes it into the top 10, the rest is inconsequential. Who among the serious contenders would focus on rankings? It would be a disservice not to thoroughly unearth the treasures available, especially given the opportunity afforded by the institution. It was a splendid day, and her aspirations seemed destined to be fulfilled. Jiang Jiang, the exuberant rabbit, was now in full swing. Meanwhile, Those commanders who had painstakingly arrived in search of hidden rewards gazed at the empty chests, finally recalling the dread of being governed by the rabbit bandits. Just as Jiang the rabbit was zealously sweeping the area and reveling in the bountiful thrill of treasure hunting, this maritime domain began to buzz with activity. While Hood's side was also caught in a certain commotion. What is happening? Another commander has been eliminated? Indeed. This time it was due to a commander falling into the water and drowning, leading to their forced disqualification. How on earth did such a poor swimmer make it into the academy? Hood exclaimed. Another commander has collapsed from hunger. Yet another. Why are there so many lacking sufficient supplies today? Are they embarking on a journey with just a bowl, relying solely on fate? Furthermore, didn't we establish numerous supply stations? They can't even manage to bring food. Surely they can forage for something. Many examiners have indeed received reports from commanders, claiming that we have been deceitful regarding the supply boxes, intentionally leaving them empty to torment the commanders. How could this be? Each box is meticulously prepared. Our personnel have conducted inspections, and it appears that most of the boxes have been plundered, with inferior supplies discovered abandoned nearby. We suspect that someone has systematically raided all the supply boxes, and then... Who could be so audacious? A bandit, perhaps? Does this person not fear retribution? Hood listened to the report and the astonished gasps of the ship girls around him, rubbing his temples in exasperation. This year's situation is unprecedented. We have never encountered such chaos in previous years. What has gone awry today? Oh no. The school forum has erupted in an uproar. Fushin rushed in, exclaiming. Hood glanced at the screen before him, where bold letters proclaimed, "Resist the malicious unboxing trend. Protest against the empty supply boxes. The publicity department must immediately provide clarification. Urgently instruct the logistics department to replenish maritime supplies. Also, inform the press department to refrain from inciting further unrest, particularly Gridley." Hood, maintaining his composure despite the mounting pressure, issued commands with a furrowed brow. "By the way, has Jiang been located?" Hood inquired amidst the chaos. "Not yet. We have not received Jiang's battle records, so we cannot pinpoint his location," Anshan replied, taking a moment from her busy schedule to respond. "Still no news? He was among the first to enter the final sea area, yet we have heard nothing. Regardless, he will eventually make an appearance," Hood thought, aware that the principal had a keen interest in that young man. Wait a moment. Hood's mind raced. That individual departed early and, according to Wichita, is excessively cautious. Is it possible? Anshan, how many commanders have lodged complaints along the route to Wichita? Let me check. Approximately a quarter of all complaints stem from that route. In every supply box, there is completely empty. Could it be? Anshan examined the report and gasped as she uncovered a significant detail. Indeed, only a quarter of the complaints? Just how much detour did that cunning rabbit take to plunder? Hood sighed, internally lamenting the situation. Hold on. Having departed earliest and entered ahead of others, yet still no word. Could it be? Quickly, send someone to investigate the hidden reward locations in the final sea area. Time is of the essence. Hood sprang to his feet, issuing the directive. Understood. Right away. Anshan quickly dashed out, now fully aware of the urgency. This fellow is truly a rabbit bandit, Hood mused with a wry smile. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the other Jiangda rabbits were wreaking havoc elsewhere, sweeping across the sea like a voracious vacuum cleaner, inch by inch devouring hidden rewards while completely disregarding the ranking battles. Pulling up radishes, pull the radishes. Jiang hummed a tune as she retrieved a box from the sea, adorned with the words, "Congratulations. You have found a hidden reward." Upon opening the box, she extracted several cards, and to her delight, they were oil cards and resource cards, accompanied by a red radish. How delightful. She casually tossed the box aside into a pile of similar boxes, each bearing the same congratulatory message. Her master appeared quite pleased, remarked Sirius from the side. Ahem. After all, the acquisition of resource cards and oil cards is indeed remarkable. These accumulations will serve as future capital for growth. Hearing Sirius's words, the carefree Jiang shyly touched her nose and blushed slightly as she replied, "Yes, Sirius knows. I am a proud master." Noticing her bashful expression, Sirius also smiled. Such an endearing master. By the way, where is Dato? Jiang inquired curiously. Dato is currently in the cargo hold, organizing the rewards you have gathered. Sirius responded. Is that so? She must be working hard, and you too, Jiang said sincerely. The items retrieved were not merely boxes, but also a plethora of loose items. Thanks to the assistance of the two ship girls, Jiang could manage these treasures. It is our duty. Speaking of which, Master, why are we not participating in ranked battles yet? Sirius asked, puzzled. Previously, Jiang had been solely focused on treasure hunting, often avoiding encounters with other commanders, as if she were an outsider. Huh, ranking? What ranking battles? Jiang, engrossed in her radish quests these past days, momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Master, Sirius looked at Jiang with a hint of exasperation. Oh, you mean the trials? It's not yet time. In the final stages of the trials, only 10 will remain. Thus, entering now is unnecessary. After the chaotic battles subside, the surviving commanders will accumulate substantial points. At that time, we can seek out one within the top 10. For now, it is crucial to maximize efficiency by searching for hidden rewards while others are caught up in their own skirmishes. Ah, I see, Sirius understood. My proud master. Sirius's gaze towards Jiang grew even more fervent. Jiang felt a bit flushed under her scrutiny and suggested they assist Dato together while she continued her own endeavors. In this ultimate melee, the priority is not to vanquish others, but to survive. It will take considerable time to determine the top 10, as after the initial chaos, everyone will become more cautious. Moreover, due to the fierce battles at the outset, the majority of ship girls will experience a decline in their condition, leading to a precarious situation where their reserves are depleted. Even though commanders strive to bring sufficient resources before embarking in this vast ocean, external income is almost non-existent apart from reward boxes and the spoils of others. No amount of resources can last indefinitely. Hence, in the later stages of the trial ranking battles, opportunities for ship girls to engage become exceedingly precious. This year, unlike previous ones, the trial ranking battle has encountered an unexpected turn of events, with an unconventional rogue known as Jiang Fei entering the fray. Given the quantity of spoils collected, it seems I have nearly exhausted the treasures in this maritime expanse. It is time to venture further afield. Seated in the cockpit, Jiang contemplated that he must be the swiftest to reach the third stage, possessing the fastest yacht, and thus, no one could have surpassed his progress. He did not aspire for the top position. Securing a place within the top 10 to obtain the privilege of choosing in the port area sufficed, with the 10th position being commendable and discreet. Although the rewards for first place were the most substantial, Jiang understood that such attention would be overwhelming. Burdened with numerous secrets, he resolutely relinquished those rewards. This was also the impetus behind his relentless scavenging. From the outset, Jiang's focus had been on those concealed rewards. Only in this manner could he procure as many resources as possible without drawing undue attention. Moreover, due to my actions, this trial ranking battle would likely progress at an unprecedented pace, as the lack of additional supplies would preclude a protracted conflict. With no replenishments available in nearby waters, competitors would inevitably delve into deeper seas, leading to disputes and skirmishes, which would slow their pace and grant me ample time to gather subsequent resources. Reflecting on this, Jiang couldn't help but admire his own strategic acumen, a perfect timing differential threaded through the trials, each step taken with precision. Suddenly, the voice of the intelligence system resonated in his mind, announcing the detection of a similar target, along with a marked direction. Jiang was not taken aback. Understood, he replied, adjusting his course under the guidance of the intelligence system. Ah, another one has been discovered. But even with speed, one cannot always be a step ahead. My preparations extend far beyond this. Now, commanders, what shall you do? Jiang hummed a tune as his yacht gracefully distanced itself, leaving a trail of frothy white waves in its wake. While he continued to dig his metaphorical pits, other commanders were embroiled in chaos. Bang, bang. Mori, open fire. Borg, bombard that Suffolk. Juno, be careful. Go, Speedball. Let us resolve this swiftly, or we'll soon find ourselves starving. Retreat, retreat. No, our resources are depleted. If only, or perhaps, damn it, it's empty again. Which scoundrel has claimed all the hidden rewards? We're finished. Without supplies, we must resort to raiding others' vessels. It's a do-or-die gamble. Unbeknownst to them, the butterfly effect initiated by Jiang was gradually intensifying. Under his influence, the trial ranking battle was more ferocious and rapid than ever. Every minute, every second, commanders and fleet girls were engaged in combat. The leaderboard was in constant flux, names flashing as some were ousted while others fell by the wayside. Meanwhile, Jiang remained unperturbed. Dido, serious. Do you realize that war resembles a card game? Both sides reveal their hands. Yet a commander's true assessment lies not in how well one plays a strong hand, but in how adeptly one plays a poor one. Jiang gazed at the ever-changing leaderboard and addressed the two ship girls beside her. Master, Dado woo-woo. I don't understand, but please do not abandon Dado. All right, I would never forsake Dado. Jiang comforted her, pinching her brow as she continued. The current leaderboard is in constant flux. It appears to be fiercely competitive. Yet the truly formidable individuals remain on the sidelines, biding their time for the opportune moment. In a few days, the standings will gradually stabilize, and then the ranks will reflect genuine merit. Upon hearing Jiang's words, both Dado and Tianlingxing contemplated thoughtfully. Jiang gently patted Dado's head, observing her flushed cheeks, and remarked, as far as I know, those most troublesome contenders have yet to make their appearance. One individual possesses an exceedingly rare ship girl, another has 6 ship girls, and yet another. What about the last one? Dado inquired, her cheeks reddening as her large, glistening eyes looked at Jiang in confusion. The last one wields financial prowess. They are the most formidable of all. Jiang could not help but smile wryly at the thought of that individual's information. Oh. At that moment, in the conference room of the academy, Hood had just issued a directive. Is this truly advisable? Fu Shun asked hesitantly. What could possibly be amiss? That fellow has turned the trial ranking battle into utter chaos. The final waters are now rife with bloodshed, and even if we were to enter, we could scarcely expect to emerge unscathed, Sheffield retorted indignantly. But altering the rules at the last moment because of one person is simply... Fu Shun's voice lacked conviction. That depends on who it is. Ordinary individuals do not create such turmoil. And, enough, Sheffield, mind your manners. Upon hearing Hood's voice, Sheffield obediently fell silent. Is all the preparation in order? Though it is rushed, there should be no significant issues. Then let the notification go out. The principal has also given their consent. Hood rubbed her forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang, oh Jiang, your knack for stirring up trouble is truly unparalleled. At that moment, all remaining commanders, including Jiang, received a notification. Jiang opened it and was left speechless, a heart-wrenching cry escaping her lips. No, this is blatant targeting. Chapter 10, Sanctions from the School. Jiang gazed at the new notice, her teeth grinding in frustration. If there were no hidden agendas, I, Jiang, would spell my name backward. The intelligent assistant interjected, your name spelled backward is still silence. Do not undermine me. The interruption from the intelligent assistant momentarily quelled her fury, allowing her to scrutinize the notice more closely, discerning a different flavor within its contents. Dear commanders, greetings. Due to certain irregularities during this ranking trial, we have made adjustments to the rules. The revised regulations are as follows. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused, and we will, setting aside the globally standardized official tone, Jiang unearthed several pivotal points. Firstly, the previously concealed rewards remained intact, yet future provisions would be supplemented through random airdrops. Moreover, the most significant addition to the trial regulations was the emphasis on accelerating the testing process to deter certain commanders from adopting a lackadaisical approach. Therefore, each day, a maritime area would be designated as the trial venue, with its size and scope determined at random. Failure to reach the specified maritime region within the allotted time would result in elimination. Well, this is increasingly reminiscent of a battle royale. I can no longer merely farm resources and conceal myself. Jiang scrutinized the names of certain commanders within the notice, sensing a palpable malice directed towards her. A sudden realization struck her. These details seemed explicitly aimed at her. First, the matter of hidden rewards, and second, the constricted operational scope, compelling the veteran commanders to engage in combat. As she examined the carefully crafted phrases, the underlying intent became apparent. It was all too targeted. Could it be mere coincidence? Jiang pondered, rubbing her chin, her eyes narrowing. It seems I have been discovered. Is it Wichita? Or perhaps even earlier? Nevertheless, given my actions, it is understandable that the school would alter the rules for fairness. To be honest, the fact that I have not been disqualified feels like a stroke of luck. Master, what troubles you? Is there something amiss with Dado? Please do not abandon Dado. What weighs heavily on your heart, my proud master? It's nothing. Merely a minor hiccup in my plan. Jiang replied with a smile, gently patting Dado's head. The selection of maritime areas begins tomorrow, so I still have a day's grace. Now, Dato, Sirius, we shall proceed with separate endeavors. Jiang swiftly revised her strategy, aiming to gather as many resources as possible in the remaining time. Intelligent Assistant, please share the detection results of the aquatic reconnaissance buoys with Sirius and Dato's optics. Understood. Transmission complete. The Intelligent Assistant complied. Jiang returned to the cargo hold and commenced the fabrication of the aquatic reconnaissance buoys. These buoys were one of several devices she conceived to address observational challenges following the construction of Sirius and Dato. Ultimately, considering the tactical optics' higher practicality and the necessity for a sufficient number of aquatic reconnaissance buoys to be effective, Jiang resolutely opted for the more utilitarian and economical tactical optics. In the initial stage, after Jiang discovered a plethora of supplies, her confidence surged. Without further ado, she diligently worked overtime in the subsequent days to bolster her arsenal. Amidst her bustling activities, Jiang picked up a black, shuttle-shaped object, roughly the size of half a fist. This was a waterborne reconnaissance buoy, featuring an aerodynamic shell constructed from a 3-layer composite structure, equipped with a 270-degree miniature camera, and powered by both solar cells and fuel. Utilizing the specialized design schematics of a power device recorded in her intellect, she maximized the energy conversion efficiency. Additionally, it possessed a transmitter mimicking the vocal organs of marine creatures, capable of directly relaying information to the cognitive cube and tactical optics for analysis, dissection, and synthetic imaging. Upon completion, the quality assessment declared it barely usable, as the emotionless voice of the intellect resonated. Has it finally transitioned from shoddy craftsmanship to something barely functional? Jiang remarked with a hint of joy. Indeed, despite her advanced technological prowess that outpaced this world by a considerable margin, the realization of her creations remained elusive, akin to a mathematical problem devoid of rationale. Even the tactical optics had only yielded 3 pairs after several weeks. Initially, Jiang could only produce a buoy of subpar quality, akin to scrap metal. Her progress now represented a significant qualitative leap. As Jiang and her companions toiled, the dawn of the following day arrived. This location is quite close. There is no need to worry about being late. Having endured a sleepless night, Jiang navigated the yacht while surveying the refreshed marine expanse. Although her initial harvest plans had been disrupted, the supplies she had gathered could easily rival the combined rewards of the top 3 competitors. Indeed, with the assistance of various factors, Jiang had managed to amass what would typically supply dozens of individuals, an astonishing quantity unforeseen by the institution. Master, please take a moment to rest. We can handle things from here, Sirius suggested, standing behind Jiang and massaging her shoulders. This was a request Sirius had fervently made, although Jiang initially resisted. She acquiesced upon witnessing Sirius's joyful demeanor. To be truthful, the massage was rather soothing, quite delightful indeed. It's fine, I'm not tired yet, Jiang replied nonchalantly. Fixated on the map, observing Jiang's obstinate demeanor, Sirius made a decisive choice after numerous unsuccessful attempts to persuade her. Sharing a glance with Dato, she stepped forward, slipped her arms beneath Jiang's, and embraced her tightly, while calling out to Dato, "Come help me." "What are you doing, Sirius?" Jiang exclaimed, suddenly caught in an embrace, instinctively struggling to break free. However, in the process of writhing, she unintentionally brushed against some inappropriate sensations. Feeling the enchanting warmth behind her, Jiang's mind momentarily short-circuited, her body freezing in response, which inadvertently provided Dato the opportunity to restrain her. As her master was uncooperative, Sirius, as a dutiful personal maid, felt it was her obligation to take measures to ensure her headstrong master rested. With the strength of a shipgirl, Sirius rendered Jiang, even one who had traversed the cosmos, unable to escape. "Wait, I will cooperate. Please, put me down." "Dato, how could you be here too?" Jiang exclaimed, resembling a captured husky, lamenting in embarrassment. Please forgive Dato for this. The well-being of the master is far more important than the fear of abandonment." Dato wore an unusually resolute expression as she assisted Sirius in escorting Jiang back to her quarters. Wait, what about the yacht?" Jiang protested. "Master, the yacht is equipped with an autopilot feature. Dato is capable of operating it as well. But I haven't even freshened up. Please let me down, I will comply." "Do not worry. Sirius will assist you with your grooming." No, That's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Rest assured. It is the duty of Sirius and Dido to assist the Master with such tasks. Really, it's not needed ultimately. After a vigorous struggle and reluctant concession on Jiang's part, she was compelled to rest. Lying on the bed, tears threatened to spill as she lamented the loss of her illustrious reputation. If it weren't for Sai thereafter, like a chastened child, Jiang reluctantly closed her eyes under the watchful eyes of the two ship girls, while the yacht gently approached the designated maritime area. Chapter 11. As the yacht finally glided into the designated waters, Jiang awoke and made her way to the cockpit. Master, did you sleep well? Sirius inquired with an impassive demeanor. Yes, quite well. However, I must insist that you refrain from employing such methods in the future, Jiang replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Being apprehended by her ship girl and forcibly returned to her quarters was undeniably humiliating. Sirius acknowledged her request, but added, Please also be mindful of your rest, my proud master. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Jiang conceded, resigning herself to Sirius's words. She then turned her attention to Dido, saying, By the way, Dido. Oh no. Has the time finally come? Is the master going to abandon Dido for her mistakes? Dido lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Dido understands that such unorthodox behavior warrants punishment. Dido is no longer worthy to remain by the master's side. Woe is me. Unexpectedly, as Jiang began to speak, Dido's emotional turmoil erupted, accompanied by a cascade of tears. No. Dido has done nothing wrong. It is I who am at fault. Sirius, please intervene. Jiang, taken aback by Dido's sudden outburst, instinctively reached out to wipe away her tears. To her surprise, this gesture had an immediate effect. Dido's sobs subsided significantly, and as she felt Jiang's warm fingers, a blush crept across her cheeks. Oh, master. All right, please do not cry. Dido, reflect on this. Since your arrival, I have never once indicated a desire to forsake you, have I? Thus, there is no need for concern. Hearing Jiang's gentle reassurances, Dido's ears began to flush with color. But, master, I have always felt a great distance between us, as if you could leave at any moment. Dido spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang was momentarily taken aback, her heart heavy with emotion. Sirius feels this way too. Sirius interjected suddenly, having remained silent until now. Sirius continued, I can sense that, though your gaze often rests upon us, master, there is a part of you that seems to be looking towards a far-off place. So distant that even my fervent heart cannot reach it. Watching Sirius display such rare passion, Jiang was overwhelmed with conflicting feelings, struggling to articulate her thoughts. You are overthinking this. I have been here all along, haven't I? I apologize if my busyness has caused me to overlook your feelings, Jiang replied softly. That is not it. We were born from the mind cube, and thus Dido can perceive that the master's heart is not fully present here. Whether during the crafting of tools, in command, or even now, a part of you always seems to linger in that distant realm. Upon hearing Dido and Sirius's words, Jiang understood that she could no longer evade this issue. From the moment she arrived in this world, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of finding a way back. Even after a year of living here, she still felt out of place. For this was not her homeland. At present, Jiang's endeavors are solely aimed at augmenting her own strength, thereby creating an opportunity to retrieve the vessel. However, she did not anticipate that the Mind Cube would bestow such abilities upon the ship girls, a phenomenon unrecorded in the intelligence database and unforeseen by Jiang. In a moment of contemplation, Jiang fell silent. How could this be? It seems that the master intends to forsake the pitiful Dido. Observing Jiang's silence, tears began to fall from Dido's eyes once more. Master. Sirius also bowed her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gazing at Sirius and Dido, a profound sense of guilt enveloped Jiang. Yet, she could not divulge to them that she was an alien who had arrived here by accident. Intelligence. What should I do? Should I tell them I merely wish to return home? Jiang inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. The intelligence could not comprehend your current words, yet it could analyze the situation, indicating that the present circumstances stemmed from a lack of security, compounded by the master's emotional distance, which resulted in feelings of despondency. The intelligence stated matter-of-factly, emotional closeness? Jiang looked at the dejected expressions of the two girls, and with a resolute bite of her lip, she made a decision she had once deemed impossible. Sirius and Dido exclaimed in surprise as Jiang Jiang extended her arms, enveloping the two woeful maids in a warm embrace. This audacious gesture, accompanied by warm breaths and closely intertwined bodies, left Sirius and Dido in a state of bewilderment, caught off guard in Jiang Jiang's embrace. As she performed this act, Jiang Jiang softly whispered into their ears, "I apologize for not recognizing your anxiety. That was my oversight. I have been alone for too long and am simply unaccustomed to companionship. Given the chance, I will share my story with you, and from now on, I will remain as close to you as possible." Upon hearing Jiang Jiang's words, both Sirius and Dido, feeling the ticklish sensation near their ears, finally regained their composure. Their faces flushed with warmth. After speaking, Jiang Jiang released them, feeling a wave of relief, yet simultaneously wishing she could retreat into the ground in embarrassment. Seeing the rosy cheeks of Sirius and Dido, Jiang Jiang was overwhelmed with an urge to flee. However, the furtive glances exchanged between them brought an unprecedented sense of comfort to Sirius and Dido. "Master, I am proud." Just as Sirius and Dido were about to express themselves, the alert from the intelligence cube resounded. "Beep, beep, beep. A life raft has been detected, along with the presence of another ship girl. Please be on guard." Upon hearing the alarm, Jiang Jiang felt a rush of joy, hastily donning her tactical goggles before making her exit. "Intelligence, thank you." Upon hearing the alert, Sirius and Dido's expressions turned grave, their previous words caught in their throats. The unknown adversary evoked significant hostility. As for why they were deemed foes, Sirius expressed her sentiment. After all, a rare opportunity to grow closer to their master had been interrupted. It goes without saying that any intruder would be considered an enemy. Even Dido, typically composed, exhibited signs of displeasure. "Master, leave it to Sirius. I shall clear the path for you and bring you victory." Dido chimed in, eager to contribute. "No rush. Let us wait and observe the situation of our opponent." Jiang Jiang remained composed, observing the approaching individuals with keen insight, while instructing the intelligence system to mobilize more buoys in response. Eventually, it became clear that the newcomers were a commander accompanied by a ship girl, specifically the assault girl, aboard a spacious lifeboat. "Light aircraft carrier." Jiang Jiang pondered, concluding that this meant Sirius and Dido would pose no issues. However, it was prudent to exercise caution. Should they find themselves decapitated, it would be an utter disgrace. An intriguing plan began to form in Jiang Jiang's mind, one that would ensure her safety while simultaneously minimizing the exposure of her capabilities. Perhaps, it would be the adversaries who would face decapitation instead? A mischievous smile crept across Jiang Jiang's face. Chapter 12. Are you looking for me? After the new rules were announced, Jiang Jiang realized that it was no longer possible to effortlessly reap the rewards. Regardless of how cautious she was, it was inconceivable to remain hidden until the end. Moreover, she could not believe that these rules were devoid of ulterior motives. Since they seemed intent on compelling her to act, she resolved to demonstrate what a masterful captain could achieve. "Is your plan to take matters into your own hands?" The intelligence system questioned, unable to comprehend her actions. "What other choice do I have? I would rather face the Siren Purifier in a duel than remain on this yacht. It is far too awkward." Clad in a black diving suit and equipped with a miniature compressed oxygen tank, Jiang Jiang advanced slowly beneath the surface of the sea. The intelligence system, perplexed by her reasoning, expressed its bewilderment. Given the intense pressure she felt on the yacht, Jiang Jiang desperately needed to collect her thoughts. Due to the unexpected inquiries from Sirius and Dido, her mind was in disarray. She had never anticipated that questions regarding her origins would arise so swiftly and abruptly. Indeed, the world remained under the dominion of Murphy's Law. Death and emotional turmoil. Neither could predict which would strike first. The frigid seawater quickly chilled Jiang Jiang's body. Yet her inner turmoil remained unabated. "Intelligence system, do you think I might not be able to return?" She pondered aloud, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "The current progression of your return plan is nearly non-existent," the system replied coldly. "However, as you have never actively deleted this project goal, I am unable to make a definitive judgment." Listening to the system's voice, which was as frigid as the surrounding waters, Jiang Jiang sighed. Initially, she had chosen to become a commander because it was the best means to approach power. Although she had anticipated potential issues, she had opted to evade them. In the weeks spent interacting with Sirius and Dido, Jiang Jiang discerned that, in contrast to the information within the intelligence system, Sirius and Dido were tangible and real. albeit departing in ways that contradicted her principles. Well, the boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge. After all, the return seems distant. I will address it then. If her former colleagues were to hear this, they would surely find it laughable. Casting aside her turmoil, she decided it was time to vent her frustrations. The fortunate commander found himself in a heated argument with his ship girl. "Commander, I believe we should not launch an attack. Our current supplies are already stretched thin. If we fail this time, we will be eliminated. I understand, but if we don't strike, we won't have any opportunity at all. However, look, that opponent possesses a yacht. It is the finest vessel for navigation, indicating they are undoubtedly well prepared. Even if they have only hastily prepared, they have gained a significant advantage in time, and we have acquired a yacht as well." The young commander fervently endeavored to persuade his ship girl. "Although you do make a valid point," the ship girl, hesitant, toyed with her bright orange hair. "Our lifeboat's propeller has been damaged, and they have yet to locate your aircraft. Therefore, I believe we might have a chance to engage." Observing the intentions of the assailants, the passerby commander seized the moment to persuade. "Very well, let us heed the commander's words." The assailants were convinced, and the two made their way directly towards Jiang Jiang's yacht. TSK, 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 without even needing to employ a flanking maneuver. This individual clearly possesses great confidence in the aerial capabilities of their ship girl. Jiang Jiang marveled at the video transmitted from the aquatic reconnaissance buoy. Noticing the unmasked trajectory of the prey, perfectly aligning with her plans, Jiang Jiang narrowed her eyes, a cold glimmer flashing within. Usually, to avoid frightening Sirius and Dido, Jiang Jiang refrained from displaying any ferocity in front of the ship girls. After all, who would wish to intimidate such adorable humanoid warships? The dim surroundings and obscured visibility did not deter Jiang Jiang. Rather, they evoked memories of her past days adrift in the cosmos, swiftly bringing her into a focused state. Positioning herself along the adversary's inevitable route, she suppressed her presence and patiently waited, her black diving suit serving as the optimal guise beneath the profound sea surface. This shall suffice. Any further advance would endanger the commander. "Very well, I shall remain here." With that, the passerby commander retrieved a pair of binoculars and donned a headset. Not everyone possesses Jiang Jiang's tactical goggles as a physical advantage. The majority of commanders, being physically frail, must rely on such means to comprehend the battlefield and issue commands via radio headsets. Thus, Jiang Jiang's presence undoubtedly constituted a significant tactical advantage. Intellect. Notify Sirius and Dido to commence action. Without uttering a word, Jiang Jiang imparted a thought to the intellect, her calm gaze fixed upon the substantial shadow above. The adversary's lifeboat. At that moment, the distant yacht lay deserted, while under Jiang Jiang's guidance, Sirius and Dido had already vacated to another location before the assailants' aircraft arrived. Their lack of response stemmed from the fact that the three had long since concealed themselves elsewhere, awaiting the prey to fall into their trap. The operational information has arrived. Let me proudly showcase the pride of the Dido-class light cruiser, our formidable anti-aircraft artillery. Sirius brimmed with confidence, for as a Dido-class light cruiser, she was inherently adept at air defense, her mere presence sufficing to address the threat. Time to act. Dido must strive diligently, lest she disappoint her master. Dido encouraged herself, raising her gun turret. "Wait, it seems there is no one aboard the yacht." "Commander." "What?" Boom, boom. The sound of two cannon shots erupted simultaneously, yet their origin was entirely opposite. "What is happening? This is bad. We have fallen into a trap." The sudden cannon fire startled both the opposing commander and the assailants, who quickly regained their composure. "Commander, flee. We have been ensnared. I will intercept one." The assailants shouted to their commander, then charged toward the direction of one of the cannon shots, buying time for their commander. The commander, realizing the peril, hastily steered the boat in the opposite direction of the other cannon fire, striving to evade a decapitation by the enemy. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow had already taken position beneath the lifeboat. The situation unfolded as anticipated. Jiang Jiang pondered, utilizing the suction cups on her gloves. Her hands firmly gripped the bottom of the lifeboat, carried away as she distanced herself from the assailants. Approximately 10 minutes later, estimating the distance to be sufficient, Jiang Jiang retrieved a multifunctional military knife and plunged one end into the lifeboat's propeller. With a sharp crack, the propeller came to an abrupt halt. The entire lifeboat jolted violently, causing those aboard to stagger. "What on earth is happening?" one individual exclaimed, gazing in dismay at the lifeless propeller, his heart sinking. It was the only remaining means of propulsion. In a moment of desperation, he abandoned all caution and hastened to investigate, leaning over to peer outside. Suddenly, with a splash, Jiang emerged from the water, seizing the man by the neck and dragging him beneath the surface. Caught off guard, he instinctively struggled fiercely, shouting, "Wah! Who are you?" Yet, Jiang paid him no heed. She swiftly snatched his badge and delivered a series of powerful blows to his nose. Alas, the poor fellow lost all capacity to fight back, and Jiang emerged victorious. Only after the fray had concluded did she leisurely remark, "Weren't you searching for me? Well, here I am." Observing her bewildered opponent, Jiang picked up the badge and pressed the exit button. Though he attempted to resist, she placed the knife against his throat, prompting him to comply instantly. Subsequently, Jiang tossed the badge back to him and plunged once more into the water, leaving a dazed commander in her wake, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Chapter 13. The storm begins, and the revelation after Jiang executed the opposing commander. A gasp echoed through the school's conference room. News about Jiang had arrived. Upon hearing Fu Shun's clear voice, the surrounding ship girls gathered excitedly, intrigued by the new commander who had managed to disrupt this trial sea area without lifting a finger. Finally, let me see what this person looks like. This was out of curiosity. Is this the individual responsible for all the follow-up work we now have? This was tinged with resentment. Is it a death notice? Or has he finally been beaten to near death by the crowd? This, no need to think, it must be Sheffield's doing. However, as they clicked to view the footage, they were instantly dumbfounded. Gazing at the mere 10 seconds of footage, everyone wore expressions of bewilderment. This is far too short. What is this? It looks like a large black rat passed by. No shipgirl combat. No surrender footage. No command scenes. What kind of naval battle is this? So did we win or lose? Hood scrutinized the blurry snippets, furrowing her brow in confusion, and inquired, "Whose footage is this? And where is the other side S?" Fu Shun, observing her bewildered colleagues, helplessly explained, "Jiang won, but there is no footage from his side. This is from the losing party, who seemed to have pressed the exit button. It was captured with a front pin, otherwise, we wouldn't have even this." "What? How is that possible?" "Humph. They took advantage of the situation again." The ship girls around expressed their disappointment and astonishment at this scenario. "Anshan, contact the ship girl in charge of assisting the eliminated one and see if we can glean the actual situation from her," Hood instructed Anshan. "I didn't expect Jiang to deliver such a battle. Is this a sign of dissatisfaction towards us? Truly a character unwilling to suffer losses. Will she speak? That might be difficult." Anshan hesitated. "Yet without this, we cannot ascertain Jiang's actions," Hood replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that Jiang had indeed posed a challenge for himself. "All right, I will give it a try." Anshan understood that this was the only way forward, thus reluctantly agreed. A few hours later, Anshan finally received a response. The opposing commander was very cooperative with the school's inquiries. She detailed the process from discovering the yacht to suffering an underwater attack, openly expressing grievances against Jiang's unorthodox tactics. The sense of grievance and frustration was palpable, even through the radio. After the ship girls in the conference room listened to the unfolding events, a silence enveloped them, marked by shock and the shared inability to respond. Then a voice broke the silence. "In my 10 years as a teacher, this is the first time I have witnessed such audacious maneuvers. Indeed. One commander decapitated the opposing commander. Truly a sight to behold. Eliminating the opposing commander single-handedly, without even revealing her own ship girls. What a talent." Although the ship girls had encountered all sorts of peculiar students over the years, none had ever seen someone as clever as Jiang. At this moment, Huda found himself in a rather perplexing situation. To ensure Jiang could participate in the trial without hindrance, he even altered the rules. The outcome? He found himself in direct combat, swiftly eliminating the opposing commander and forcefully eliminating the adversary. A rather extraordinary turn of events. Just as the onlookers were left dumbfounded by Jiang's remarkable maneuver, Fu Shun suddenly exclaimed, "Another one has been eliminated by Jiang." And once again, the brooch failed to capture the battle. In an instant, everyone once again flocked to her side. Jiang turned to leave, not casting even a glance at her already bewildered opponent. This marked the fourth adversary to fall victim to Jiang's unconventional execution. Jiang had no interest in her feelings, pondering instead whether the young girl might shed tears. After all, someone capable of commanding should possess a robust mental fortitude, shouldn't they? Upon returning to the yacht, Sirius and Dido were already waiting for her on the deck. As soon as Jiang stepped aboard, without even having the chance to remove her diving suit, the two charming young ladies surrounded her, examining her from every angle, even reaching out to touch her. Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly attempted to evade them. "Do not worry, I'm perfectly fine. My vision has already been shared with you, hasn't it?" she said, her cheeks slightly flushed, as the gentle touch of Sirius and Dido rendered her flustered. "My apologies for my rudeness, Master." Once they confirmed Jiang was unscathed, Sirius and Dido regained their composure, hands delicately folded in front of them. "However, please remain on the yacht. Allowing your commander to engage in battle is a disgrace for a battle maid," Sirius remarked, her lovely brows furrowed in slight annoyance. "Master actually intends to fight on her own. Does that mean Dido is no longer needed? Oh dear, will Dido be abandoned?" Dido's beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her voice tinged with despair. "I'm sorry, I was wrong," Jiang quickly admitted, bowing her head to reveal a sincere expression, delivering her apology in a single fluid motion. "But if you dare to do it again," the mechanical voice of the intelligence system interjected stiffly. "This is not your concern," Jiang interrupted within her mind. "But last time you..." Just as Sirius and Dido were about to voice their thoughts, Jiang's phone rang, and the decorum of being a maid instantly silenced them. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the screen to see it was Lin Yi calling. "Hi, Jiang, you haven't been eliminated yet, have you?" Lin Yi's cheerful voice resonated. No. Earlier the battlefield was too chaotic. My fleet and I have been dodging and weaving, barely managing to survive," Jiang replied nonchalantly, her heart steady. "I thought you set off quite early. How could you sneak away without telling me?" Lin Yi's tone turned slightly melancholic. "Ahem, it's just that my foundation is lacking, so I had to resort to some unconventional methods," Jiang retorted, maintaining a straight face while spinning a tail. "Moreover, I've run out of resources now. Brother, we're all in this together. It's all that wretched rabbit bandit's fault." "Such misfortune," Lin Yi said with a hint of sympathy, but his tone grew more vehement as he continued. "Rabbit bandit? What kind of bandit is that?" Jiang momentarily found herself perplexed by Lin Yi's words. You don't know? During the initial stage, a rogue pillaged nearly all the supply stations. This left us, the unfortunate ones, lagging behind, on the brink of starvation at sea. What is more infuriating is that this scoundrel not only hoarded the valuable resources, but also tossed the unwanted items into the ocean. Lin Yi's tone was laden with ire. "Ah, now it makes sense. I wondered why we couldn't find any supplies." Jiang, feeling guilty, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "I truly envy those who were well prepared, you know. We, on the other hand, have either scavenged our way through or suffered hunger along the way. Some individuals were even eliminated in the first phase and became fixtures of shame at the school. Moreover, the most critical part was that after enduring countless challenges to finally reach the last maritime zone, we were met with barren hidden reward locations, causing several female commanders to weep on the spot, while others lost their sanity. I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards that rabbit bandit." Even through the screen, Jiang could sense the overwhelming resentment. "Well, that was indeed a bit excessive. But you just mentioned we?" Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Jiang swiftly changed the subject. "Oh, you meant that? This year's circumstances differ from previous ones. Many commanders have chosen to band together, as resources are scarce and the battleground has shrunk, making it easy for lone wolves to be eliminated. By the way, I called you to inquire if you would like to join us. It would be safer that way." Lin Yi's proposition took Jiang by surprise. It seems not everyone is foolish. Jiang reflected that opting for collective action would not only enhance efficiency, but also bolster competitiveness, a surefire win. However, gazing at the nearly overflowing supplies, he thought, well, perhaps not. It could be deadly. Politely declining Lin Yi's kind offer, Jiang hastily navigated to the school forum, disregarding the posts titled Hunting Rabbits, Avenge the Blood Feud, and Endless Supplies, and instead focused on the commentary regarding the current battlefield situation. Alas, this is troublesome. Chapter 14. A Storm on the Horizon. Jiang gazed at her phone, murmuring to herself, TSK. They seem to have formed a coalition. The situation is becoming quite dire. When it came to one-on-one confrontations, Jiang was confident. No one could rival her, endowed with abundant resources and state-of-the-art equipment, assets unattainable by others. However, once faced with a horde of adversaries, even Jiang would have to flee in disarray. Moreover, she observed the blood-soaked letters of accusation against the rabbit bandits flooding the forum. There was even a bounty notice issued by nearly 100 commanders collectively, the sum so staggering it nearly prompted her to turn herself in. "My dear, it seems you have become a public enemy," said Sirius, with a hint of concern. "These individuals are rather formidable, but do not worry. Data will protect you with all her might." Yet, the subject of their concern appeared unfazed. Jiang stretched languidly and reclined in her chair, crossing her legs. "What public enemy? What rabbit bandits? Not me. Not at all. Do not speak nonsense," she retorted, her expression a mix of indignation and feigned ignorance. "My lord, how shameless." Sirius interjected. "While it may be true, it should not be uttered aloud." "Oh, please disregard my previous comment," they whispered among themselves. "Cough, cough, cough. I earn my possessions through merit. How can they label me a bandit? This is slander. They can only blame themselves for not being more proactive in securing resources." Jiang, her face flushed from embarrassment, declared vehemently. Nevertheless, it was imperative to analyze the current predicament. Since joining a coalition was out of the question, they would have to rely on their own strength. Jiang forcibly redirected her focus to the unfolding battle. Presently, 4 of the most formidable criminal factions roamed the seas, and their leaders posed significant challenges for her. She scrutinized their profiles, delving into her intelligence database. First was the wealthy magnate Su Lu, a female commander. Though not as outrageous as the ship girls, she was still quite capable. It appeared she had a seasoned commander as a mentor, as she astonished onlookers by producing an abundance of resources during the construction day. In the ensuing days, she frequently visited the shipbuilding facilities to create more ship girls, leaving Jiang uncertain of the extent of this girl's financial prowess. One could surmise that her fleet was fully equipped, leading the Lulyalu fleet, which boasted the highest number of female commanders and was among the strongest. Next came the Ocean Fleet, helmed by the brothers Lu Hai and Lu Yang. Both were prominent figures on the non-lucky assassination leaderboard, a ranking established by African commanders against their European counterparts based on their fortune. The Lu brothers undoubtedly ranked within the top 5. One possessed an ultra-rare ship girl, while the other commanded 6. They epitomized European nobility, embodying the phrase "when in Rome, do as the Romans do." Their overt actions ensured that their intelligence was frequently exposed. In their group, there exists not a single drop of African blood. All members are new heirs of European lineage, with the exception of Jiang, an extraordinary being of alien origin. Following them are the Hunter Corps and the Victory Army, 2 substantial factions with comparable strength. However, the Hunter Corps is remarkably aggressive, relentlessly attacking to amass points, comprised largely of fervent zealots. In contrast, the majority of the Victory Army's members are relatively weaker commanders, adopting a conservative approach and displaying little enthusiasm for rankings, embodying a more laid-back, Zen-like attitude. Additionally, there are several smaller groups and lone wolves akin to Jiang. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, the number of lone wolves is dwindling, as they either join factions or face elimination through collective force. Jiang sighed, remarking on the formidable nature of his adversaries. He then shared all the intelligence he had gathered with Sirius and Dido. As Sirius and Dido listened attentively to Jiang's discourse, a small fleet was advancing swiftly towards Jiang's location in a distant maritime zone beyond the reach of the aquatic reconnaissance buoy. This fleet comprised a small cruise ship, 2 jet skis, and an inflatable lifeboat, with the jet skis piloted by ship girls and the lifeboat being towed by the small cruise vessel. For commanders, 2 men and 2 women occupied the cruise ship. "Be cautious. This is the area where Lele was eliminated," warned a long-haired woman, seemingly the leader, to her companions. "Rest assured, based on the information sent back by Lele, the target is a military yacht, far swifter than we are by the time we arrive. The yacht will have long vanished," a bespectacled young man replied. "Do not be complacent. Lele fell into a trap, resulting in her elimination," the long-haired woman stated calmly. "If she were here, it would be another matter entirely. We have 5 ship girls on our side, thus the advantage lies with us," the bespectacled man asserted confidently, dismissing the long-haired woman's concerns. Observing his demeanor, the long-haired woman shook her head in resignation. Interestingly, Lele had 2 ship girls alongside her, despite being ambushed. According to her intelligence, the opponents also possessed 2 ship girls. Why, then, was Lele suddenly eliminated without even the opportunity to relay information? This was indeed perplexing. A petite girl voiced her curiosity. It remains unclear. Unfortunately, the school's regulations stipulate that eliminated participants cannot influence the ongoing battle. Otherwise, we would ascertain the true reason behind Lele's demise, the long-haired woman replied, equally intrigued by the sudden and unexplained elimination of her comrade. We have arrived. This is the location where Lele was defeated, announced the taciturn technician who had been steering the vessel. The group hastily made their way to the deck, commanding their ship girls to search the area. Their silhouettes were captured by the aquatic reconnaissance buoy that Jiang had yet to retract. Suddenly, while relaying information about their adversaries to Sirius and Dido, Jiang abruptly lifted his head. Beep, beep, beep. An unknown entity detected. The intelligence system promptly reported, transmitting the imagery captured by the aquatic reconnaissance buoy to the tactical scopes of the 3. Upon sighting the enemy and seeing such a multitude of adversaries, Sirius and Dido immediately rose, requesting to engage in battle alongside Jiang. Entrusted to Sirius, my proud master, no matter how many adversaries there may be, Sirius shall sweep them away decisively. They, too, shall strive earnestly. Jiang, observing the spirited resolve of the 2 charming figures, calmly declared, very well, then. We shall retreat. With that, she swiftly altered their course, fleeing in the opposite direction. Why? Inquired Sirius, perplexed by Jiang's sudden command. Day also regarded Jiang with a look of confusion. Engaging now would be too disadvantageous for us. 5 ship girls, even with tactical scopes, cannot hope to withdraw unscathed. Thus, we must bide our time for the right moment. And what moment might that be? When night falls, the opposing ship girls will lack tactical scopes. Their observational capabilities diminished. Then shall be the clarion call for our counterattack. The yacht sped across the sea, and the enemy light aircraft carrier girls soon spotted the fleeing vessel. Fueled by exhilaration and strength, the 4 of them, without a second thought, commenced their pursuit. Thus began a maritime chase, unbeknownst to them that ahead. Jiang had already orchestrated an exit performance, a subtle smile gracing her lips, concealing the lethal intent as she awaited her prey. At this moment, dusk had settled, urging patience, for the night was quietly descending. Chapter 15. The assault under the nightfall. As dusk settled, the chase on the sea persisted. The yacht effortlessly distanced itself from the cruise ship, yet Jiang intentionally maintained a safe distance, teasing her pursuers. The chase had lasted nearly 2 hours, and fatigue was evident among the 4 individuals aboard the cruise ship. Why is this yacht so fast? I can hardly keep up, complained the petite girl, her face etched with weariness. How about we take turns? We have ample fuel, and the military yacht ahead seems unable to accelerate, likely due to incompatible fuel. The bespectacled man analyzed the situation with seriousness, oblivious to Jiang's intentional strategy. All right, it's settled then. Also, let us allow the ship girls to rest in shifts. They've been working hard too. This suggestion met with unanimous agreement. Thus, 1 person remained at the helm while another stood guard, allowing the other 2 to rest. And 2 of the ship girls returned from their sorties. Noticing a change in the circumstances behind them, the intelligence system promptly awakened the slumbering Jiang. Yawn. Have those guys finally tired out? Jiang stretched, her gaze landing on Dido, who stood quietly by the side, frowning as she asked, Dido, why haven't you rested? Since the rules changed yesterday, you and Sirius have been on the go. Are you managing? Irritation flickered within Jiang. Despite Dido's dedication to her master's schedule, her self-expectations were overly stringent. Dido has already rested. Earlier, the master instructed Dido and Sirius to rest, but we were concerned. Dido spoke timidly, her hesitant gaze evoking a mix of frustration and affection in Jiang. This foolish girl, likely having taken turns resting with Sirius, adhered to her master's directives while maintaining her concern for Jiang, perfectly embodying the grace of a royal maid. Yet, such a brief respite was hardly sufficient. Master. Dido's pitiful voice broke through, revealing her trepidation. Hearing Dido's murmurs, Jiang felt an unprecedented surge of frustration and helplessness, unable to scold or reprimand her. Finally, recalling the events of the morning, she sighed deeply and resolutely commanded, Dido, come here. Startled, Dido immediately complied without a hint of resistance. As she approached Jiang, the latter sprang from her chair with lightning speed, seizing Dido and pressing her down onto the seat. Dido gasped in surprise, instinctively attempting to rise. But Jiang held her firmly in place. "Master, do not rise. This is an order. Rest well. I will keep watch over you right here. Be good and obey." With her hands firmly on Dido's delicate shoulders, Jiang loomed protectively above her. Dido could hear Jiang's voice almost whispering in her ear, her face ablaze with warmth. "Master, your body is so close," Dido thought, sensing the warmth radiating from her master's chest. Her mind was a tumult of emotions. With a gentle murmur, as if expending all her strength, Jiang nodded in satisfaction, rising to the control panel to disengage the autopilot, steering towards the optimal counterattack position while leading the enemies behind her. Meanwhile, Dido, feeling the lingering warmth left by Jiang on the chair beneath her, listened to the gentle sound of the waves, accompanied by the steady rhythm of her master's breathing. A sense of unprecedented tranquility enveloped her, and she could not resist succumbing to sweet slumber. Much later, Sirius returned to the cockpit, rousing her from her sleep. Upon meeting Sirius's teasing gaze, Dido felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she hastily stood, yet her heart longed for the sweetness of the moment that had just passed. With everyone gathered, Jiang outlined the battle plan, adhering to the customary protocol: shipgirl against shipgirl, captain against captain. At this juncture, the two individuals in the cruise ship's cockpit, the bespectacled man and the long-haired woman, were in a particularly poor state of mind. As the first shift workers, the pressure weighed heavily upon them. "I'll grab some coffee. Would you like any?" the long-haired woman inquired as she stood and made her way outside, glancing back at the bespectacled man who was at the helm. "Yes, please," he replied weakly. The changing of the guard was still some time away, and he was at his most fatigued. "No trouble at all," she replied, exiting the cockpit to fetch coffee from the kitchen. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow stealthily evaded the gaze of the shipgirls and commanders, darting onto the cruise ship and vanishing onto the deck. Upon entering the kitchen, the long-haired woman retrieved the coffee, and with kettle in hand, she intended to return to the cockpit. Under the cloak of night, the illuminated kitchen stood out amidst the darkness of the adjoining rooms. As she walked down the corridor, rounding a corner, a shadow suddenly sprang forth, covering her mouth and executing a swift maneuver that left her disoriented. A sharp pain pierced the nape of her neck, and her vision rapidly faded to black. In her final moment of consciousness, she glimpsed a figure clad in a tight suit, wearing a diving cap, wielding a crackling electric baton. TSK. This electric baton is quite effective. Though I wonder why a supply crate contained one. It matters not, Jiang mused, pocketing the long-haired woman's brooch. After assessing her surroundings, she rose to seek her next target. At the entrance of a brightly lit room, Jiang glanced at the name on the door. Oh, did these iron-headed kids fall asleep during Professor Maryland's class? She pondered. How many times has the teacher admonished them not to be careless just because they are commanders? Shaking her head, she knocked on the door. A male voice called from within. "Who is it? Is it time for the shift change?" "Just a moment. I'll be right there." Jiang patiently awaited her opportunity, and the instant the door swung open, her baton struck like a dragon, making contact with the technician's neck. Activating the switch, a surge of electricity coursed through him, freezing the look of shock upon his face. "You are," the technician began before collapsing. Jiang acquired yet another brooch. Casting a glance at the incapacitated technician, she muttered to herself, considering the time. "It is about right," and swiftly proceeded towards her next objective. Meanwhile, due to the long-haired woman's prolonged absence, the bespectacled man in the cockpit began to sense something amiss, finally rising to hastily exit. As the bespectacled man beheld the long-haired woman sprawled on the ground, her fate uncertain, he was struck by a profound shock. Yet, his sense of duty as a commander compelled him not to rush to her aid, but rather to cry out, "Intruder!" This exclamation roused the two ship girls aboard the cruise ship, as well as the final member, a petite girl. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a dark figure looming at her bedside. In her astonishment, she instinctively sought to cry for help, but the shadow swiftly pressed a hand over her mouth, stifling her voice. Simultaneously, a series of resounding cannon blasts echoed, striking the three ship girls outside. Two figures stood upon the nocturnal sea, Sirius and Dido, who had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. The bespectacled man's shout served as a signal, prompting two of the ship girls outside to instinctively return to rescue their commander, thereby providing Sirius and Dido with a golden opportunity. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Due to the shockwaves from the artillery shells, the cruise ship was jolted, causing the bespectacled man to stumble chaotically down the corridor. He donned his radio headset and inquired of the ship girls amidst the cacophony of gunfire. "Xiangfeng, Omaha. How are you faring?" A frantic female voice responded from the other end. "It's dire, Commander. It's dark, and we can't see anything. The enemy's accuracy and anti-air defenses are terrifying. We can't hold." On the battlefield, Sirius and Dido surveyed their surroundings, the tactical scope displaying a complex web of lines, yet they navigated it with ease. One swiftly maneuvered to evade the blast waves from a bomber's bomb, while the other expertly fired, striking an enemy light cruiser and disrupting her targeting. Aboard the cruise ship, the bespectacled man gritted his teeth and ordered the remaining two ship girls to engage in battle. After all, if they could not fend off the opposing ship girls, the entire situation would become irretrievable. However, he made a fateful error, opting to check on his comrades instead. This was, regrettably, the only course of action available to him. In a state of panic, the bespectacled man rushed to the petite girl's room, only to find her tightly bound by the ship's anchor rope, sending a chill through him. Ultimately, he was swiftly subdued by Jiang, who emerged from hiding, leaving him to utter in bewilderment. "What sort of trick is this?" Jiang, taken aback, tentatively replied. "The 36 stratagems surrounding way to rescue Zhao." Subsequently, Jiang, with 4 hostages in tow, compelled their ship girls to cease their resistance. "Indeed, surrounding your way to rescue your Zhao," she remarked, observing the enemy ship girls that had gone from moderately damaged to severely crippled. While casting a glance at the nearly unscathed Sirius and Dido, Jiang sincerely added to her commentary. Chapter 16. Rising to fame in the Great War in the conference room, the ship girls gazed at the video transmitted by the brooch, rendered speechless. This time, Jiang was unable to eliminate all her opponents in one fell swoop, marking the first occasion the conference room witnessed the complete process of her victory. Observing the manner in which Jiang triumphed over her adversaries, both the combat instructors and non-instructors fell into silence. Is this truly how the strategy of surrounding way to rescue Zhao is employed? Achilles inquired curiously of Anshan, who was beside her. Anshan, visibly perplexed, struggled to respond to Achilles' question. "As far as I know, perhaps it shouldn't be interpreted that way." Yet, the commander insisted otherwise. "Perhaps it can be utilized in such a manner," Achilles mused, nodding thoughtfully, exclaiming, "Your Eastern culture is indeed profound and intricate." Anshan, holding her forehead, found it increasingly difficult to clarify. The peculiarities of Eastern culture had multiplied once more. Hood, seated in her office chair, exhibited an expression of keen interest. Demonstrating an understanding of both retreat and advance, she remained exceedingly cautious. Even with overwhelming advantages, she refrained from recklessness. With patience, she delivered decisive strikes, and this Jiang was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Such caliber could not be achieved solely through theoretical learning without substantial practical experience. Hood glanced at the impassive Sheffield and teased. "It appears, Sheffield, that you have brought back someone remarkable. Surprised, are we?" Sheffield did not respond to Hood's remarks, reflecting on the Jiang from a year prior, who would have been rendered unconscious by her own artillery. He now observed her wielding an electric baton, effortlessly dispatching foes on the cruise ship. The emotions swirling within him were difficult to articulate. "What a misjudgment," Sheffield thought internally. "Her technique with that baton surpasses my own. How could I have believed she would be daunted by cannon fire?" Witnessing Jiang execute a flawless decapitation of the opposing commander amidst the orchestration of artillery, her hands steady, he felt a surge of indignation. He had been deceived. "Enough of that, Sheffield," Hood advised, noticing the growing tension in Sheffield's expression. "After all, she is now a legitimate commander, a vital force against the Sirens. Do not entertain any reckless thoughts. It is her enemies we should be concerned about." Upon hearing Hood's reassurance, Sheffield recalled Jiang's gaze, filled with animosity towards the Sirens. Testimonies could be fabricated, yet the emotions reflected in one's eyes remain unerring. Reluctantly, Sheffield conceded but continued to voice his skepticism. "The Sirens will not be vanquished by mere toys. That strategy can only intimidate novices." With that, Sheffield turned away from the footage, departing with an apology. "I regret not recognizing my oversight sooner. I shall accept my punishment from the headmaid." observing Sheffield's sulking exit. Hood shook her head and sighed. This child. Let her be. However, is Jiang truly limited to this? Rabbits are known to hoard their treasures. Let us remain vigilant and see what unfolds. Meanwhile, Jiang, glancing at her ranking on her phone, was consumed with regret. Oh no, this was hasty. How can I maintain a low profile now? Seeing herself ranked 6th on the trial leaderboard, a sense of unease washed over her. Jiang never anticipated that the scores of these 4 individuals would be so high. After annihilating them, combined with Jiang's previous score accumulation, her total points soared, propelling her into the top 10. Observing the furrowed brow of Jiang, Sirius inquired with puzzlement, Master, what troubles you? Sirius was not surprised by his master's ascent to the top 10. In his eyes, given his master's intellect, along with the tactical goggles and aquatic reconnaissance buoys bestowed upon her, it was only natural for her to claim the first position. Jiang gently patted Sirius on the head, who nestled comfortably against her leg, closing his eyes in contentment, ignoring the alluring curve formed by Sirius's relaxed posture. Jiang patiently elucidated, as solitary wolves, once we appear on the leaderboard, we become the targets of groups. After all, to others, our solitary endeavors seem like an easy feast to devour. However, should they dare to approach, Sirius will ensure they are swiftly dispatched. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Sirius proclaimed confidently. Yet, Jiang countered, no matter how strong we are, we cannot contend against so many. The tactical goggles are not invincible. If there are too many targets, calculations will falter. Jiang was acutely aware of these individuals' behavioral patterns. It would be exceedingly difficult for them to consume her, and she might even turn the tables on them. Nonetheless, such an outcome would only elevate her points further, attracting even more challengers, leading to a vicious cycle until she could no longer withstand it. Conversely, refraining from retaliation would result in the same fate, as no one would decline an opportunity to accumulate points from a non-aggressive entity. Most critically, this would deplete substantial resources, rendering their previous efforts futile. For the sake of their future development, these resources must be preserved. Had Jiang not worried about being ousted in the end, she would have long pressed the exit button, gracefully departing the battlefield to watch the spectacle alongside Sirius and Dato. Sirius grasped the wisdom of his master. So, let us remain concealed for now and retrieve the buoys lost during the previous chase. Indeed, Sirius will execute the task flawlessly, he declared, his excitement radiating through his being. However, this exuberance was significant, particularly as Sirius was resting on Jiang's lap. The moment Sirius shifted, Jiang felt an indescribable thrill, the softness eliciting an instant rigidity throughout her body. Sirius, are you well rested? Ah, I touched you. Jiang attempted to nudge Sirius to rise, but he replied, not yet. My rest has not been as long as Dato's. Well, we can wait until next time. But Dato would not agree. Why not? Dato is typically quite strict. As a maid, she cannot engage in any behavior that exceeds her bounds. Is that so? Wait, can you please stop moving? I apologize, Sirius believed you enjoyed this. Absolutely not. Apologies. At this moment, all surviving commanders at sea, upon discovering the changes in the trial rankings, began to inquire and stirred a tremendous uproar. Jiang, I have not heard of such a person. Is there anyone by that name in our school? No one seems to recognize them. Lulu, dear sister, take a look at this. 6th place? Which group do they belong to? After some investigation, it appears that there is no such individual in any of the 4 major fleets. A lone wolf? Someone whose name has not even been whispered, yet has secured 6th place. Either they stumbled upon good fortune, or they are an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius. So, Lulu, the 6th place lone wolf, let others take the risk first, and then we shall. By the way, have you seen my brother Heyman? Lulu, did you do something excessive? Heyman has not left his room for an entire day. That. A petite girl awkwardly turned her face away, glancing around furtively. At this moment, Lin Yi was having dinner, and upon seeing that familiar name on the trial rankings, he spat out his milk in shock. What? Jiang. Hasn't he already exhausted his resources, hiding from place to place? Lin Yi recalled Jiang's previous words, and his expression turned incredibly melancholic. A fraud. Wasn't it supposed to be a duo of hard work? Who would have thought that this thick-browed, big-eyed fellow was merely playing the part of a fool to deceive others? Even his brother was kept in the dark. At this moment, a stir began to rise at sea, signaling that a nationwide hunt was about to commence. Chapter 17. A bloodshed triggered by an airdrop in the ensuing days. Everyone was on the hunt for the elusive 6th-ranked lone wolf. Some sought to extend an invitation to him. Others harbored ambitions regarding his points, while a few merely wished to familiarize themselves with this formidable individual who had carved a bloody path to the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Zhang had completely vanished from sight. Another change of maritime territory had occurred. When would this trial-ranking battle finally conclude? Zhang languished in a state of despondency upon a recliner. Over the past few days, utilizing the aquatic reconnaissance buoy, Zhang consistently managed to observe other commanders before they could catch sight of him, diligently avoiding any encounters. In the absence of combat, although others on the sea were fiercely engaged in skirmishes, the progress of the trial battles remained sluggish. After careful contemplation, Zhang resolved to return to his old ways and seize the airdrops, following the institution's introduction of new regulations. In an effort to replenish the resources ravaged by a certain rabbit, random airdrops would be intermittently released in designated maritime zones. Each airdrop incited a fierce frenzy among the participants. When the maritime zones were refreshed, the battles among survivors became particularly intense. Previously, Zhang had little interest in the airdrops, but now he decided to join in, seeking some engagement. Days later, upon the azure surface of the sea, several commanders sped through the waters, arriving at a smoke-emitting airdrop box. With hearts racing and hands trembling, they slowly opened the box only to find it utterly empty, leaving them frozen in disbelief. How could it be empty? One commander exclaimed incredulously. We should have been the fastest. Who could it be? Another commander screeched in distress. Wait, quickly check the forum. A trailing commander suddenly shouted. The others hastily retrieved their phones and opened the forum, which was ablaze with activity. Strangely enough, why has the amount of resources our victorious comrades have found decreased by 1/5 over these past few days? Are you experiencing the same? Our marine fleet is facing the same issue. The number of empty boxes has significantly risen. Surely it can't be that you all got there first? Our Lulu fleet has visibly gathered far less. Everyone, take a look at this airdrop box. One commander posted a picture. The image revealed a large airdrop box brimming with supplies. Hey, are you showing off? Looking for a fight? Someone grumbled upon seeing the filled box. Let us not digress. Examine the contents. Something feels amiss, a commander pointed out. Indeed, when I discovered this airdrop, it had already been opened, yet all that remained were inferior goods. The best items conspicuously absent. Moreover, the quantity of subpar items is excessive, as if someone had deliberately discarded them inside. The commander who posted the image explained patiently. Now that you mention it, I believe I also received such a box. Me too. After a skirmish, I ended up with a box of inferior goods. Behold. Many commanders have responded, encountering similar situations and sending forth numerous images. Wait a moment. This practice of selectively retaining the good while discarding the bad, always staying one step ahead, seems rather familiar. At last, a commander has made a revelation. Goodness, it's him. It is indeed the rabbit bandit. This scoundrel has not yet been eliminated. Alas, it's a rabbit, ha, ho. Another one upstairs has gone mad. If it truly is the rabbit bandit, this is dire. Everyone, quickly seek out supplies. I shall take the lead. At this moment, all the commanders have come to their senses, fervently gathering resources. The commanders who have taken the Wichita route are the swiftest, having been victims of the rabbit before. However, when searching for airdrops, it is often not one person who discovers them, but several together. A team is manageable, but if it's adversarial, the progress bar for the trial-ranking battle has suddenly quickened. Meanwhile, Zhang remains in hiding, occasionally scavenging for airdrops. Over the past few days, Zhang has been aboard the ship, aside from evading others, with little else to occupy his time, thus crafting numerous aquatic reconnaissance buoys. These devices, aside from consuming resources and presenting manufacturing difficulties, require no particular technical skill. The challenging aspects are beyond Zhang's capabilities. Subsequently, Zhang dispatched the vast majority of these buoys, resulting in an extensive coverage area. This made the search for airdrops exceedingly convenient. He simply sought the nearest ones, avoiding where others were present and collecting where they were not. Clear and straightforward. Oddly, these individuals seemed to be energized. Observing the frequent images transmitted from the buoys, Zhang noted a significant increase in combat scenarios. Perhaps this is related, Master Dato quietly suggested, handing over a phone to access the forum. Upon seeing it, Jiang fell silent. I had not expected such a strong reaction from these people, Jiang remarked awkwardly. If those commanders were to overhear this, they would likely seize him by the collar and shout, "Try starving at sea for 3 days." Jiang anxiously rubbed his temples. Such remarks only heightened the difficulty of evading others. Just as Jiang found himself caught in a bind, the intelligence system's broadcast activated. Beep, beep. Commanders are engaged in combat nearby. Should we proceed? Evade. Yes, a safe route has been provided. Please indicate direction. Beep, beep. A mobile unit is approaching from behind. Quickly. Evade. Yes, it has been. Beep, beep. A commander is pursuing from the rear right, expected to encounter us. Evade. It is no longer possible to avoid. Jiang, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his head. The combat was too intense to evade. Then let us confront it. Ultimately, he was compelled to engage in battle. Jiang gazed ahead as 2 watercraft emerged into view. Closer. Sirius and Dido were already in position. Jiang's gaze sharpened as she commanded, "Fire." The sound of cannon fire erupted simultaneously from both sides, without hesitation or doubt. In such moments, everyone except oneself is deemed an enemy. No one dares to gamble on the others in action, thus all commence firing. Instantly, towering columns of water erupted as both sides unleashed their volleys. Dido was caught in the shock waves of enemy shells, yet fortunately emerged unscathed, while the onslaught from Sirius and Dido struck solidly against the opposing ship girls. Jiang observed the injuries inflicted upon the enemy ship girl, who momentarily hesitated alongside her commander, seemingly wary. Without a moment's pause, Jiang ordered Sirius and Dido to turn and flee. What a stroke of misfortune! Jiang recognized the opposing commander and noted the phone in their hand. It was from the Hunter group, rallying reinforcements. At that moment, Jiang wished to cast that individual into a shark-infested sea, yearning for the jaws of a great white. Jiang was convinced that it would not be long before this pack of hunters would catch their scent, swarming like a disturbed hornet's nest, strike one, and a multitude would emerge. At this juncture, Jiang found herself ensnared in a crisis. Before long, the intelligence system's alert sounded. Warning. A significant number of mobile units are converging on your location. Please take evasive action. Jiang glanced at the tactical display's minimap, spotting 7 or 8 red dots rapidly approaching. How could they be so fast? How did they find me? The sudden peril ignited a flicker of agitation within Jiang. Having evaded the detection of the aquatic reconnaissance buoys, it could only mean. Jiang's gaze shot upwards, and indeed, several dark shapes were trailing the yacht from the sky. Reconnaissance aircraft. Sirius, Dido. Jiang shouted. Yes. Fortunately, the Dido-class light cruiser excelled in anti-aircraft defense, and soon several reconnaissance planes were shot down. Yet, it was already too late. As Jiang watched the red dots draw closer, a heaviness settled in her heart. They were forming an encirclement. Sirius and Dido, witnessing Jiang's unprecedented solemnity, instinctively reached out to grasp her hand. Feeling the warmth of their small hands and the conviction in their eyes, Jiang steadied herself, reflecting upon her current strength to regain her confidence. Calmly, she declared, "If we cannot evade, then we shall break through. Let us fight to the bitter end. The outcome is yet to be determined. Indeed, it is a matter of life and death." Chapter 18. 1,000 troops chasing a rabbit. Jiang gazed at the gathering red dots in the distance, calculating time and distance. At a decisive moment, she sharply turned the helm, opting to breach the most vulnerable section of the encirclement. Meanwhile, the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft, upon being shot down, quickly reacted, causing the red dots to converge with increased urgency. "Sirius, are you and Dido prepared?" At 10 o'clock, the ship girl Langley. Jiang glanced at the imagery transmitted from the waterborne reconnaissance buoy, prompting Sirius and Dido to take aim in advance. At that moment, Sirius and Dido stood resolutely on the deck of the yacht, elevating their cannons, awaiting the imminent appearance of their adversaries. Minutes later, a civilian yacht emerged, and through tactical scopes and the buoy, they discerned a green-haired ship girl, Langley, the light aircraft carrier. Bang, bang, bang. The main and anti-aircraft guns of Sirius and Dido erupted simultaneously. The enemy Langley barely had time to react before being struck by numerous shells, while her launched aircraft were swiftly downed by Sirius and Dido. Caught off guard, The rhythm of battle was decisively seized by Jiang Jiang's forces. Langley sought to retaliate. Yet Sirius and Dido, leveraging their remarkable range and precision, alternated their fire. Langley found herself unable to launch her aircraft when she finally managed to do so. They were promptly shot down by the precise anti-aircraft fire of Sirius and Dido. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang maximized the yacht's power, charging forward to break through the encirclement. Faced with Jiang's premeditated assault, the enemy, disadvantaged in firepower, visibility, and accuracy, could only shout helplessly into the radio. Target spotted. Target. Bang. Another shell struck, the shockwave and the ensuing waves interrupting his words, causing him to stagger and barely regain his footing as he shouted into the radio, requesting support. The enemy is formidable, too strong for us to withstand. Clinging to the control panel, a member of the Hunter squad wavered precariously. We're almost there. Just don't fall behind. Came the responses from his teammates. Bang, bang, bang. Yet another barrage, and the enemy Langley finally began to falter, suffering severe damage under the relentless bombardment from Sirius and Dido. No, my Langley cannot withstand this. Their anti-aircraft fire is too precise. My aircraft cannot get close. I need to retreat now. The enemy commander roared into the radio. How is that possible? Even against an Atlanta-class ship, one among them questioned. Bang. With a resounding shot, Langley fell silent. No, Langley, come back. We must retreat. The enemy commander, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage. Not waiting for consent before turning to flee. My Langley is heavily damaged. Curse it. This is nothing short of a dragon. As the anguished cries of the Hunter intermingled with the relentless gunfire, a profound silence enveloped the radio channel, the horror of Jiang's assault exceeding everyone's expectations. What shall we do now? One voice broke the silence, asking softly, should we surrender? Another suggested, it is impossible. The encirclement has already been established, and the enmity has been forged. There is no turning back now. One person vehemently retorted, indeed, the arrow is knocked, and it must be released. However, in such a brief span, to have severely damaged a light aircraft carrier, can anyone present withstand such firepower? Yes. Recalling the comrades forced to retreat extinguished the flames of battle that had just ignited in everyone's hearts. If all else fails, we must seek assistance from others. One individual hesitantly suggested, call for help. With so many engaged against one, do you dare? Then what do you propose we do? Silence lingered in the radio transmission for an extended moment. Finally, a voice emerged. Call for help. At the very least, we must subdue them. Whatever it takes. Agreed. These hunters have finally recognized the terror of Jiang. When a cornered rabbit bares its fangs, the true identity of the hunter becomes shrouded in uncertainty. At this moment, members of the hunter group in other locations receive the news, prompting many commanders to rush to the scene. The large-scale actions of the hunter group could not escape the notice of others. Leaders were stirred, and after various inquiries, they learned an unbelievable piece of news. Instantly, the forums erupted. Have you heard? The hunter group has mobilized en masse for a lone wolf. How can that be? There are no lone wolves now. All actions are collective. Without a group, a lone wolf cannot survive. Indeed, they are all newcomers. Their strengths are relatively equal. No matter how capable one individual may be, it is futile. Then what do you suggest? Surely, we cannot be at war with anyone. My ocean fleet is not. The Victory Army is not either. Neither is our Lulu Grand Fleet. Have you forgotten about that ruthless figure from the 6th? A commander pointedly remarked. Right. And that formidable individual. Wasn't he recruited by someone? Given the circumstances, it appears not. Let us go. It's time to see the spectacle. Suddenly, all the survivors were intrigued, eager to witness the unfolding events. Even the leaders of those groups were immensely curious about the individual who could provoke such a collective response. Let us go take a look. Yes, sister. Let us see, brother. Onward, to the excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang had no time to concern herself with these matters. With a swift maneuver, she evaded yet another adversary. However, as she gazed at the tactical scope's minimap, a weight settled in her heart. These foes only multiplied. The moment she vanquished one, another wave emerged. Moreover, they had grown wise. Upon realizing they could not contend with her, they prudently conserved their strength and retreated, leaving Jiang unable to collect any points. She could not pursue them either. Any hesitation would result in her complete encirclement, at which point she would be left to hunker down defensively, compelled to withdraw. Bang! Bang! The Sirius and Dato opened fire, striking the ship girls that emerged from the right. Denver and Galatea, the vice captains of the Hunter Group. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under the barrage of anti-aircraft fire, the reconnaissance aircraft fell from the sky. Despite the tactical sights, Sirius and Dato had already exerted their utmost efforts. Jiang executed another sharp 90-degree turn, evading the enemy ahead, and surged towards the weakest point of the encirclement. Then, with a swift maneuver akin to a dragon's tail, she avoided an encounter with an adversary, successfully creating distance. Utilizing the buoy and her sights, Jiang still had a chance to break through, but if only there were a bit more. Suddenly, a barrage of shells whistled dangerously close to the yacht, striking one side and sending tumultuous waves crashing against the hull. Jiang lifted her gaze towards the source of the artillery fire, and her pupils constricted in alarm. Trouble was brewing. A ship girl with chestnut hair and glasses sped across the distant waters, accompanied by a small green robot. All modules were primed for action. The USS Allen M. Sumner-class destroyer, the Ingram, had entered the fray. Jiang squinted, observing the proliferation of red dots on her minimap. It appeared that she could no longer find an avenue for escape. Faced with the rare ship Girl Lu Hai, the commander of the maritime fleet, Jiang's greatest fear materialized. Everyone had noticed her lone vulnerability, eager to capitalize on her misfortune. Did this imply that members of other fleets had also arrived? Jiang glanced in other directions. The leader of the Victory Army, the commander of the Hunter Corps, and Su Lu of the Lulu fleet. Jiang instructed Sirius and Dato to cease fire, urging them to regain their strength while she maneuvered all aquatic reconnaissance buoys to converge on her location. This might very well be the final stand. At that moment, everyone remained on high alert, refraining from premature fire, for Jiang had inadvertently drawn nearly everyone together, creating an exceedingly precarious balance. None of the leaders dared to strike first, fearing a collective onslaught that would lead to their swift elimination. Thus began the dramatic final phase of the trial ranking battle. Jiang sighed inwardly, reflecting on how one cannot simply join the fray without caution. A moment's inattention could lead one into the thick of it. After a prolonged silence, a solitary cannon fired with a resounding boom. Breaking the tension as the first to lose composure initiated the unfolding chaos. Chapter 19. While I await the storm, what do you await? Bang! Ingram was struck. The blow delivered by Su Lu's Heyman, who could no longer restrain herself. A horde of minor players. Behold as Heyman deals with you. The cannon fire of Heyman seemed to trigger a switch, prompting everyone present to unleash their fire upon their predetermined targets, plunging the scene into chaos. Jiang swiftly drifted out from the center of the battlefield, skillfully evading the shelling from the Hunter Corps commander, Maryland, while simultaneously directing a precise barrage from Sirius and Dato at Maryland. In an astonishing turn of events, amidst the simultaneous fire from over a dozen ship girls, Sirius and Dato emerged as the first to achieve a breakthrough. The leader of the Victory Army commanded his ship girls, Beach and Echo, to launch a full-scale assault on Ingram. But upon witnessing Jiang's Sirius and Dato, he was taken aback. He quickly redirected Beach to target Dato, only to be met with a retaliatory shot from Dato, who was keenly monitoring the battlefield with her tactical scope. Su Lu, indeed, was a hidden gem. Following Heyman's strike, for more shipgirls emerged from her yacht. Kachin, Downs, Cologne, and Little Swan, each adorned with top-tier equipment. With 5 shipgirls at her command, Su Lu instantly became the most formidable force in the arena, unleashing her fleet to attack everyone present, thereby overwhelming Jiang and her allies. "Brother, I'm here to assist you." A voice rang out beside Lu Hai, as Liu Yang's 6 shipgirls entered the fray. With 7 shipgirls, 1 ultra-rare, 3 elite, and 3 rare, the Liu brothers swiftly turned the tide of battle. Facing the barrage from 7 shipgirls, the elite Maryland of the Hunter Corps, hindered by her slower speed, was the first to suffer significant damage. Yet this incident triggered Maryland's ability, Fighting Mary, dramatically enhancing her combat prowess. Meanwhile, Beach and Echo, the leader of the Victory Army, skillfully maneuvered around the periphery of the conflict. Su Lu's 5 shipgirls were fiercely engaged with the Liu brothers' shipgirls. However, it wasn't long before all eyes were drawn to Jiang. At that moment, Jiang appeared somewhat out of place. While all other shipgirls were battling upon the sea, their commanders remained aboard their vessels. Only Jiang's shipgirls stood resolutely on the deck of the yacht. Moreover, Jiang Jiang's yacht was particularly eye-catching, executing various flamboyant maneuvers, remaining unscathed thus far. And then, bang! Sirius landed a shot on the swiftly moving Echo, successfully creating an opening for Jiang Jiang. Seizing the moment, Jiang Jiang charged forward, intending to break free from the encirclement. However, just as she was on the verge of escape, several shells struck the front of the yacht, with a few bombers roaring in, dropping their payload before being shot down by Sirius and Dido. Jiang Jiang executed a sharp turn of the yacht, narrowly evading disaster. Hey, you can't just run away. Lu Yang shouted towards the yacht's direction. Indeed, my companions and I have pursued you for so long. How could we let you slip away so easily? The commander of the Hunter Corps ordered Maryland to fire at the yacht. Yet, as Maryland raised her arm, Dido unleashed a shot that struck Maryland, interrupting her action. Hiss! The accuracy of their fire is remarkable. Have you noticed? The fleet girls over there seem to have never missed a shot. The leader of the victorious army called out to the enemy nearby. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way, Lu Yang recalled, reflecting that his own battalion had already been struck several times. Hey, you over there, stop running. Have your fleet girl come down. We would rather not inadvertently send you to the heavens, Su Lu shouted through a megaphone. Indeed, otherwise, we shan't show any mercy. Lu Hai concurred, with others nodding in agreement. In the prior skirmishes, everyone had been preoccupied with their old adversaries, paying little heed to Jiang Jiang. They were somewhat hesitant to act against Sirius and Dido standing on the yacht. Of course, whenever they contemplated taking action, Sirius and Dido would detect their intent through tactical optics and fire at them to interrupt. Now, at last, everyone began to focus on the instigator of this confrontation, recognizing something amiss with Jiang Jiang amidst the chaos. For instance, until now, none of the leaders had discerned the identities of those two fleet girls. From a distance, they could only see two in maid outfits, and given the abundance of maid-clad fleet girls, coupled with Sirius and Dido donning tactical optics obscuring half their faces, their identities were indiscernible. It was certain they belonged to the royal faction. Thus, they all sprang into action to prevent Jiang Jiang from escaping the battlefield. Faced with the watchful eyes of other commanders, Jiang Jiang understood that today might not end favorably. However, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. She recalled the alert dispatched by the intelligence system a mere 10 minutes prior. I must stall for a bit longer, Jiang Jiang mused. She instructed Sirius to take the megaphone and call out to Su Lu and the others. My master says, being solitary, I cannot afford to be hurt. I can only hide and dodge to survive. Indeed, alongside the few leaders, there was also a throng of other competitors. While they were engaged in fervent combat, those individuals were not idle. Apart from their own allies, they unleashed bombardments indiscriminately, attacking anyone in sight, even more frantically than the leaders themselves. At times, they would band together against one party, only to begin tearing into each other moments later, though everyone tacitly avoided encroaching upon their leaders' combat zones. I see now, little brother. Why not join our ocean fleet? It would be beneficial for all of us. Lu Hai immediately began to recruit. Don't listen to him. Our fleet needs talents like you. And we have ample resources. Su Lu retorted, displeased, intent on luring Jiang Jiang to her side. As for the leader of the victorious army and the captain of the hunters, they remained silent, fully aware that the conflict between Jiang Jiang and the hunters was irreconcilable. Moreover, the leader of the victorious army knew he could not outmaneuver Su Lu and Lu Hai, so he refrained from speaking. Unmoved by the recruitment attempts, Jiang Jiang found it laughable. Should these individuals discover the astonishing wealth of resources on her yacht, they would undoubtedly turn envious and swarm to seize it. Furthermore, while these two spoke of recruitment, their sincerity was dubious at best. After a considerable time, Sirius's voice echoed through the megaphone from afar. My master says, I would trust you, but when you say that, can you have your fleet girls lower their cannons first? Isn't that what my master said? Oh. It's not a direct message. Upon hearing the transmission from Sirius, the reactions of the individuals across were varied. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Lu Hai turned to command the ship girls to continue firing. After all this talk, it ultimately comes down to battle, Su Lu remarked with an exasperated wave of her hand. 3 more ship girls joined the fray, Nevada, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, catching Lu Yang off guard as he was engaged in combat with Su Lu. What? You still have ship girls? TSK, your luck is truly abysmal. I never expected you to be a purebred, unlucky one. Liu Yang expressed his astonishment in the first half of his statement, followed by a mocking tone directed at Su Lu. Furious, Su Lu felt an overwhelming urge to thrust her spear at this fortunate one and decisively ordered all ship girls to attack Liu Yang's vessels. Though Liu Yang's ship girls possessed a high rarity, they were no match for Su Lu, a dedicated player. The 8 ship girls, fully equipped with elite gear, overwhelmed Liu Yang in no time. The remaining participants became embroiled in the chaos once more, yet this time, they intentionally or unintentionally targeted Jiang Jiang. Sirius and Dido finally leaped from the yacht, encircling it to ensure Jiang Jiang's safety. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiang, attentively observing the information relayed by the intelligence network, steered the yacht stealthily towards a cluster of reefs, subtly redirecting the battle's course. Whoosh! Bang! Half an hour later, the combat had reached a fever pitch. Dido made a swift dash, evading the bombardment from Ingram, and unleashed 2 shots at Su Lu's Tennessee, striking perfectly. Sirius stood beside Dido, utilizing anti-aircraft fire to down Batan's aircraft, thereby safeguarding Dido. The leader of the Hunter Corps, Maryland, was on the verge of destruction, relentlessly firing at Liu Hai's Ingram. At this moment, Echo and Becky from the victorious faction seized an opportunity to fire upon Maryland, resulting in its severe damage. The early exit of the Hunter Corps leader brought a temporary cessation to the clamor of artillery, leaving the ship girls present battered and bruised. Su Lu's Swan and Nevada had already fallen, while Liu Hai's Ingram was heavily damaged. Becky, on the brink of destruction, stood as the leader of the victorious faction, and Liu Yang also lost one of his ship girls. Both Sirius and Dido bore wounds, yet they remained in the best condition, suffering no significant damage. The others noticed this, and the ship girls' cannons subtly angled towards Sirius and Dido. At this moment, everyone awaited a signal. Suddenly, a voice from Jiang Jiang's yacht shattered the rare stillness. "I am waiting for the storm. What are you all waiting for?" Chapter 20. The duet in the deluge. Jiang Jiang stood upon the deck, observing the tense standoff before her, when she felt a gentle tug on her clothing. She whispered softly, "The wind is rising." An hour earlier, the intelligence system had dispatched a signal to Jiang Jiang, alerting her to the detection of anomalous weather patterns. It urged her, the formidable Demon King, to exercise caution, predicting an impending maritime tempest that required her to seek refuge. Navigating the ocean. Encountering a storm is not an uncommon occurrence. The atmosphere above the sea is capricious, rendering predictions of the weather nearly impossible. Typically, when commanders face such formidable forces of nature, their only recourse is to retreat. The third commander, whom Jiang Jiang had previously executed, was caught off guard after lowering his defenses while evading a storm, ultimately falling victim to her prowess with ease. Yet, as Jiang Jiang surveyed the stalemate before her, a strategy crystallized in her mind. In the midst of a tempest, the observational capabilities of the ship girls would be severely diminished, and their already low hit rates would plummet to near zero. For Jiang Jiang, however, this moment would serve as her arena. At last, the 6th incarnation of Jiang Jiang made her appearance. All eyes turned curiously towards her. Adorned with goggles, she offered little indication of her intentions. Some began to take note of her words. A storm? Did she just mention a tempest? Liu Yang sought confirmation from his brother, who furrowed his brow, pondering the enigmatic motives of Jiang Jiang. How could it be? The weather had been nothing but sunshine from the outset until now. Moreover, even if rain were to come, how could she ascertain its arrival? The leader of the victors dismissed Jiang Jiang's claims as mere bravado. Indeed, the sky is clear as day, Su Lu remarked, glancing upward for verification. However, her words faltered as she beheld the ominous gathering of clouds overhead. The collective gasp of the onlookers echoed her alarm as they turned their gazes skyward, witnessing the ominous massing of clouds that sparked unease within their hearts. It was merely a bit of cloud, after all. We could still leave. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap interrupted the leader's protest. Jiang Jiang sensed a swift and violent shift in the surrounding winds, as if a gentle maiden had transformed into a tempestuous deity. The yacht began to rock violently, the waves swelling in magnitude. Jiang Jiang could feel the humidity rising in the air, a sensation mirrored by those around her. The storm was not merely approaching. It had already arrived. A fine mist of rain began to fall, heralding the imminent deluge. Alarm! Through thermal sensors and wave-scale calculations, the wind intensity was surging. It was anticipated to reach force 8 within a minute. Caution was advised. Jiang listened intently to the System-S broadcast, poised for action. Quickly, we must flee. The hit rate for ship girls in the rain is nearly zero. Everyone turned to escape, but several found themselves frozen in place. Wish to depart? It is not so simple, she declared. I must express my gratitude to you all. Had you not clung to me so tenaciously, it would not have been so convenient for me to lead you all into this treacherous reef. With your cruise ship, I fear entering will be far easier than escaping. Observing Jiang, who leisurely spoke into a megaphone, a chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. This individual had orchestrated an elaborate scheme for so long, patiently guiding them to this very moment. How terrifying! Lu Yang exclaimed in shock, while Lu Hai stood speechless, bewildered. Is he truly a student? Sulu found it hard to accept. This was the epitome of a hunter, murmured the leader of the victorious army and the commander of the hunter group. Unfazed by their reactions, Jiang addressed Sirius and Dato. Sirius, Dato, I have meticulously recorded the distribution of the rocks in this area, as well as the aquatic reconnaissance buoys. Shortly, I shall instruct the intelligent brain to send you the processed three-dimensional profile map, so unleash your full potential. Dato vowed, I will not disappoint my master. Having accomplished so much, the next phase is ours to handle. I am proud to serve my divine master. Sirius and Dato were invigorated. While other ship girls might lose their ability to fire, they, endowed by their master, were unmatched despite a slight decrease in accuracy. After being pursued for so long, it was now their turn. Boom. Bang. The cannon fired by Sirius echoed in tandem with the thunder above, staggering the leader of the victorious army. Dato, too, unleashed anti-aircraft fire, clearing the skies of enemy aircraft. The hunted rabbit was now ready to exact its due. A torrential downpour ensued, darkening the sky at an alarming pace. As fierce winds whipped up towering waves, violently battering Su Lu and her companion's cruise ship, causing it to sway incessantly. The storm and rain made it impossible for the aircraft to take off, and the dim light along with the tumultuous waves rendered the ship girls' aim utterly ineffective. Amidst the cacophony of rain and thunder, the relentless sounds of cannon fire melded with those of Sirius and Dato. The two mates, aided by tactical scopes with night vision, infrared scanning, and dynamic tracking capabilities, moved with remarkable agility across the surging sea. Sirius raised her cannon, piercing through the rain to strike Su Lu's Tennessee. Meanwhile, Dato unleashed a barrage of shells upon the leader of the victorious army's beach. Attempts at resistance by other ship girls were thwarted. They were either interrupted, completely off target, or rendered incapable of aiming amidst the storm and waves. At that moment, the situation lay entirely in the hands of Sirius and Dato, as the thunderous symphony of cannon fire resounded in the tempest. Hey, Sulu, this cannot continue. Our ship girls are blinded, while those two royal maids remain unaffected. We will surely meet our doom. Lu Yang shouted desperately at Sulu. What can we do? We have fallen into a trap. The cruise ship will run aground. And with this storm, escape is nearly impossible. I'm already exerting all my strength to control the ship. Sulu felt powerless in this dire predicament. Damn it. We are like fish on a chopping board. Lu Yang exclaimed in frustration. A wave surged forth, engulfing Lu Yang's ship girl, Batan, who, upon seeing the curtain of water before her, surprisingly felt a sense of relief. In this symphony of torrential rain and artillery fire, the curtain of water before Baton momentarily shielded him, granting a fleeting respite. Bang! A shell pierced through the veil of water, the searing casing sizzling as it evaporated the cold droplets. In Baton's pale blue eyes, the chaos magnified in an instant, crashing down upon him as he remained ensconced in the tranquility of the previous moment. The impact sent him tumbling onto the water, the serenity on his face obliterated, as the frigid sea seeped into his very soul, leaving him in icy despair. Sirius and Dato raced through the downpour, cleaving through curtains of water and surging over waves, while the booming cannonade rendered the ship maidens helpless one by one. Witnessing the scene unfold, Baton felt a sense of hopelessness wash over him. There was no escape, no reprieve, and no chance to strike back. His drenched garments clung to him, a chill coursing through his body. Come now, let it end. Bang! Bang! Sirius and Dato unleashed another volley, the whistling shells arriving as expected. Baton fell, enveloped by the oppressive sky, feeling the dominion of Sirius and Dato's artillery as he succumbed to a strange sense of relief in his incapacitation. Sirius leaped gracefully over a cresting wave, her lithe form soaring like a butterfly dancing amidst the storm. Raising her hand, she aimed at the grounded Ingram and unleashed a barrage. Bang, bang, bang. The targeted Ingram crumbled, unable to retaliate. Yet Sirius paid her no further heed, landing with poise before charging towards Su Lu's Tangs and Kachin. Bang! Another few shots rang out. The two destroyer maidens, already frail, staggered under the onslaught, nearly toppling over. Seizing the moment, Dido raised her cannon and fired, the shell shattering countless raindrops, sending Kachin crashing down, while Tangs was on the brink of collapse. Amidst the battlefield, other ship maidens sought refuge as, under Jiang's strategy, Sirius and Dido relentlessly pursued a dozen maidens, with several facing utter defeat. Su Lu and her comrades were driven to the brink by Jiang and her two maidens, with signs of total annihilation looming, their strength waning in the face of despair. Observing the exquisite duet of Sirius and Dido amidst the storm, the leaders yearned to navigate away from the perilous reefs. At this pace, their maidens would soon be obliterated. In that moment, Dido lunged, darting behind one of Liu Yang's maidens, launching torpedoes at point-blank range, followed by a barrage from her main cannon. The explosions of the torpedoes and the impact of the shells left no doubt. The maiden was utterly destroyed. With yet another maiden fallen, the hearts of the group sank further. As Jiang clung to the yacht's railing, maintaining her balance, she also provided a vantage point for Sirius and Dido. Watching them traverse the battlefield as if in a realm untouched by adversaries, their hands orchestrating a symphony of naval artillery, each blast pronounced the verdict of demise. Jiang felt a profound sense of awe. This was indeed a dimensional strike. In such an environment, even the maidens were reduced to mere moving targets, while Sirius and Dido, aided by tactical scopes and aquatic reconnaissance buoys, effortlessly claimed dominion over the battlefield. As I observed Dido deftly sidestep a shell, an accurate shot achieved through the relentless probability stacking of the pursued ship girls, she knelt gracefully, allowing the surging waves to elevate her, before unleashing her fire upon the target. Rising, she prepared to engage the next foe. Intellect, please record this moment, Jiang murmured, lifting the intellectual cube in her hand. Ding. File established, please name it. Jiang gazed towards the distant storm clouds and softly declared, let it be titled First Station, Trial of the Tempest. The battle amidst the storm raged on. Master, why do we not continue the pursuit? Sirius could completely eliminate them. Dido could also bring glory to you. Both Sirius and Dido watched in dismay as Su Lu and her comrades gradually receded from sight, perplexed by Jiang's earlier retreat order. Faced with the inquiries of her two maidens, Jiang awkwardly cleared her throat and stepped forward to drape the prepared raincoats over them. Realizing their current predicament, Sirius and Dido momentarily set aside their quest for answers. Dido shyly tightened her raincoat, a gesture that would likely bring tears to a certain aircraft carrier named Sa, while Sirius stood confidently by, blissfully unaware of her own formidable allure. Observing Dido's bashful demeanor and Sirius's composed presence, one could hardly believe they were the same fierce warriors who had previously wreaked havoc amidst the torrential downpour. Indeed, in some respects, their impact had intensified. To pursue further would invite peril. The adversaries have already navigated beyond the reef and reunited with their allies. Continuing the chase would likely result in a righteous onslaught against us. Moreover, the rain is subsiding. We must depart swiftly, Jiang patiently explained, gently patting Sirius and Dido on their heads. They closed their eyes, quietly listening and savoring the tranquility that followed the battle. Yet, that opportunity was one Jiang had painstakingly seized, and Sirius longed to present her master with the utmost honor. Dido too believed that her master deserved to receive the accolade of first. It was rightfully his. Noticing the earnest glimmer in Sirius and Dido's eyes, Jiang smiled and spoke earnestly. Sirius, Dido, a soldier may speak of honor, and even a general may extol it, but a commander must not. Beyond honor, a commander must contemplate the fleet's welfare. Just as now, if we continue the pursuit, Su Lu and her companions will not engage us out of any sense of honor or pride. For the sake of their own futures and the development of their ship girls, they will undoubtedly safeguard their rankings, which are far too precious for them to relinquish. Sirius and Dido pondered Jiang's words, their brows furrowing adorably. Jiang shook her head and gently patted the two. Go take a bath. You've both worked so hard. The water is ready, and I remember that you ship girls enjoy soaking, right? I've prepared milk soda as well. As Jiang rambled on, Sirius and Dato's eyes sparkled with delight, prompting them to interject. How can I compel my proud master to undertake these tasks, Sirius? As a maid, Dato truly has fallen short in her duties. How could she? How could she? All right. This is both a reward and a command. Jiang gazed at Sirius and Dato with heartfelt eyes, solemnly declaring, Sirius, Dato. Master, what is it? Master? Thank you. Jiang removed the commander's hat and bowed deeply, expressing her sincere gratitude. After a long pause, Sirius and Dato finally spoke. Master. Sirius. Dato, what are you doing? Stepping forward, Sirius and Dato seized Jiang and began to drag her inside, disregarding her frantic protests. Master, how could you utter such words? We are your ship girls, your maids, and do not require your gratitude. It seems we must enlighten you on the true meaning of a maid. Let Sirius assist you in your ablutions, my drenched master. Oh no. Master actually thanked Dato. Does this mean you no longer desire Dato? Please, Master, do not abandon me. I shall strive to prove my worth to you. Master, let us proceed with your washing. Wait a moment. That is not what I meant. I can manage on my own. Please calm down, Sirius. Dato, I was wrong. Do not. Ultimately, amid Jiang's fervent struggles, the two maids conceded, leaving the tumultuous sea breeze to continue its raucous symphony. Chapter 21. The conclusion of the trials and the invitation to the banquet. The ranking battle of the trials has finally come to a close. After being relentlessly pursued and beaten out of the rocky outcrops by Jiang, several leaders found themselves significantly weakened. Once they regained a semblance of strength, they sought to eliminate a few others, resulting in yet another bout of fierce conflict. Meanwhile, as some leaders were lured away by Jiang, their fleets descended into chaos, battling amongst themselves in a frenzied manner. Under the rallying cries of a few, the outcome was decided overnight, culminating in a fierce struggle that left only 10 individuals standing, thus marking the conclusion of the trials. Su Lu and her companions, though weary, managed to retain their positions within the top 10. Hey, have you heard? Those top 10 big shots seem to be in less than optimal condition before the final showdown. Someone posted on the forum, instantly capturing numerous eyes. Shoo, keep it down. There's more to this than meets the eye, an older user chimed in. Upon hearing this, curiosity ignited amongst the crowd. Do you know the inside story? Share it. I left early, so I'm not privy to what transpired later. Hee. I have the most reliable information. Rumor has it that before the final battle, there was another skirmish, and after that, everyone was on the brink of annihilation. Gasp. How terrifying. What is more shocking is that during that battle, one individual did not return, yet their name remains on the ranking list. Just ponder that. Wow, that is quite the revelation. Others were taken aback by this news. I'm from Lulu's fleet. We were among the last survivors. You wouldn't believe how tragic it was when our leader returned. Goodness, the cruiser was taking on water, and even some destroyers were in tears. It took a long time for our leader to console everyone before we could resume combat. This statement caused an uproar across the forum. What you said is true. I'm from the Ocean Fleet. Our two captains claimed they retreated, but it felt more like an escape. Captain Lu Hai had to be carried back, and Captain Lu Yang was left with only 2 ship girls. An observer, previously a member of the Ocean Fleet, eagerly shared the gossip. You lot fared better than others. The leader of the Victory Army and the captain of the Hunter Corps nearly met their demise. They rushed to send their ship girls to the repair room upon their return. Another bombshell dropped. You're all missing the crux of the matter. It said that the leaders initially gathered to hunt down a single individual, which led to the subsequent battle. That person was present too. Any guesses on who it might be? The speaker teased, eliciting a chorus of frustration. Get to the point. Spit it out. Brothers, let's track him down tonight. All right. No need to rush. The individual in question is rather apprehensive, so I'll be straightforward. It's the 10th ranked, Jiang. At this moment, Jiang was blissfully unaware of the uproar she had caused on the school forum, happily counting the spoils of the ranking battle. Excluding supplies and various sundries, Jiang has amassed over 70,000 units of oil and more than 90,000 units of resources. Coupled with the school's reward of 10,000 oil and 10,000 resources for achieving the 10th position, Jiang can be said to have struck a veritable fortune. The reward for the first place is merely 30,000 oil and 50,000 resources. This is truly the fruit of my labor. Jiang mused as he gazed upon a heap of oil cards and resource cards. He had nearly swept up most of the hidden rewards from this trial, along with a portion of airdrops, leaving no daily supplementary resources for others. The total resources, when divided among dozens of participants, amounted to this considerable sum. Indeed, a perfect start. Master, at that moment, Sirius approached Jiang Jiang's side. What is it? Jiang Jiang inquired, turning to him. Sirius extended a delicately crafted letter, clearly designed with great care. Jiang Jiang took the letter, opened it, and began to read. Ah, an invitation to a banquet from the school? Jiang Jiang suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a traditional event, but he shrugged dismissively, tossing the invitation aside, indifferent to the notion of attending the banquet. Are you not planning to participate, Master? Is that acceptable? Sirius asked, puzzled. Well, it's merely a gathering of individuals boasting and probing one another, a hodgepodge of trivialities, falsely glorified as high society socializing. Such customs never existed in Dongwang. It was the royals. At this point, Jiang Jiang abruptly realized his words and quickly amended. Sirius, I didn't mean it in that way. I was referring to. Please, do not concern yourself, my proud master. On the contrary, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. Your summary is quite astute, Sirius replied with a straight face, which only deepened Jiang Jiang's embarrassment. In any case, there is no need to attend. It will only bring unnecessary trouble. Given the commotion I've caused, the school would hardly let me off lightly. Then how shall we decline? Sirius believed a reasonable excuse was necessary. That is simple. We can say I am injured and require rest, requesting a sick leave. Or we might claim we lack appropriate attire and would rather not embarrass ourselves. Jiang Jiang waved his hand, casually fabricating a reason. Sirius understood. My proud master. Would you care for some crepes? You made them? Then yes, I would like some, along with some juice. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Hood was engaged in a video call with a ship girl. With her silk black hair, plum red eyes, and a traditional chi pao, she appeared to embody the grace of a Jiangnan talent, yet her aura was incongruous with her appearance, confident, composed, and exuding a piercing presence. And thus, Principal Hood concluded the account of the new student trials. I see. I never expected this year to be so intriguing, the black-haired beauty from Dongwang remarked with keen interest. Intriguing, you say? Hood chuckled wryly, recalling a certain troublemaking rabbit. All right, Huda, you may call me Xian in private. There is no need for such a solemn demeanor. Xian, the esteemed principal of the Dongwang Command Academy and the highest authority in Dongwang, jested with his royal friend. Huda shook his head, adopting a more relaxed posture. In the presence of his old acquaintance, he felt no need to adhere strictly to formalities, and the weariness induced by the antics of a certain Jiang Jiang began to dissipate. The quality of this year's cohort is commendable. The top three, including Su Lu, benefits from the support of her elder, who is stationed at the front lines. Although fortune has not favored her entirely, her capabilities remain exceptional. The Lu brothers, Lu Hai and Lu Yang, have made promising starts. Given time, they are likely to achieve notable accomplishments. Other talented students are equally worthy of cultivation. The alteration in this year's rules has led to an unprecedented camaraderie among the students, which not only has birthed numerous potential leaders, but also provided them with invaluable experiences. And what of Jiang Jiang? What are your thoughts? Xian teased with a smile, causing Huda to momentarily falter, deliberately turning away to avoid Xian's grin. What can be said? It defies conventional description. An astonishing hit rate, a cautious disposition, a visionary with meticulous plans, and an enigmatic background. Jiang Jiang is indeed remarkable. Oh, and let us not forget her peculiar penchant for hoarding. The ongoing discussions on the forum regarding the tempestuous naval battle had reached a fever pitch. Huda had conferred with several involved parties and found the operational level to be exemplary. Were it not for Jiang Jiang's youth and the absence of such a figure at the front lines, he might have believed she was merely there to fish. There is no need for deep scrutiny. It is clear that she is aligned with us, isn't it? Moreover, while her hoarding tendency may seem exaggerated in certain respects, it serves as a testament to her character. Xian hesitated briefly, acknowledging that such a habit may not bode well in other factions, but within Dongwang, it is merely a matter of familial understanding. Huda, recognizing this cultural quirk, sighed in agreement with Xian's sentiment. At that moment, the telephone on the desk rang. Huda answered, and after hearing the caller's account of Jiang Jiang requesting sick leave, he found himself in a state of bemusement. What is it? Xian inquired, puzzled. Oh, nothing much. merely a student attempting to evade a ceremony by feigning illness. While I can understand a legitimate injury warranting leave, what sort of nonsense is it to claim one cannot attend due to lack of formal attire? Buddha chuckled. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Chapter 22. Two Didos? At this moment, Jiang found herself at a loss for words. She merely wished to avoid attending the banquet. Was that too much to ask? As she beheld Sheffield, who had come knocking at her door with an air of determination, her lips twitched in exasperation. It was said that a distinguished student from our school had been injured, and Vice Principal Hood was genuinely concerned, hence my visit to offer. Oh no, to pay a visit. Yet, it seems Jiang looks rather well. What is this? Am I not welcome? Sheffield's enigmatic smile, coupled with the electric stun gun he held, sent a shiver down Jiang's spine. Ahem, of course not. We are old acquaintances, after all. By the way, if you came, why bring something along? The thought counts. Jiang managed to force a smile, attempting to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Ah, you mean that. Initially, I heard you had sustained an injury and would be unable to attend the ceremonial banquet. So I thought to introduce you to electric shock therapy. However, it seems that's no longer required. Sheffield's voice dripped with a hint of regret, causing Jiang's eyebrows to twitch. Electric shock therapy? No, it's just a minor injury. As for the banquet, I haven't prepared any formal attire, and it's far too late for that now. Oh, what a pity. I can't possibly attend as I am. That would be rather disrespectful. Jiang chuckled nervously, hoping to evade the situation. Little did she know, Sheffield had anticipated her every move. No worries, I brought something for you. With that, he retrieved several outfits from his spatial equipment, inadvertently dropping one item in the process. It was Sheffield's hand cannon. Ah, my apologies. It fell. Sheffield handed the dress to Jiang, then bent down to retrieve the cannon, returning it to his spatial storage. Jiang had no choice but to accept the attire, refraining from any further objections. What could she say? With the cannon in play, her options were limited. Well then, the gifts have been delivered, and I shall take my leave. However, do remember to arrive punctually. Otherwise, a dishonest child will have no second chances. Sheffield emphasized the words dishonest and second chance, while the stun gun in his hand emitted a menacing crackle. He cast Jiang a meaningful glance before departing. Holding the dress, Jiang could only smile wryly, realizing that she must indeed attend. The school appeared intent on giving her a gentle reminder, especially since her identity had become somewhat enigmatic amidst all the commotion. Never mind, it's merely a gentle nudge, indicating that the situation is not dire. There's no need for contingency plans now. I just need to find a way to minimize my presence. Otherwise, being exposed to the scrutiny of all may hinder my future plans. On that day, I only made a brief appearance. Sulu and the others should not recognize me, right? Half an hour later, Sirius and Dido had donned their dresses, and one had to admit that even Jiang, who had seen her fair share of beauty, was taken aback by the sight of Sirius and Dido, both already stunning, now transformed into epitomes of elegance. I finally understand why one might say every commander becomes a lecher. Which commander could withstand such a trial? Setting aside the more revealing options, Jiang deliberately selected the two most modest dresses for Sirius and Dido. Nevertheless, even these garments accentuated their extraordinary figures to an impressive degree. In accordance with your instructions, Sirius donned a new attire. I would be immensely grateful for your praise, my esteemed master, Sirius said with generosity. Meanwhile, Dido felt a tinge of shyness. Despite being merely a maid, she yearned to wear an exquisite gown and stand beside her master, daring to undertake such a bold endeavor. Yet, even if reprimanded later by her master, Dido still wished. Ah, master? Jiang approached the two, giving them a thumbs up and exclaiming, very well done. Thank you, my proud master. Thank you, master. However, you dress like this. Sirius and Dido gazed quizzically at Jiang's incongruous attire. It's nothing, you'll understand soon enough. Now let us go? With that, Jiang led the two ladies towards the banquet hall. At that moment, the banquet hall was abuzz with excitement. In the T-shaped hall, commanders roamed alongside their ship girls, all adorned in formal attire, while cute or glamorous destroyers frolicked about. The walls were adorned with various decorations, and a long, pristine dining table was set against the wall. The table was laden with exquisite cutlery and heaps of food, with chefs and waitstaff frequently passing by, replenishing the offerings. Hey, you're quite flamboyant, aren't you? Aren't you as well? You claimed you were dressing casually. Hee hee. I can't let my ship girls embarrass me. The commanders jested amongst themselves, relishing the festivities. Standing on the second floor, Hood observed the hall's arrangement with great satisfaction. Savoring the familiar atmosphere, Hood mused, how could anyone dislike attending a banquet? With this thought, Hood inquired of Sheffield, has Jiang Jiang arrived? Sheffield replied, 5 minutes ago. I asked him, and he said he had perfectly integrated. Hood nodded and began searching the hall with Sheffield for Jiang Jiang's figure, but to no avail. I can't find him. Is he? Hood pondered, but Sheffield seemed to have spotted something. Miss Hood, look at that chef in the corner. Following Sheffield's gaze, Hood couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. A chef stood before the dining table, accompanied by 2 ship girls. And recognizing them as Jiang Jiang's ship girls due to their familiarity with Royal Sirius and Dido, Hood realized that the so-called perfect integration Jiang Jiang mentioned was indeed in this manner. What a mischievous trickster he was, capable of surprising others. Hood noticed that the commanders surrounding Jiang Jiang unconsciously overlooked him, merely wondering why the chef and 2 ship girls lingered there, yet they paid little heed. I shall go and have her prepare. Go ahead. Though the principal does not pursue his hidden secrets, it is still prudent to confirm his temperament. At this moment, Jiang Jiang was relishing the feast, viewing the banquet merely as a venue abundant with food. As for mingling with others and the decor of the banquet hall, Jiang Jiang showed no interest. In the past, when Jiang Jiang roamed the cosmos, she encountered a plethora of extravagant banquets, halls crafted from pure diamonds, and grotesque chambers adorned with decorations that would cause one's sanity to wane. She had even attended gatherings where all but herself were ethereal beings. The diverse customs and environments of various celestial realms had rendered Jiang Jiang impervious to any form of shock. A mere ceremonial banquet held no significance for her. She encouraged Sirius and Dido to procure her favorite delicacies, urging them to relax and not feel constrained. In such an environment, the 2 royal maids thrived. And upon seeing their mistress at ease, they busied themselves gathering additional food for Jiang Jiang. Observing the 2 steadfast maids, Jiang Jiang shook her head and focused intently on the grilled mushrooms before her. Dido, you've returned so swiftly? Jiang Jiang inquired. Her brow furrowed in curiosity at Dido's quick return. Master, please sample these, Dido replied, her head bowed as she presented a platter brimming with food. Very well, Jiang Jiang responded, her gaze fixed on Dido, noting the familiar attire and demeanor, yet sensing an underlying dissonance. As she scrutinized Dido, the latter felt the weight of Jiang Jiang's gaze, flushing shyly and asking, what is it, master? Jiang Jiang, seemingly realizing something, smiled and shook her head, replying, it's nothing, before lowering her gaze to sip juice through a straw. Intellect, observe this Dido and ascertain if there are any anomalies. Affirmative. Commencing analysis, comparing physical appearance, body structure, vocal tone, behavioral habits. While the intellect conducted its observations, Jiang Jiang, unperturbed, addressed Dido. Could you fetch me some juice, Dido? Of course, master, Dido responded, turning to retrieve the juice from a nearby table, oblivious to Jiang Jiang's narrowed eyes, which scrutinized her back with contemplative intent. Here you go, master, Dido said, presenting a glass of juice adorned with a straw. Jiang Jiang thanked her, took the juice, removed the straw, and consumed it in one swift motion. Observing the poised and graceful Dido, it was evident she was an obedient and exemplary maid. After hearing the intellect's analysis, Jiang Jiang's calm voice broke the silence. Dido, may I pose a question to you? At this, Dido promptly replied, please do, master. Dido will answer any questions you have. Very well. Have you seen my Dido? Upon hearing Jiang Jiang's inquiry, Dido momentarily froze, raising her gaze to meet Jiang Jiang's smiling face. After a brief contemplation, she realized whom Jiang Jiang was referring to and acknowledged her own slip. You are indeed perceptive. The other Miss Dido is located at the far end of the hall. Allow me to escort you. With her cover blown, Dido chose to abandon the pretense and led Jiang Jiang to her counterpart. As they walked, neither spoke, heading directly towards a table nearby. Finally, Jiang Jiang spotted the familiar figure and approached quickly, exclaiming, Dido, so this is where you are. Dido lifted her head and spotted her master approaching briskly, a hint of joy illuminating her face. However, upon seeing another Dido behind Jiang Jiang, she was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with vivid imaginings, crafting an entire 30-episode melodrama in an instant. Master, oh no. Master has brought another Dado. Is he going to abandon me? Ah, Dado cannot bear this. With a more exceptional Dado around, Master no longer needs me. Tears cascaded from Dado's eyes like a dam bursting, sudden and overwhelming. Jiang quickly rushed over to comfort her. No, it's just that I was searching for you and almost mistook her for you. She guided me here. That is how I found you. She is merely a passerby, and you are irreplaceable. Listening to Jiang's explanation, Dado gradually ceased her sobbing. Especially upon learning that Jiang had been searching for her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, a smile breaking through. Thank you, Miss Dado, she said, stepping forward to express her gratitude to her namesake who had guided her master. The other Dado smiled back at the cheerful maid before her, saying, You are welcome, for you have a master who cherishes you. Hearing these words, Jiang's Dado was left somewhat puzzled. By the way, Miss Dado, I presume there isn't another Sirius in this banquet hall, is there? Jiang inquired with a knowing smile. I believe there will not be another. Your Excellency Jiang, came the satisfied response. Jiang's smile became more genuine. Please convey my regards to Principal Hood. I shall. And I wish you and your ship girls a delightful banquet. With that, Dado executed a flawless curtsy as she took her leave. Dado, listening to the conversation between Jiang and her namesake, felt somewhat confused and asked, Master, was that Dado from the academy? Indeed, let us go and search for Sirius. She may have returned, Jiang replied with a smile, leading Dado back to their previous location. Behind them, Dado was far from foolish, rather, as an exemplary maid. She was quite astute. From the exchange between Jiang and the other Dado, as well as the words spoken by her namesake, Dado quickly grasped certain truths. Her gaze toward Jiang's back, growing more fervent. Master, may I accompany you tonight? I promise I won't disturb you. I only wish for you to acknowledge me occasionally. Dado shyly tugged at Jiang's sleeve as she asked. Of course, if Dado wishes to come along. Then she may. After all, the commander and the ship girl are inseparable. It is also Dado's duty to protect her master. Yes, Dado will protect you with her life. That is not quite what I meant. Jiang sensed that Dado was unusually proactive today, but thought little of it, attributing it perhaps to the influence of the banquet. Meanwhile, Dado was reporting her findings to Hood and Sheffield, and upon hearing a few words from Jiang, she quickly deduced Dado's identity, expressing her surprise. The disparity among ship girls bearing the same name is remarkably minimal, at least in terms of appearance and physique. There exists little variation. The distinctions arise solely from the temperaments and personalities shaped by their subsequent experiences, akin to the nuances found between twins. Thus, Jiang's astute observation of Dado's peculiarities within just a few brief exchanges caught both Hood and Sheffield by surprise. Perhaps it is his sensitivity to the disposition of his ship girls that underscores his genuine concern for them. Hood, relieved, smiled and decided to conclude his probing of Jiang. After a while, Hood approached the central podium of the banquet hall. Following some pleasantries, he commenced discussing the results of the recent trials and various matters. However, Jiang interjected, expressing familiarity with the topic. While other commanders listened with palpable excitement, Jiang remained composed, weaving between the long tables, pondering the relevance of the commander's speech to his role as a chef. Yet, he sensed that Dado was unusually enthusiastic today. During this trial, he mused. Master, the lobster Dado has brought you. Oh, splendid, thank you. Despite some unforeseen occurrences, Dado continued. Master, would you like me to fetch you a glass of juice? Sure. Finally, Master, do take your time. There's plenty more. Dado, I believe I've had enough. 2 hours elapsed before Hood's speech concluded, leaving Jiang thoroughly satisfied and indulged. With only a group of dazed commanders and ship girls remaining. By the way, the top 10 should remain. The port area will notify you of your selections tomorrow. Additionally, I must mention that our academy will conduct a friendly exercise with other commanders' academies this year, selecting the top 3 to participate. Others interested may approach Sheffield to register. Hood announced to the dispersing commanders. Upon hearing the phrase others interested, Jiang decisively turned to make his exit, only to be intercepted by Sheffield. Gazing into Sheffield's eyes, Jiang deciphered an unspoken warning. Jiang, you wouldn't want your identity as a rabbit thief to be exposed, would you? Chapter 23. Rebuilding once more after the banquet concluded, Jiang returned to her quarters, preparing for the following day. As for the so-called friendship exercise and Sheffield's threats, They were nothing but a farce. Based on Jiang Jiang's extensive experience, she understood that once such matters were acquiesced to, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, she cast a discerning glance and inquired, "Do you have any evidence?" Surely, it could not be true that a member of the academy would resort to threatening and defaming an exceptional student. Jiang Jiang was acutely aware that, although the administration might have speculated based on her navigational route, only Sirius and Dido had witnessed anything. The school possessed no substantial proof. Ultimately, Jiang Jiang departed with a sense of triumph, leaving Sheffield fuming with indignation. Now that the port area was nearly within her grasp, Jiang Jiang felt it was time to augment her fleet with additional ship girls. Relying solely on Sirius and Dido would be insufficient to sustain a port. Gazing at the mind cube acquired through the exchange of resources and personnel, she mused, "I hope this time I can summon a ship girl from the Iron Blood faction." Furthermore, with such a solid foundation established, it was finally time to activate the Mind Cube research program. In the coming days, I shall enhance your external chassis to provide sufficient computational power. Yes, Your Majesty Jiang Jiang, the research has commenced. Currently, the project requires several mind cubes, a construction machine. Additionally, various tools are needed. Please prepare or forge them. The list is as follows. After a night of fervent activity, the following morning arrived. Jiang Jiang observed the progress of the intellect, as dense data and an array of charts pulsated before her. The advancement was slow, yet within what she deemed a normal range. The intellect required more samples and physical analyses. However, with Jiang Jiang's cooperation and the intellect's tireless simulations, results would surely emerge. After breakfast, Jiang Jiang grabbed a box and, accompanied by Sirius and Dido, proceeded to the construction room. Along the way, she deliberately evaded a few individuals, believing it prudent to keep the shipgirl construction under wraps. Upon reaching the construction hall, taking advantage of the sparse morning crowd, Jiang Jiang casually selected an unoccupied construction room. Upon entering, she was greeted by a familiar sight. Seeing Suffolk dozing with her head resting on the table, Jiang Jiang approached and gently rapped on the surface. Suffolk jolted awake, panic evident in her demeanor. "I wasn't slacking off," she exclaimed anxiously. However, upon recognizing Jiang Jiang, she relaxed and resumed her languid posture. "Oh, it's you. Here to build something?" A year prior, Jiang Jiang had been brought back by Suffolk and her companions, during which time Suffolk had also played a role in confirming Jiang Jiang's identity. However, most of the interaction had involved Jiang Jiang receiving instruction while Suffolk endured her own reprimands. Once Jiang Jiang was deemed without anomalies, the two had grown quite familiar, and Jiang Jiang had gleaned much about this world from the somewhat befuddled Suffolk, gaining a profound understanding of her character. All right, I merely wanted to inform you. You keep sleeping, I can manage on my own." Suffolk waved dismissively at Jiang Jiang, signaling her to proceed as she pleased, then resumed her slumber. Jiang Jiang paid her no further mind and strode confidently to the construction machine. "Intellect, prepare." Affirmative. Jiang Jiang cast a glance back at the drowsy Suffolk, initially intending to request a personal construction under the guise of privacy. However, upon observing Suffolk's demeanor, such a request seemed unnecessary. Jiang Jiang retrieved construction materials from the box, along with several oddly shaped instruments. Though the craftsmanship appeared rather crude, functionality was paramount. With a thoughtful mind, Jiang Jiang arranged the instruments and placed the intelligent cube atop them. This was a tool designed to assist the intelligence core in analyzing the construction machine and the building process, crafted under its guidance. Thus, the preparations were complete. Jiang Jiang grasped the mental cube and 600 units of materials, inserting them into the construction machine. As the switch was activated, instructions were given to the intelligence core to commence. The cabin door gradually illuminated with a radiant glow, and the instruments began to operate. The frequency wave collector functioned normally, receiving waveform information, and the frequency analysis commenced. The electromagnetic converter was undertaking its initial filtration, transmitting data to the second carrier. Beep. The chip's intelligence core had successfully initiated dual-core operations with the carrier cube, creating a harmonious complement. The frequency vibration generator activated, emitting vibrational waves and beginning adjustments. The rational mechanical voice of the intelligence core echoed in Jiang Jiang's mind, reporting that all was proceeding smoothly. Jiang Jiang observed as the light within the construction machine's cabin intensified, and at a certain luminosity, it flickered. The intelligence core promptly detected impending construction failure through fluctuating wave signals, altering the emitted vibrational waveforms in an attempt to interfere. Detection of failure wavelengths initiated a rescue attempt. The endeavor faltered. Analysis of the failed wavelengths commenced. The light within the cabin extinguished abruptly. The construction had failed. Jiang, unfazed, acknowledged that failure was commonplace. As long as the desired outcome could be achieved, all would be well. Beep. Analysis complete. The projected success rate for the next rescue attempt would rise to 71.5. Heeding the intelligence core's report, Jiang inserted another mental cube and 600 materials, commencing construction once more. The light illuminated again, and as it reached a certain point, it flickered once more, signaling another construction failure. Intelligence core, initiating rescue. The instruments whirred to life again. This time the light flickered yet persisted, suddenly sending forth a ripple that intensified the glow. Jiang felt a peculiar sensation. A string of numbers appeared on the top screen, 02700. This number. Jiang recalled the corresponding ship girl, sensing numerous possibilities this time. Royal, Eagle Union, and Sakura Empire all seemed plausible. Regrettably, the Iron Blood faction, which Jiang yearned for, was absent, but as long as it wasn't T-Royal, it sufficed. Jiang inserted a rapid completion tool, allowing the cabin door to slowly part. A young girl emerged, her short, pale pink hair styled into two long ponytails, her magenta eyes sparkling. She donned a blue off-shoulder dress and white over-the-knee stockings, crowned with a golden tiara atop her head. Greetings, Commander. I am Neptune. I shall take charge of your protection from now on. I will strive diligently. Observing the seemingly delicate girl who resembled a gentle neighborly sister, Jiang mustered a faint smile, stepping closer and warmly saying, "Welcome, Royal Neptune. You are my first destroyer. Let us first visit Sirius and Dato, for I have a few companions to summon." The Queen scrutinized Jiang's face for a moment, as if to etch her visage into her memory. Then, with a demure nod of understanding, she approached Jiang and took her place beside Sirius. The three, united in their royal allegiance, soon engaged in cheerful conversation. "Wow. Sister Sirius, what is that?" "I am uncertain. It is a creation of my master." "Is the commander truly that remarkable?" "Of course." Jiang steadied herself, realizing that a single instance was not sufficient to draw any conclusions. With renewed determination, she placed the construction materials once more, and a radiant glow emerged. Having gained experience, the intellect behind the operation became increasingly adept. A sequence of numbers appeared, 12500. Surely, this time it could not be a royal entity. A white eagle would suffice. Jiang inserted the tool for expedited completion, silently invoking a prayer. As the hatch opened, a brilliant golden light illuminated the space, revealing a stunning white-haired lady adorned in a maid's attire before Jiang, rendering her momentarily speechless. "Are you my commander?" "Greetings. I am Belfast, a mere maid. And from this moment forth, I dedicate my life to you." Belfast offered an elegant smile, gracefully performing a flawless curtsy. Upon witnessing the maid's exquisite beauty, a chill ran through Jiang. "Surely not. Ahem, Belfast. May I call you Beifa?" "Let us proceed to the others. They are all members of the royal faction." Realizing Beifa's questioning gaze, she promptly suggested that Beifa join Sirius, as she needed a moment to compose herself. "Certainly, my master. I beg your pardon." Beifa bowed once more and elegantly made her way to Dato. The arrival of the head made elicited varied reactions. Sirius remained expressionless, while Dato donned an inquisitive gaze. After acquiring some context from Sirius and Dato, Beifa grasped the current situation. Observing the peculiar instruments, she murmured, "What an extraordinary master I have. I refuse to believe that the front line is sufficient. This time, I shall summon a specialized ship." Jiang inserted the mental cube and resources, and the light intensified, revealing a new number, 23000. Jiang's thoughts drifted far away to the distant lands of Siberia. Chapter 24. The duel with Belfast. Jiang gazed at the time displayed, 23000. With only two ship girls involved, the odds stood at a mere 50%. Intellect, this. Given the current equipment and data, this unit cannot exert any influence. The 50% is merely statistical probability, but considering your historical construction patterns. The cold, analytical voice of the intellect extinguished Jiang's fleeting hopes. as the immature equipment failed to support Jiang Zhang's audacious aspirations. The final twist of the intellect's narrative left Jiang Zhang feeling somewhat exasperated. Perhaps it would be better if you refrained from speaking, Jiang Zhang remarked with a hint of resignation as he inserted a rapid completion tool. Upon pressing the button, the countdown digits vanished in an instant, and a purple light illuminated the interior of the hatch. A girl with lavender hair and a white dress emerged gracefully from the slowly opening door. "How perfectly aligned you are with our royal ship, girls," Belfast remarked, observing the bashful little girl before Jiang Zhang, while Sirius, Dido, and the queen nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhang beheld the little girl clutching a plush toy, and all negative emotions dissipated from his heart. He crouched down to meet her gaze, speaking gently. "Hello, little one. I am your commander. What is your name?" I am the Royal Navy. Unicorn. "Commander, may I call you brother?" The shy unicorn stammered, her wide eyes glimmering with cautious anticipation. Though prepared for the request, Jiang Zhang was momentarily taken aback by the term brother, a nostalgic and familiar appellation. He hesitated, for his ultimate goal was to return, and to be called brother carried a weight of responsibility. But in that moment, is it not permissible? Unicorn's eyes glistened with unshed tears, ready to brim with sorrow, leaving Jiang Zhang in disarray. "Please be advised, you are on the verge of violating the second clause. Sixth item of the fleet regulations," the unit prompted. "Of course, it is permissible. However, becoming my sister is not an endeavor to be taken lightly, dear sister." Jiang Zhang's expression turned serious, his eyes revealing a tumult of emotions. "Yes, I merely wish to avoid any transgressions. The priority of this matter surpasses the return plan. Yea, Unicorn will strive to be a good girl." Though Unicorn could not comprehend the complexity within Jiang Zhang's gaze, she sensed the weight of his words. Her tears transformed into laughter, her cheeks flushed with joy as she silently murmured, "Yu-chan, brother has agreed. Unicorn is so happy. Indeed, with such cuteness, how could anyone refuse?" Unbeknownst to others, the exchange between Unicorn and her plush companion was noted only by a fleeting flicker of the intellect S-cube. Now, with 3 ship girls added to his fleet, 1 destroyer, 1 light cruiser, and 1 light aircraft carrier, Jiang Zhang deemed it sufficient. He gathered his belongings, took Unicorn's hand, and adeptly located the hidden door within the construction room. Glancing at the drooling Suffolk, he shook his head and chose not to rouse her, instead departing discreetly. Upon returning to their residence, arrangements were made for the 3 newly arrived ship girls to select their rooms. Notably, the Empress chose a room adjacent to Jiang Zhang's, which drew the attention of the other 4 girls. However, the Empress merely flushed slightly before entering her room. Jiang Zhang found this peculiar, but chose to let it be. Once the rooms were selected, Jiang Zhang took the 5 ship girls out for shopping. As they walked down the street, they attracted numerous gazes, with everyone turning to look at them. "Dido, take this card. You will be responsible for purchasing our daily necessities from now on." Jiang Zhang handed Dido a card issued by the school, a form of subsidy for the commander. Although the commanders transacted with resources as currency, a connection to society could not be severed. To maintain balance and prevent exploitation by ill-intentioned individuals, the circulation of resources and ordinary currency was strictly prohibited. Thus, the school periodically provided students with a subsidy to assist with their daily needs. However, upon receiving the card, Dido promptly handed it over to Beifa. Jiang Zhang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Sensing Jiang Zhang's confusion, Dido softly explained, "Beifa is the head maid of our royal household, and her capabilities are unparalleled. Therefore, it is only fitting that the procurement matter be entrusted to her." Beifa naturally accepted the card, offering a slight bow and confidently assuring, "Rest assured, my master. Although I am new and still acclimatizing to the fleet's affairs, I will strive for perfection." Seeing that Sirius had no objections, Jiang Zhang nodded in agreement. Observing Beifa's sudden dominance among the maids, Jiang Zhang pondered, why is Beifa in charge when both Sirius and Dido arrived first and possess greater strength? Is it merely due to her status as head maid? Although she had read about it in the data provided by the intelligence network, the reality felt somewhat dissonant. Jiang Zhang maintained a calm demeanor while instructing the intelligence network to record this case for future analysis. Subsequently, Beifa exhibited the meticulousness expected of a head maid, ensuring that the shopping process proceeded seamlessly. Watching Beifa orchestrate Sirius and Dido with poise, Jiang Zhang silently requested the intelligence network to capture these moments. there was still much Jiang felt she needed to understand about the ship girls. Beifa, meanwhile, observed Jiang from the corner of her eye, sensing her gaze. When she saw Jiang willingly take on some of the items, smiling as she led the unicorn to the toy store, Beifa thought, "It seems the master is even happier than the unicorn when it comes to buying toys." A faint smile graced Beifa's lips. The more she learned about Jiang, the more intriguing she found her. With unfamiliar individuals, even her own ship girls, Beifa maintained a level of vigilance and observation. Yet, with those she was familiar with, she lowered her guard, especially when it came to children, showing them extra care and leniency. Furthermore, the amount on that card was substantial. According to Sirius and Dido, the master appeared to have modest material needs, even expressing a preference for compressed energy foods. This, Beifa concluded, must be corrected. Moreover, Beifa lifted her head to gaze at Jiang, who was enjoying delightful moments with the unicorn and the queen. A playful smile graced her lips. With such a remarkable master possessing numerous little secrets, the contest of wits between the commander and the ship girls commenced. Upon returning to her quarters, Jiang, as usual, plunged into her room, busily engaging in various tasks, such as selecting a port. She unearthed 3 nautical charts, one official, one acquired through merchant channels, and another that she had meticulously hand-drawn over the past year, based on gathered information. Jiang retrieved her phone to check notifications, noting that 5 candidates had already made their selections, just 4 more, and it would be her turn. Although she was the last, Jiang felt no anxiety. For the port she had her eye on was not only sought after, but also languished at the bottom of mediocrity, leaving her unperturbed about being preempted. At that moment, a knock echoed on her door. "Come in," Jiang replied without turning around. Beifa entered, gracefully holding a pot of red tea. "Master, please indulge in a taste of Beifa's creation." With an artist's finesse, Beifa poured a cup of tea for Jiang, who accepted it naturally and took a sip. "Oh, just the flavor I am accustomed to." "Truly, you live up to your title as head maid," Jiang exclaimed sincerely. "It is my honor to receive your approval." Beifa bowed and began to stroll around Jiang's room. Jiang made no move to stop her, for the truly confidential matters were securely stored within her intellect, leaving behind mere fragments that she was confident Beifa would not uncover. "Beifa, what is it?" Jiang inquired casually. "Oh, it is nothing, master. Beifa merely wishes to observe the arrangement of your room to facilitate future cleaning." "That's all right. My room is a bit disordered. I can manage it myself." "No need to. That is unacceptable, master. It is a matter of the dignity of the head maid," Beifa interrupted. "However, master, pardon my audacity. This is a contraband item." From an inconspicuous corner, Beifa produced a box. Upon seeing it, Jiang's expression faltered. It was the compressed energy rod she had hidden away. The very contraband sought in vain by Sirius and Dido. "Can I?" "That is out of the question, master. This too is part of the head maid's dignity." Beifa smiled, yet her tone brooked no argument. "I shall take my leave, master." She performed a courteous maid's bow and departed with elegance. Jiang was left in consternation, scratching her head in frustration. She had been given quite the wake-up call. The head maid was indeed deserving of her reputation, and it appeared that caution would be required in the days to come. With a resigned shake of her head, Jiang began to rearrange some items in her room, lest she fall prey to this assertive head maid. To celebrate the arrival of the 3 ship girls, Jiang and the others enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. After bidding each other good night, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. However, Jiang received a message. Upon hearing the secret broadcast from the intellect, she furrowed her brow and then calmly returned to her quarters. In the dead of night, a figure emerged from Jiang's residence. It was she herself. Jiang glanced back at her home before swiftly making her way outside the school grounds. Moments later, a silhouette appeared by the second-floor window. Unexpectedly, the master was out so late. What could be the reason? Beifa pondered, tilting her head slightly. Nevertheless, following her would unveil the truth. After all, keeping track of the master's movements was also a duty of the head maid. "What other secrets do you hold, my master?" Beifa revealed a knowing smile and quietly slipped out of the residence, heading in the direction Jiang had departed. The battle of wits continued unabated. Chapter 25. The other side. Beifa followed Jiang out of the school grounds and onto the street. Compared to the bustling daytime, the nighttime streets were eerily quiet, populated only by a few scattered drunks. From a distance, Beifa observed Jiang's purposeful movements as she deftly turned left and right, swiftly disappearing into a dim alley, which brought Beifa a sense of relief. As a ship girl and the epitome of a perfect maid, her tracking abilities were exceptional. However, no level of expertise could overshadow Beifa's striking beauty. In her haste to pursue Jiang, Beifa had not taken the time to disguise herself, making Jiang's entrance into the alley fortuitous for her. The shadows of the alley concealed Jiang from Beifa's sight, prompting her to quicken her pace. Despite the cumbersome maid attire and high heels, Beifa moved with the grace and stealth of a nimble cat, aided by her ship girl physique and remarkable skills. Yet, upon entering the alley, she found herself in a dead end, with no sign of Jiang. What could have happened? Where had her master gone? Could there be a hidden door? Furrowing her brow, Beifa scrutinized the walls for any signs of a secret entrance. Just as she was engrossed in her search, a series of repulsive sounds broke the stillness. Oh, look! A little girl hicced TSK. I can tell just by the scent that you're a beauty. Little girl, what's wrong? Lost are we? A group of oddly dressed ruffians swayed toward her, their breath reeking of alcohol as if they had just crawled out of a barrel, causing Beifa to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. Well, it seems I've stumbled into trouble. Beifa narrowed her eyes. Those ship girls were forbidden from harming humans. She had no qualms about teaching these drunken fools a lesson if they proved obstinate. She took a step back, raising her hand, ready to summon her ship gear. However, her retreat only seemed to embolden the ruffians, who began to close in on her. Don't be afraid, little girl, rest assured. We're not good people. Ha. Come here. Let me. Just as one of the ruffians advanced, a shadow darted past, and a brick flew through the air, whistling sharply as it sliced through the wind. With a resounding thud, it struck the last ruffian squarely in the face, revealing none other than the previously elusive Jiang. Dressed in vibrant, unconventional attire, the ruffian barely had time to let out a muffled grunt before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. What? Who is that? Hiss! The remaining ruffians sensed the shift in the atmosphere and quickly turned around, but due to the effects of alcohol and Jiang's preparedness, one of them was taken down by an electric shock before he could utter another word, collapsing to the ground in silence. Witnessing their comrade twitching on the floor, the remaining two ruffians felt a surge of sobriety, yet Jiang offered them no respite, launching into a swift and decisive series of attacks against one of them. With a swift kick, the assailant doubled over, and seizing the opportunity, Jiang advanced, delivering a headbutt to the bridge of his nose, followed by a brick to the face, causing the man to collapse, rendered incapable of further resistance. Observing Jiang's fluid techniques, both Beifa and the last thug were momentarily bewildered. Jiang lifted his gaze towards the final adversary, who, upon meeting his eyes, trembled and retreated a few steps, nervously brandishing a butterfly knife, pressing it against Beifa's face before she could react. Why you? Don't come any closer, or I will. Watching the situation unfold with Beifa as the hostage, Jiang shook his head and remarked, I don't even know her, so what can you do? However, this maid does not appear particularly impressive. Jiang then crouched down, employing a stun gun to finish off the thug. Hearing his words and witnessing his actions, the thug was momentarily at a loss. Beifa, upon hearing this, forced a smile and responded, It seems I have been underestimated. With a sudden stomp, she crushed the thug's foot, causing him to yelp in pain and loosen his grip, allowing Beifa to execute a perfect throw that sent him crashing to the ground. It appeared that the ship girls were not as rigid as one might think. Jiang nodded in satisfaction at this scene. Beifa smiled elegantly at Jiang and then addressed the thug. I apologize, but could you kindly remove yourself from my sight, you uncouth ruffian? The thug was taken aback by her words, but upon realizing she was a ship girl, he began to shout, You're a ship girl. How dare you harm? Before he could finish, Jiang tossed a smart cube at him, which struck the thug, sending crackling electricity coursing through him, ultimately silencing the chaos. Now, care to explain? Jiang retrieved the smart cube, casting a half-smile at Beifa, causing her expression to stiffen. Oh no, I forgot he was following me, Beifa thought, feeling quite embarrassed, yet maintaining her smile outwardly. I was merely fulfilling my duty, concerned for my master's safety during the late hours. However, it seems I was overly cautious. Beifa lowered her head, performing a maid's courtesy. Jiang shook his head, choosing not to press further, and softly remarked, Beifa, do you realize? Although humanity has survived under the protection of Azure, preserving its last bastion against the sirens, beneath this seemingly hopeful facade lie numerous issues. For instance, the aftermath of despair and chaos left in the wake of war during the most harrowing times. As he spoke, Zhang gently nudged the thug with his foot, recalling a time when hope seemed fleeting and many believed the end had arrived, succumbing to madness as dark forces proliferated, remnants of which still linger. Even in what appears to be the brightest era, governed by ship girls, there are still those who covet power, seeking to wrest control from the ship girls, despite the knowledge that their leadership is paramount to the well-being of Azure. However, these matters are not the most pressing. Zhang crouched down, using the thug's phone to call the authorities, and then turned his attention back to Beifa. Human beings, as a species, will not permit the existence of any beings that pose a threat to their own kind, even if it concerns the guardianship of their ship girls. At this point, Beifa's smile gradually faded, yet before long, it returned to her face. So, is the master one of those? In response to Beifa's counter-question, Zhang shook her head and uttered a statement that left Beifa perplexed. No. To me, humans and ship girls are the same. However, ship girls are slightly superior to humans. Then, master, let us not dwell on that. Would you care to visit my secret base? Since you are already here, I suspect your curiosity will not allow you to leave in peace. Zhang extended her hand, inviting Beifa, delighted to oblige. Under Zhang's guidance, Beifa arrived at a seemingly inconspicuous location in a dead end. At Zhang's gesture, Beifa stepped onto a platform. Do be cautious. The ground beneath her feet suddenly sank without warning, resembling a descending lift. Yet, for the unprepared Beifa, this descent was alarmingly swift. The rapidly descending platform found Zhang standing firm, entirely accustomed to the experience, while Beifa, taken aback by the unexpected plummet, felt as if she were soaring. No, she had indeed taken flight. Even the perfect head maid found herself at a loss in the face of such an unprecedented situation, her expression marred by panic. Master. In her moment of disarray due to weightlessness, Beifa suddenly felt a warm force enveloping her. It was Zhang's Princess Carrie. A comforting embrace that restored tranquility to Beifa's heart and steadied her expression. Thus, Zhang held Beifa in her arms atop the platform, and in a matter of minutes, Beifa felt as though she had experienced a warm spring. Ultimately, the platform slowed, and Zhang and Beifa reached the ground safely. In the midst of this delicate and enchanting atmosphere, Zhang suddenly spoke. Beifa. Master? Are you prepared? What? Before Beifa could finish her sentence, the sensation of falling returned with a vengeance. Bang! Beifa, bewildered, found herself seated on the ground, for Zhang had released her. Gazing at her master, who seemed oblivious to decorum and lacking in tenderness, Beifa could no longer maintain the composure of a head maid. With a gaze filled with reproach, she addressed Zhang. Master, it is most unchivalrous to drop a lady on the ground. Is Beifa really that heavy? Of course, with a displacement of 550 tons. Even Ultraman would struggle, let alone. I apologize, I was in the wrong. I shall be more careful next time. Therefore, may I kindly request the lovely and captivating Miss Beifa to retract her cannon? Zhang, glancing at the ominous cannon muzzle before him, shifted her tone and acknowledged her mistake. To recognize one's fault and amend it is the mark of a good child. Fabricating a lady's weight is the most uncouth of behaviors. Beifa smiled as she retracted her cannon, her words laced with a chilling aura. Zhang nodded earnestly, then turned and led Beifa to a grand entrance. Upon opening the door, the sight within left Beifa momentarily stunned. Master, surrender. Are you plotting a rebellion? Chapter 26. Secrets and Confrontations. Beifa gazed into the doorway, revealing a warehouse brimming with a myriad of items, ranging from metals to construction materials, along with an assortment of peculiar curiosities. What rebellion? What surrender? Everything here is earned through my own endeavors. Zhang cast a puzzled glance at Beifa. Throughout the past year, as a forcibly displaced individual, Zhang had engaged in activities akin to those of other travelers. The information within the intelligence network was a treasure trove. Over the year, Zhang had delved into numerous fields. Although this realm was that of Azure, the intricacies of human inland society were equally ripe for exploration. Subsequently, Zhang converted all acquired wealth into useful resources, which were preparations for the development of the port area colloquially referred to as a dowry. However, Master, these items should remain concealed, should they not? Beifa tilted her head, wearing a wry smile as she regarded Jiang. Ahem, what can I do? These resources are regulated by the official fleet, and I can only find a clandestine location to hide them. This underground base is a repurposed air raid shelter, and no one will discover it. Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment as Beifa saw through her ruse. Master, what are the sources of these items? Oh, did I not mention? Before the establishment of Azure, the threat posed by the Sirens caused turmoil within inland society, with the pressures of war giving rise to numerous armed factions. The bourgeoisie seized this opportunity to hoard substantial resources, and it wasn't until the formation of Azure under the guidance of the Fleet Girls. In short, a multitude of gray resources emerged. Over the past year, I have nearly depleted the surrounding black market's resources to accumulate this wealth. After all, they cannot utilize them, so they may as well benefit me. Upon hearing Jiang's nonchalant explanation, Beifa realized she had underestimated her enigmatic master. Though it sounded mundane, the actual process was undoubtedly intricate, piquing Beifa's interest in her remarkable master even further. Master, how many more secrets do you possess? Beifa leaned closer, whispering softly, her breath causing Jiang's ears to tingle, to which Jiang responded with a knowing smile. Secrets make a man more manly. Since you choose not to divulge, Beifa shall unearth them herself. It is an irresistible delight, so please forgive me. With a radiant smile, Beifa drew nearer, her captivating eyes sparkling. Jiang looked at the alabaster face so close to hers, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. With a subtle tactical retreat, Jiang calmly stated, "Are you finished? Then let us depart." Turning, she made her way toward the lift. Master, are you feeling shy?" Beifa covered her mouth with a chuckle, trailing behind Jiang. Noticing the different demeanor of Jiang today filled Beifa with immense joy. "You think that is it, don't you? Master is quite the stubborn child." The two stepped onto the lift, retracing their path, and the underground warehouse returned to its tranquil state. In a place unnoticed by Beifa, Jiang issued a command to the intelligence network. The intelligent core has begun its task of processing. The machine has received the signal and commenced the cleansing of refuse. In the dimly lit warehouse, a few machines flickered to life under the remote control of the intelligent core. Beifa seems to have forgotten the reasons behind Jiang's emergence. Pondering how these resources were acquired and whether the forces of the black market would remain indifferent to Jiang's substantial assets. Additionally, what actions had Jiang undertaken upon arrival? Perhaps Beifa understands that some matters are better left unexamined. Upon returning to her abode, Jiang exchanged brief greetings before retreating to her chamber to resume her slumber. Meanwhile, after preparing some breakfast, Beifa too returned to her room, only to discover two unexpected guests. "It's quite late, Sirius and Dido. Haven't you retired yet? I trust you won't let this interfere with your daytime duties," Beifa remarked with a smile at the two maids standing by the door. On that note, "Headmaid, you haven't engaged in any improper conduct, have you?" Sirius, unable to contain herself, stepped forward to inquire. "What do you mean? I fail to comprehend your words, Sirius. However, your intrusion and tone do not align with the decorum expected of a royal maid," Beifa replied, maintaining her composure with a decidedly calm demeanor. Enough, Sirius. Since the head maid is reluctant to divulge, pressing her is certainly not the proper etiquette for a maid, Dido interjected, curbing Sirius's agitation. At that moment, Dido exhibited none of the frailty she had shown before Jiang, her words radiating exemplary poise. "Since Miss Beifa prefers silence, we shall take our leave," Dido said, bowing her head before guiding the still protesting Sirius out of the room. However, at the doorway, Dido paused, turning back to Beifa and stating, "The master has accepted Dido, and I cherish the opportunity to serve. Thus, I hope the head maid refrains from actions that would overstep her bounds and instead embodies the essence of a competent maid." Beifa, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled and replied, "Truly, an exemplary royal maid. You have upheld the principles of your role with grace. I am certain the master will hold Dido in high regard." Dido nodded and departed with Sirius. Closing the door, Beifa sat on the edge of her bed, reflecting on the events of the evening, the enigmatic master, the other side of the world, Dido's warning, and more. Shaking her head with a smile, she mused that this fleet is indeed filled with challenges and mysteries. Yet, does this not render it all the more intriguing? I look forward to your guidance in the days to come, my dear master. In the corridor, Sirius could not contain her curiosity any longer. Dido, is that all? The headmaid must have done something extraordinary. Dido kept her gaze lowered, the dim corridor obscuring her expression. Dido, do you think so too? Dido? Sirius, puzzled by Dido's silence, stepped closer only to find that Dido's eyes were unexpectedly glistening with tears. Dido, what troubles you? Oh, how terrifying it is that Dido has committed such a grave act. If the master were to find out, would they abandon the flawed Dido? Surely, they would. Dido, please. In an instant, Dido's emotions shattered, leaving Sirius at a loss. Indeed, Dido remains the same insecure soul as ever. Thus, the night passed in tranquil yet turbulent silence, ushering in a new day. So, have you quarreled? Jiang gazed at the 3 breakfasts laid out before him, casting a wary glance at the 3 maids beside him. With 3 plates overflowing, Jiang sought external assistance. Commander, the queen can no longer eat. Brother, though the unicorn longs to assist you, alas. Very well, the request for aid has failed. Master, we must not waste food. Do savor the beef and lettuce pie, along with the mashed potatoes, meticulously prepared by the headmaid. Beifa smiled and nudged her plate forward slightly. Master, Dido has also prepared your favorite roasted mushrooms and savory tomato meat pie. Oh, Dido does not wish to be outdone. Dido lifted her plate and presented it. Master, Sirius has a nutritionally balanced vegetable salad and a special crepe. Sirius directly scooped a spoonful and offered it to Jiang's lips. As the ominous tension rose among the 3 women, Jiang broke into a cold sweat, while the queen and unicorn had already huddled together, trembling in fear. Today, the elder maids are truly formidable. The unicorn is terrified, and my brother is so pitiable. Just as Jiang found himself in dire straits, his phone rang. I shall take this call. We can discuss breakfast later. Before he could finish, Jiang sprang up and fled, disappearing before the 3 women could react. Having escaped the battlefield, Jiang exhaled in relief and retrieved his phone. It was a message from the school. Upon closer inspection, Jiang's brow furrowed deeper until he exclaimed, "What a scheme." The message read that due to recent events, to ensure safety, the school has decided to alter the route and temporarily requisition commanders from the nearby port for support. The requisition ports are as follows. A gentle reminder, new commanders are also included in the requisition list. Seeing the list in black and white, Jiang realized he had once again fallen victim to the machinations of the cunning populace. Chapter 27. Shadows of the exercise upon returning to the dining table. Jiang rubbed her head in frustration. Regarding the selection of the port area, she had submitted her application the previous night. It seemed the school had deliberately altered the route based on her choice of port. Jiang harbored little interest in the exercise. It appeared to be a burdensome endeavor with scant rewards. It was merely an alternative display of excess by several schools, while Jiang yearned to hasten to her long-desired port. However, the school's requisition was something she could not refuse, as it directly impacted the port's ranking, which in turn determined the supply support from the command headquarters. The port ranking serves as a metric for evaluating the value of all ports. Under the commander's oversight, a port's contribution and strength correlate with a higher evaluation from the headquarters, thus entitling the more outstanding and contributive ports to superior support. Participation in exercises allows ports to challenge the ship girls of other commanders, thereby enhancing their rankings. Although many commission tasks are not mandatory, such requisitions from the school carry significant consequences for the port's scoring if not participated in. Presently, Jiang lacked the capacity to forfeit the resources allocated by the headquarters. After listening to Jiang's convoluted explanation, several ship girls furrowed their brows. The sudden alteration of routes and the unavoidable requisition represented a blatant maneuver. In this scenario, the master had no recourse to decline. Although the tactics were less than honorable, they were indeed effective and legitimate. However, I find myself curious as to why the school resorted to such an unpopular method to compel the master's involvement. Beifa calmly analyzed the situation, then, with her red lips pursed adorably, tilted her head and posed the question. Jiang, caught off guard, cleared her throat and averted her gaze, revealing that there were indeed matters unknown to her. Upon observing Jiang's reaction, Beifa wore an intrigued smile, while Unicorn and Theo widened their eyes, their innocent gazes filled with curiosity toward Jiang. Ultimately, it was Sirius and Dido who narrated the situation to the 3 newly joined ship girls. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a heated discussion ensued. Why was this necessary? Was such an approach warranted? Anshan expressed her bewilderment at Hood's actions. For the sake of one Jiang, the alteration of routes and the initiation of requisitions seemed excessive and against regulations. Wichita confronted Hood with these concerns. In the face of inquiries from the two ship girls and others, Hood remained silent, while Sheffield stepped forward, addressing the other ship girls. Take a look at this. It will clarify everything. Upon saying this, she distributed several documents to those present. These documents contained intelligence jointly provided by the Eastern Empire and the royal side, boasting high credibility. After hearing Sheffield's remarks, the ship girls stifled their inquiries and began to scrutinize the documents with earnest attention. What? No way. Hey, Sheffield. Are you jesting with this intelligence? If this is true, the exercise must be cancelled. The information contained within the documents detonated a bombshell among the ship girls, causing the principal's office to erupt in chaos. Everyone has seen it, and though I wish it were false, it is indeed the truth. After confirming that all had perused the document, Hood's voice resonated with gravity. Reports from commanders in the surrounding ports indicated that the incidence of sirens had nearly doubled along previous shipping routes. Alarmingly, even in previously secure zones where no siren presence was detected, their minions had now emerged. Therefore, this year's shipping routes must inevitably be altered. Furthermore, as you have observed, the recent maneuvers of Sakura Empire and Iron Blood are laced with peculiarities, suggesting an unsettling connection with the sirens. Hood's words and the document's contents struck the assembled ship girls like a hammer. Thus, this exercise must be cancelled. Indeed, agreement echoed among the ship girls. No. Upon hearing Hood's refusal, the ship girls became increasingly agitated. Why can't we? We are placing the trainees in danger. If Sakura Empire and Iron Blood truly have ulterior motives, this exercise is fraught with peril. In response to the ship girls' outcry, Hood replied helplessly, "It is not a matter of desire. Both Eastern Radiance and the Royal Navy are exceedingly vigilant regarding the actions of Sakura Empire and Iron Blood. We wish to investigate without alarming them. Consequently, this annual friendship exercise has become the sole opportunity to glean the underlying truth. Headquarters has already decided to dispatch a more formidable fleet for escort duties, ensuring the trainees' safety while facilitating the covert investigation. There is no evading this exercise." Upon hearing this, all the ship girls fell silent. Indeed, it was unexpected that Sakura Empire and Iron Blood would exhibit signs of betrayal against Azure. The confirmation of such intelligence is of paramount importance. Moreover, if this information holds true, the coastal defenses of Sakura Empire and Iron Blood will undoubtedly be heightened, making any investigation exceedingly difficult. Thus, partaking in this exercise may be the only option, albeit with concerns for the safety of the new recruits. Why must Jiang be included? A ship girl's inquiry interrupted the somber silence that had nearly become palpable. While this exercise is unavoidable and carries inherent risks, it simultaneously presents a rare opportunity for experience. Indeed, Hood nodded and continued, setting aside the strength of the top three. Consider the unusual performance displayed by Jiang in the freshman trials. His myriad of hidden talents is evident. With his abilities, he will undoubtedly play a significant role in this exercise. At the very least, he possesses a greater chance of self-preservation. Although other trainees are also commendable, it remains too perilous for them to participate at this juncture, which is why I have decided to include Jiang. After Hood's explanation, the ship girls nodded in agreement. Given Jiang's penchant for stirring the pot, it was likely that only the enemy would emerge with a headache. Furthermore, the port he selected is, quite evidently, problematic, either a foolish choice or indicative of grander schemes. Such a selection implies that he possesses confidence, ensuring that self-preservation during the exercise should not pose an issue. Hood mused silently to himself. Returning to Jiang's perspective, after listening to the detailed and personally embellished explanations from Sirius and Dato, the expressions of Beifa and the others varied. Although they had previously heard a general overview, they were unaware of the intricacies involved. "I never imagined our master would be so unconventional," Beifa teased as she gazed at Jiang. "The commander, despite, well, the queen supports the commander. Brother." The unicorn too. The queen and the unicorn sparkled with admiration and wonder on their delicate faces. However, Jiang felt a bit awkward and waved her hand, saying, "Prepare yourselves swiftly. This upcoming drill may alter its course for reasons beyond my own influence. There must be some ulterior motives at play. I apologize for having you engage in battle so soon after your arrival." Do not worry, Master. We are ship girls. Combat is our vocation, and this is merely a trifle. The Queen shall surely give her all, the unicorn added, and I will also strive to assist my brother. The trio expressed no discontent regarding their imminent deployment. Rather, they brimmed with determination, which eased Jiang's mind. Then, Master, we shall go prepare, they declared. Very well. Off you go. I too must make some preparations. Beifa led Sirius and Dato to gather items for their imminent departure, while the considerate Queen and the unicorn joined in to assist. Jiang returned to her room and approached her workstation. Intelligent Core, the situation is urgent. Please compile a list for me to review what may be of use. Searching. Search complete. List compiled. Jiang examined a lengthy virtual checklist, her gaze sweeping across it as her mind raced. Ultimately, it settled on a particular device. Time was scarce, and with 3 tactical scopes still to be made, this would suffice. At first glance, it appeared rather inconsequential, yet with clever application, it could yield remarkable results. Jiang contemplated the schematics of the device before her, her mind teeming with ingenious ideas. An ultra-realistic virtual projector, the ultimate toy for conjuring illusions. Chapter 28. Jiang's escape. Jiang's prediction proved to be accurate. The morning's message was swiftly followed by the school's notification in the afternoon, summoning the participants of the upcoming drill. As Jiang was among those selected for escort duties, she too was required to assemble. Upon reading the message on her phone, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Beifa, Sirius, and Dato, let us prepare with utmost diligence. Stepping out of her room, Jiang disregarded the maid's attempts to hinder her, swiftly gathering her belongings. To Beifa's astonishment, Jiang worked with a speed and efficiency that surpassed even that of her maid. Master, what is the matter? Are we not going to assemble? Noticing Jiang's serious demeanor and swift actions, Beifa grasped the gravity of the situation and ceased her interference, instead aiding Jiang in her preparations. The urgency of the assembly indicated that something was amiss. The first 3 individuals were of paramount importance, and their late arrival would pose little consequence. Upon hearing Jiang's assessment, the maids comprehended the gravity of the circumstances and hastened their efforts. As she gathered her items, Jiang pondered the anomalies surrounding the drill. The change in the route suggested that the current course was superior to the previous one. Setting aside her own influence, what could have prompted the school to alter the route? Weather? Ocean currents? Or safety concerns? Jiang promptly instructed her intelligence assistant to retrieve the list of selected individuals, projecting the screen in the lower left corner of her field of vision. After a meticulous review, she directed her assistant to search the commander's exclusive website. Indeed, these individuals were not to be underestimated. The majority were elite. Realizing the implications, Jiang felt a surge of anxiety. This could spell trouble. After receiving a third message from the school urging her to hurry, Jiang resolved to depart, leaving the 3 maids, who had yet to be exposed to public scrutiny, to continue their organization. She took Sirius and Dato with her to the assembly point. 5 minutes later, Jiang stood at the school's port, spotting Su Lu and others from a distance, choosing not to approach any closer. Oh, if it isn't a certain someone who only seeks personal gain and refuses to venture forth for the school, a Paisho student, no less. What gives? Are you afraid? Standing so far away? Sheffield, as ever, was sharp-tongued, delivering his quip upon noticing Jiang's arrival. In response, Jiang could only manage a sheepish smile. It's not fear of being outnumbered. It's just that I'm not a key player here. My presence is merely for participation. I'm content to observe. As for leading the charge, let's leave that to our esteemed top 3. I, being in 10th place, wouldn't want to embarrass myself. Jiang scratched her head, sporting an innocent grin, almost convincing Sheffield. Rolling his eyes, he adopted a serious tone. Hey, what were you thinking? Choosing such a remote port, so close to the front lines, significantly increases the danger level compared to other options. Have you finally recognized the threat you pose to the world, thus seeking to court disaster? Sheffield could hardly fathom Jiang's reasoning for selecting this port, especially when there were far better alternatives available. Facing Sheffield's inquiries, Jiang feigned embarrassment and remarked, I chose at random. After all, the best options have already been taken. I merely selected one that appeared pleasing to the eye. At least the facilities are quite comprehensive. Noticing Jiang's reluctance to elaborate, Sheffield cast a sidelong glance at her, indicating his disinterest in engaging in conversation with someone as shrewd as a fox, and left without further ado. Within the harbor area, myriad intricate situations unfolded. Some ports thrived along commercial shipping routes, laden with opportunities. Others nestled within the inner seas, boasting exceptional safety, and some were equipped with the latest and finest facilities, remnants of a previous commander who had left them behind for newcomers. However, Zhangjiang's port was not only remote, but perilously close to the front line, rendering it highly dangerous. Established over a decade ago during fierce conflicts, it was equipped with ample facilities. Yet, as the war subsided, the port fell into a state of semi-abandonment, now falling into Zhangjiang's hands. Observing Sheffield's retreating figure, Zhangjiang contemplated, though her motives for selecting this port remained undisclosed. They had nonetheless attracted a measure of attention. Why does he persist in watching me? Have I been too conspicuous? It seems I must exercise greater caution in the next phase of my plans. As time drifted on, Su Lu and the others grew increasingly impatient. Hey, Su Lu, do you know anything? The school hastily summoned us, only to have us wait here. Is this not torture? Her brother chimed in. Just be quiet and wait. Su Lu sighed, her exasperation contrasting sharply with Lu Yang's restless demeanor and Lu Hai's calm composure, despite their nearly identical appearances. I know nothing, Su Lu replied weakly. If only I had come later, she lamented, a torrent of frustration emanating from her small frame. Suddenly, the distant horizon revealed a series of dark silhouettes, which gradually expanded, leading to the astonished realization that they were warships. Although the world had seen most naval armaments phased out, a substantial number of naval vessels still remained. These warships primarily served on the front lines and in port areas, and now, a sizable fleet comprised of military vessels was making its way toward the school's harbor. Even the most oblivious observer could sense the unfolding of an unusual situation. What is happening? Lu Yang exclaimed, but Lu Hai remained unresponsive, captivated by the magnificent fleet standing before him. The warships cut through the waves with grace, their formidable bows striking powerfully against the sea, creating surging waves that crashed against the steel hulls of neighboring vessels, scattering droplets into the air. Only from the forefront of the fleet could one truly grasp the overwhelming presence of these colossal steel behemoths, whose sheer force bore down upon them, rendering onlookers breathless and silent, entranced by the awe-inspiring beauty of such raw power. Su Lu and her companions gazed in rapt admiration at the fleet, as if ensnared by an enchantment, until the warships finally docked, casting a vast shadow over the trio, who remained momentarily spellbound. Zhangjiang squinted at the fleet ahead, feeling as though the scene before her belonged to another world. The magnificent warships did not astonish her, after all. She had witnessed countless more spectacular star battleships and cosmic armadas. In fact, her own Zhangjiang vessel was at least 8 light-years ahead of these iron behemoths. Yet here, she felt the collective weight of the fleet's presence and the seamless unity among its ships, evoking a sense of nostalgia within her. On the shore, people were admiring the warships, while those aboard were also observing the individuals on land. A group of seasoned commanders fervently debated over the fleet's radio. Hey, look over there. Aren't those a few newcomers? They seem a bit dazed. A youthful voice teased over the radio channel. It's their first time witnessing a grand fleet in action. They must be utterly mesmerized. Another playful voice chimed in, brimming with pride. Spare me. You weren't any better back then. TSK, you were probably completely bewildered. How dare you slander my reputation? When did I? It's you who enough? A booming voice interrupted, silencing the chatter. Everyone, get it together. We don't want to give the juniors a poor impression. Mind your demeanor. Of course, Captain. Don't worry, I can maintain my composure. Cough, but when it counts, I'm quite reliable. However, on another note, Captain, you didn't mention it, but I just noticed there are actually some ladies this time. Let me take a look. They seem rather petite, and, wait. My apologies. Ajax. The others listened to the ensuing outcry, silently mourning for him. To be so indiscreet with a marriage ship present, did he not understand the perils of loose lips? The fleet commander sighed in exasperation, thinking of the mischief makers in his charge. Settle down. We'll be disembarking shortly. He bellowed once more over the radio before turning to more pressing matters. Have we received permission from Principal Hood to land? We received clearance 5 minutes ago. Is the docking procedure ready? All preparations are complete. Very well, let us proceed to the berth. Understood. The fleet successfully docked, and several members clad in crisp white commander uniforms disembarked. Hood and others awaited their arrival on the shore. As the two parties met, Sulu and her peers scrutinized the seniors, who exchanged glances, silently appraising the talents of this new cohort. Jiang observed from a distance, refraining from approaching, her gaze scrutinizing the fleet members. Noting their gait, it was evident they were seasoned veterans. Just as she was analyzing her counterparts, the fleet commander sensed her gaze, instinctively turning his head to meet her eyes. In that fleeting moment, Jiang realized she had been noticed. She promptly lowered her head and, accompanied by Sirius and Deidre, swiftly turned to leave. The fleet leader remained captivated by that fleeting moment of eye contact, that gaze. His unusual demeanor was quickly noted by his comrades, who approached him with inquiries. "What's wrong, Captain? Is there an issue with that individual?" Upon hearing the concern of his teammates, the fleet leader snapped back to reality, smiling as he shook his head. "It's nothing, merely a curiosity. Was that cadet passing through a junior?" At his question, everyone turned to glance in Jiang's direction, but all they could see was a retreating figure. That individual, too, was a participant in the current exercise, albeit not as a cadet. His name was Jiang, a commander selected for this mission. Hood smiled, enlightening them. Upon hearing Hood's words, reactions varied among the group. As Sulu and others recognized the name, their hair stood on end. Recalling the harrowing duel performance amidst a tempest at sea, their expressions turning wary, clearly indicating the profound impact Jiang had left on them. Meanwhile, the fleet members, observing the apprehensive demeanor of their distinguished juniors, were intrigued by Jiang's unconventional involvement. They eagerly inquired about his exploits. After a flurry of exchanges among the juniors, the fleet members were left astounded, realizing a particularly formidable junior had emerged this year. The fleet leader, however, was resolute. That gaze could not be mistaken. It belonged to a seasoned captain forged by the tempests of experience. After seeking further information about Jiang from Hood, the fleet leader instinctively made a decisive choice. Meanwhile, Jiang, having hurriedly departed, quickly instructed Sirius, call Beifa and have her prepare. We must leave at once. Sirius and Dado were momentarily taken aback, yet Sirius proceeded to make the call, while Dado queried Jiang about the urgency. "Dado, could you identify a maid disguised as an ordinary person?" Jiang countered without answering. Dado, without hesitation, affirmed, "Certainly. The more seasoned the maid, the quicker I can discern her, whether by behavior or the innate aura of a maid. I could certainly identify her." After hearing Dado's response, Jiang's expression grew solemn. Realizing the potential risk of exposure, he sighed. It seems my profession has led me astray." That evening, a small command ship quietly departed the academy with Jiang and his 5 shipgirls, heading towards the harbor district. The following day, the fleet leader, bearing gifts and accompanied by his teammates, arrived for a visit only to find the residence deserted. It was through a letter left by Jiang for Old Lee in the maintenance department that they learned he had already ventured ahead to his port, awaiting their arrival. In the principal's office, even the exceedingly composed Hood felt a surge of frustration. How could he leave so abruptly? Does he not grasp the current situation on the route? Oh, right, he likely is unaware. However, this seems rather impulsive. Hugh felt that he might require a swift remedy for his heart. After just one night of neglect, the rabbit had vanished without a trace. He lamented the absence of familiar faces from last night's gathering. Realizing that while we were meant to engage in conversation, you were, in fact, adrift in the currents of the sea. What do people say? Hugh's voice was devoid of energy as he raised his teacup to sip, seeking solace in the warmth. Sheffield maintained an expressionless demeanor, but the veins on her forehead betrayed her inner turmoil. She explained that her impatience to behold her harbor had overwhelmed her, asserting that this was merely a natural response for a young person experiencing the joy of acquiring their first property. Furthermore, she mentioned that she had forgotten to mark the school's location on the nautical chart, implying that it would take at least 3 days to return. Upon hearing this, Hugh could no longer contain himself. The sound of a porcelain cup shattering echoed through the principal's office. Meanwhile, the fleet commander shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity to befriend this individual. However, he recognized his own oversight, failing to anticipate Jiang's reluctance to reveal certain truths. Still, he believed that if it were indeed Jiang, there would be future opportunities for encounters. This person would not lead an ordinary life. The other fleet members exchanged bewildered glances, observing their leader's expressions oscillate between regret and acceptance. What was going on with the commander? Had a hidden stash been discovered by his own ship girl? It seemed unlikely. After all, Given the commander's prowess, how could he possibly have a secret reserve? Indeed. Enough, enough. I merely feel a tinge of regret for not meeting this Jiang. The fleet commander interrupted the team's futile chatter. Upon hearing their leader's response, the teammates exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Let us discuss which is more credible, the topic of menstrual cycles or hidden savings. Agreed. Don't be ridiculous. Where would I acquire hidden savings? Do not underestimate this junior. Yesterday, you failed to notice that his aura is far from that of a mere student. The fleet commander elucidated. What does that resemble? Your hidden stash? You shall be entrusted with the cleanup of this battlefield. Commander, I was mistaken. After briefly exhibiting his authoritative presence, the fleet commander muttered with significance, You have not seen what I have. Therefore, you remain oblivious. That gaze, I have encountered it before. It belonged to a commander operating on the front lines, a seasoned veteran capable of singing calmly amidst the barrage of the sirens. Chapter 29. Arrival at the port district. Jiang sat on the bed, clutching the blanket tightly, appearing almost as if she refused with it. Facing Beifa, who was seated at the edge of the bed, Jiang glared fiercely, her voice a low growl. Let go of my blanket. I would rather perish outside. Leap from the window, then rise from here. Beifa maintained her grip on the blanket, her usual smile transforming into something perilously menacing as her gaze fixed on Jiang, silently conveying her resolve. My master, relinquish this futile resistance. It is time for you to rise. Beneath Beifa's calm demeanor lay a tumultuous undercurrent. Never. Unless you leave. I will not emerge. Jiang's veins protruded with tension, her defiance manifesting in a fierce struggle against Beifa. As your headmate, it is my duty to assist you in dressing. With a gradual increase in her strength, Beifa endeavored to avoid tearing the blanket. I can dress myself today. Jiang gritted her teeth, finding herself at a disadvantage against Beifa, the ship girl. The blanket slipped further away, revealing a glimpse of Jiang's bare chest. Upon seeing her exposed skin, Beifa's grip tightened even more. Do not be shy, my master. I am your maid, and regardless of your state, I am obligated to serve you. Beifa's words filled Jiang with dread. Having been away from school for 3 days, Jiang had toiled late into the night to finish a new tool, only to wake up in the morning realizing she had forgotten to change into her pajamas and lock the door. Just as she intended to dress, Beifa had entered. This marked Beifa's first time assisting Jiang in rising, and her stubborn nature insisted on helping her master change, culminating in this predicament. Beifa, let us forego this part of the service. It has always been this way before you arrived. At the very least, leave me the right to dress myself. Jiang never anticipated that one day she would find it so difficult to don her own clothing. In that moment, she resembled a young girl determined to preserve her modesty, clinging tightly to the blanket in the face of the domineering Beifa. That will not do, my master. Sirius and Dido have been far too indulgent with you. As a maid, it is my duty to do everything for you and correct your misguided notions. Come now. My master, do not be shy. Beifa has your clothes ready. Don't think I am unaware. With your temperament, you merely wish to see. What are you saying, my master? Beifa does not understand. She chirped playfully. Wait. Sirius. Dido. Help. Brother. Beifa's sister. What are you doing? What a blissful morning it is. Half an hour later, Jiang, still trembling from the ordeal, sat at the dining table, her hands quivering from the intensity of the struggle. Beifa stood expressionless beside her, the absence of her smile emanating an unmistakable air of dissatisfaction. Thus, the outcome of the morning was abundantly clear. Ignoring the frequent glances of reproach from Beifa, Jiang chose to remain unperturbed. Fortunately, the unicorn arrived just in time. Otherwise, one's integrity would be in jeopardy. Master, we have reached the territorial waters of the port area, Sirius said, bowing her head to Jiang. What? That's wonderful. Take me to the bridge. Jiang exclaimed with delight, tugging Sirius toward the control room, leaving the sulking Beifa behind. Observing Jiang's relieved silhouette, Beifa quietly resolved that next time, she would seize the opportunity. Upon entering the bridge, Jiang spotted a small island in the distance. In recent days, the commander's ship had traversed numerous archipelagos, yet this particular island evoked a unique excitement within her. Grasping the communication tube, she notified the ship's fleet girls to prepare, then steered the vessel at full speed toward her new stronghold. At last, Jiang set foot on the dock of the port area. Gazing at the scene before her, despite the wear of time evident in various places. It appeared weathered yet resilient. She approached a steel pillar and tapped it gently. Ouch! Her hand stung, but it merely looked aged. The long-sealed structures remained steadfast. Like a modest veteran, beneath the dust and ordinariness lay a fervent spirit and unwavering resolve. Jiang and the fleet girls unloaded a dozen squid-like robots. Circular bodies akin to sweeping machines, topped with containers resembling water dispensers, and equipped with 6 mechanical tentacles bearing assorted tools. These were contrived from various cleaning machines she had directly purchased, which were then modified using a blueprint known as self-regulating machinery. In truth, the term modification was somewhat misleading. It was more a crude assembly of disparate components. The craftsmanship was rough and devoid of technical finesse, merely functional. However, the advantage lay in the abundance of readily available materials, allowing for swift production. Jiang commanded the intellect core to control these makeshift iron squids, dispatching them throughout the port area for cleaning while activating their cameras to gather information about the port's layout. Meanwhile, she and the fleet girls ventured into the inner workings of the port to familiarize themselves with the environment and structures. Abandoned for years without human interference, the vegetation had flourished unchecked. Surrounded by the sea, half of the small island was sandy beach, while the other half boasted steep cliffs cloaked in forests. Walking along the barely visible roads, she observed various buildings: a cafeteria, dormitories, a lecture hall, a tactical academy, and command buildings, all in need of refurbishment. Watching a makeshift self-regulating machine trimming the vines in the cafeteria while simultaneously washing the walls with a water gun and brush. With one tentacle wielding a small weeder to cut the grass, Jiang nodded in satisfaction. With these iron squids at work, she was confident the renovations would soon be completed. However, the 3 maids felt uneasy watching the multitasking contraption. "Master, we shall take our leave for now. As exemplary royal maids, we cannot be outdone by these machines." Indeed, Sirius was determined to prove that her capabilities surpassed those of the iron squids. In a moment of despair, Dido resolved to strive diligently to avoid being abandoned by her master. With that, the 3 maids stormed away, exuding an air of determination akin to that of warriors preparing for battle. Sirius even unveiled her ship's equipment, poised to unleash a barrage of physical firepower upon the gathering throng of weeds. Fortunately, the still rational Beifong intervened. Otherwise, the port area would soon require renovation rather than mere maintenance. Though I had previously achieved little, I am confident in managing the commander's domestic affairs. The unicorn, being a well-behaved child, is also eager to assist her sisters. Inspired by the fervor of the 3 maids, the queen and the unicorn disregarded Jiang's objections and joined the battle to prove their mettle against the mechanical foes. "Do not squander your fighting spirit on such absurdities," Jiang lamented, pressing a hand to her forehead as she observed the fervent ship girls. It seemed evident that there lay a long road ahead before they could adapt to the machinery. Shaking her head, Jiang evaded the gazes of the ship girls and retreated to a secluded spot. Several rudimentary autonomous machines had transported a few boxes. Upon opening one, she discovered more autonomous machines, these particular models appearing far more refined than the crude iron squids. They were exquisite creations that Jiang had crafted at the cost of her own hair. After issuing special commands to these superior models, they sprang into immediate action. Some brandished drill bits and promptly burrowed into the earth, while others dove into the sea. And a few ventured into the dense thicket to commence the construction of new mechanical companions using materials procured by other autonomous machines. Equipped with these autonomous machines infused with supermodern data code principles, I could finally alleviate some of the manufacturing burdens. However, I pondered the availability of materials. Where were the brain and resource transport vessels? During my time at school, I often felt constrained, hesitant to unleash my full potential. Now, having arrived at this port where no one could impose restrictions upon me, I was finally liberated to express my true capabilities. These autonomous machines had been transported from the underground warehouse on the night I departed from school, previously concealed from the world. Reports indicated the current location of the transport vessels, with an expected arrival at the port within a day. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang gazed toward the distant sea. With the support of resources, I envisioned transforming this port into a fortified maritime bastion, armed from 10 meters below ground to 300 meters around the island. Given the efficiency of the autonomous machines, This ambition might be realized within a month. As I awaited the exercise fleet, a steel monstrosity, surpassing the comprehension of this world, was being born. Chapter 30: The arrival of the exercise team. On the following morning, Jiang greeted the transport ship carrying supplies at the port area, much to the astonishment of the other women, as the vessel was devoid of any crew. However, observing Jiang's preemptive demeanor, the shipgirls refrained from probing further and silently collaborated with the autonomous machinery to unload the supply crates, subsequently transporting them to the warehouse that had been organized the previous day. Jiang meticulously accounted for the materials. In addition to the supplies and oil acquired from the freshman trials, a considerable portion of various resource materials had been transported in containers through some clandestine methods from the underground world. With these resources at her disposal, Jiang, no longer in hiding, lifted the restrictions on the autonomous machinery. Under the control of the intellect, the exquisite autonomous machines manufactured were indeed of superior quality. Although there remained a slight distance from the complete version, their functionalities were not far behind. Thus, the quantity of autonomous machinery expanded exponentially, and earlier subpar models were improved. Under the fervent renovation of the combat-capable autonomous machines, the port area transformed almost daily. The maids were astounded by these formidable iron entities. Had Jiang not clarified that these machines lacked intelligence, a spectacle akin to a beautiful shipgirl battling against a monstrous steel tentacle might have ensued. Observing the eager Sirius, brandishing her sword, the tearful Dido lamenting her perceived abandonment, and Beifa, who relentlessly ambushed Jiang to assert that maids were not inferior to machines, Jiang found herself in a state of exasperation. Conversely, Unicorn and the Queen, perhaps due to their youthful innocence, were filled with curiosity towards the peculiar autonomous machines, exhibiting a greater acceptance of these somewhat clumsy steel companions, unlike their elder-maid counterparts who regarded them with trepidation. To redirect the maid's attention and to prepare for concealing the origins of her resources, Jiang commenced training sessions at the training grounds with Sirius, Dido, and Beifa, while also accepting some straightforward commission tasks. Ignoring the mechanical tentacles scurrying about, the external responses of Jiang's port area resembled those of an ordinary newcomer's establishment. Days later, amidst her busy schedule, Jiang finally received a transmission from Hood, which conveyed the essence that the exercise team was imminent, urging Jiang to refrain from any further antics and to promptly rendezvous for escort duties. The moment had finally arrived. The initial phase of port construction had concluded, and it was now time to entrust the autonomous machinery to operate autonomously as per their programming. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang leaned against a pristine workbench. Upon the workbench lay an autonomous machine that appeared distinctly different from all the others, exhibiting a more compact and agile design. Over the past few days, Jiang had come to understand a vital principle. To truly liberate her hands, it was imperative to create a subordinate that worked for her. For autonomous machinery, starting with a squid and ensuring ample resources would merely render the establishment of a production line a matter of time. With this little entity, the manufacturing time for all tools would significantly decrease, and as more shipgirls were acquired, self-replication to enhance supply would become feasible. Jiang picked up a sphere the size of a human head. This is a new vessel crafted by Jiang for the intelligent brain, primarily functioning as a server and information transmitter. In recent days, the tasks for the intelligent brain have multiplied, prompting Jiang to create this third spherical vessel, enabling the brain to maintain a flawless grasp of the port's affairs even after his departure. Placing down the sphere and allowing the little octopus to continue its work, Jiang stepped out of the studio. Upon exiting, he spotted Beifa standing outside with a unicorn. As the unicorn saw Jiang emerge, it excitedly trotted over, but, upon reaching him, shyly lowered its head. Jiang took the unicorn's small, soft hand and turned to Beifa, saying, "Beifa, please gather everyone. We are to meet with the drill team." "Yes, master," Beifa replied with a graceful bow, then stepped closer to adjust Jiang's clothing. Beifa's body was pressed quite near, causing Jiang some discomfort, yet he silently acquiesced to her intimate gestures, a concession made to soothe the various maids. "What is the matter, master? Are you still not accustomed to it?" Beifa smiled, her enchanting eyes riveted on Jiang's slightly evasive gaze. "So close." Jiang murmured awkwardly. "What did you say, master?" Beifa feigned ignorance, her smile growing brighter at Jiang's embarrassment. Leaning forward, she revealed her delicate swan-like neck adorned with a black chain collar, which was particularly striking, further accentuated by an exceedingly low neckline that showcased something indescribable. Jiang found himself overwhelmed, stepping back stiffly. Yet, Beifa remained undeterred, continuing to draw near until her soft lips brushed against Jiang's ear, whispering sweetly, "Master, Beifa will surely correct your perspective when it comes to serving you a fragrant, soft royal maid is far superior to a mere assembly of steel, wouldn't you agree?" Beifa harbored lingering resentment towards the self-disciplined machines that encroached upon the maid's duties. Although the maids understood that they could not manage the entire port alone, ultimately conceding to the situation, it did not signify defeat. Rather, it was a strategic shift to focus their efforts on Jiang and launch an all-out campaign. Beifa savored Jiang's amusing expressions, indulging in her own delight, before executing a graceful curtsy and departing elegantly. What a thrill, teasing and then leaving. Jiang chuckled wryly, internally critiquing the encounter. "Brother." The unicorn expressed confusion, raising its delicate face and tilting its head to gaze at Jiang. Drawn back to attention, Jiang looked at the unicorn's innocent demeanor and reached out to gently pat its head. "It's nothing. That's just Beifa's sister's way of showing goodwill. By the way, did the unicorn come to play with brother?" Feeling Jiang's warm hand, calloused yet gentle, the unicorn nuzzled against him, finding comfort and security in this affectionate gesture. The unicorn smiled blissfully, inching even closer to Jiang. The unicorn yearned to know what her brother was doing and wished to lend him a helping hand. With her large, watery eyes wide open, she spoke softly, her delicate voice evoking a sense of tenderness. Jiang stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before issuing a command in his mind. "Intelligent brain, I would like to add a pass to my studio." "Yes, Your Majesty." Jiang. As it should be. After giving the order, Jiang gazed at the adorable creature who considered him her brother, and a brotherly smile graced his lips. From now on, if the unicorn wishes to find her brother, she may enter directly. This is a privilege reserved for sisters. Remember not to tell anyone else, or else it could put your brother in a bit of danger. The thought of Beifa and the others discovering that he had granted the unicorn a pass sent a shiver down his spine. "Thank you, brother." The unicorn beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is our little secret, isn't it?" Jiang, touched by her happiness, felt a warmth spread through him, as though a delightful explosion of cuteness had detonated in his mind. Holding the unicorn's hand, Jiang led the beaming little sister toward the entrance of the building. "Yu-chan, brother has agreed," exclaimed the unicorn, filled with elation. "Of course I would agree. Who could refuse such a charming sister as you?" he replied, though he added, "Well, you're not that cute." As the unicorn and Yu-chan exchanged thoughts, Jiang sensed the response from the intelligent brain chip, which only deepened his smile. Meanwhile, in a distant sea, a fleet was making its way toward them, though their formation appeared somewhat peculiar, with several smaller command ships leading the way, bearing visible scars of battle. Larger military vessels maintained a respectful distance from the command ships, seemingly protective, yet also somewhat detached. Chapter 31. The grand performance begins. The Friendship Exercise is an event where the commanders' academies from various nations showcase their exceptional students. In simpler terms, it is a world-class display of prowess. Each year, the venue for this exercise varies, and this year's event is set in Cherry Blossom. Though recent suspicious activities between Cherry Blossom and Ironblood have attracted widespread attention, prompting a desire for investigation without alarming the parties involved. Thus, the atmosphere surrounding this exercise resembles a whirlpool in a bathtub overflowing with water, chaotic and turbulent. Amidst the delicate tension among the 9 factions, Jiang remains remarkably composed. Having read the script, it is merely a melodramatic tale of a deranged younger sister choosing to oppose the world in an attempt to resurrect her elder sister. Alongside a band of zealots who lose themselves in their pursuit of power, an old and worn-out narrative that has long been overplayed in television dramas. One cannot help but wonder which isolated individual conceived such a tedious and uninspired plot. Is there no internet in their village? Is their mind filled with oil? Well, perhaps that's not entirely out of the question. Jiang harbors no interest in the entangled emotions between sirens and ship girls. As long as her return plan remains unimpeded, she is content. However, she does find pleasure in aggravating those ironclad termites. relishing the opportunity to make their lives a tad more uncomfortable. Intellect, what do you say? Ding. Please cease any hazardous thoughts immediately. Given that this world is a typical amalgamation of civilizations, introducing any additional factors will only further deform its development. According to the Cosmic Universal Law, Article 35. All right, I understand. This code can be quite a nuisance at times. Your Majesty Jiang. This legal code was drafted under the leadership of the cluster commander. The commander led it? Then there's no issue. Jiang suppresses her audacious and perilous thoughts, redirecting her focus to the voyage at hand. Having approached the last known position of the exercise fleet, she believes she will soon catch sight of the tardy group. As Jiang journeys to rendezvous with the fleet, the heads of the various commanders' academies convene in a video conference. Thus, let us proceed with the arrangements for this exercise. The gentle yet authoritative Ishian summarizes the meeting. I see no objections, proclaims a regal blonde girl adorned with a crown, the leader of the royal faction, Queen Elizabeth. However, her youthful appearance, reminiscent of an 11-year-old, renders her words and demeanor somewhat incongruous, akin to a child attempting to appear mature. Ironblood has no issues here, remarks a military-clad woman with white hair styled in twin tails, her flippant tone contrasted by a gesture of placing a finger to her lips, making her identity as a ship girl from Ironblood feel somewhat disjointed. Cherry Blossom has no objections, states the representative from Cherry Blossom. A short-haired woman with a cold demeanor, donning white fox ears and a pristine kimono. She is Kaga, the second in command. The Northern Union has no issues. The White Eagles also align with the Sardinian Empire. The representatives from other factions express their agreement in unison. Very well, let us adjourn. Ishian revealed a courteous smile, announcing the conclusion of the meeting. I shall take my leave now. Kaga swiftly terminated the video call, departing without hesitation. Kaga from the Sakura Empire truly lacks manners, Queen Elizabeth remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Perhaps it is because the Sakura Empire does not indulge in the excessive formalities that the royalty does. Prince Eugen yawned, stretching in a manner that accentuated her remarkable curves, inciting a tinge of envy in Queen Elizabeth. What did you say, Prince Eugen? Were the royal protocols excessive? At that moment, Queen Elizabeth's demeanor lacked her usual regal composure, resembling a disgruntled feline. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not engage further with you, dearest Queen. Prince Eugen provocatively stated before her departure, nearly inciting Queen Elizabeth to leap in frustration. I too have affairs to manage, so I shall take my leave. If there are no further matters, let us conclude here. The representatives from various factions, sensing the unfavorable atmosphere, hastily exited, leaving only Ishian and Queen Elizabeth still engaged in the video call. This Prince Eugen infuriates me, akin to the detestable Bismarck, Queen Elizabeth exclaimed, puffing her cheeks in irritation. Her gestures animated. Calm yourself, Elizabeth. This time, neither Bismarck nor Akagi, the leaders of the Iron Blood and Sakura respectively, attended the meeting. It appears they are indeed facing issues. Ishian hastily redirected the conversation to soothe Queen Elizabeth. With a sigh of relief, Queen Elizabeth collected herself. Is the White Eagle prepared? They are ready and can act with us at any moment, though regrettably, the Northern Union has yet to agree. How frustrating it is that they maintain such an insular stance during these times. Hearing Elizabeth's lament, Ishian could only shake her head in resignation. Subsequently, the two leaders reaffirmed their probing plans regarding the Sakura Empire before parting to make their preparations. Meanwhile, Kaga stood next to a brown-haired woman, who, like Kaga, possessed fox ears and a fox tail, donning a black and red kimono. She was Akagi, the leader of the Sakura Empire. After listening to Kaga's report, Akagi's expression remained impassive. Have those individuals sensed something? It matters not. To bring my dear sister back to my side, I shall eliminate any pests that dare to obstruct. Madness glimmered in Akagi's eyes as she formed a dangerously manic smile, embracing her voluptuous figure, accentuating her exaggerated curves. Sister. Soon, Akagi shall reunite with you, she chuckled ominously, shifting focus back to Jiang. As the exercise fleet drew nearer, her expression grew increasingly solemn. For her, escorting was somewhat arduous at present. However, the benefits of this commission were irresistible to the current port, such as accolades. Yet, Jiang had another matter to resolve. Sirius. Daedalus, are you not feeling cramped? At this moment, Sirius and Daedalus flanked Jiang, almost leaving only a narrow gap between them. As Jiang Jiang commanded the battleship, she occasionally brushed against sensations that were perhaps too tender and warm for a child, hence I shall refrain from detailing further. The master, Sirius, perceived nothing amiss. Although Dido felt that Beifa's manner of speaking did not quite align with the responsibilities of a maid, she hesitated, feeling a wave of shyness. Upon hearing Dido's words, Jiang Jiang instantly grasped the source of this misguided notion. Just as she prepared to articulate her thoughts, an alert from the intelligence system sounded. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to see several battleships racing towards her, accompanied by a few distant warships trailing behind. It was an exercise fleet, yet something felt amiss. Jiang Jiang noted that the designs of these battleships bore little resemblance to those of Dongwang. Connecting the dots with previous messages, she swiftly comprehended the situation. It was the Royal Exercise Fleet. Were they regarding me as a participant? Jiang Jiang observed the battleships charging at her from the side, feeling a throbbing headache. Instead of encountering her own exercise fleet, she had stumbled upon another faction's team, and evidently, they had misunderstood her intentions. In the exercise, aside from reaching the designated training grounds, if one encountered fleets from other factions along the way, engagements were permissible, as was forming alliances. This was a universally accepted practice among all schools. The caliber of a commander is not solely demonstrated through combat prowess, but also encompasses diplomatic acumen. Thus, many teams find themselves eliminated during the journey each year. Jiang Jiang grasped the radio, attempting to establish communication with the approaching commander. But the only response she received was a barrage of cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. Shells detonated around Jiang Jiang's battleship, forcibly halting her vessel. Subsequently, the opposing battleships surrounded her, and one of them advanced, launching several signal flares into the sky. The flares erupted, signaling a challenge and provocation. Jiang Jiang was both amused and infuriated by their audacity. Not only did they refuse to communicate, but they also resorted to cannon fire and now sought to engage her in a one-on-one duel as a form of provocation. While there may be a semblance of chivalry, it was scant and lacked decorum. Jiang Jiang's eyes sharpened. Could she tolerate this? If that was the case, she would resort to legitimate self-defense. Chapter 32. The outbreak of war. Jiang Jiang surveyed the surrounding command ships, since they were unwilling to engage in discourse. Let me enlighten you on the principles of Eastern dignity, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Sirius and Dato could no longer contain their impatience. Their commander's ship had been forced to a halt, and their proud master was being provoked. Were it not for Jiang Jiang's intervention, Sirius would have unleashed the ship's cannons to teach these impudent royal successors a lesson. Upon receiving Jiang Jiang's battle readiness order, Sirius and Dato promptly turned away, rallying Beifa and others to prepare for combat. Conversely, the opposing commander did not exhibit the same level of vigilance as Jiang Jiang. He merely summoned his 3 ship girls to the surface, showcasing their ship forms, while he engaged in light-hearted banter over the radio with his comrades. Hey, Porter, don't underestimate them, a male voice casually reminded over the radio. Rest assured, Jim, I shall give my all regardless of who stands before me. Otherwise, the captain might just stuff Aunt Mona's rag into my mouth, Porter retorted, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Jiang's command ship. Hey, I think we should refrain from such actions. Our relationship with the Eastern powers isn't bad. A deep, resonant voice attempted to counsel the team to remain calm. Moreover, this individual was acting independently, surely. All right, Sean, spare me the incessant chatter like my grandmother. I shall show mercy, Porter interrupted Sean. But Sean, let him be. He has been cooped up for days. I will keep an eye on him. Very well, Captain, do as you wish. Sean wanted to say more, but was cut off by the captain's voice, and he reluctantly acquiesced. I just said bang, bang, bang. The sound of cannon fire interrupted Porter's words. 3 agile figures leaped from Jiang Jiang's ship, Beifa, the Empress, and Sirius. All 3 donned tactical goggles as they descended, revealing their ship forms midair. With a slight raise of their hands, the shells traced perfect trajectories, decisively striking the 3 opposing ship girls. Empress, Beifa, smoke bombs. Jiang Jiang commanded through the headset. Understood. Beifa and the Empress landed on the water's surface and promptly released smoke bombs. Puff, puff. The billowing smoke enveloped the 3 women instantaneously, obscuring the enemy's presence from all the royal commanders. However, amid the haze, Beifa and her companions, equipped with their goggles, utilized various detection devices, making it even easier to lock onto the opposing ship girls. Though they had practiced this maneuver numerous times during training, this was their first encounter in actual combat, and the tactical goggles proved to be quite remarkable. The Empress felt, the Empress is so formidable. The power of the commander. This omnipotent perspective dominating the battlefield was utterly enthralling for Beifa and the Empress. Sirius remained silent, raising her hand to adjust her aim, and fired several more rounds, toppling the opposing sharpshooter, who clumsily struggled to retaliate in the direction of the incoming shells. Yet only the sounds of splashes were heard. No hits were made. Porter observed the fleet girls in a state of extreme disadvantage, his brows furrowing as he lost the calm demeanor he once possessed. He incessantly issued commands through the girls' headsets, calling for various tactical formations such as column and line, as well as the V formation. However, the results were disheartening. In a moment of desperation, he ordered the fleet girls to charge into the dense fog in a wedge formation, only to witness one of them sustain serious damage. Porter was on the verge of madness, beads of sweat rolling down his brow as his fleet girls remained blind within the smoke. In stark contrast, Zhang's fleet girls fired their shells with uncanny precision, as if guided by an invisible navigation system, striking their targets with ruthless accuracy. In that moment, Porter found himself at the mercy of his adversaries. Hey, Porter, are you all right? His teammates observed his predicament. The 3 fleet girls under the Eastern who command were still shrouded in the fog. Whenever signs of the mist dissipated, they would swiftly retreat, leaving even the watching allies oblivious to the whereabouts of Beifa and her companions. Meanwhile, the situation for Porter was dire. His 3 fleet girls were in disarray, the youngest destroyer on the verge of tears, unable to escape, while the most unfortunate among them was nearing total destruction. Bang, bang, bang. It was already too late. The trio of Beifa unleashed a volley, and the most agile gunner fell, intensifying the pressure on Porter's side. Defeat was merely a matter of time. What are you all doing? Oh my God, this guy is about to turn my girls into French fries. Upon witnessing the gunner's fall, Porter could no longer contain his frustration and grabbed the radio, shouting for his teammates to come to their aid. He desperately hoped to save at least the 2 surviving fleet girls. Bang, bang, bang. Now, only 1 fleet girl remained. His teammates finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Some sent their partners to the rescue. Others attempted to establish contact with Zhang, while a few initiated their commander ships into the fray, only to be repelled by a barrage of shells bursting forth from the fog. Zhang was retaliating in kind. Isn't it a bit late to take action? Truly a bunch of novices, she mused, calmly observing the actions of her opponents. Due to the inexperience and poor judgment of the opposing commanders, combined with Porter's stubbornness in failing to call for help, the optimal moment for rescue had long since passed. However, Zhang wished to escalate the stakes. Suddenly, the accuracy of Beifa's artillery fire diminished, with shells narrowly missing their targets, just enough for the beleaguered fleet girl to evade. Thus, Porter and his remaining fleet girl grasped at this lifeline, desperately dodging the arcs of incoming shells, each time barely escaping a direct hit. Yet, if one were to observe closely, it became evident that the fleet girl was not retreating from the battlefield, but rather being gradually forced deeper into the fog. No, Porter, quickly call your fleet girl back. At last, the captain of the fleet discerned the alarming trend and urgently called out, but it was already too late. PFF. With a sharp hiss, a smoke bomb was launched, enveloping the ship girl in a swirling tempest of vapor. Porter and his comrades lost sight of her. The only sounds that pierced the haze were the thunderous booms of artillery. In that moment, Porter was thrown into disarray, frantically grasping the radio to establish contact with the opposing command ship. Wait, brothers, there is no need for this. I apologize, truly I do. It was my folly to initiate hostilities. Please, spare Leipzig. For the sake of God, oh no. For the friendship between Dongwang and the Royal Navy, I cannot afford to be eliminated here. Should Porter lose his last shipgirl, the friendly exercise would abruptly slip from his grasp. Meanwhile, within the command room of Zhang's ship, the radio crackled incessantly on the table, but the chamber was devoid of any presence. Beneath the smoke-shrouded sea, a figure seamlessly blended with the abyssal darkness of the deep, advancing like an imperceptible shadow towards Porter's command ship. All attention was fixated on the tumultuous smoke and the echoes of cannon fire, oblivious to the additional factors stealthily encroaching upon the battlefield. Indeed, Zhang Rabbit was once again poised to infiltrate and wreak havoc. Chapter 33. One against four. Long before Porter's fleet discovered Jiang, aquatic reconnaissance buoys had already been deployed around the area, and the tide of battle was firmly in Jiang's control. At that moment, Jiang had positioned himself beneath Porter's flagship, awaiting the opportune moment. The rumble of cannon fire echoed through the smoke, with the overwhelming advantage of Beifa and her companions. The divine perspective and pinpoint accuracy held Porter's fleet ensnared within the fog, leaving them with no choice but to either remain trapped or succumb. "Damn it!" Porter exclaimed in frustration, slamming the radio down. The suffocating sensation of having his fate dictated by others drove him to the brink of madness. Sighing resignedly, Porter acknowledged that he could only blame himself for instigating this predicament. He had to accept that he was outmatched. "Hey, Porter, we're here to rescue you." "Oh, please. This is my battle. I accept whatever outcome awaits. However, I'm afraid I can no longer advance, Captain." Despite the offers of assistance from his teammates, Porter maintained the dignity and composure befitting a royal commander. To engage Jiang in a forced confrontation would be a transgression, and if they were to join forces, there would be no redemption. Nonetheless, Porter's captain had not concluded his proposal. "Porter, listen. You are my squad member, and I have an obligation to see you through this. I cannot allow you to fall here, especially since it was I who permitted you to engage. I bear a degree of responsibility." The captain's steady tone compelled Porter and his teammates into silence. "All members, prioritize the rescue of Porter's vessel. Afterward, I shall personally extend my sincerest apologies to our esteemed colleague from Dongguan." Upon hearing the captain's words, even Sean, who had recently voiced dissent, began to cooperate with the team to provide support. "Thank you. Thank you all." Suddenly, a smoke bomb erupted, choking off Porter's heartfelt words. In an instant, Porter's flagship was engulfed in smoke, allowing Jiang to seize the opportunity to ascend the vessel using his grappling hook, swiftly scaling the hull. This scene, known only to Jiang and the vessels sharing his line of sight, went unnoticed by Porter and his companions. "Porter, are you all right? That guy just fired directly at the commander. Porter, report your status." As Porter's flagship vanished from sight, his teammates panicked, frantically communicating over the radio. "Cough, cough. I'm fine. It's just a smoke bomb, probably a stray shot that caught me." Porter's voice reassured his teammates, but it sparked a flicker of doubt in both the captain and Porter himself. From the outset, the enemy vessels had displayed impeccable accuracy, but then deviations began to occur, forcing the remaining ships into the smoke, and now, a stray shot had struck Porter's flagship. Something felt amiss. "This cannot continue," thought Jim as he dispatched his light aircraft carrier to pursue, instructing her to launch her aircraft into the smoky fray, circling above as a show of force. Upon seeing the aircraft overhead, Beifa and her companions' expressions turned ominous. "Hee, I did not expect it to be as the master described. Have we truly fallen into a siege? I detest such unrefined individuals." Beifa was incensed by the actions of Porter's companions joining the fray. Unable to engage in one-on-one combat, they resorted to a group assault. With a determined wave, the intensity of their aim intensified. The queen also displayed an expression of displeasure, yet this only rendered her more endearing. Sirius remained silent, raising her anti-aircraft cannon and directly opening fire, bringing down a carrier-based aircraft. Observing Jim dispatching his own ship girls, other teammates, including the captain, followed suit, sending forth their own ship girls into the battlefield, which immediately escalated the pressure on Beifa and her companions. Dozens of ship girls' shells rained into the smoke. Even if their aim was off, it significantly increased the red lines in Beifa's tactical scope, drastically reducing the space for evasion, let alone counterattacks. With the limited firepower of Beifa's trio, it was impossible to deal with everyone in a short span. At this moment, 3 ship girls capable of deploying aircraft sent their fighters soaring, circling above Jiang's command ship and ship girls. The implication was unmistakable. Bang, bang, bang. From Jiang's command ship, several anti-aircraft shells were launched, catching the opposing ship girls off guard, allowing Dido to shoot down several carrier-based aircraft in the chaos. Whoosh. A few aircraft also took flight from Jiang's command ship, led by Unicorn. With the addition of these two, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Sirius, bolstered by Dido's skill support, became even more terrifying, while the 4 royal ship girls provided significant enhancement to Dido. Unicorn's involvement intensified the offensive of the 4 frontline vanguard ship girls. Beifa and her companions ceased their leniency, launching a full-scale assault against the newly joined ship girls. With impeccable accuracy and the cover of smoke, the battlefield reverted to its previous state. Be cautious. This fellow still has tricks up their sleeve. How infuriating. When did the Eastern Huang students become so formidable? Sean's ship girl soon had her deployed aircraft cleared, but fortunately, before being shot down, they dropped a few aerial bombs, though their effectiveness remained uncertain. At last, several teammates understood the nature of the challenge Porter had previously faced. Only through personal experience could one grasp the overwhelming sense of dominance on this despairing battlefield. What they initially thought to be solitary herbivores turned out to be lone predators. Unicorn donned a tactical scope distinct from others, specially modified by Jiang for light aircraft carriers, enhancing targeting capabilities and route prediction. Holding Yuchan, Unicorn puffed out her cheeks, her eyes wide beneath the scope, earnestly directing the aircraft to attack the enemies at sea, occasionally assisting her older sisters in alleviating aerial pressure. Several fighters, seemingly foreseeing the future, traced a massive spiral through the sky, skillfully avoiding anti-aircraft fire before diving down, their sharp wings slicing the air into streaks of white as they unleashed a torrent of ammunition. The searing bullets and torpedoes that stirred up splashes caused one destroyer ship girl to succumb under the weight as her comrades brandished their anti-aircraft cannons, unleashing a torrent of bullets upward towards the carrier-based aircraft. The carrier aircraft were riddled with holes, teetering precariously under the extreme maneuvers of the Unicorn. In the end, the Unicorn secured the capture of a destroyer ship girl at the cost of 2 of its own aircraft, while inflicting several injuries upon the opposing ship girls. Porter anxiously observed the battlefield, alarmed by the inability of his comrades to subdue Jiang's 5 formidable ship girls. Their combat prowess was undoubtedly beyond that of a mere trainee, reaching the caliber of seasoned commanders. Yet, in stark contrast to the large fleets comprising dozens of those veterans, Jiang commanded a mere 5 ship girls. Another ship girl succumbed amidst the barrage of smoke and fire, this time a heavy cruiser renowned for its durability. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Porter seized the radio, intending to order a retreat to avoid repeating past mistakes. However, unbeknownst to him, a shadow had already descended upon him. Hey, stop! Zzz. A powerful jolt of electricity coursed through Porter, leaving him chilled to the bone and disoriented, causing him to slowly collapse into Jiang's embrace. Porter struggled to lift his gaze, but the terror he wished to express was lost. His vision fell upon a face obscured by a diving mask and goggles, concealing everything from view. Jiang, silent as ever, covered Porter's mouth with her hand. Another surge came, but thanks to her electrically insulated diving suit, she was spared the violent convulsions that plagued Porter, although she soon succumbed, her eyes rolling back as she lost consciousness. Once Jiang dealt with Porter, she stood in the command room, casting her gaze towards another commanding vessel. From the cacophony of the radio, she discerned that it was their captain. Turning away, she ascended to the deck, leaping down unnoticed by the beleaguered commanders, who were overwhelmed by the adverse conditions of the battle. The shadow was now poised to strike with lethal precision. Chapter 34. The 36 Stratagems. Deceive the east and attack the west. The battle raged on with fervor, with Jim's shouts, Sean's commands, and the captain's urgent orders echoing throughout the chaos. Tension hung in the air, so palpable that no one noticed that Porter had fallen silent for a while, granting Jiang a valuable respite. She stealthily approached the stern of Captain Porter's flagship, which was stationed at the rear of the conflict. His crew members had intentionally surged ahead, each deploying their own ship girls into the fray. Thus, even without the cover of smoke grenades, Jiang could boldly stride forward without arousing suspicion. However, for the sake of caution, she paused upon boarding, carefully ensuring that no ship girls were present on deck before making her way to the cockpit. Meanwhile, the battlefield was grim for both sides. Under the nearly certain strikes from Jiang's 5 ship girls, none of the opposing ship girls remained unscathed. The ammunition fired from their side was partially deflected by the smoke, while the foresight of Beifa and her comrades allowed them to evade a significant portion of the oncoming fire, leaving only a few rounds to find their mark, an inconsequential amount for Jiang's ship girls. As time progressed, however, the sheer volume of artillery shells from the opposing ship girls began to accumulate damage, relying solely on chance to achieve hits. Particularly alarming were the carrier-based aircraft deployed by the enemy, which dropped bombs with an extensive blast radius. Although Beifa and her team adeptly dodged the falling bombs, the ensuing shockwaves were unavoidable. These tremors disrupted their evasive maneuvers and balance, causing them to deviate from their previously flawless dodging trajectories, resulting in hits that could have otherwise been avoided. As of now, all of Jiangjiang's shipgirls bore injuries, with the less durable weather girl and the less agile unicorn in the most precarious situations. They were so preoccupied with defense that they could scarcely spare a moment to launch smoke grenades for Jiangjiang's cover. Just as she reached the door to the cockpit and leaned in to eavesdrop, the words she heard made her frown deeply. Now, all were instructed to charge into the smoke with their shipgirls, disregarding the bizarre shells raining down upon them. Since evasion was futile, the plan was to close the distance and keep the shipgirls within communication range, surrounding and striking any foes they encountered. Indeed, the leadership of Porter was not without merit. Despite the apparent recklessness of this command, a closer examination revealed that the number of enemy shipgirls far surpassed Porter's fleet. Compared to earlier encounters, where they similarly charged into the smoke, the shroud of fog remained consistent, thus providing Beifa and her team with equal mobility. However, this time, the enemy boasted a significant numerical advantage. If an opportunity arose, the enemy shipgirls would converge en masse, gradually encroaching upon Beifa's hiding spots, ultimately forcing a direct confrontation. Defeat would be inevitable, as Jiangjiang's side consisted of merely 5 shipgirls. Numerical superiority was not the most favorable strategy, yet it proved effective. Upon hearing the captain's command, everyone urged their fleet girls to charge into the mist. In that moment, the maneuvering space for Beifa and her companions indeed diminished considerably. However, the relentless advance of the tenacious fleet girls pressed on, each harboring a simmering rage after enduring such prolonged combat. The tide of battle had once again shifted, making it merely a matter of time before Beifa and her allies were ensnared. Faced with this predicament, Jiangjiang could not help but admire the wisdom displayed, tightening her grip on the stun baton as she prepared to enter. Suddenly, a voice, starkly contrasting that of the captain, echoed through the air. "Truly impressive, my captain." The voice unabashedly conveyed its admiration for the captain, revealing the unexpected presence of a 5th individual. Jiangjiang's expression darkened. She had not recognized this voice in the previous radio communication from Porter. To her astonishment, there were 2 individuals aboard the command ship under Captain Porter, complicating matters significantly. Should she proceed now, the likelihood of being discovered was exceedingly high. Even if she remained undetected, eliminating one would surely alert the other. Moreover, Jiangjiang sensed that the 5th person was likely situated closer to the door, compelling her to address that individual first. As for the pivotal captain, Jiangjiang contemplated her underwater spotlight, devising a potentially viable strategy. The increasingly perilous situation for Beifa and her companions left no room for Jiangjiang to deliberate leisurely on her course of action. Jiangjiang glanced at the distribution box outside the cockpit, opened the door, and placed the stun baton onto the circuitry, pressing the switch. With a crackle and a bang, silvery arcs of electricity and orange sparks erupted from the distribution box, illuminating the cockpit in a manner consistent with her intentions. Instantly, the cockpit's lights short-circuited, plunging the enclosed space, with its narrow row of small windows, into darkness. Although visibility was not severely compromised, the sudden dimness unsettled the 2 occupants within. "What is happening? Shao Kai, go check what is wrong with our distribution box," the captain commanded, fixated on the distant battlefield without turning back. Despite the growing advantage on their side, complacency was not an option. Shao Kai, the commander addressed by the captain, understood that this was not the time to disturb her superior. With only 1 fleet girl at her disposal, her brief absence would not cause significant disruption. She pouted slightly, stood up, and headed toward the door. "All right. It might just be a minor tripping issue. I'll be right back." "I hope so." Witnessing the shift in the battle, both individuals relaxed their expressions, which inadvertently diminished their vigilance. As Shao Kai exited the room, she turned to find Jiangjiang, clad in a form-fitting black suit, stepping forward. With a swift motion, Jiangjiang covered Shao Kai's mouth, stifling her gasp, while simultaneously thrusting the stun baton forward. The familiar arc of electricity flashed past, and Shao Kai's eyes rolled back as she collapsed, left with only a lingering taste of leather in her mouth. Jiangjiang steadied her, gently lowering her to the ground, striving to make no sound. Then, she stepped over Shao Kai and moved into the cockpit. The captain, keenly attuned to the footsteps approaching from behind. Sensed the unusual silence where Shao Kai's voice should have been, filling her with confusion. Shao Clang. Before the captain's words had fully escaped his lips, he felt a chilling presence behind him. Instinctively, he threw himself aside, rolling away to create distance. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Even as the echoes of Jiang Jiang's electric baton striking the control panel had yet to fade. My intuition proves correct, and surprisingly, I have managed to evade it. Jiang Jiang mused as he stealthily approached the control panel. It appears you are the commander from Dongwang. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us. The captain gradually rose, attempting to stall for time with his clumsy command of Dongwang's language. I am not. I have not. Do not make baseless accusations. Jiang Jiang, however, was not one to adhere to any notions of martial virtue. He seized the radio microphone and forcefully severed the captain's line of communication for assistance. Shao Kai. What of Porter? It seems he has been silent for quite some time. Did you execute him? Faced with this predicament, the captain finally recognized the detail he had overlooked. At that moment, the radio receiver crackled to life. Captain, we have downed the enemy light cruiser once, but alas, it was rescued. Otherwise, both Jiang Jiang and Porter's captain heard this report. It is the unicorn. Jiang Jiang's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing as he lunged towards the captain. The clash of metal rang out as a black object was sent flying. It was Jiang Jiang's electric baton. He recoiled a few steps, observing the figure before him, who wielded a Western sword. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jason of the Royal Guard. Proficient with the Western sword. I am unlike those commanders who possess no combat abilities beyond their ship girls, Jason proclaimed with a hint of pride. Then let me Just as he was about to continue, Jiang Jiang swiftly illuminated him with a powerful searchlight, its intense and penetrating beam dazzling his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Jiang grasped a chair and struck it against Jason, rendering the slender, elegant sword ineffective. Jason was knocked out in a single blow. This is the 36 stratagems, feigning the East while attacking the West. Remember it well. Chapter 35. Under the commander's orders, Jiang Jiang gazed at the fallen Jason, who still clutched a piece of wood, the remnants of what was once a chair. Now, only the plank remained. She discarded the wood and shook her aching arm, having exerted all her strength in that sudden outburst. The chair had been swung with such fervor that it produced a whooshing sound, not out of fear of missing the target, but rather as a mark of respect for her opponent. Jiang Jiang retrieved the electric stun device that had been flung from her grasp and delivered a finishing blow to Jason. An admirable habit, she thought. Jason's still body convulsed momentarily before sinking into a deeper silence. Jiang Jiang prodded his torso with her foot, receiving no response. She felt a sense of relief wash over her. After ensuring the safety of Unicorn and Beifa, she commanded them to evade at all costs. Then, she procured some rope, secured her assets, and made her way to the deck. In the distance, the sounds of cannon fire echoed through the smoke as the ship girls continued their pursuit. Meanwhile, Jason's comrades, perplexed by the absence of his orders, began to voice their concerns. Upon receiving no response, the anxious crew rushed out of the control room, only to be met with a shocking sight. Their captain, Jason, and another teammate, Shao Kai, bound together like caterpillars. Thick, sturdy hemp rope coiled around them, ensuring that even if they regained consciousness, they would remain ensnared in the cocoon-like bonds. Suspended outside the ship, they dangled from the deck's railing, the rope bearing the entirety of their weight. The sea breeze swayed them gently, giving the unsettling impression that they might plummet at any moment. My God, that's the captain and Shao Kai. How infuriating. What does that lunatic intend to do? Jim and Sean glared at Jiang Jiang, yet they hesitated to act rashly. In front of them, Jiang Jiang bent down to raise a sign, inscribed in English, proclaiming a demand: 3 hostages. Upon reading the sign, realization struck the two as they comprehended the grim fate that had befallen Porter, who had long since gone missing. Now, the majority of Jason's fleet had succumbed to Jiang Jiang's control. Subsequently, she utilized the radio on Shao Kai to demand their surrender. Reluctantly, Sean and Jim complied, summoning all ship girls back. The ship girls, who had finally glimpsed the light of victory, were bewildered by the orders given by their leaders until they learned that all 3 commanders were now in enemy hands. Panic ensued among the ship girls as they hastily turned back, disregarding even the strikes they had sustained. Commander, you villain, return my commander at once, they cried in indignation. their hearts heavy with humiliation and despair as they witnessed their commander dangling perilously from the ship's exterior. In a frenzy of righteous fury, they attempted to rush towards Jiang, some even pulling out their cannons, ready to fire. Stop! Jiang grasped the live, not tethered to the railing, appearing poised to untie it at any moment. Observing the taut rope, the ship girls were compelled to halt, gritting their teeth as they watched the man standing on the deck in the distance. These two individuals had merely lost consciousness and were not in any immediate peril. However, should you draw any closer, a gentle tug could send them plummeting into the sea. What fate would befall them in their unconscious state? TSK, I needn't elaborate. Jiang's taunting tone evoked a mix of frustration and helplessness among the enemy ship girls. Having successfully subdued them with words, Jiang maintained his stance and swiftly contacted Beifa and the others. Beifa, report the situation, he commanded. Yes, master. Firstly, none of our ships are critically damaged. The most severe injuries are sustained by Tianho and Unicorn, both at moderate damage levels. Additionally, Sirius and I have minor damage, while Dato's condition is the best. Just a hair's breadth from minor damage. What of Tianho and Unicorn's status? Brother, Unicorn is fine. Tianho is also unharmed. The youthful voices of Unicorn and Tianho bore a hint of somberness, yet they mustered their spirits to reassure Jiang. Beifa, take Unicorn and Tianho back to the ship at once. That is an order. I will have Dato and Sirius come to retrieve me. Jiang discerned the weakness underlying their voices and insisted they return to rest. At that moment, several ship girls in the distance shivered, glancing up to see Jiang's face obscured, yet facing them, his expression concealed beneath the goggles. Now, you shall cast half of your supplies into the sea. Jiang stated over the radio. What? That's impossible. You must be Clang. Jiang seized a multifunctional knife and plunged it vertically into the coarse hemp rope of Jessen, the blade slicing through the thick cord. The hardened tip of the knife struck the railing of the command ship, producing a crisp sound that echoed not only across the surface of the sea, but also resonated within the nerves of Jim, Sean, and a dozen other ship girls. Witnessing Jiang's resolute action, Jim and Jessen's ship girls instinctively reached out, their anxiety palpable. Jiang fixed his gaze upon Jim and Sean, gripping the knife hilt tightly, then slowly twisting it, causing their hearts to race once more. Observing Jiang's silence, everyone realized that this man was no ordinary foe. I have no time to waste with you, if you are not mere trainees. I believe the ship girls would willingly sacrifice themselves to protect their commander. Wouldn't they? Jiang's mood was exceedingly foul. The injuries sustained by Unicorn and Tianho had begun to sow seeds of doubt within him. Particularly, their feigned nonchalance struck a dissonant chord in his heart. Had he been met with the ship girls' complaints instead, he might have felt more at ease. Mingming, who had assumed the role of commander solely for the purpose of the return plan, now faced a group of foolish girls. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Jim and Sean instantly understood that blood must be shed today. The emotions of the opposing commander from Donghuang were evidently amiss. Was it due to the injury of their ship girl? Following this, a dozen ship girls and the two commanders collaborated and swiftly gathered the supplies Jiang required. A few minutes later, Sirius and Daito arrived in a lifeboat. Jiang slightly rotated the knife in hand, compelling the ship girls, who were glaring menacingly at Sirius and Daito, to part ways. After confirming that the two maids had taken the supplies back to the ship, Jiang ordered everyone to maintain a distance of at least 10 kilometers from the vessel before hastily piloting the lifeboat to evacuate the scene. By the time Jim and the others arrived, Jiang had long vanished without a trace. This rascal is faster than a rabbit. If I ever catch him. Jim lamented. Enough of that, Jim. Let us quickly check on the captain and the others. Oh heavens, today has been nothing short of a nightmare. The two worked in tandem with the ship girls to bring Jason and little Kayla aboard, and within the command bridge of Porter's flagship, they discovered the same fuzzy caterpillar beneath the chair, ensuring everything was in order before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Jim and Sean unanimously decided to report Jiang's actions to higher authorities, and soon, the ship echoed with voices condemning him. However, everything changed when Jason's ship girl discovered a note at the location where the lifeboats were being collected. The expressions of everyone present twisted and contorted, resembling the disbelief of Italians confronted with a century egg pizza smothered in mustard and chili oil. The note read, Regarding the malicious attack by Royal Academy trainees on the Dongwang escort, both parties have reached a consensus that this was a misunderstanding, and compensation will be provided. At the bottom of the paper, for words remained, signature of the party. Reluctantly, Jim and Sean donned expressions of anguish as they scrawled their names, utterly disheartened. Chapter 36. The Heart of the Ship Girl. So, has the master revealed his identity to them? How mischievous. Do you require Beifa's assistance? Beifa's hands were gracefully clasped before her. Despite her typically immaculate maid attire becoming somewhat disheveled, she maintained an air of elegance and composure. Jiang smiled softly, then lowered her gaze, walking slowly alongside Beifa in the corridor. Beifa, how are Unicorn and the Empress faring? Their condition. Jiang suddenly interjected, recalling that in previous battles, she had never allowed her ship girls to suffer such grievous injuries. However, this time, surrounded by foes and acting rashly, perhaps it was her arrogance as a cosmic captain that led her to confront an entire fleet head-on, resulting in the severe damage of Unicorn and the Empress. Do not worry, Master. Unicorn and the Empress are stable now. Would you like to rest? Beifa smiled, her tone soothing Jiang's concerns. Jiang gazed at Beifa's ever-radiant face and, almost unwittingly, inquired, Beifa, do you harbor any dissatisfaction regarding this battle? As soon as the words escaped her lips, Jiang regretted them, but like water spilled, they could not be retracted. Ah, I see, Master. Are you feeling guilty about the injuries we sustained? This battle could have been avoided. Yet no, Master. Beifa interrupted Jiang, stepping in front of her, pausing as she gazed into Jiang's eyes with her bright, sparkling orbs. Jiang, caught off guard by the intensity of Beifa's stare, averted her gaze, feeling a flutter of uncertainty. Seeing Jiang's reaction, Beifa took a step closer, her delicate form pressing near, and revealed a triumphant smile at the flustered expression on Jiang's face. Your battle plan was impeccable, even exceeding my expectations. Your understanding of everyone's capabilities and the unfolding of the situation was astute. However, but what? Beifa teased, leaning forward and locking her blue-violet eyes onto Jiang's with a breathtaking intensity. However, Master, I hope you will not put yourself in peril next time. This is the request of your headmaid, May Beifa, who worries for you. Have your promise? Jiang, gazing into Beifa's pleading blue-violet eyes, found her looking so pitiful and endearing that she felt an overwhelming reluctance to deny such a modest request. Master, it seems I have no reason to refuse. Jiang helplessly touched her nose, and Beifa's face lit up with a beautiful, contented smile, only for it to freeze in an instant. But I refuse. The unexpected turn of events caused Beifa's smile to vanish entirely. Why? Master, you should have entrusted the battle to us ship girls. You ought to oversee the larger picture from behind. Beifa's voice, rare in its display of frustration, resonated with urgency. In the customs of the Dongwang nation, it has been a long-standing tradition for the leaders and officials to wear distinctive headgear. Furthermore, Beifa, you are not being entirely truthful. Jiang, with a serene demeanor, gracefully circled around Beifa and continued down the corridor. Huh, you think to exploit my guilt to bind my feet? Not a chance. As long as life persists, so too shall the battles. Master, Sirius and Dato will indulge you, but Beifa is not so easily deceived. Beifa took a moment to compose herself before catching up, observing Jiang feigning ignorance. With a wry smile, Beifa suggested, if you are worried, perhaps you should check on the Unicorn and the others. Some matters are best addressed personally. Upon hearing Beifa's reminder, Jiang's spirits swiftly waned, a myriad of complex emotions flashing in her eyes as she silently made her way to the infirmary. Upon arriving at the infirmary, she found the Unicorn and the Queen happily engaged in conversation, primarily concerning Jiang herself. The moment they spotted her at the door, both the Unicorn and the Queen expressed their delight and hurried over. Each took hold of one of Jiang's hands, lifting their adorable, healing faces, and sweetly asked, Commander, are you here to see the Queen? I hope she hasn't caused you any trouble. Brother, has Unicorn been of help to you this time? Looking at the two endearing and considerate girls, Jiang managed a smile, kneeling to meet their gaze. Everyone is doing splendidly. Are your wounds better? Would you like to rest a little longer? She gently patted their heads, feeling their warmth against her own, which stirred a sense of confusion within her. Brother, Unicorn no longer feels pain. I want to follow you. And the Queen is fine too. I wish to. The two obedient girls shyly clasped Jiang Jiang's hand, their cheeks flushed, their innocent eyes occasionally glancing at her with bashfulness. The profound reliance they exhibited began to unsettle Jiang Jiang's previously steadfast heart. Is this truly acceptable? Where will they go upon my return? Or rather, what is the origin of the ship girls' dependence on their commander? Is it merely a function of mechanical intelligence, or does it stem from a deeper, soulful connection? Jiang Jiang found her thoughts drifting. Having become a commander, she had the potential to forge the mainstream power of this world. Though she had always treated these girls with equality, it was out of respect for life itself, a mere aspect of her upbringing, as she navigated the cosmos without prejudice against any living being. Yet, Jiang Jiang still harbored a sense of viewing the ship girls as instruments. As a unique spectacle in her cosmic voyages, her understanding of them shaped more by data than by personal experience. However, as she spent time with the ship girls, the unicorn and the queen, waiting for Jiang Jiang's response, displayed their disappointment, their delicate faces brimming with unshed tears. The pure-hearted unicorn and the queen, believing they had done something wrong, lowered their heads, yet their small hands clinging to Jiang Jiang's remained unwavering. The sight of Jiang Jiang, dependent and forlorn, evoked a sense of pity. Even Jiang Jiang himself felt that the culprit behind such a disheartening expression on the faces of these two little angels deserved to be taken out and executed. Fortunately, Beifa was nearby. Noticing the situation, the perceptive Beifa stepped forward, gently taking the hands of the unicorn and the queen, and smiled as she spoke. It appears that our current master may lack the energy to engage in playtime. The commander, having just returned from the front lines of battle, requires some rest. Let us change into fresh attire before seeking out the commander. Elegance is indispensable for a royal ship girl. Upon hearing Beifa's explanation, the radiant expressions of the unicorn and the queen re-emerged. The unicorn grasped Jiang Jiang's hand and, with concern, said, "Brother, please ensure you rest well. I will be a good child and not disturb you." The queen added, "I shall also strive to assist our maid sister with the chores. Do not forget to rise for your meal, Commander." Jiang Jiang, now regaining his composure, acquiesced. "Very well, let us eat before resuming our play." As he observed the retreating figures of the unicorn and the queen, Beifa whispered softly in Jiang Jiang's ear, "To the ship girls, the commander is everything." Leaving Jiang Jiang in a state of bewilderment, she turned to prepare fresh clothing for the unicorn and the queen. Is the commander truly everything to the ship girls? But Beifa, what prompted you to utter such words? The ship girls, forged of steel, are flesh and blood. Having endured this bittersweet victory, I can no longer be merely a fleeting sight to them. The evasive response I gave to Sirius and Daedalus during the trial now demands an answer. For whom does the heart of a ship girl truly beat? Jiang Jiang suddenly realized that his understanding of the ship girls had always been limited to what he observed in his mind. He had never truly paid attention to Beifa and the others' private interests and habits. "Captain, what should I do?" Just as Jiang Jiang was lost in contemplation, a message arrived, causing his phone to ring. He picked it up and gasped, instantly contemplating a hasty retreat. The message bore a glaring headline, "Urgent notice. Our exercise fleet has been ambushed by the sirens and is currently fleeing. The situation is critical. Commander Jiang Jiang, please proceed immediately to rescue the exercise fleet. Time is of the essence." Oh no, this is disastrous. Chapter 37. Actions from the school at this moment, not far from Jiang Jiang. The training team was in a frantic sprint. The three commander ships bore the marks of artillery fire, with patches of blackened areas covering their hulls, evidence of the scorching they had endured. One ship had a jagged piece missing from its bow, while another was emitting black smoke from an unknown source at its stern. The final vessel, though devoid of its lookout tower, was in the best condition among the three. "Have we shaken them off?" Liu Yang's voice was laden with exhaustion, as if he had toiled without sleep for 3 days and nights. "No. Damn it, my fuel is almost depleted. Why won't these things let up?" Su Lu shouted over the radio, her tone bordering on hysteria. "Send another distress call, perhaps." Lu Hai's voice also lacked vitality. "Send? What more can we possibly send? Haven't we sent enough already?" "Ah, those lunatics." Su Lu screamed into the radio, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. After days of relentless flight, they dared not let their guard down, especially as their escorts faced peril while merely spectating. Truth be told, if Su Lu were not so intent on conserving every fleeting moment of escape, She would have already armed the ship girls and staged a real-life showdown against those so-called seniors. What kind of seasoned veterans are these? They are merely a band of raving madmen, having escaped from a mental institution, restrained in straitjackets. The pressure and pent-up frustrations that had built up within Liu Yang erupted in an instant, compounded by their isolated predicament and dwindling fuel reserves. To make matters worse, he could occasionally hear the gloating remarks from the escort fleet. Liu Yang swore that if they did not escape in the end, he would deliver a blow akin to a firefly headbutt to those rascals, bringing history full circle. Oh, let us hope we can endure until the next rotation of the escorts. For now, we can only. Liu Hai too found the actions of those seniors bewildering. Since the last exchange of the escort fleet, the previous upperclassmen had departed, replaced by a batch of commanders seemingly in their 40s, each exuding an unusual air of ruthless determination. According to the upperclassmen, they were veterans from the front lines. Seeing the adoration in the seniors' expressions, Su Lu and her companions had initially felt reassured and even somewhat honored by this voyage. However, now, all respect had vanished, and they merely wished to render a rendition of Lift Your Skull. While Su Lu and her companions were engulfed in their desperate plight, the principal's office at the academy was shrouded in silence. So, it was all a misunderstanding? Hood leaned back wearily in his office chair, eyes closed, as the recent turmoil from the Sakura Empire and Iron Blood had already left him thoroughly exasperated. Now faced with yet another troubling matter, the diligent Huda for the first time contemplated resignation after so many years of steadfast service. However, given his circumstances, he realized that resigning was not a feasible option. Perhaps it was best to dismiss Jiang Jiang. Yet, this incident was undeniably not his fault, and he felt utterly exhausted. To summarize, a royal student mistakenly believed that Jiang Jiang was a participant and recklessly provoked a confrontation, resulting in a humiliating defeat. A fleet of 5 was captured, and 3 of the opponents were executed, one of whom was the captain. Ultimately, they managed to avert disaster by sacrificing half their resources. Now, due to a shortage of supplies, reaching their destination seemed uncertain, prompting a request for assistance from Dong Huang. Huda's frustration mounted as he spoke, and had it not been for his years of self-cultivation and refined demeanor, he might have lost his composure entirely. He pinched his brow, reflecting on the humiliation he had endured. It was utterly disgraceful on both sides. Jiang Jiang, could you not have offered an explanation? Not only did you engage in conflict, but you also seized their resources. Those unaware might think the academy was depriving students of their entitlements, driving them to such extremes. Alas, he lamented, the damage to his reputation was profound. And the Royal Navy, after being away for over a decade, how had it deteriorated to this? What sort of individuals had emerged? Huda could already envision the disapproving gazes of his royal colleagues upon his return. This was truly incomprehensible. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped him, unable to suppress it. He quickly covered his mouth, but the laughter shattered the silence in the principal's office. In no time, the members of the royal faction erupted in laughter, with the boisterous Wichita laughing heartily and even causing cracks on the table from her enthusiastic pounding. In stark contrast, the royal representatives wore grim expressions, with Sheffield's face darkened, his murderous intent barely concealed. Did Her Majesty the Queen and Ishin find out? Huda asked helplessly. Ha ha ha. Enshan struggled to contain her laughter, suppressing it with great difficulty. Due to the peculiar nature of the situation, Sister Ishin and Queen Elizabeth are monitoring it in real time. Huda's eyes lost their luster. It was over. He had brought shame upon his homeland. Surely, Her Majesty was furious enough to break her favorite scepter in frustration. He hoped that Beifa and Yin Zhan would intervene. No, he absolutely could not return. The mere thought of the Queen, seething with anger and crying, was almost too much to bear. Let us forget about the royal side for now. I shall bear the consequences myself. What about Jiang Jiang? How is the training team faring? Huda shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. Regarding the training team, according to the escort fleet, although their performance was somewhat disheveled, they met their expectations. Their assessment suggested that with a little more encouragement, the students would surely resolve to commit themselves. Anshan reported with utmost seriousness. That is good to hear. Let them take it easy. This training exercise is unprecedented. The students may not always remain under protection, so it is beneficial for them to develop their abilities. Jiang Jiang should be fine, Shuntihi. Hood waved his hand and nodded, finally hearing some good news. However, Enshan seemed hesitant. What is it? He inquired. Things aren't going smoothly on Jiang Jiang's side. Upon learning that the Sirens are pursuing the training team, he immediately expressed his predicament, claiming to have suffered severe injuries and significant losses while valiantly trying to defend against the enemy. He requests to return to port for recuperation. After Anshan finished, Hood was both amused and exasperated. This rabbit, sensing danger, fled faster than anyone else. Injured? Significant losses? Does he think I am unaware of the true circumstances? Public Relations Department. I need you to promote the story of Jiang voluntarily stepping up as a protector in this critical moment, bravely standing forward for the safety of his peers. Exaggerate it as much as possible. Hood revealed a dangerous smile and said casually, "But, doesn't this situation require a consent form to be signed?" The earnest Anshan seemed momentarily taken aback. "Oh right, Sheffield," Hood exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, addressing Sheffield. Sheffield, emotionless, produced a document from seemingly nowhere and placed it before Hood with swift precision. Hood picked up a pen and boldly wrote the word approved on the paper, which contained details of Jiang's voluntary application. This will suffice. By the way, also inform the training team about Jiang's support and erase the previous correspondence from him. In this manner, he has no choice but to comply. Hood executed his plan with practiced ease, leaving the shipgirls present in astonishment at such a maneuver. The unique tactics of the Eastern Empire, combined with royal propaganda techniques, made Jiang's assignment crystal clear. The shipgirls observed a moment of silence for Jiang before rallying to assist him, and soon, the school forum was flooded with posts celebrating his heroic deeds. The training team received the notification, and Jiang also received a response. Now, everyone was aware of his forthcoming support. What the heck? Jiang was bewildered upon seeing the news, pondering how he had become such a paragon of virtue, almost like a savior, and quickly grasped the school's audacious tactics. However, with the momentum firmly established, he begrudgingly redirected his course toward the training team. It won't be long now. Soon, I will reclaim everything owed to me, with interest. Chapter 38. Jiang arrives at the battlefield master. Is this truly how it ends? Beifa inquired, standing beside Jiang, his dissatisfaction palpable regarding the message from the academy. After enduring a fierce battle, what the master desperately required was rest, not an incessant rush to rescue the training team. Alas, there was no choice but to push forward. A rather hasty endeavor, indeed. The essence of Dongwang and the royal family was unmistakably at play here. By the way, Beifa, please summon Sirius and Dido. Tell them to cease their preparations for supplies. Let us first recuperate together, it might. Well, perhaps at 1 Jiang instructed, hesitating as the words left her lips. Beifa, seemingly oblivious to the latter part of Jiang's statement, stepped forward to tidy her hair and attire. Observing Jiang's resigned acceptance, Beifa smiled gracefully, executing a perfect bow before turning to depart. Once Beifa's silhouette vanished from sight, Jiang allowed her body to relax, sinking into the chair. Even though she had never encountered Hood, how could Beifa be so familiar with her? What was the source of this familiarity? Data memory, or something else? Shaking her head, Jiang dismissed such thoughts. For now, she needed to focus on the present. Once the intelligence system was upgraded again, all would be elucidated. As a seasoned captain of a cosmic vessel, Jiang swiftly regained her composure, her gaze sharpening with renewed determination. She had already made up her mind regarding the impending escort mission. Not far away, Su Lu and her companions received the same notification. Although they harbored doubts about Jiang's prowess, at this moment, any assistance arriving was akin to a lifeline thrown to drowning souls, an emblem of hope. Is that Jiang coming to rescue us? Liu Yang's voice brimmed with excitement. It mattered not who the savior was. Any support was welcome. Even if it were merely a transport ship, it could restore the spirits of the exhausted trio. Who cares? As long as someone arrives. I never realized how remarkably dashing Jiang is. If only. Forgive me, Harmon, please, let me explain. Su Lu's emotions regained their balance. Her previous despair dissipating, and the atmosphere lightened. Alarm. The Siren production ships are closing in. Lu Hai's words plunged their spirits into despair once more. A fleet of black and crimson warships emerged, their design starkly contrasting the aesthetics of this world. The vessels, adorned with black hulls and glowing red stripes, exuded a futuristic aura. With angular and formidable silhouettes, their bizarre shapes reflected advanced and meticulous engineering, clearly not inventions of this era. In comparison to the vessels of this world, the Siren production ships resembled heavily armed super soldiers from a future planet, equipped with energy beam rifles. While the ships of this realm appeared as fragile children, utterly defenseless, it was akin to the disparity between Iron Man and the Black Cat Sheriff. The Siren production ships had already locked onto the flagship commanded by Su Lu and her comrades, their propulsion powered by an unknown energy source. After several days and nights, the commander ship of Su Lu and her companions was in dire straits, while the Siren mass-produced vessels seemed to possess boundless energy, showing no signs of fatigue. No matter how Su Lu and her companions hastened their speed, the Siren ships maintained a relatively constant distance, playfully toying with them like a cat with a mouse. Now, having exhausted their resources, Su Lu and her companions were compelled to reduce their speed. It appeared that the unseen puppeteer behind the Siren vessels had also grown weary of the charade, ordering the mass-produced ships to accelerate and prepare to conclude the farce. As the Siren ships loomed larger in the distance, Su Lu and her companions felt a wave of despair wash over them. Was it finally coming to an end? The formidable warship raised its cannons, followed by a relentless barrage of cannon fire. Shells rained down upon the battered commander ship, although most landed behind it. Causing no significant damage, the humiliation was palpable, as if the Siren vessels were herding them along. Beep, beep, beep. Su Lu, at the forefront, heard the radar alarm and saw a red dot appear on the display. Suddenly enlightened, she shouted in excitement, "Jiang Jiang! It's Jiang Jiang! This must be Jiang Jiang's commander ship. Lu Hai, Lu Yang, we are saved." Su Lu's words reignited hope in the eyes of Lu Hai and Lu Yang, who peered eagerly out of the cockpit window at the approaching sea. The Siren ships, sensing the arrival of reinforcements, gradually halted their relentless advance, seemingly pausing to observe. Closer and closer, Su Lu and her companions watched as Jiang Jiang's commander ship emerged on the horizon, first the bow, then the hull, until it was fully revealed. Upon sighting Jiang Jiang's vessel, they erupted in joyous cries, seizing the radio to shout with abandon. The mass-produced Siren ships seemed to recognize the emergence of support, their unstoppable charge coming to a gradual stop, as if to assess the situation. It's nearing, it's nearing. Su Lu trembled with excitement as Jiang Jiang's commander ship sliced through the pristine waves, although the froth began to diminish. Wait, why was the spray lessening? No, the ship was decelerating. Su Lu watched in disbelief as Jiang Jiang executed a decisive drift and sudden stop, the powerful inertia causing the ship to shudder and emit creaking sounds. The roar of the rear engines straining under excessive load echoed from afar. Facing Su Lu and her companions, the ship's stern kicked up waves as high as the vessel itself. Jiang Jiang's commander ship glided in, then surged forward with ferocity. This seamless series of maneuvers would have drawn admiration even from the most seasoned of sailors. As Su Lu and her companions were momentarily taken aback, it took them a mere half-second to regain their wits. They hastily pressed the button for full speed ahead, sprinting wildly in the direction Jiang Jiang had fled, while simultaneously grabbing the radio and unleashing a desperate roar with all their might. "Aren't you supposed to be our reinforcements? I can't believe your deceit. How are you running faster than us? Help! Jiang Jiang, don't leave us behind. Brother, wait for us. We're all commanders of Dongwang. Give us a hand and let us escape together." Su Lu and her friends wailed in despair. However, the commander's vessel beneath them was unyielding, behaving like a frenzied beast pursuing its mate, charging towards Jiang Jiang with reckless abandon. Even the Siren production ships were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, and by the time they regained their composure, Su Lu and her companions had already gained a considerable distance. At that moment, Su Lu's group finally received a response from Jiang Jiang, who, despite her usual calm demeanor, was now visibly exasperated. "Forget your so-called reinforcements. 2 massive fleets of Siren production ships? Not even Ultraman could withstand that. It's one thing to call it valiant support, but in reality, it's more like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. For heaven's sake, keep your distance. Don't lead them towards me. I just remembered I left the toilet in my port district unflushed. I must take my leave." Jiang Jiang glanced back at the dense swarm of Siren production ships pursuing Su Lu and her companions, her endocrine system nearly spiraling out of control, her scalp prickling with fear as a chill shot down her spine. Impossible. Brothers should share in each other's troubles. Historically, Dongwon commanders have always faced challenges together. "Jiang, you must relent." Coughing slightly, she added, "Though it may be morally questionable, We have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Naturally, Sulu and her companions would not forego the glimmer of hope before them. They stubbornly clung to Jiang, inciting her to contemplate the ancestry of their forebears. Meanwhile, the siren production ships behind them had also reacted, continuing their pursuit, with the crisis far from resolved and seemingly dragging Jiang along for the ride. The three entities, the sirens, Sulu's group, and Jiang, formed a triangular chase upon the ocean's surface. But it was only a matter of time before the siren production ships caught up. Observing the fleet of siren production ships behind her, Jiang noted that a few had broken away to specifically pursue her, and amidst her anxiety, a feasible plan began to take shape in her mind. Chapter 39. The game of tug-of-war moments before Jiang's appearance. In the distance from Commander Sulu's ship, an entirely different fleet trailed behind them. This fleet was composed entirely of warships, appearing quite new at first glance, yet it was evident that they had undergone multiple repairs. From bow to stern, none of the components were original, indicating that these warships were seasoned veterans of countless battles, and an air of grim determination enveloped the entire fleet. "Oh, it seems the little pups ahead are struggling," remarked a man with a gravelly voice over the public frequency. "Indeed, it suffices for now. At least they have learned the art of self-preservation," responded another raspy voice, which, while conveying admiration for Sulu and his crew, was laced with an icy detachment. "Let us move. We've tolerated these wretched pests long enough." The proposal, filled with lethal intent, resonated with deep-seated animosity towards the sirens. "Understood. We will insert ourselves 500 meters ahead of the sirens' mass-produced fleet, and then you. Wait. We have a situation." The gravelly voice paused. "It appears the commander, whom Principal Hood has been keeping an eye on, has arrived. Hold on, let us observe." This statement piqued the interest of those on the channel. Is that the one who defeated the Royal Academy's cadets?" A slightly younger commander interjected. You're unaware, this year. It's Devon and his crew from the royal side. I've heard that 5 were captured, 3 beheaded. I can only imagine the look on Devon's face when he sees his beloved Eskimos and Abercrombie blowing up the bathroom," the gravelly-voiced man chuckled, lightening the previously oppressive atmosphere on the radio. "Indeed, joy is a constant. Where there is sorrow, there will also be mirth. Stop jesting. If Devon hears this, he'll come after you with a vengeance. As for this kid, we shall see shortly," the raspy voice interjected, bringing an immediate stillness to the radio, though the mood had lightened considerably. "Look, there he is. Let us see how this little rascal performs." Under the watchful eyes of the seasoned veterans, Jiang's smooth and decisive escape maneuvers left them momentarily stunned. Although the primary focus of this exercise was survival ability, the gravelly-voiced man couldn't help but feel incredulous. "But this is rather decisive, isn't it? This level of survival instinct, this navigational skill," he pondered, realizing that they were finished while Jiang would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. "This kid exhibits quite the flair reminiscent of my younger days," the young man muttered unconsciously. "Commander, what do you think? Shall we engage or hold back?" Faced with his subordinate's question, the previously stoic fleet commander found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Jiang's reactions, he felt that the young cadet displayed a level of proficiency that surpassed even their seasoned veterans. The ship sailed smoothly. After a brief silence, the fleet commander squeezed out a remark through clenched teeth. "Look, those little rascals are making a move again." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man with the smoky voice spoke up once more, redirecting his comrades' attention back to the battlefield. As a few remained silent, Jiang and Sulu split into 2 groups. The flagship commanded by Sulu led a multitude of siren mass-produced vessels in one direction, while Jiang ventured off in another. A solitary mass-produced ship from Sulu's fleet trailed behind Jiang, perhaps due to her prior evasive actions, which rendered her less of a concern to the siren fleet. Thus, Jiang departed from the pursuit with one mass-produced vessel in tow. Once Jiang had distanced herself adequately, confirming her safety, she transformed from a startled lamb into a ferocious beast. 5 ship girls leapt from the flagship, 3 light cruisers, 1 destroyer, and 1 light aircraft carrier, raising their thick, dark gun barrels for a synchronized barrage. The Unicorn released all its aircraft, unleashing a torrent of ammunition. Under the terrifying accuracy of their fire, shells, bombs, and bullets rained down upon the hapless siren vessels, triggering chain reactions among the munitions. In an instant, the roar of explosions filled the air, enveloping the scene in a dense fog. As the sea breeze swept through, the smoke dissipated, revealing the siren vessels, battered and broken, like delicate flowers ravaged by a storm, now silent. Unsettled, Jiang ordered another round of fire from the ship girls, reducing the siren fleet to mere shards of wreckage before she felt reassured enough to pursue the direction Su Lu had taken. Scattered remnants of the siren vessels lay strewn about, and beneath the debris, a shadow flitted by, suggesting the presence of something ominous. Meanwhile, Su Lu and her companions continued their flight, the radio crackling with anxious discussions. "Do you think he will return?" Su Lu inquired, her tone tinged with worry. "At this point, we have no options left but to trust him," Lu Hai consoled over the radio. Just minutes earlier, Jiang had conferred with them on a strategy to split into two groups, divide the battlefield, and then strike separately to deplete the sirens' fighting strength. After Jiang's heartfelt and rational appeal, Su Lu and her companions reluctantly agreed to temporarily spare their current adversary, collaborating with Jiang in this dramatic charade. If it weren't for our current state, lacking in strength and unable to fight back or give chase, I would never believe this unscrupulous fellow. Lu Yang lamented over the public frequency, his tone heavy with resignation. Su Lu and Lu Hai readily concurred. Who wouldn't feel the same? As time ticked away and the sirens drew ever closer, Jiang's promised support had yet to arrive, and the three began to harbor regrets. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yang blurted over the radio, "I told you, we can't trust that guy. If I somehow survive this time, I will definitely, boom." A thunderous roar interrupted Lu Yang's words. Jiang had arrived, at long last. In the distance, Jiang's command ship fired several rounds at a light cruiser within the siren mass production fleet, all of which struck true. The siren light cruiser was thrown into disarray by the unexpected bombardment, leaving the fleet momentarily defenseless, but they quickly rallied. A destroyer and a light cruiser broke away from the formation and raced towards Jiang's position. Unconcerned with whether they followed, Jiang promptly turned tail and sped off, leaving two siren vessels in his wake. Su Lu let out a sigh of relief, a heavy burden lifted from her heart. It seemed Jiang possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit a small one. "What did you just say?" Su Lu, now relaxed, teased to alleviate the fleet's tension. "I declare that I must forge a brotherhood with Brother Jiang." Lu Yang shifted the conversation, seizing the radio to excitedly shout, "Bro, from today on, you are my dear brother." Meanwhile, on the command ship, Lu Hai was left bewildered, wondering what had just transpired. Subsequently, Jiang employed the same tactics again, systematically reducing the siren mass production vessels to fragments. Under the unwavering accuracy of Bei Fa and her comrades, the siren ships absorbed all the incoming firepower. With their relatively low-tier attributes, they were swiftly obliterated under the onslaught, and the second siren destroyer, attempting to flee, met its demise before it could escape the range of Bei Fa's artillery. Jiang then stealthily returned, unleashing a few more cold rounds upon the unsuspecting siren fleet. This time, it appeared that Jiang had incited their ire or perhaps elevated his threat level significantly. They dispatched a battleship and a heavy cruiser in pursuit, determined to eliminate him without rest. However, as time passed, the familiar sound of cannon fire returned, and a few relatively harmless yet insultingly impactful shells struck the siren fleet once more. This time, the siren fleet chose to ignore Jiang, opting to accelerate and eliminate their primary target ahead before returning to deal with the incessant nuisance. Unperturbed, Jiang adhered to his shameless strategy, maintaining his sneaky approach, striking and retreating, picking them off one by one, yet never closing in even a meter, denying the sirens any opportunity for a counterattack. Thus, the siren fleet found itself helpless against his relentless assault. However, after a while, the sixth siren vessel fell, and the fleet began to sense something amiss. How could this rabbit's firepower be so fierce? Allowing Jiang to play with them like moving targets had already cost them 3 ships. In the next moment, the siren shipgirls altered their strategy, charging en masse towards Jiang. A collective wrath had been ignited. Chapter 40. The flaw of the sirens. All siren production ships abandoned their original targets and surged towards Jiang, an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Jiang swiftly altered his course and sped away, while the siren vessels unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, yet the projectiles always fell slightly behind him. In that moment, Jiang transformed into a tempestuous spirit of the sea, Accompanied by celebratory salvos, Su Lu and the escort vessels in the distance were left in awe. Watching Zhang's flagship deftly maneuver amidst life-and-death barges, Su Lu murmured, "How does he appear even more skilled than us? Has he often been chased by cannon fire before?" She shook her head, dismissing the thought. How could a mere cadet possess such experience? Perhaps it is simply a matter of innate talent. Now it's our turn, Where's Lu Yang? While Lu Hai organized the ship girls for battle, he called out over the radio. Su Lu nodded in agreement. Despite his youthful appearance, Zhang could not possibly have grown up being pursued by cannon fire. Lu Yang. It seems he has already charged ahead. Look behind you. Lu Hai glanced back, only to see a flagship, its bow missing a chunk, boldly cutting through the waves, charging towards the Siren Armada with a fearless demeanor. Exuding a sense of heroic valor, Lu Hai hurriedly seized the radio, urgently contacting Lu Yang's flagship. Yangzi, have you lost your mind? Pay attention to coordinating the battle. Seeing Lu Yang's reckless behavior, Lu Hai's frustration boiled over, prompting him to chase after this troublesome younger brother. Hey, Lu Hai, don't act impulsively. Wait for me. Su Lu shouted over the radio. That is my brother, my flesh and blood. Hey, you all are moving too slowly. Brother Zhang is risking his life to save us. Don't keep him waiting. Brother, dear brother, wait for us. We are coming. With that, Lu Yang set aside the radio and charged towards Zhang with unwavering resolve, reminiscent of a knight gallantly rushing to rescue a revered leader. What a reckless Lu Yang. Lu Hai, are you all right? Su Lu refrained from commenting on Lu Yang's ethics. However, the unsettling aura that transmitted through the radio from Lu Hai was palpable. After being interrupted by Lu Yang, Lu Hai fell silent for a long while. Finally, a quiet voice emerged from Lu Hai. It's fine, of course it's fine. My brother has grown up and has his own ideas now. By the way, Su Lu, to enhance our cooperative combat efficiency, let us have Lu Yang lead the charge. This way, we need not fuss over it. But isn't that too much pressure on Lu Yang? Su Lu protested. It's fine, he has plenty of ship girls. And he charges at the front. It is only right for him to take the hits to lead the charge. Lu Hai's tone was filled with resentment, effectively silencing Su Lu's concerns. Sensing the situation was beyond her reach, Su Lu withdrew her neck and acquiesced. The trio executed the classic triangular tactic, with Lu Yang taking the lead as the vanguard. 6 ship girls plunged like a spear into the rear of the Siren production fleet, though their destructive power paled in comparison to that of Zhang's ship girls. The impact was nonetheless substantial. Lu Hai and Su Lu, positioned at the flanks, dispatched their own ship girls as well, each augmenting their forces with an additional ship girl since the new trial. Once their firepower was unleashed, the combined might of the 3 parties compelled the Siren production fleet to take notice, despite their aim being markedly inferior to that of Beifa and her companions. Nevertheless, they unleashed a barrage of iron projectiles, far denser than that of the 5 ship girls, accompanied by the roaring wind and thunderous explosions, descending mercilessly upon the Siren fleet. The fiery eruptions stirred tumultuous waves, visibly obstructing the front line of the Siren production fleet, thereby significantly hampering their pursuit of Zhang. Reacting swiftly to the assault from their prey, half of the Siren production fleet halted their advance and turned to engage Lu Yang and her allies directly. Consequently, the fleet was divided into 2 factions. One half remained to confront Lu Yang and her team, while the other half continued to relentlessly pursue Zhang. Regrettably, despite the destruction of 6 Siren vessels, it appeared that the intelligence of these pawns was still above the threshold of competence. Observing the battlefield unfold as she had anticipated, a gleam of brilliance flickered in Zhang's eyes. From the outset, she had meticulously calculated the capabilities of the Siren production fleet. Based on prior intelligence, it was clear that these vessels were mere cannon fodder, manufactured by the shadowy masterminds behind the Sirens. According to the Siren Compendium, these production ships were the most rudimentary of creations. While they possessed a degree of intelligence, it was decidedly limited and relatively rigid in decision-making. Thus, exploiting these conditions became a straightforward task. As a seasoned space captain, Zhang may not have fully grasped the operational principles of intelligent machines or the intricacies of data programming. However, her practical experience in dealing with these clever metallic shells was extensive, bolstered by the assistance of her cognitive support system. She confidently asserted that while she might not comprehend the underlying mechanics, she understood how to engage in battle, akin to navigating through a game by following a strategy. Initially, She utilized the rigid logic of their limited intelligence to extricate herself and eliminate one vessel. The Sirens, sensing the increased danger, escalated their threat level. Yet it still fell short of posing a significant risk to Jiang. Subsequently, she capitalized on the task priority arrangement of the Siren production ships to seize 3 more vessels, leading to the current chase. It could be said that Jiang had deftly grasped the operational logic of the Siren production fleet, leaving the less intelligent vessels at her mercy. Tianlingxing informed Su Lu and the others to retreat while engaging the enemy, commencing with 50% of our full firepower, then ramping up to 70%, and so forth. Jiang instructed. The Sirens would only adjust their allocation ratios based on the immediate circumstances. After relaying her command to Tianlingxing, she turned to offer guidance to Beifa and the others. In a moment, your artillery should not strike with precision. Instead, prioritize delay, alternating fire to first reduce our threat level. I shall instruct Su Lu and her team to change course, and then I will maneuver the vessel closer to them. This approach will compel the Siren mass-produced ships to redistribute their numbers based on various factors such as distance and threat assessment. Consequently, as long as the Master and the Commander's Su Lu take turns increasing firepower, a portion of the Siren vessels will remain occupied and exhausted. Ultimately, the Siren mass-produced ships will be gradually depleted. What a bold and astonishing strategy indeed. Beifa gazed at Jiang with a smile, revealing all of Jiang's thoughts. It was unexpected that our lifelong adversaries, the Sirens, under the Master's manipulation, behaved like a stubborn rock that would not turn, adhering to fixed patterns, ultimately leading to their demise. It seems Beifa has learned swiftly. Jiang nodded in satisfaction, adding that intelligent machines indeed surpass humanity in many aspects. However, once one comprehends their operational logic and fixed rules, it becomes possible to identify corresponding rule conflicts. After all, discovering loopholes is an innate skill of all players. Since the Sirens treat this as a game, it is only reasonable for me to exploit feasible bugs within the rules. As for calculating the Sirens' intricate logical formulas, the intelligent chip, capable of quintillions of calculations per second, reveals that martial prowess cannot compete with the transcendental arts. One must experience the dimensionality reduction strike from a superior being. Under the calculations of the intelligent system, the operational logic of the Siren mass-produced ships was thoroughly dissected, often with greater accuracy than the ships themselves. Jiang and Su Lu coordinated seamlessly, drawing aggro, depleting resources, and attracting enmity. The Siren fleet, relying on their own flawed logic, gradually fell. Each time a fleet adjustment was made, the threat level on the other side would suddenly escalate, forcing the Sirens to redistribute, ensuring that a portion was always in motion. After 4 or 5 hours, as the number of Siren mass-produced ships dwindled to near extinction, a fierce shell struck Lu Yang's ship from a distance, causing the fragile form to collapse helplessly. "Badon, you bastard! What is that?" Lu Yang grasped the barely conscious Badon from his ship, her soft body now filling him with panic. The group turned their gaze to the horizon, where a Siren warship, distinct in color from the previous mass-produced vessels, had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, as if it had teleported, unnoticed by all. Its sudden firepower nearly incapacitating a ship indicated to Jiang and the others that a new danger had emerged, and the situation had taken a dire turn. Chapter 41. Twist and Turn Bang. Once again, 2 shells were launched from a distance, accompanied by the emergence of 2 black Siren production ships adorned with blue stripes. Of the 2 shells fired, one missed, plunging into the depths of the sea, only to erupt moments later into a towering spray of water, while the other hurtled toward Jiang's goddess. In that fleeting moment, everything seemed to unfold in slow motion. Jiang's pupils constricted, his mouth parted slightly, words escaping him, and the ship girls beside him remained helpless. Only the goddess herself, gazing through the sight, witnessed the crimson projectile cleaving through the air, trailing hissing white smoke, remnants of evaporated moisture. Yet, accompanying this was the rapid emergence of calculated trajectories, countless data points flashing by, angles, wind speed, and so forth, ultimately transformed into a series of white lines marked out. The instant the shell was discharged, the intelligence system had already locked onto it, executing trillions of calculations per second, far exceeding the speed of the projectile's flight. At that moment, the goddess could think of nothing else. Her body instinctively sprang into action, relaxing as she crouched and leaned to the side. The shell approached in the blink of an eye, the shockwave of heat brushing against her delicate face. As the fiery projectile narrowly grazed her, severing a strand of her pink hair before plunging into the distant sea. This entire sequence transpired in an instant. Others merely heard a whoosh as the shell whizzed past the goddess and struck the water, erupting into a spray several meters high. This was a more advanced Siren production ship, boasting firepower that surpassed the previous models significantly. This was beyond our capacity to handle, Su Lu exclaimed over the radio, her voice tinged with panic. Jiang Zhang's expression darkened. The sudden appearance of this enhanced version was entirely unexpected, and now there were 3 of them. Engaging the lowest-tier red sirens had already posed a considerable challenge, and now they were faced with a formidable batch of upgraded adversaries. Jiang sensed a palpable malice. Retreat. This was not part of our plan. We cannot withstand these 3 siren production ships. Lu Hai shouted frantically over the radio. The various metrics of the blue siren production ships far exceeded those of the red ones, rendering their original strategies and firepower assessments obsolete. Jiang and his companions could only curse and turn tail, having barely survived the first stage, only to encounter an even more monstrous wave of foes. Reality was not a game. Jiang and his comrades had no opportunity to reload a save, and their only option was to prioritize their own survival. Fortunately, the original fleet of siren production ships had been nearly exhausted. However, this also meant that Jiang and his ship girls were not in optimal condition, leaving them feeling powerless against the more formidable enemy. Just as they were caught off guard by the siren's sudden assault and were forced to make a hasty retreat, the escorts also recognized the gravity of the situation, their hearts sinking in dread. How could this be? Where did these sirens come from? This is bad. Those little ones are in danger. The voice of the gravelly-voiced man trembled with urgency. In the previous battle, the man with the smoky voice had already acknowledged the command abilities of Jiang and her companions, particularly in executing specialized operations targeting the weaknesses of the siren mass production vessels. Their flawless, textbook-like tactics revealed the potential of these novice commanders, which must not be squandered. Commander Han, let us advance. They have performed admirably. The voice, brimming with lethal intent, could no longer remain restrained. If Principal Hood were to learn that we allowed these promising talents to come to harm, she would surely bombard us into carbon compounds with her 406mm SKC main gun. At this remark, a shiver ran through everyone, as past memories were too haunting to revisit. All right, we set sail. Wait, damn it, we've been deceived. The cold voice interrupted once more, but this time, the approaching entities were far from benign. Commander Han's face, usually shrouded in eternal frost, now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Emerging were several smaller siren mass production vessels, in hues of red and blue. These siren vessels bore a distinct appearance from their counterparts, resembling ordinary fishing boats that seemed frail and vulnerable. Yet, upon closer inspection of their decks, which housed 2 enormous munitions depots, all comrades could not help but curse in disbelief. The self-destructing vessels of the sirens. This peculiar class of mass production ships had inexplicably appeared around the escort fleet. One by one, these vessels charged toward Commander Han and his team with alarming speed, using their own bodies to thwart any attempt to rescue Jiang and the others from their perilous plight. Damn it, it's those elusive vessels again. These self-destructing ships are specifically here to greet us, the young man exclaimed in frustration. Although the durability of these self-destructing vessels was the lowest among their class, easily obliterated with just a few shots, their unique explosive function was exceedingly disconcerting. Even if they were destroyed before getting close, they would detonate instantly, creating insurmountable obstacles for the fleet's advance. Bang, bang, bang. The escort ships opened fire, and with a single volley, 6 self-destructing vessels were obliterated. True to their name, the moment they were incapacitated, they unleashed the full fury of their munitions, sending towering flames and shockwaves that barred Commander Han's path. As he witnessed the relentless advance of the self-destructing vessels targeting his ship, Commander Han glared furiously. No matter the circumstances, a commander is inherently vulnerable. Even the weakest of projectiles would be beyond the endurance of his mortal flesh. Moreover, the self-destructing vessels were crafted solely for destruction, compelling the shipgirls to hasten their efforts to eliminate all such threats. Thus, in a reckless display of loss, the self-destructing vessels obstructed Commander Han's attempts at rescue. The senior officers were similarly hindered, We are out of support. Liu Yang bellowed over the radio as a thunderous blast struck beside the ship, causing it to sway uncontrollably. Liu Yang, Liu Hai, take the remaining fuel and resources to Su Lu's ship. As Jiang Jiang deftly maneuvered across the sea, tracing an enigmatic arc to evade a barrage of artillery shells, she calmly issued commands. After numerous battles and narrow escapes, the fuel reserves of Commander Su Lu's vessel had dwindled to a critical level, necessitating a temporary alliance aboard a single ship. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Jiang contemplated a solution to their predicament. The escort ships were hampered by the self-destructing vessels. However, without assistance, Jiang Jiang and her companions could not endure for long. Just as despair began to creep in, a relentless cacophony of cannon fire erupted, with shells raining down upon the 3 Siren-class production ships. This unexpected onslaught momentarily halted the Siren vessel's assault on Jiang Jiang. Seizing the opportunity, she commanded her ship, which emitted a strained groan as its overloaded engines propelled them out of the line of fire. Meanwhile, overhead, several carrier-based aircraft soared above the self-destructing ships, releasing a torrent of bombs that swiftly cleared a significant area. As the aircraft returned, they landed among another fleet, equally imbued with a lethal aura. Jiang Jiang and her companions looked toward the newcomers, recognizing the familiar hull and design. A knowing glance confirmed it. It was the Royal Coalition's training fleet, come to offer their much-needed support. Chapter 42. The Arrival of Outsiders. Oh my dear Han, it appears you are in dire need of my assistance. I can hardly fathom what might have transpired had I not intervened in time. Silence. If you wish to assist, do so promptly and spare me your clumsy Mandarin. Hearing Davin's awkward Mandarin and peculiar accent sent shivers down Commander Han's spine. Oh, you may silence me, but you cannot belittle a gentleman's command of the language. My Mandarin is impeccable. Davin replied calmly to Commander Han's remark. Moreover, my dear Han, it is you who finds yourself in a predicament. While I am more than willing to speak up for my friend, it would be prudent to. Enough. If you seek supplies, act swiftly, unless this year the Royal Academy intends for its cadets to swim to the Sakura. I presume that as a gentleman of the Royal Academy, Commander Davin would not wish to contravene the exercise regulations by providing supplies to the cadets, would he? The gravelly-voiced man interrupted Davin once more. As the commander of Dongwang, he was decidedly unimpressed with Davin's insistence on bringing royal protocols to the battlefield. Everyone was well aware of Davin's purpose in bringing his training unit such a distance, driven by a few of his own misguided cadets. Davin's expression darkened instantly, resembling that of a parent questioned about their child's exam scores during a festive banquet. And the most critical issue was that his own child had been caught cheating prior to the examination. How could one even begin to explain that? Observing Davin's expression, which was as complex as a curry, the Eskimo standing beside him suddenly felt a chill. Does the commander know that Abercrombie and I have been extracting fuel from the tanks to create incendiary devices for fishing? The distracted Eskimo had entirely missed the conversation between Davin and Commander Han. Sighing, Davin realized there was little he could do. After all, this year's cadets were indeed disappointing. They had failed to engage the enemy effectively, and their attempts at dishonesty had proven futile. What a vexation. Eskimo, notify the team to prepare for battle. Yes, I'm sorry. Commander, I was wrong, but the idea to siphon fuel was Abercrombie's, and the fishing was all Tang's doing. In his flustered state, the Eskimo, having only heard his name, hastily confessed. I meant to say, go and notify the team to prepare for battle. At that moment, Davin was at a loss for words. I wonder why fuel is depleting so swiftly these past few days. Waving his hand to dismiss the now-relieved Eskimo, Davin redirected his gaze back to the battlefield, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. Next time, I shall not accept such a mission, even if it means facing the Northern Alliance commander in single combat. As the royal forces joined the fray, the initiative on the battlefield shifted once more to Jiang Jiang's side. After a brief discussion of strategies with the royal contingent, they swiftly dispatched the remaining red and black Siren mass-produced vessels. Over 30 ship girls formed a formidable formation, demonstrating the true essence of unity to the 3 blue and black Siren vessels. Although the fleet girls exhibited relatively low levels of practice, their firepower starkly contrasted with the 3 mass-produced Siren vessels. However, the sheer number of over 30 fleet girls, more than 5 times that of the 6 fleet girls, still managed to whittle down the durability of the 3 Siren ships. Boom. After an exchange of cannon fire, 5 fleet girls on the commander's side suffered catastrophic damage. and 8 others sustained varying degrees of injury. Aside from Jiang's 5 fleet girls, the remaining fleet girls bore wounds of varying severity. Many fleet girls, unable to withstand the next barrage from the siren vessels, were forced to withdraw, leaving only a handful of slightly more intact fleet girls on the battlefield. As for the sirens, one of their mass-produced ships had already been completely destroyed, another teetered on the brink of destruction, and the remaining vessels had been battered and bruised. Boom. Yet another mass-produced siren vessel was rendered inoperative, leaving only one solitary siren ship facing the hungry gazes of the fleet girls. Liu Yang and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. The end was finally in sight after days of intense and harrowing encounters. In a moment of leisure, Liu Yang curiously inquired of Jiang. "Hey, Jiang, why do those royal ships always keep their distance from you? And what is up with those fleet girls? They seem to look at you strangely." Su Lu and Lu Hai also shared his curiosity. From the beginning until now, the commanders of Jason and the others had maintained a considerable distance from Jiang's command ship, as if it harbored some unfathomable terror, far more fearsome than the sirens before them. "Liu Yang, did you know? Most of the world's problems can be resolved with just 2 sentences. Jiang mused after a brief silence, uttering a perplexing statement. "What do you mean?" Su Lu and the others were intrigued. "Mind your own business and mind my own business," Jiang replied calmly, nearly causing the trio to choke in disbelief. They could only silently grumble. "If you won't elaborate, then why say something so cryptic? You're the boss, you make the rules." Su Lu and her companions were compelled to remain silent, directing their frustration towards the last remaining siren vessel. Meanwhile, deep in the distant ocean, within a peculiar structure built upon an island, a girl in a sailor outfit with white hair and yellow eyes was in a fit of rage. The girl sported a messy, long ponytail and bore an expression of sheer fury. Her surreal visage was currently clenched in anger, as she muttered curses under her breath. "What on earth? What is going on here? This is driving me insane." With a fist clad in black leather gloves, she struck the silver wall beside her, producing a dull thud and creating a dent the size of a basin. Unsatisfied, she kicked the wall a few times with her booted foot before finally calming down. "Damn it, these pests are so bothersome. I can't seem to eliminate them. I even resorted to space transport, yet it was all in vain. Ugh. If that annoying observer finds out, I'll be grounded again. Ugh, this is so infuriating. Fine, if I'm going to be confined anyway, I might as well enjoy myself first." As she spoke, the young girl approached an elliptical capsule, clumsily manipulating its controls, appearing rather inept. I recalled how the observer had managed it. It was utterly baffling. Frustrated, the girl recklessly pressed all the buttons in a fit of exasperation. With a beep, the hatch slowly opened, as she fortuitously pressed the right button. Humph. Although the observer was a coward, the contraption she created was rather impressive. With that, the girl climbed into the capsule and, with a forceful strike, pressed a button, causing the hatch to close gently. "Little mice, grant our purifier a delightful battle," she declared, closing her eyes as her consciousness connected to the distant siren production ship at the end of the strong bow. On the other side, witnessing the dying struggles of the siren production ship, Liu Yang, the most impatient among them, could no longer contain his excitement. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Let us go. We shall deliver the fatal blow to this siren." Upon hearing Liu Yang's orders, his fleet of ship girls surged forward, while the others paid little heed to this fervor, allowing him to take the lead. Jiang, too, observed the siren production ship before her. Since someone wished to deliver the final strike, let him do so. However, it appeared that the siren production ship had gone eerily still for a moment. Had its core been struck? Suddenly, the view through the eyepiece turned crimson, a cascade of data skyrocketing on the siren production ship. Beep, beep, beep. Warning alert. The target has exhibited an unknown energy fluctuation. Please proceed with caution. Jiang's pupils constricted as she beheld the alarming values highlighted on the siren production ship. Exclaiming in terror, "Be careful." Yet, it was too late. Only those, like Beifa, who received the alert in sync managed to halt their advance in time, swiftly turning away. The others had no chance to react. The once faltering siren production ship suddenly radiated an overwhelming light. From its gun ports erupted a fierce blaze, unleashing projectiles far more potent and rapid than before. Without warning, the shells struck the surrounding ship girls with devastating force. After a series of thunderous booms, as the smoke cleared, the battlefield lay in utter disarray. Chapter 43. The exploding siren. The commanders gazed in horror at the battlefield, where the battered hull of the siren mass-produced vessel emitted an eerie glow. Like a dying beast, it radiated a fierce aura as it faced impending doom, unleashing a ferocious vitality. Its strength had escalated to unprecedented levels, evidenced by the fallen ship girls scattered across the scene. Retreat. This creature is capable of exploding. My God. Quickly summon the escorts. How can we withdraw? My ship girls are still down there. They lack the strength to escape on their own. The ship girls, incapacitated on the ground, and the suddenly resurgent siren left Su Lu and her companions, along with the royal Jessen, feeling utterly overwhelmed. They were but fledgling novices, and the relentless chaos of the battlefield had drained them of their resolve. Faced with a resurrected enemy and a grim situation, they found themselves at a loss for solutions. Yet, they needed to endure until the escorts arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The siren showed no regard for whether Su Lu and her companions were prepared. Another barrage of explosive cannon fire erupted, the sky filled with a rain of projectiles, once again shrouding the battlefield in tumultuous chaos. No, stop. In a reckless display, Liu Yang charged forward with his ship girls, eager for glory. Struck directly by the first barrage, those with severe injuries had already collapsed, while the lightly wounded were on the brink of falling. Under this onslaught, none of Liu Yang's ship girls remained upright on the surface of the sea. Fortunately, thanks to the advance warning from the intelligence system, Beifa and her companions managed to evade the initial strike just in time. Perhaps this slight advantage accounted for the fact that the second wave of cannon fire primarily targeted Beifa and her 5 ship girls. Only a few shells landed on Liu Yang's vessel, sparing them from immediate sinking, yet they had suffered grievously nonetheless. As the sireness focus shifted towards them, Beifa and her companions skillfully maneuvered, dodging left and right, executing dramatic evasive maneuvers as if in an action film. They weaved through the hail of bullets, emerging unscathed, save for a few aircraft from Unicorn that were shot down, unable to be recalled or redirected in time. Ultimately, after 2 rounds of fire, the scene was filled with a multitude of misses, leaving the Purifier astonished at the outcome. The glow emanating from the Siren's mass-produced vessel flickered uncertainly, as if momentarily dazed, before surging magnificently. Like a petulant child unable to accept defeat, it unleashed a torrent of cannon fire directed at Beifa and her companions, disregarding the ship girls who lay incapacitated on the water's surface, charging recklessly toward them. As the distance closed, the relentless barrage became increasingly difficult to evade. Even though the targeting scopes clearly indicated various escape routes, the ship girls' bodies struggled to keep pace. After a prolonged engagement, fatigue began to settle in, and more critically, as royal maids, each possessed a grand disposition, which severely hindered their balance. The substantial burden of their noble hearts sometimes caused Sirius, Dido, and Beifa to lose their center of gravity. Sirius, do not retaliate. Everyone, focus on evading the attacks. Jiang gazed at the few women being relentlessly pursued by the sirens, racking his brain for a solution. The other commanders were no longer dependable. Their combat effectiveness had dwindled significantly. The escort ships were too far away, and a plethora of self-destructing vessels loomed ahead, leaving no time to wait. Bang! A shell narrowly missed Sirius, plunging into the sea and sending shockwaves that caused Sirius to stagger. Wait for me here. Follow my orders shortly, Jiang declared, then abruptly turned and fled, leaving his fleet girls to face the enemy. This seemingly cowardly act bewildered everyone. Had he truly abandoned them, leaving his fleet girls behind? That despicable scoundrel was indeed unreliable. The situation erupted at Jessen's location, who held Jiang's flight in utter disdain. Shut up, if you have the guts. Send your fleet girls to hold the sirens back. Although Liu Yang was equally perplexed, he still warned them. If not for Jiang's fleet girls diverting the sirens' attention, his own fleet girls would likely have been lost here. Currently, Beifa and her companions were dodging a hail of gunfire while drawing the sirens away, granting Liu Yang and the others a chance to rescue their fleet girls. Then why did he? Enough. Jiang might have his own plans. Right now, your priority is to get your fleet girls out of here. Jim, still unconvinced, attempted to protest but was sharply interrupted by Jessen. Regardless, they were indeed relying on Beifa and her team, while Jessen remained uncertain about Jiang's true intentions. On this matter, the escort ships were equally curious. Had Jiang truly fled? The young man was the first to lose his composure, incredulously asking in the channel. Don't jump to conclusions just yet. He could have easily left with his fleet girls, casting the danger upon others. Commander Han's cold voice revealed no hint of his thoughts, only a calm and rational analysis. He too was perplexed by Jiang's actions. Enough. While Jiang's fleet girls still stand, we must reach that location. If anything happens to the trainees under our watch, we might as well resign as commanders and return to cleaning ships. Though he spoke with conviction, the escort fleet was unable to reach their destination in the short term. Before the Purifier entered the capsule, another wave of self-destructing ships was dispatched to entertain the escort fleet, ensuring they would not interrupt the enjoyment. During the previous battle, the trainees and the escorts had unknowingly created a significant distance between them, while the self-destructing vessels seemed to be endless. Moreover, the quality of these self-destructing ships had risen to a new level, completely surrounding the escort fleet, ensnaring them deeply. For this sortie, Commander Han and his team had only brought a single light aircraft carrier, leaving them unable to deploy any aircraft for support. And those self-destructing vessels had unexpectedly been equipped with anti-aircraft guns. Their incongruous appearance seemed forced upon them, yet they effectively restricted all aircraft from the escort side. The 5 individuals from Beifa found themselves isolated and vulnerable. 20 minutes had elapsed. Liu Yang and the others had already withdrawn, while Commander Han and his team surged through the torrent created by the self-destructing vessels. The explosions echoed in rapid succession, resembling the relentless notes of the piano piece flight of the bumblebee. Yet, the 5 from Beifa were on the verge of collapse, their dwindling stamina and fatigued nerves placing them in a dire predicament. The Queen accelerated forward, crouched to gather strength, deftly evading the shells that soared overhead. With a powerful push, she leaped ahead. A torrent of steel crashed where she had just stood, but mid-air, she utilized her formidable physique, maneuvering her body to dodge several projectiles that whizzed past. She landed on one knee, scarcely catching her breath, as the roar of her ship's equipment propelled her forward like a released arrow. The other ship girls were similarly pressed. The Queen fared relatively well, while the naturally less agile Unicorn had already employed her aircraft to shield herself from multiple shells. As for Beifa, Sirius, and Dido, their balance was precarious, and the attire of the 3 maidens bore signs of wear. At that moment, a battered commander vessel, accompanied by the deafening roar of its engines, burst forth with audacious fervor, charging directly at the sirens. Sirius, Dido, proceed along the route I've designated. The path has been sent to you. Jiang's voice resonated once more in the ears of the 5 maidens, his steady tone instilling a sense of calm. Despite their firm belief that Jiang would not abandon them, they executed his delaying orders without hesitation. However, after a prolonged wait, hearing Jiang's confident voice filled them with uncontainable joy. Following your command, Master. Yes, Master. Brother. Unicorn understands. Just as the 5 maidens responded to Jiang, a mass-produced siren vessel suddenly fired a shot at the approaching commander ship. The shell hurtled through the air, closing in on the commander vessel as if mocking its audacity. Commander. Master. Brother. Amidst the cries of the maidens, the shell traced a graceful arc before striking the commander ship. Yet, it did not explode, nor did it collide as if it were insubstantial. The projectile passed through the commander vessel as though it had struck a curtain of water, subsequently landing on the sea behind. Boom. The commander ship emerged unscathed. Chapter 44. The debut of the projector boom. The projectile sliced through the air, creating ripples before piercing the hull of the commander ship, ultimately emerging from the stern to strike the sea's surface. This spectacle left Beifa and her companions momentarily bewildered. What was happening? How could the shell penetrate? Not only were the fleet girls perplexed, but the siren production ship also seemed momentarily stunned, its relentless barrage coming to an abrupt halt. Its luminescence flickered, exuding an unexpectedly dazed aura. Don't just stand there. It's a ruse. It won't deceive it for long. At Jiang's prompt, Beifa and the others regained their composure. The immediate priority was to redirect the anomalous siren production ship onto Jiang's indicated trajectory. The 5 girls promptly activated their shipborne equipment, propelling themselves forward, but this time with a clear objective. The siren production ship, or rather, the Purifier, quickly reacted. Although not particularly astute, it possessed a keen understanding of combat. Realizing that the commander ship was an illusion, the Purifier's frustration manifested as ominous creaking from its already precarious hull, a clear sign of structural overload. Enraged, It unleashed a barrage of projectiles upon the false commander's ship, engulfing it in an area-wide assault. Under this onslaught, the commander's ship's image flickered momentarily, and then, as if struck, vanished in an instant. Unbeknownst to anyone, a minuscule object slowly sank to the ocean's depths. The Siren production ship lingered not a moment longer, charging directly at Beifa and her companions, now more reckless and erratic in its approach, akin to a mindless beast driven by rage. Ah, was it destroyed? Truly a half-finished product. However, the illusion was flawless. A minor setback, Jiang mused, observing from the cockpit through the tactical scope as the Phantom's visibility dissipated, shaking his head in disappointment at the new device's performance. In his outstretched palm lay several thumb-sized black objects, each a multifaceted solid with diverse surfaces. At a glance, these small polyhedrons revealed at least a dozen different material types, unmistakably advanced technological artifacts. The progress report on the surreal virtual projector is as follows. Temperature simulator not installed. Waveform reflector not installed. Sound mimicker not installed. Image recorder and projector installed. Summary, 31. 7 completion. Visual disruption tasks can commence. The mechanized voice of the intelligence system delivered the news devoid of emotion. Due to the sudden turn of events, Jiang had to resort to using the incomplete prototype. Fortunately, the recent test had shown that the Siren production ship's reconnaissance capabilities were rather rudimentary, lacking the sophistication to detect the illusion's nuances immediately. During Jiang's absence, he had utilized the surreal virtual projector to scan and record the 2 commander ships left behind by himself and Su Lu. Subsequently, he meticulously positioned a series of surreal virtual projectors along the designated route. Under the guise of the projector, Jiang felt a heightened sense of assurance, believing she had an 80% chance of delivering this worthless scrap metal to the recycling station. Suddenly, 2 commander ships emerged, heading directly towards Beifa and her companions. Could it be an illusion again? As Beifa observed the approaching commander ships from a distance, she pondered quietly. However, the master cautioned that this trick could not be employed a second time. The Siren mass-produced ships would not be deceived again after having been tricked once. Beifa and her team maneuvered between the 2 commander ships, glancing back at the dilapidated vessels as they charged fiercely towards the Siren mass-produced ships. This time, the Siren mass-produced ships disregarded the 2 commander ships entirely, showing no inclination to fire their cannons, fully intent on pursuing the fleet of ship girls ahead, aiming to pass through the illusions cast by the commander ships. Yet, as the 2 commander ships drew nearer to the Siren mass-produced vessels, one of them made contact. Just as before, with the Siren ships, the ephemeral image began to be gradually overshadowed by the Siren's tangible form, resembling a fleeting dream. Meanwhile, the other commander ship continued closing the distance until its bow collided with the dark blue hull of the Siren mass-produced ship, making contact. Yes, contact. The Purifier, now personally engaged, felt the feedback from the Siren's hull, realizing that this commander ship was indeed real. This was dire. Simultaneously, in the command room of the distant commander ship, Jiang held a cylindrical remote control in her hand, with her index finger gently pressing the button. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she softly uttered, boom. With a resounding explosion, the genuine commander ship erupted into flames from within, engulfed by a cataclysmic detonation that overshadowed the vessel. The Siren mass-produced ship in close proximity was instantly consumed by the inferno, the searing sound waves and explosive tongues of fire even tearing apart the protective illusions nearby. A beautiful mushroom cloud blossomed above the sea, a sight that was both thrilling and delightful. Could it be that the commander was truly formidable? The queen observed the fiery curtain in the distance, feeling a fierce wave of heat wash over her face, her delicate features etched with astonishment. The unicorn, equally taken aback, had her cherry lips slightly parted, her dazed expression undeniably adorable. Brother, so impressive. Was this the master-esque grand design? Beifa found herself increasingly captivated by Jiang, who had first tested the Siren mass-produced ship's logical operations with illusions, ensuring that they were utterly unprepared for the impending explosion. The earlier withdrawal from the battlefield must have been to prepare, utilizing the abandoned commander ships left by Su Lu and the others, transforming them into self-destructing vessels. The magnitude of this explosion must have required considerable effort. Ordinary commander ships could not produce such power. Surely, the master must have felt a pang of regret. as such an explosion necessitated a significant expenditure of materials, a considerable loss. Beifa revealed a cunning smile, while Sirius and Dido nodded in agreement, recognizing that the master had truly been pushed to the edge this time. Amidst the shroud of smoke surrounding the Siren mass-produced ship, Jiang remained vigilant, unwavering in her alertness. According to the law of no harm without smoke, although the Siren mass-produced ships, on the verge of being rendered obsolete, were undoubtedly unable to remain unscathed amidst such an explosion, the confrontation was far from over. A finishing blow has always been a commendable practice. With a mere command from Jiang, 3 commander ships emerged, plunging headlong into the smoke, unperturbed by the prospect of missing their target. Through the eyepiece, the contours of the Siren mass-produced ship, indicated by a red hue, were unmistakably visible. Yet, contrary to expectations, an unforeseen event transpired. Bang, bang, whoosh. The surface of the smoke was breached, revealing several openings as shells tore through the haze, engulfing the 3 commander ships entirely. The immense force and searing heat released spirals of swirling smoke. In an instant, 2 of the commander ships' images vanished, their concealed virtual projectors shattered. The actual self-destructing commander ship also sustained multiple hits, erupting in black smoke. In pursuit of power, Jiang had heavily armed this commander ship, transforming it into a veritable powder keg. Thus, after the self-destructing commander ship advanced a short distance due to inertia, it too detonated, its explosion only managing to affect the Siren mass-produced ship due to insufficient distance. As the smoke dissipated, the brilliance on the surface of the Siren mass-produced ship flickered intermittently. However, this time it had truly reached its limit. Numerous components had malfunctioned and been rendered inoperative, while some minute fragments had already fallen away, presenting a dismal sight. This spells trouble. Jiang commanded the ship girls to continue on their course while he observed the Siren mass-produced ship through the eyepiece, with the AI providing updates on its status. It was a miracle that it could still move, given that it was on the brink of scrap. However, Jiang noted the energy response index manifesting on the Siren mass-produced ship. Despite some fluctuations, it could be described as unchanged. The reason this Siren mass-produced ship could still endure was likely due to a sudden surge of peculiar energy. This is unsettling, Jiang pondered, as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that the opponent had also activated some form of cheat? Chapter 45. Obliteration of the Cockroach. Jiang shook her head, realizing that this was not the time for contemplation, but rather for devising a strategy to eliminate the threat once and for all. A fierce aura of murderous intent gleamed in her eyes. Fortunately, no ship girl was present to witness her menacing demeanor, which could have easily instilled fear in them. Those who navigate the cosmos are not benign. Each is a harbinger of death. If 2 explosions fail to vanquish you, then a third will surely do the trick. With gritted teeth, Jiang commanded the intelligence core to project illusions to distract the Siren mass-produced ships, while she turned away from the control room to prepare for a prelude to self-destruction. Indeed, Jiang resolved to employ her flagship once more to deliver a devastating mushroom cloud upon the beleaguered Sirens. However, orchestrating another explosion was not a simple task. The purifiers, having suffered losses, were far from foolish. If you intend to interfere, then I shall shatter all illusions, regardless of their authenticity. As long as everything is obliterated, there will be no genuine self-destruct vessels capable of ambushing me. Bang, bang, bang. Another flurry of projectiles shattered the projections Jiang had dispatched. It must be said that while the purifier's strategy may be clumsy, its effectiveness is remarkable. Under such relentless assault, a 100-meter radius around the Siren mass-produced ships became a no-go zone, with no commander ship projections able to approach. Queen, Beifa, Sirius, Dido, Unicorn, do you trust me? Given the magnitude of Jiang's undertaking, she sought the opinions of the ship girls. The Queen affirmed her faith in the commander. Brother, Unicorn echoed her sentiments. My master, at your service. The ship girls expressed their unwavering trust in Jiang. Moved by their heartfelt declarations, Jiang's gaze sharpened. Then, it was time to take a bold leap. Jiang issued commands for the intelligence core to mobilize all virtual projectors and emptied all available resources into the sea. Instantly, a massive wave of black polyhedra surged towards the Siren mass-produced ships beneath the surface. Queen, Beifa, unleashed the smoke. Cover as vast an area as possible. Jiang instructed the two girls racing across the water's surface. Understood, Commander. Without further ado, the Queen and Beifa began casting smoke bombs into the surrounding waters, which hissed as they erupted, enveloping a large expanse in thick smoke. Subsequently, Unicorn ordered the carrier aircraft to release incendiary bombs amidst the smoke, raising the surface temperature. Yes, brother, Unicorn will do her utmost. The carrier aircraft roared, dropping bomb after bomb. As fuel ignited upon the water's surface, flames intermingling with smoke, causing the temperature within the shroud to soar. Sirius and Dato took aim at the sirens, firing cold shots while attempting to conceal themselves within the projections. My proud master. Sirius will not let you down. For the sake of our master. As Sirius and Dato infiltrated the projections, they periodically unleashed cannon fire upon the siren mass-produced ships, which were now on the brink of destruction, with some of their artillery malfunctioning. Meanwhile, Jiang piloted her flagship into the smoke, undetected. Once again, all surreal virtual projectors commenced the conjuring of phantoms. Thus, an intricately composed region emerged from the haze. Command ships, far exceeding the enveloping capacity, continuously surged forth from the mist, their projections clustering and overwhelming the purifiers, who found themselves incessantly engaged in combat, unable to relent. More infuriatingly, amidst these imitations, there often lurked a stealthy mouse, utilizing the Phantom's concealment to create significant disturbances. Each time they were targeted, they would flee swifter than rabbits, plunging into the fog and vanishing from sight. The conflagration and smoke intertwined, rendering the reconnaissance components aboard the siren mass production ships incapable of discerning the circumstances within the haze. However, neglecting this would lead the purifiers to a seemingly unfair rate of accuracy, which would eventually result in their demise at the hands of those two pests. A dozen command ships simultaneously encircled the siren mass production vessel, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves. The purifiers, unwilling to gamble, had no choice but to eliminate them all. Yet, the disruptive assaults from Sirius and Dato brought forth a necessity for the purifiers to allocate a portion of their firepower to restrain the movements of the two maids, further exacerbating their already strained resources. Meanwhile, Jiang was fully prepared to send the siren to its demise. Yet another cluster of command ship phantoms emerged from the fog, charging towards the siren mass production vessel. The siren mass production ship, unyielding, unleashed a volley of pre-cooled barges that struck the phantoms, causing several command ship images to dissipate amid the onslaught. However, the remaining phantoms swiftly scattered, and suddenly, from two command ships, shells erupted, bang. A smoke shell, enveloping a vast expanse of ocean. It was the Queen and Beifa, seizing the opportunity to conceal themselves within the projections, waiting for the command ship images to draw nearer before directly unleashing smoke to consume the waters surrounding the siren mass production vessel. Sirius and Dato, also hidden within the projections, launched surprise projectiles that the purifiers could not disregard, disrupting their logical operations. As the smoke thickened, the purifiers gradually discerned something amiss. Their visible range diminished, with some smoke even encroaching upon their faces. The high temperatures, flames, and explosions within the haze rendered the siren mass production vessel's reconnaissance methods futile. Unable to detect the ship girls concealed within the smoke, the purifiers were compelled to focus their attention on those who emerged from the haze, infiltrating the projections. Thus, Jiang achieved her objective. Through her maneuvering, the purifiers unwittingly prioritized those command ships that emitted smoke and projectiles. In doing so, some command ships were often obliterated only when they were perilously close to the siren mass production vessel, granting Jiang greater maneuverability. The smoke spread, ultimately halting 20 meters from the siren mass production ship. An unending stream of command ship images surged forth, with 4 ship girls poised in the phantoms, leaving the purifiers finally feeling overwhelmed. The proximity, the ship girls' interference, the smoke's cover, and the phantoms bearing down upon them created an insurmountable challenge. The siren mass-produced ship has been cornered, with the purifier linked to it on the brink of madness, utterly overwhelmed. Striking with futility, this despicable creature is merely an insignificant ant. Under Jiang's strategic manipulation, the purifier is toyed with and relentlessly pressured, left with scant means of defense. In the throes of desperation, the energy aboard the siren mass-produced ship surges once more, launching a more ferocious barrage before entering a cooling phase. The moment has arrived. Jiang muses with narrowed eyes. Unbeknownst to all, including the ship girls, a commander ship stealthily infiltrates the remaining visual projections, drawing closer to the Siren mass-produced vessel. With such tactical and technological prowess, the Purifier and the ship girls believe Jiang intends to wear down the Siren mass-produced ship. No one anticipated that this explosive maniac would disregard even his own commander ship, determined to annihilate the Siren mass-produced vessel. For Jiang, obliterating this iron cockroach into pieces is the only assurance. Leaving it whole is simply unacceptable, for he cannot believe it would still function. The Purifier unleashes another barrage. Yet this time the illusions abound, and a single round proves insufficient, barely revealing four ship girls concealed within the projections. With the primary threat neutralized, a retreat is imperative to mitigate the risk of a self-destructing vessel. Logical calculations traverse through the data. Although the Purifier despises retreating, this is the optimal resolution. Just as the Purifier prepares to order a temporary withdrawal of the Siren mass-produced ship, a commander ship, closely resembling those phantasmal vessels, suddenly accelerates. It bursts through the illusions and directly confronts the target. Boom! Flames erupt skyward. The shockwave of the explosion reverberates in all directions, and amidst the mushroom cloud, large fragments of wreckage are expelled, some black, some white. The ship girls are momentarily stunned by this unforeseen detonation, gazing in horror at the epicenter of the explosion. Wait, Su Lu and her companion have already detonated, so this third vessel, Commander, Master, Brother, amidst the cries of alarm, a petite figure plunges into the heart of the explosion, disregarding the twisted ship attire, the searing heat, and the scorched garments, diving headlong into the mushroom cloud. Chapter 46. Post-war. Within the extraordinary architecture of the distant ocean, as the link carrier vanished, the descent came to an end, and the capsule door gradually opened. The Purifier, with a grim visage, sat upright. Her excessively pale face now radiated a fierce aura. Raising her right hand, ensconced in black gloves, slender and gleaming, she clenched her fist and struck down with a tremendous force, creating a shockwave that ruptured the air. Bang! Crackle! The sturdy capsule endured such a severe blow that its right side deformed, sparks erupting from the fractured structure. Unperturbed by the mechanical damage, the Purifier pivoted her body and extended her fair, elongated leg, clad in knee-high boots, delivering a powerful kick. With another resounding explosion, the already beleaguered right half of the capsule finally succumbed and was sent flying, leaving behind only the left portion beneath her. As her feet touched the ground, the Purifier's mood soured considerably. Throughout this remote operation, she had felt no sense of exhilaration, only nausea. With a flick of her delicate hand, a mechanical construct resembling a hammerhead shark materialized, her exclusive armament, akin to the gear of a fleet girl. The orange crystalline component embedded in the shark-like armor emitted a dazzling glow, while elongated cannons extended from its body, energy coalescing at their tips. "You wretched scoundrels!" The Purifier muttered curses as she aimed the cannon at the wall. Zing boom. Laser beams shot forth from the cannon, striking the wall in the blink of an eye. Following that, a barrage of various munitions was unleashed, raining down upon the wall like a tempest. After a sustained assault, the wall was left riddled with holes, resembling the aftermath of a demolition. Yet, her ire remained unquenched. Just as she prepared for another round, her vision abruptly turned upside down, her entire being suspended in midair, her long ponytail trailing on the floor. Upon closer inspection, several yellow suction cup-tipped black octopus tentacles ensnared her ankles, thighs, and slender waist, tightly coiling around her pallid, lifeless skin, creating rings of absolute confinement. "Let me go, observer. You infuriate me," she exclaimed in desperation. Dangling upside down, the Purifier writhed, flailing like a frenzied cat. Perhaps her struggles had become bothersome to the owner of the tentacles, for one of them was thrust into her mouth. What madness is this? A slender, white-haired girl, reclining on an octopus-like suit, appeared to be even younger than the Purifier, with skin as pale as snow, tinged with a hint of pink. Clad in a minimalist black slip dress, her bare feet were barely adorned, with a tentacle tip playfully entwined between her toes. However, the cold barrels of cannons extending from beneath the tentacles silently warned that this girl was no mere innocent. She was a force to be reckoned with. Whimpering, the Purifier bit down on the tentacle suit, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury, still grappling with her defeat in this chaotic battle, observing the Purifier spiraling into chaos. The observer furrowed his brow. Since communication was futile, he decided to forego it entirely. With a mere thought, he commanded the tentacles of the armored vessel beneath him to lift the Purifier high into the air. What followed was a display akin to an invincible windmill, a chaotic yet graceful dance of movement that revealed his evident mastery. The observer paid no heed to the Purifier, now distorted and blurred in midair. Instead, he focused on the distant, ravaged capsule, simultaneously accessing the surveillance data gathered during the Purifier's recent actions. Streams of data and code flowed before his eyes, elucidating the sequence of events with remarkable clarity. Upon calculating the extent of the damage inflicted by the Purifier, the observer's already emotionless gaze turned even colder. He hastened the speed of the thrashing tentacles, elevating their intensity to a level that sent the Purifier hurtling through the air, creating a sound that pierced the silence. You were assigned a routine task, and yet you resorted to employing additional power and even resorted to cheating personally, he remarked with a cold smirk, observing the Purifier, which had now merged with its afterimage to form a ring-like entity above him. It seems you require confinement to recalibrate your mind. Upon hearing the term confinement, the previously frenzied Purifier, who had been in a state of reckless aggression, finally uttered a plea for mercy. I was wrong. I won't do it again. The spiraling utterances of the Purifier failed to sway the observer. Before your next assignment arrives, you shall remain in confinement. After delivering his merciless verdict, the observer commanded the automated machinery to repair the damage inflicted by the Purifier, while he himself approached a platform. As he reached the platform, a multitude of blue frames materialized, each containing various surveillance images. Very well, let us proceed to the next step. Indeed, regardless of how many times we attempt this, the trajectories of Sakura and Ironblood remain unchanged. The observer's expression remained serene, his words laden with profound implications. Now, it is time for the actors to take their positions. The 1984th attempt is still within our predictions, with a deviation of merely 1.27. In the silence of the stark, silver-gray room, an atmosphere of deathly stillness prevailed, save for the lone object spiraling in the air, which seemed out of place amidst the cold desolation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Jiang had unleashed a final self-destructive maneuver, the fight had come to an end. The ship girls, terrified by Jiang's reckless actions, scoured the wreckage in search of her. Commander, you must not be harmed. The face of the queen, now smudged with ash, was on the verge of tears. Watching her commander engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with the sirens, she teetered on the brink of despair. It was you who brought the queen back. Now, she is fading away. Amidst the debris, the queen wandered, harboring a secret known only to herself. In truth, during the construction of Jiang, both Beifa and the unicorn were successfully built in one go. However, when it came to the creation of the queen, a wave of failure emerged. As a result, the intellectual core forcefully influenced the construction fluctuations, ultimately saving the birth of the queen. Even now, the queen recalls that sensation of being chosen, awakening from darkness, gradually sensing the presence of the commander. At that moment, her feelings were still quite vague. She merely knew that she was on the verge of being born, her heart brimming with anticipation and excitement for the first time. Yet, as she gradually perfected herself and was close to solidifying her form, an unforeseen event occurred. An inexplicable shackle stood before the queen, and no matter how hard she tried, she always fell just short. In her struggle, the queen sensed that if she did not come into existence soon, she would vanish before her birth, yet that barrier effectively blocked her path. Ultimately, when despair had nearly consumed her, a distinctive ripple emanated from the outside, shattering the constraints before her. With an entirely unreasonable force, it brought her, who should have faded away, into this world. The queen remembers all of this, though she has never shared it with anyone. In truth, Commander, if the feelings of a ship girl towards her commander could be quantified, the queen would have fallen for you the moment she first beheld you, my prince. This is also the reason why the queen chose the room closest to Jiang, as she desired to be nearer to the one she cherished. Still no. The queen felt on the verge of madness, unable to locate the commander anywhere. Could it be? Commander, where are you? Finally, overwhelmed by worry and disappointment for her beloved, the queen could not contain her voice, which echoed far and wide. Clearly, she had exerted herself to be born. Clearly she adored the commander. Clearly, The queen crouched down, tears welling up, her petite form appearing incredibly fragile. Just as the tears were about to fall, a familiar voice rang out ahead, asking what she wanted. The queen looked up in surprise, only to find nothing. Down below, she hurriedly lowered her gaze and saw a head bobbing above the surface. Who else could it be but Jiang Jiang? I say, how did you all run so fast? I can't even catch up. I barely managed to jump ship early. Chapter 47. The Quintuple Conference and the Harvest in the brightly lit chamber. Jiang Jiang found himself in a rather precarious situation. 5 charming and enchanting ship girls surrounded him, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the errant commander before them. Faced with the intense scrutiny of the ship girls' quintuple conference, Jiang Jiang felt an overwhelming pressure from all directions, leaving him restless and uneasy. Like a misbehaving puppy, he maintained a serious demeanor, yet his furtive glances betrayed his inner turmoil. Clearing his throat, he thought to himself, I shall seek out Sulu, after all. This is her vessel. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Jiang Jiang sought to hastily extricate himself from this place of potential trouble. Suddenly, a soft hand landed on his shoulder, and Sulu's voice chimed in. Fear not, my commander. Beifa has already made her introductions. Thus, with an undeniable force, Jiang Jiang found himself compelled to turn back halfway. Beifa's countenance remained affable, her tone gentle, yet the delicate hand resting upon Jiang Jiang's shoulder exerted an oppressive weight, rendering him utterly unable to resist. I see, then it shall be as you say. Jiang Jiang managed a strained smile, trembling as he took his seat, as if burdened by an invisible weight. Oh, it comes to mind. As soon as Beifa withdrew her hand from his shoulder, Jiang Jiang sprang to his feet. I have matters to report to the escort fleet. I must. Before he could finish, he began to stride towards the opposite side of Beifa. However, a graceful figure, exuding the majesty of a mountain, obstructed his path. Worry not, my master. Sirius has already reported once. Therefore, my master. Faced with this insurmountable barrier, akin to twin peaks he could not scale, Jiang Jiang's momentum faltered. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Jiang was momentarily daunted by the imposing figure, Sirius advanced a step, her lofty aspirations compelling Jiang Jiang to reluctantly return to his seat. Intellect. Someone has committed a foul. She has charged into me. Ugh. I feel somewhat unwell. I must visit the restroom. A failed attempt prompted Jiang Jiang to devise another plan, this time seeking to breach through the unicorn, the most accessible passage, convinced of his success. With newfound confidence, he initiated his escape. Woo, brother. The unicorn's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression adorably tragic. The effect was overwhelming, inflicting additional emotional damage. Jiang Jiang collapsed, rendered incapable of further resistance, and the unicorn emerged triumphant in their duel. Ultimately, beset by 3 consecutive defeats, Jiang Jiang relinquished his defiance, surrendering to the present predicament with a demeanor that suggested indifference. Observing Jiang Jiang's fearless effade, a fine vein throbbed on Beifa's forehead. Master, do you comprehend the error of your ways? Upon hearing Beifa's elongated inquiry, Jiang Jiang extended his neck, unblinking as he responded, Jiang, a life of military service, what fault? Yet, before he could utter the final word, a dark cannon's muzzle rapidly loomed larger in his vision, the recently fired cannon still retaining warmth, the faint scent of gunpowder wafting from its opening. Jiang Jiang swiftly settled into a proper posture with astonishing speed, exuding sincerity from her earnest gaze as she bowed her head and spoke with a resonant voice, devoid of any artifice, filled solely with emotion. Acknowledging her mistakes and vowing to amend her ways, she presented herself as a good child. Beifa nodded in satisfaction, retracting the cannon she had been wielding. Now, could you elaborate, my master? Jiang Jiang wiped the cold sweat from her brow, recalling that a true gentleman knows when to yield. Composed, she began to express her reasoning with fervor, articulating her thoughts on ethics, psychology, the ship's structure, and battlefield adaptations, weaving a narrative that was both cohesive and compelling, convincing even herself. In summary, it was truly a matter of necessity at that moment. As Jiang Jiang concluded, the reactions of the gathered women varied. Sirius's expression remained inscrutable, while Dato's eyes reflected concern, indicating she would not press further. The queen and the unicorn appeared perplexed, having struggled to comprehend Jiang Jiang's earlier remarks, yet they nodded vacantly, seemingly persuaded by her words. Only Beifa maintained her unwavering smile, gazing at Jiang Jiang's oration with delight. So that is the case. Let us forgive our master, Beifa said with a smile, leaving Jiang bewildered. Is it over just like that? I had prepared a plethora of arguments. As Jiang pondered the situation, Beifa, with the warmest of smiles, uttered the most alarming words. However, my master, for the sake of safety, let us conduct a thorough examination of your health. It would be unfortunate if you were injured. Upon hearing this, Jiang's hair stood on end. An examination? Impossible. Since the construction of Sirius, the royal maids had always aspired to serve Jiang more intimately, especially Beifa, who had made several attempts to breach Jiang's boundaries. Yet, up to this point, Jiang had remained steadfast, never allowing Beifa or the others to get closer. To expose one's body unreservedly to others was an act utterly inconceivable for a man of steel-like resolve. No, it's unnecessary. I'm not injured and don't require any examination. As she spoke, Jiang attempted to escape, but the moment she took a step, Beifa was already upon her. Grasping her clothing with both hands, Dato, who had previously held reservations about Beifa, now voiced her support for Beifa's suggestion, asserting that the master's health was paramount. Wait, let me go? Dato, Sirius, what about you two? Queen Unicorn. At Beifa's silent cue, Sirius and Dato closed in, and the trio of alluring royal maids surrounded Jiang, leaving her with no space to evade. The queen covered her eyes with her hand, yet the gap between her fingers was wider than half her face. With a flushed visage, her expressive eyes fixated intently on the restrained Jiang. The little unicorn, oblivious to the situation, merely watched in bewilderment as the older sisters seized Jiang and marched him toward the bathroom. I'm fine. Why are we heading to the bathroom? Help! Gendarmerie. Cease at once. The heart-wrenching cries for help echoed through the air, causing Su Lu, who had intended to engage in conversation with Jiang, to abruptly turn on her heel and depart, shaking her head in dismay. How utterly outrageous, in broad daylight. After a while, Jiang lay upon the bed in the guest room, her gaze vacant, as though her very soul had departed. At that moment, the room was void of company, as Beifa and her companions had ventured to the maintenance room and would not return in the near future. Beep, beep, beep. The battlefield cleanup has concluded. Please proceed with verification. The voice of the intelligence system jolted Jiang back to reality. She sat up, approached the door, and locked it. While she had little to conceal from Beifa and the others, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary interactions with others. Time to tally the spoils. Jiang rubbed her hands together in excitement, anticipating the rewarding segment. Long before she dismantled the first Siren mass production vessel, she had deployed several specially designed autonomous dismantling machines to scour the battlefield and collect usable components from the Siren crafts. Through her observations from both data and reality, Jiang understood that while the Siren mass production vessels appeared weak, this was merely due to the manipulation of combat data. The parts adorning them were likely of superior quality, with some even beyond the production capabilities of Azure. As her power level increased, Jiang found herself in need of more materials and resources to sustain the production of certain items. The readily available autonomous machines did not meet her criteria, resulting in subpar products that severely hampered the functionality of some technological tools. Creating them herself consumed time and energy. Thus, Jiang resolved to directly procure the necessary components from the Siren vessels. Abundant in quantity and satisfactory in quality, her plan was indeed sound. Gazing at the substantial bounty before her, a wild smile spread across her face as she expressed gratitude for the mobile resource package provided by her ally. Such an abundance of materials. She instructed the autonomous machines to load the materials onto the small vessel she had prepared in advance, intending for them to discreetly transport the supplies back to the port area for storage, as she could not afford to be distracted at that moment. With these materials, the surreal virtual projector would be completed swiftly, saving her considerable effort. Engaging the Sirens was a duty she would not shy away from. Jiang's smile morphed into something sinister, as the haul exceeded her expectations. Yet, most importantly, now that the materials had been gathered, Jiang grasped the intelligent cube, her eyes shimmering with fervor. The intelligence system was due for another upgrade. Chapter 48. Assembly. Jiang deftly manipulated the cerebral cube in his hands, its sharply defined shell exuding a subtle matte texture, a testament to the rudimentary craftsmanship he had employed. Upon reflection, it had been some time since the last upgrade of the cerebral unit, previously hindered by material constraints. Jiang had been unable to provide the necessary hardware enhancements, thereby delaying the progression of upgrades. Has the data loading for the cerebral unit been completed? Since his arrival here a year ago, Jiang had tasked the cerebral unit with extracting upgrade data from his memory bank. Although the process had been sluggish, it had progressed significantly. As for the reason he did not input the data directly, he had long since forgotten the intricate programming codes. The codes of the cosmic realm had transcended contemporary understanding, undergoing profound transformations in their very manifestations. To rely on memory for direct input? That would be an undue burden on me. Fat Tiger. Ding. Report on the extraction work. The majority of data has been retrieved from the subconscious and memory banks, with a current progress of 86. Due to technological inadequacies and certain obscured memories, forced extraction carries considerable risk, thus leading to potential gaps that may require additional time to address. The cold, mechanical voice of the cerebral unit articulated the complexities of operations that defied human comprehension with an air of nonchalance. Is the missing data crucial? Ding. Upon analysis, it is confirmed that the missing segments do not impair functional upgrades. However, significant vulnerabilities exist within the emotional system and biological consciousness programming, which may render them inoperative. Jiang raked his fingers through his hair in exasperation. It was indeed impossible for things to proceed smoothly. While the biological consciousness programming could mimic him and subsequently be reverse-engineered, the construction of the emotional system posed a considerable challenge. Cerebral unit, do you have any alternative solutions? Searching, please hold on. As the cerebral unit conducted its search, Jiang immersed himself in contemplation. In this world, although the technological level of most entities was rather primitive, the sirens possessed commendable capabilities. Even though the emotional system and biological consciousness programming were not essential for functionality, Jiang felt a lingering sense of inadequacy compared to prior iterations, even among the more advanced siren entities. Wait, a sudden spark ignited in Jiang's mind. Perhaps in other realms, the absence of this information would obstruct the emotional endowment of the cerebral unit. But here, in the world of Azure Lane, it was different. Cerebral unit. Run a simulation to construct an emotional system utilizing the mental cube. Simulating, please hold on. Ding. Simulation complete. There exists a potential for connection. The success rate of the proposed plan is relatively high, and it is worth attempting. As the cerebral unit relayed this information, it displayed the simulation process and calculations, encompassing the mental cube, ship girls, ship equipment, and various data extrapolations from the sirens. Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed worth a try. Oh, if only I could access more information regarding the mental cube. The principles of the construction machine, the developmental theories of the mental cube. I must find a way to penetrate the research institute concerning the ship girls. Jiang shook her head, dismissing the impractical thoughts. Although she believed she could acquire the entire technological tree of the ship girls once she gained access to the research lab, it was not merely a matter of desire. After arranging the upgrades for the intelligent brain, such as crafting some simple components, Jiang opened her door and stepped out of her room. Some time ago, she had received a notification to gather with the escort ship girls, and it was nearly time to depart. Upon reaching the deck, she found Su Lu and the others alongside their ship girls already present, while Beifa and the others awaited Jiang's arrival. However, the atmosphere on the deck seemed somewhat peculiar. Upon Jiang's arrival, Su Lu and the others swiftly turned their faces, their expressions strange, particularly Su Lu, whose gaze resembled that of someone encountering a formidable foe. Her restless hands fidgeted, as if attempting to grasp something. While Lu Hai and Lu Yang exhibited contrasting reactions, one appeared utterly shocked, while the other radiated admiration. Ah, you are all here. Jiang greeted them with a natural smile. The next moment, she was met with an intense response. Oh, Val European dog. Su Lu's indignant voice echoed, as she produced a spear from seemingly nowhere, ready to charge forward, but was firmly restrained by her ship girl, leaving her in a state of impotent fury. Brother, you are now my true brother. My goodness, what an impressive lineup. Lu Yang exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of an unleashed husky, his face flushed with exhilaration. He resembled an ardent fan, eager to incorporate his idol into his family tree or vice versa. Yangzi, control your expression. It's merely 3 golds, 1 purple, and 1 blue. Don't lose your composure. Lu Hai chastised Lu Yang before turning to Jiang with a serious demeanor. Brother Jiang, Would you mind acquiring a few more younger siblings? No ulterior motive. Just wishing to experience the sensation of being a younger brother. Observing the three fervently enthusiastic commanders before her, Jiang helplessly pressed her forehead. She had overlooked the fact that they had never seen Beifa and the others' faces before. Throughout their battles, Beifa and her companions had consistently worn large tactical goggles, and Jiang had not made a point of having them reveal themselves, resulting in an unexpected outcome. Su Lu and the others had remained oblivious to Jiang's ship girl lineup. Now, that veil had been lifted. It appeared that Beifa and her companions had anticipated the current situation, as they displayed little reaction to the three commanders' emotional outburst, instead approaching Jiang with warmth and concern in their eyes, eliciting gritted teeth from Su Lu, envy from Lu Yang, and profound astonishment from Lu Hai. Allow me to introduce them. Sirius, Dido, Beifa, Unicorn, and Queen, all from the royal faction, and they are my ship girls. Upon hearing Jiang's introduction, Sirius maintained a stoic expression, merely lifting her chin slightly. Dido, however, blushed and her heart raced at Jiang's final words, murmuring to herself incessantly. Beifa displayed a flawless smile, bowing gracefully to Su Lu and the others, exuding perfection. The unicorn shyly concealed itself behind Jiang, greeting softly and politely, endearing in its demeanor. The celestial queen blushed, lowering her gaze delicately as she offered a greeting. Observing the diverse countenances of the ship girls surrounding Jiang, all three felt a pang of envy, even the fortunate Lu Hai Lu Yang brothers. As for Su Lu, one could detect a distinctly citrus fragrance from afar, reminiscent of being freshly extracted from a pool of lemon juice. All right, enough dawdling. We must proceed to the escort, shall we? I find myself inexplicably entangled in this situation. A satisfactory explanation is in order, Jiang declared. And Su Lu, cease your glaring. You know you cannot best me with a wave of her hand. Jiang snapped the trio back to reality, playfully ribbing Su Lu, who bounced with indignation yet felt utterly helpless. What a jest! Were it not for the presence of so many individuals and the fact that Su Lu could be considered an ally, Jiang would have seized the opportunity to ensnare her, thus quelling the perceived threat. The group steered their vessel towards the escort, each harboring a simmering frustration within. Chapter 49, showcasing the ship on board a military vessel belonging to the Eastern Empire. A gathering of individuals convened within the reception hall on the first deck. Present were the escorts from both the Eastern Empire and the royal side, including the esteemed Jessen from the royal faction, who had arrived earlier. After all, their own maritime supplies required supplementary aid from the Eastern Empire, necessitating their proactive participation. While they had indeed provided timely support, it must be candidly acknowledged that in this tumultuous battle, it was solely Jiang who carried the entire endeavor. Others played a role, albeit minimal. Oh, my dear Han, your ship appears rather austere, remarked Devon, fervently rifling through his Eastern Empire dictionary in a feeble attempt to find a fitting word. As one who prided himself on his understanding of Eastern culture, he was well aware of the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds. However, as he surveyed the hall, a complex expression crossed his face. It was difficult to categorize. While it bore the semblance of a reception hall, it was furnished merely with the essentials, chairs and tables, but devoid of any embellishments or additional ornamentation. This stark simplicity left Devon, accustomed to the opulence of the royal accommodations, feeling somewhat out of place. Gazing at the stainless steel cups resting atop the standard issue table, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this the tea offered to him? In an instant, he found himself reminiscing about his exquisite porcelain tea set. The elegant cups. Ah, yes. It seemed that the Eskimos had commandeered them for fireworks a few days prior, leaving him with barely a fragment. But, no matter. Rather than cluttering the space with superfluous decorations, it would be wiser to allocate those funds towards the maintenance of your ship, Commander Han remarked. Taking a sip from the stainless steel cup, his expression inscrutable. The pragmatic veteran of the Eastern Empire had little patience for frivolities. Not at all. That is not wastefulness. It reflects the character and refinement of a true gentleman of the realm, Devon countered, awkwardly sampling from the stainless steel cup. The image of a dapper royal gentleman drinking tea from an old-fashioned stainless steel cup was, frankly, absurd. By the way, Su Lu and the others will be arriving shortly. Should we not make some preparations? Inquired a bespectacled young commander, his enthusiasm palpable, the very voice heard over the radio. Prepare for what? Commander Han glanced up, his expression noncommittal. Why? For the traditional friendly and warm exchange between seniors and newcomers, of course. Ha ha ha, I can hardly wait. The seemingly genteel veteran revealed a grin imbued with mischief. The ship girl standing behind him was already aware of her commander's intentions and shook her head in resigned amusement. Observing his team member's mischievous demeanor, Commander Han chuckled, shaking his head. Young Lu, you are still too young. You cannot resist showcasing your ship in front of newcomers. However, possessing two elite-level light carriers, the Independence and the Pursuer, was indeed a point of pride. In order to meet the distinguished students from the Eastern Empire. Out of courtesy, I have brought along my most cherished ship girl. Devon wore a cheerful expression, basking in the sun with his fleet. A traditional craft that no commander could resist, as it was beneficial for both body and soul. Beside him, Montpellier stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness. The other commanders wore smiles, accompanied by their most exceptional shipgirls, seasoned veterans who had proven their worth. Each shipgirl basking in the sun displayed a range of emotions, from resignation to distress, yet their eyes sparkled with joy, for this was a mark of their commander's approval. Commander Han reclined with an impassive expression, feigning disinterest. Meanwhile, two elite shipgirls approached, one offering him a shoulder massage while the other poured him tea, their silence speaking volumes. How pretentious, Devon thought with disdain. Soon, everyone began to anticipate the arrival of Jiang Jiang and her companions. Before long, the hall doors swung open, and the occupants turned their heads in unison to see Jiang Jiang and her entourage enter. First came Su Lu, accompanied by her shipgirls, a scene of blue skies and white clouds. The seasoned veterans exchanged knowing glances, satisfied that this would surely be impressive. However, they noticed Su Lu momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure, leaving the prominent figures slightly perplexed. Was that all? Perhaps she possessed a strong mental fortitude. They would wait to see what came next. Commander Han had already familiarized himself with Jiang Jiang's information, while Devon remained blissfully unaware. Following Su Lu, the Lu brothers entered side by side, trailed by a throng of shipgirls. Devon's astonishment escalated. Such an abundance of elites and ultra-rare shipgirls. Among all the commanders, only Devon had, through years of perseverance, acquired one ultra-rare shipgirl, and now he was witnessing another. The group couldn't help but be astonished. It seemed that Dong Huang had something remarkable this year. Montpellier curiously observed the Ingram behind Lu Hai, recognizing her as a companion of the Royal Navy. Commander Han remained expressionless. This was merely the beginning, as Jiang Jiang had yet to make her entrance. Finally, when Jiang Jiang stepped into the hall, Devon's eyes widened in disbelief at the figures trailing behind her. The sound of suppressed gasps echoed through the room. The Royal Maid, Sirius and Dido. Although Jiang Jiang's shipgirls had previously clashed with Royal Academy cadets and had fought alongside them not long ago, the tactical visors obscured their true appearances, leaving no one to guess. Two ultra-rare shipgirls, both Royal Maids. What an unimaginable revelation. Devon and others felt a twinge of envy in their gazes. Commander Han was also taken aback. Despite having received a hint from Principal Hood, the reality was still hard to fathom. Yet, who could the three newly constructed shipgirls mentioned in the report be? Behind Sirius and Dido, a pink-haired girl entered, Tian Ho. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Rare, but still acceptable. Immediately following, the fourth shipgirl entered, petite in stature, with flowing purple hair, clad in a white princess gown, cradling a plush toy. Behold, it is the unicorn. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the commanders as they pondered the contributions to global warming. A refined light aircraft carrier, indeed, and the adorable unicorn sister caused hearts to race anew. I can still endure. However, upon catching sight of the final figure, both the Royal and Eastern commanders, be they novices or veterans, experienced a collective mental shutdown upon beholding Belfast's visage. The maid's attire, those enchanting blue-violet eyes, unmistakable. It is the royal chief maid, Belfast. As she approached Jiang Jiang, adjusting her collar with an intimacy that left onlookers frozen in place, a wave of indignation surged as they observed Jiang Jiang's slightly resistant expression. How could one harbor discontent? This is Belfast, after all, the sole representative of the entire Azure Lang. Oh no, now there are two. Commander Han could no longer maintain his composure, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined that this Jiang Jiang had concealed such depth? The shock arrived too abruptly. Bang! Devon instinctively leaped from his seat, startling those around him. You are Devon stared blankly at Belfast, his astonishment capturing her attention. Who is this person, looking rather dazed? Yet, judging by the attire, they must be one of the royal. Out of courtesy, Belfast elegantly performed a perfect curtsy. Greetings. I am Belfast, the second ship of the Edinburgh class, the largest cruiser of the Royal Navy, and I serve as the chief mate to my esteemed master. Chapter 50. Hood's Call, National Day Bonus, 5,000 combined. Indeed, it truly is. Devon's eyes lost their focus, resembling a salted fish devoid of dreams. This is Belfast, the epitome of a perfect royal maid. Every royal commander takes pride in her, aspiring to construct Belfast as their lifelong ambition. Yet, without exception, they falter in their pursuit. Devon had the fortunate opportunity to meet the esteemed royal maid several times. Elegant, meticulous, graced with an unflappable smile, she was undoubtedly the dream vessel of many commanders. Cough, cough. Of course, this also illustrates the significance of Belfast. As for the others, how could one ever label a commander as fickle? Belfast regarded the commander before her, whose expression resembled that of a heartbroken deity. Are all commanders from the royal side so impolite? How could one become so distracted during a meeting? However, considering their previous headmaster, Hood, who was equally audacious and willful towards her master, it seems the glory of the royal fleet is waning. Meanwhile, far away at the school, Hood suddenly sneezed. A cold? No, wait, ship girls cannot fall ill. A few minutes later, everyone finally regained their composure. Commander Han looked at Jiang, a peculiar feeling swelling within him, causing his icy demeanor to twist slightly. At this moment, Yang Lu refrained from mentioning anything about the ship show, wearing an expression of existential doubt, presumably having completely forgotten the eloquent expressions associated with it. Devon had descended into a prolonged silence. More despairing than his own unattainable goddess was the sight of her in another's embrace. The sorrowful gaze he cast had already prompted Devon and the other ship girls to twist their soft flesh on multiple occasions. Master, would you care for some fruit? Belfast will prepare it for you. No thanks. Jiang took an apple, declined Belfast's service, and bit into it unpeeled. Fruit is a rare treasure at sea, and it's much more refreshing when consumed whole. However, Jiang's oblivious action made Devon and the others green with envy. Damn it. If you don't want it, give it to me. How dare you be so picky when I'm peeling it for you? Yet, Jiang paid no heed to their sour expressions and continued with her own way. Observing Jiang's resistance, Belfast said nothing, maintaining her smile. After all, it was not the first time. Belfast understood Jiang's desire for independence, but the maid's principle is to serve her master in all matters. Regarding Jiang's disobedience, Belfast resolved to gradually correct her master's misconceptions. Exchanging glances with Sirius and Dido, both nodded subtly in agreement. Yes, a thorough correction. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Commander Han stood, beckoning those around him to gather, then gestured for his ship girl to produce a device and place it on the table. Is this a video communicator? My dear Han, it seems you have recently received a promotion. Devon gazed at the small device before him with a hint of envy in his eyes. No, this is a special authorization for me to use during this mission. Commander Han shook his head, observing the puzzled expressions of Su Lu and her companions, and patiently provided an explanation. This device, specifically designed for long-distance maritime communication, enables ultra-long-range video contact and represents the pinnacle of modern technology. As he spoke, a hint of pride crept onto Commander Han's face, while Su Lu and the others, including Jiang, displayed looks of profound astonishment. In stark contrast, Bei Fa and her companions, stationed behind Jiang, wore expressions of discomfort. Was this truly the most advanced technology? The women had already had their horizons broadened by the various gadgets Jiang had showcased. Setting aside the tactical goggles, which were marvels of innovation, Bei Fa and her team had witnessed Jiang remotely controlling the port multiple times, rendering this device unimpressive in comparison. Observing the vivid expressions on Jiang's face, Bei Fa inwardly scoffed. What a convincing act. This master truly knows how to play his part. With this contrast, the ship girls finally comprehended the astonishing nature of the items Jiang casually produced, which only deepened their curiosity about his enigmatic persona. Commander Han remained oblivious to Bei Fa's discomfort, attributing it merely to their astonishment. With a solemn demeanor, Commander Han pressed a button and executed a series of operations, causing the communicator to emit a buzzing noise as a blurry, flickering silhouette appeared above. After some adjustments, the half-figure of a blonde beauty materialized. It was Hood. Principal. Both the Eastern Empire and the Royal Navy held this retired hero in the highest regard, especially for Jessen and others. Seeing this legendary figure who had ventured to the East stirred excitement that flushed their faces. Despite their outwardly respectful demeanor, Jiang and his shipgirls exchanged glances that belied their true sentiments toward Hood. After all, having been inexplicably embroiled in numerous predicaments and perilous battles, it was hardly surprising that Jiang harbored no fondness for her, and Bai Fa and her companions had long held a lackluster impression of this royal compatriot. Principal. During this voyage, Commander Han's expression turned serious as he meticulously reported the recent developments. From testing Su Lu and her companions to Jiang's arrival and the convoluted battles that ensued, he spared no detail in his account. Once the report concluded, Han's stoic demeanor remained unchanged, while Hood's smile retained its elegance and grace. It seems you have encountered many unforeseen challenges. Fortunately, it appears you have emerged unscathed. Rest assured, Yixian will not neglect your efforts. Hood's voice was steady and comforting, reminiscent of a benevolent elder reassuring her juniors. However, during this mission, I failed to provide timely support to the trainee cadets and was instead hindered by the enemy, which prevented me from fully grasping the situation. This is my dereliction of duty, and I will accept the consequences from headquarters, Commander Han declared with a chilling resolve. The credit for this success belongs entirely to Comrade Jiang and our colleagues from the royal faction. Seeing Han's stubbornness, Hood shook her head in resignation. Having heard tales of this obstinate veteran, perhaps we should discuss this matter further at a later time, Hood said, turning her gaze toward the royal representatives. In light of your prompt support, we are able to accommodate your previous requests regarding Dongwang, provided you accompany us on subsequent voyages. No problem, esteemed Ms. Hood. Upon hearing this, Davin promptly agreed, as the purpose of this assistance was precisely due to the insufficient resources within the trainee team. From the royal fleet to here, even their escort ships lacked surplus resources to supply the trainees. Without resources, they would inevitably face elimination. To be dismissed before reaching their destination for such reasons was utterly unacceptable to both Davin's superior and the principal from the Royal Academy. Moreover, it was evident that they had not contributed significantly to this combat support. The Dongwang Royal was under siege, with only Jiang standing out. Lastly, Jiang, do you have any desired rewards? Ms. Hood inquired, casting a knowing glance at the impatient Jiang, who had been restless all along. Despite Jiang's incessant antics and attempts to escape, lacking a sense of honor for the academy and the need for ideological guidance, he remained, undeniably, the most exceptional trainee. At the very least, Jiang had undeniably showcased his superiority over the Prince of Wales by obliterating the royal trainees. Though his methods may have been somewhat unorthodox, he had indeed brought honor. Yes, I have significant demands, Jiang exclaimed, raising both hands without hesitation. Please, do share. If it is within reason, I shall comply, Ms. Hood smiled. Firstly, I have suffered considerable losses in this battle, Principal. For the safety of my classmates, I risked my life, even destroying my own command ship. Look, I shall replace it with a better one. Ms. Hood waved her hand in agreement. And what about the supplies on my ship? Those were all my hard-earned savings, painstakingly accumulated. They are all gone. Principal, what do you say to that? No problem. I shall compensate you fully, Ms. Hood generously promised. Meanwhile, Jason and the others felt increasingly uneasy, thinking to themselves, hard-earned? Saved up? Thank you, Principal. Lastly, due to my diminished combat capacity and numerous brushes with death, I have endured significant losses and paid a hefty price. Having clawed my way back from the brink of death, I believe I am no longer able to assist the training team. To avoid hindering my fellow trainees, to not impede the training team, nor to burden Dongwang, I wish to demonstrate my understanding and consideration. Surely, the compassionate and exemplary Principal Hood will allow this diligent yet unfortunate student to gracefully withdraw from the fray. Flattered by Jiang's compliments, Miss Hood was in high spirits and was about to agree without a second thought. However, just as she was about to acquiesce, she suddenly realized, almost falling into this young man's trap. Seeing her reaction, Jiang grew anxious, thinking he was so close. Through this support mission, Jiang had come to understand that this exercise was undoubtedly fraught with issues, not to mention the fact that the escorts were manned by seasoned veterans, along with the survival tests faced by Su Lu and the others. The incessantly emerging siren mass production ships signify the extraordinary nature of this exercise. With the involvement of the sirens and the official emphasis on the international drill, Jiang was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. I must escape this murky water. What have I done to deserve this? Since I can no longer be of assistance, I shall withdraw from this exercise. I cannot become a burden. Observing Jiang's righteous fervor, Huda remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed a resolute message. Escape? There's no way out. Realizing Huda's intent, Jiang clenched his teeth in frustration. This scheming principal is trying to ensnare me again. With a sudden movement, he stood up and turned to leave. Jiang, where are you going? Lu Yang, bewildered by the exchange between Jiang and Huda, instinctively inquired as he saw Jiang dash out without a word. Jumping ship. Today, I will swim back if I must. Not even Jesus can stop me. Mark my words. Jiang's powerful declaration left others astounded. Jumping ship. Even Huda was taken aback by Jiang's unexpected defiance, losing his cultivated smile. Come back. Is it really necessary? Do you want to avoid this so badly? Huda could not help but shout, clearly caught off guard by Jiang's unorthodox behavior. Lu Yang and the others hurried to restrain Jiang, urging him, calm down, brother. It's not that serious. Jiang struggled against their grip, adamantly refusing to turn back. Let go of me. I am leaving today. No one can stop me. Yet, their hold was too tight, leaving Jiang unable to move an inch. Hold him tight. He is serious. Seeing Jiang's determination, Huda abandoned all pretenses of elegance and decorum. It's just a matter of participating in the exercise. There is no need for such theatrics. Where is your dignity as a commander? Jiang's anger flared at these words. Do you really not understand the potential issues with this exercise? Dignity? Now is not the time for that. I don't care. I have contributed significantly, both in effort and merit. Why should I not be allowed to leave? I want to participate in this exercise, even if it costs me my life. Don't stop me. Let me jump. Jiang's resolve to escape solidified further, convinced that there were dark machinations behind the exercise. Huda struggled to find words, realizing Jiang was indeed clever, with an acute sense of danger. He seemed to have sensed some underlying clues. However, having boarded this proverbial ship of thieves, escaping would not be so simple. Jiang's presence would bolster the safety of the exercise teams significantly, at the very least, should any unforeseen events occur. Having Jiang, who could play the fool while hiding his strength, would provide an additional layer of assurance. Wait, this exercise will not be in vain for you. Huda shouted through the communicator, anxious that Jiang might not hear him. I refuse. Whoever desires the reward can have it. Jiang replied loudly, her struggles persistent, yet her steps gradually slowed. Observing Jiang's contradictory reactions, Huda's eyes brightened with hope. There was potential. He immediately articulated his terms with remarkable speed. In short, if you agree to go, all of these rewards shall be yours. Every single one. Furthermore, upon arrival, a plethora of intriguing activities await you, such as visiting research institutes, exploring museums, and immersing yourself in the local culture. Missing out would indeed be a loss. To persuade Jiang to stay, Huda fervently enumerated all the benefits he could conceive, fearful that she might remain unmoved. Under Huda's enthusiastic persuasion, Jiang gradually halted her steps, attentively listening to his conditions and the enticing list of rewards. Although alluring, they fell slightly short of captivating her until Huda mentioned the Research Institute, which made her eyes sparkle with excitement. You guarantee? Upon hearing Jiang's inquiry, Huda felt a wave of relief wash over him. Of course, a royal lady would never stoop to deceit. Jiang pondered the pros and cons. Since it was an international event, the exhibits would undoubtedly be substantial, particularly regarding the Research Institute. She could assure herself that if granted entry, everything within her sight would belong to her. Not a scrap of research from the Sakura side would be left behind. If there were data on cognitive cubes and construction machines, wouldn't the conundrum of upgrading the intellect be resolved? All right, I'll go. What? Jiang readily agreed, her response swift and decisive, leaving Huda and the others momentarily stunned. Just a second ago, she had appeared cornered and resistant, yet now, she acquiesced with an alacrity that left them reeling. I said I agree. Jiang reiterated, attempting to turn away, but encumbered by an array of components. She disdainfully pushed Liu Yang's head aside and kicked him away. What a disgraceful scene, a grown man tugging at a ship girl. With that, she seized the opportunity to make her exit gracefully from the throng. Liu Yang, have you made up your mind? Hu Da, relieved by Jiang's acceptance, restored his elegant smile, as if the earlier negotiation had never occurred. Well, since an agreement has been reached, my presence is no longer required. You may continue your discussion. I shall take my leave. Having achieved his objective, Jiang departed without hesitation, accompanied by Beifa and others. The onlookers stood in bewilderment, their minds short-circuiting since the conversation between Hu Da and Jiang began. The dramatic turn of events left everyone speechless. As they watched Jiang's retreating figure, Hu Da disregarded any notions of decorum, finally having managed to persuade the young lady. With the significant matter resolved, Hu Da relaxed, only to notice a familiar figure in a maid outfit beside Jiang. In the recent video conference, communication with the commanders persisted, yet the ship girls remained absent from the screen. Following an exchange with Jiang, Hood also failed to notice the presence of the ship girls beside her. Now that the meeting has finally concluded, Hood discovered 5 ship girls at Jiang's side. And before she could express her astonishment at the increase in Jiang's fleet, her gaze was drawn to a somewhat familiar royal maid. Oh, has Jiang acquired more ship girls? But who is this newly emerged ship girl? Which royal maid is she? There seems to be something peculiar about her. Upon hearing Hood's inquiry, the still recovering Commander Han, almost instinctively, responded, "Oh, Principal Hood, she is Belfast." "Oh, Belfast, what did you just say?" The composed and graceful demeanor that Hood had just regained was instantly shattered, replaced by a look of bewilderment and shock. The explosive revelation combined with her previously accumulated emotions erupted uncontrollably. Hood could no longer restrain her words, blurting out a traditional exclamation without a second thought. After a while, Hood finally ended the video call with Commander Han, finding herself alone in the empty principal's office, feeling somewhat fatigued as she slumped onto the sofa. Closing her eyes, she reflected on the intelligence she had just acquired. While successfully persuading Jiang to agree to visit Sakura, every other detail weighed heavily on her mind. Naturally, regarding her own lapse in composure, Hood opted for selective amnesia, encouraging others to join her in this collective forgetfulness. The Sirens, Spatial Transmission. The sudden enhancement of the Sirens' mass-produced ships. Akaji, what on earth are you thinking? Hood chuckled bitterly. After the incident of the exercise team being ambushed, Hood became increasingly convinced that there was indeed something amiss on the Sakura side. Moreover, their collaboration with the Sirens was undoubtedly more intricate than previously assumed. Far beyond the speculations of Yatsen and the others. Had Sakura and Iron Blood truly betrayed the Azure Lane? And that rascal Jiang, he actually managed to construct Belfast. There are only 2 Belfasts in the entire world. Next time he claims to have built a ship girl that has never appeared before. I would believe him. Hood lamented helplessly. The royal side can no longer be concealed. Jiang, oh Jiang, you truly cannot remain still. Now the entire world will be swept up in your actions. Since the birth of the ship girls, amidst countless constructions, many ship girls have emerged bearing the same name. However, only a select few ship girls, regardless of the passage of time or the investment of mental cubes, have never produced a second vessel. As if they were locked by fate, permitted to exist solely as one. Hood rose, retrieving a single-user encrypted communicator, intended for contacting Yatsen, to report on the betrayal of Sakura and the matter concerning the breaking of the unique status of certain ship girls. Chapter 51, Arrival at Cherry Blossom. Each with hidden intentions. In the days following Hood's communication, tranquility reigned. The joint exercise fleet encountered no sirens, leaving the royal faction somewhat disheartened in their quest for valor. However, Su Lu and her companions sighed with heartfelt relief, rejoicing in the blessing of peace. With no hindrances, the fleet's voyage unfolded smoothly, and today marked their arrival at Cherry Blossom. At long last, they had persevered. Su Lu and the others stood exuberantly on the deck, the protracted maritime journey proving to be quite a trial for the newcomers. Reflecting on the tumultuous journey, it was evident that they had all grown immensely. Even Liu Yang, having faced several life-and-death crises alongside his ship girl, had become markedly more composed. As for Jiang, how is it that, despite finally being able to disembark, she appeared so discontented? Commander Han wore a stern expression, yet his tone was gentle. Observing Jiang leaning against the railing, her serious gaze fixed on the horizon, devoid of joy and instead cloaked in tranquility, stood in stark contrast to the jubilant cadets nearby. Throughout these days, Commander Han had been subtly monitoring Jiang, not only due to her abilities, but also because of her ship girl, both of which piqued his curiosity. Most importantly, however, was Hood's apprehension that Jiang might have a change of heart and stealthily abandon ship, prompting Commander Han to keep a watchful eye on her, to which he had responded with an odd acquiescence. Yet, during these days of discreet scrutiny, Commander Han's appraisal of Jiang rose significantly. Her adaptability to life at sea had reached the level of seasoned veterans, if not exceeding it. The days at sea must have been arduous, no? You can relax once we set foot on land, Commander Han consoled, a faint smile gracing his lips. Arduous? Not really. I found it quite enjoyable. Jiang replied in surprise. Compared to navigating in the pitch-black void of space, surrounded only by distant starlight and the monotonous sight of asteroids, the vibrant Azure ocean felt like a manifestation of Athena herself. As for the lengthy turbulence, Jiang remarked that it paled in comparison to the weightlessness and darkness. However, regarding disembarkation, once we reached Cherry Blossom, my mission would be complete, wouldn't it? Jiang pivoted the conversation, launching a sudden inquiry at Commander Han. That. Commander Han's gaze became evasive, instinctively drifting elsewhere. Hood, you've tossed this hot potato my way, and I, old Han, shall not speak falsehoods. On this matter, Commander Han turned his head, forcing his expression to adopt a serious demeanor as he recalled Hood's words to him. We have long deliberated this, and after multiple discussions, we have tentatively decided that upon reaching our destination, we will promptly relay our findings to the higher-ups. This requires a certain procedure. After a thorough and profound evaluation, we will actively seek to— Stop! Jiang interjected, her scalp tingling as she interrupted Commander Han's lengthy discourse. I knew it would turn out this way. Once aboard a pirate ship, it is not so easy to disembark. Jiang, exasperated, pressed her forehead, having anticipated this situation. Noticing her reaction, Commander Han intended to say something further, but was silenced by a gesture from Jiang. Enough. Do not attempt to deceive me any longer. These words must have been imparted to you by the principal, and did the last phrase not urge me to patiently await? Upon hearing this, Commander Han could only fall silent, having been seen through, leaving no room for further discourse. He quickly concocted an excuse and made a hasty retreat to avoid embarrassment. Jiang, uninterested in Han's evident discomfort, allowed him to depart. Turning her body, she crossed her arms atop the railing, her gaze sharpening as it drifted towards the horizon. This upcoming drill was undoubtedly a vortex. Although Jiang was reluctant to wade into such murky waters, the crux lay in the balance of risk and reward. The opportunity to enter the research institute was a rare find, particularly one brimming with substantial international prospects. This was an excellent chance to glimpse and even grasp the technology of shipgirls, and Jiang was determined not to let it slip away, whether for the sake of intellect or otherwise. A few hours later, as the Sakura fleet appeared on the horizon amidst the eager anticipation of Su Lu and her companions, a chorus of cheers erupted as the exercise team finally docked at the port, where a welcoming party awaited. The shipgirls, surrounded by their commanders, disembarked onto solid ground after a long absence, visibly moved, with the students from Dongwang and the Royal Academy nearly brought to tears. Liu Yang and Porter even howled in delight, kissing the ground in public, leaving the welcoming party bewildered, while others turned away, claiming not to know these two fools. On the escort side, smiles adorned the faces of those meeting the diplomatic personnel dispatched by Sakura. Even Commander Han, usually stern, wore a friendly smile. The reception appeared exceedingly amicable, at least on the surface. Jiang, hiding behind the crowd, endeavored to diminish her presence, opting to disembark with the Queen while the other ship girls remained aboard. Stealthily, Jiang held the Queen's hand, avoiding the gaze of her blushing face, instead focusing intently on the individuals approaching from Sakura. Among the two ship girls, the rest were mere humans. Jiang scanned them one by one, forming a rough judgment, ultimately concentrating her attention on the two ship girls from Sakura. With dark blue hair adorned with a pair of rabbit ear accessories, blue eyes framed by glasses, clad in a green wind attire and over-the-knee black stockings, and wearing a black glove on her left hand. The composed and meticulous demeanor made her identity unmistakable, the first official fleet aircraft carrier of the Sakura Navy, the CHRY beside her. The dashing, white-haired, rabbit-eared ship girl was her sister, the Fubuki-class aircraft carrier, the Hyori. It was evident that Sakura placed great significance on this exercise. Jiang narrowed her eyes. After all, while Hyori might not signify much, the presence of Sichri, as a strategist, to greet them spoke volumes. Typically, such ship girls would be inundated with daily affairs, underscoring Sakura's earnest attitude. Jiang maintained a stoic expression, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. As Jiang scrutinized the Sakura group, they too were discreetly assessing Su Lu and her companions. Initially, from the royal side, Jason, Jim, and Porter exchanged slight nods. Then, they turned their gaze toward the Eastern Empire, starting with Su Lu. My goodness, the numbers and the lineup. This is indeed a non-lucky situation. With so many shipgirls present, there isn't even a single elite among them. How unfortunate. Su Lu shivered suddenly, sensing an undercurrent of malice. The gaze from the Sakura side made her distinctly uncomfortable. Lu Yang, the fleet composition is decent, yet the commander. Let us just say it's best to overlook that. Lu Hai? Only one shipgirl? Not worth concerning ourselves with. The last one. Why is there no name on the roster? Never mind. It seems there's merely a rare shipgirl present, presumably here for menial tasks, easily disregarded. The Sakura contingent, having completed their assessments, felt quite pleased. From this perspective, it was clear that the Eastern Empire could hardly compete with their own representatives. This time, the Eastern Empire was destined for an early exit. Jiang looked curiously at the inexplicably cheerful Sakura receptionists. Why do their smiles seem so much brighter? Have they stumbled upon some delightful news? Nonetheless, Jiang soon recalled the upcoming visit to the Research Institute, and her smile transformed into one of genuine warmth, fostering a more amicable exchange between the two parties. Poor Eastern Empire students, you are fated to return empty-handed this time. My gratitude to our Sakura friends. I shall graciously accept your research. Chapter 52. Gathering intelligence. After their meeting, they proceeded to the guest house. Along the way, Su Lu and her companions curiously gazed around, marveling at everything that surrounded them. Jiang joined in their exploration, but her focus was not on the scenery. She was documenting everything with her intelligent device. Capture this, and record the route. Translate that road sign and log it. Oh, and the map. Hurry. Seeing the joyful demeanor of Jiang and her group, the receptionist of the Sakura warmly smiled and began to introduce them to the renowned attractions nearby. She effortlessly listed a variety of intriguing features, captivating Su Lu and her friends. Upon realizing her promotional efforts were effective, the receptionist even retrieved her phone to show them a distribution map of the attractions. She led them on a slight detour to view the informational signs, which detailed the routes meticulously. In the end, the receptionist guided Jiang and her companions to a grand villa, cheerfully remarking, "These places are not to be missed. Since you're here, make sure to enjoy the hospitality of our Sakura. As long as you present your competition proof, all entrance fees are completely free." With that, she left with a satisfied smile. This thoughtful gesture softened Jiang's gaze towards her, and she felt immense gratitude for the map of unexplored areas provided by her newfound ally. Once the receptionist departed, Lu Hai closed the door and returned to the hall. The villa was vast, covering several hundred square meters, a true luxury in Sakura. At that moment, Su Lu and Lu Yang were still in a state of excitement, discussing whether to explore the nearby attractions with the royal students next door and experience the local culture. Observing their frivolity, Lu Hai was filled with frustration. Play. All you do is play. Do you even remember why you are here? He rolled up his sleeves and playfully chastised Lu Yang, who instinctively ducked to protect his head. Hey, brother, what are you doing? What did I do wrong? I just wanted to go out for a bit. Lu Hai, hearing Lu Yang's protest, grew even more irritated. You don't even realize where you went wrong. I thought this voyage would bring you some growth. Think carefully. Not only is it inappropriate to neglect training at such a crucial time to frolic about, but your shipgirls also have their reputation to uphold. From now on, listen to your shipgirls. Otherwise, you won't even realize when you've been sold out. After a scolding, Lu Yang shrunk his neck, acknowledging his brother's words, yet still feeling indignant. Am I really that bad? Seeing his younger brother's obstinacy, Lu Hai was about to deliver another playful reprimand when both of their shipgirls intervened just in time. Otherwise, Lu Yang might have had to leap out the window and escape. You claim you're not foolish, yet your intentions are transparent. But tell me, do you know any information about the competitors from Sakura? Once these words were uttered, Su Lu and Lu Yong immediately grasped the situation, their expressions turning grave. The two were not dim-witted. Upon observing their respective ship girls alongside Lu Hai and Jiang Zhang's ship girls, they swiftly comprehended the intricate nuances at play. Regrettably, their prior excitement had blinded them, and by the time they realized, it was too late. My apologies, this fault lies with me, Su Lu admitted, lowering her head in remorse, while Lu Yong resembled a wilted eggplant, dejectedly avoiding Lu Hai's gaze. Sighing, Lu Hai noted that in this exercise, only he and brother Jiang had managed to keep the complete configurations of their ship girls concealed. However, brother Jiang was not a trainee, which complicated matters. Reflect on your actions. I shall go fetch Ingram, Lu Hai declared, striding towards the exit. Suddenly, Jiang called out, wait. Lu Hai paused, turning back, fully aware of Jiang's capabilities. What is it, brother Jiang? Do not proceed just yet. I noticed that there are numerous spies around, likely here to monitor us. Jiang calmly articulated the reason, leaving Su Lu and the others astounded. How is that possible? It's merely a drill, Su Lu and Lu Yong questioned, while Lu Hai bowed his head, pondering the events that had transpired on their way here. Noticing Lu Hai's momentary silence, Jiang inwardly nodded, recognizing his potential. Look here. Jiang guided the group to the window, sidestepping to conceal themselves, extending his hand to point at an individual. This person, though appearing to be a janitor, has changed hands 6 times in just a few minutes. It's clear he is not accustomed to sweeping, yet he is indeed a cleaner. And observe that individual lounging on the bench reading a newspaper, despite the sun glaring directly upon his face. He chooses not to shift to an unoccupied chair devoid of sunlight. The reason being, this particular chair faces the villa's entrance. As Jiang's analysis unfolded, the trio grew increasingly astonished. The revelation of such numerous suspicious individuals left them in awe of Jiang's keen observational skills. Lu Yong murmured, Brother Jiang, what exactly did you do in the past? This question echoed not only in the minds of Su Lu and the others, but also caught the curious gaze of the goddess. Me? I used to pilot spaceships and battle monsters, Jiang replied, his expression devoid of emotion, as if it were the most natural statement. Su Lu, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes. If you don't want to say anything, then just don't. Spaceships? Are you trying to fool children? Seeing their skeptical faces, Jiang shrugged, remarking, in this era, speaking the truth often garners disbelief. Only the goddess, standing behind Jiang, lowered her head, recalling the astonishing artifacts he had presented, deep in thought. In any case, let us not rush to retrieve Ingram just yet. Once the other factions arrive, the pressure on us will likely ease, and we can proceed then. Upon hearing Jiang's counsel, Lu Hai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the time was not yet ripe. He could only ask Ingram to wait a little longer. Jiang observed the retreating figures of Su Lu and the others with a profound gaze. There were several thoughts he refrained from voicing. If such minor players were subjected to such scrutiny, one could only imagine the extent of surveillance imposed by the Guardians. Jiang narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light revealing his thoughts. What secrets lay hidden in this upcoming drill? What exactly did the Cherry Blossom faction intend to achieve? Even the students had to be wary. Principal Hood, you truly are a pitfall. As evening descended and all succumbed to slumber, the watchers outside the villa relaxed their vigilance. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow slipped through the first-floor window, vanishing into the obscurity of the night. Jiang evaded detection and emerged onto the bustling street, which vibrated with life, even more vibrant than during the day. The streets, adorned with bright lights and lively revelry, dazzled the senses. Having changed into inconspicuous attire, Jiang now resembled an unremarkable youth embarking on a nocturnal adventure. He approached a somewhat secluded establishment, glancing up to read the sign, Red-Sleeved Fox Tavern. Oh, this will suffice. Stepping inside, he noted a mere 2 or 3 patrons. A closer inspection revealed nothing out of the ordinary, save for a boisterous woman in red who stood out. Jiang perused the menu and ordered several appetizers, utilizing the funds provided by the daytime attendant. The serving area was concealed by a black curtain, obscuring the kitchen and the chef, although the voice emanating from behind suggested a young woman. He settled by a window with several dishes, eating while eavesdropping on the conversations of passers-by. Indeed, Jiang had come to glean intelligence. This tavern, Located at the street corner, might be inconspicuous, yet it attracted numerous pedestrians, making it an ideal spot for observation. He absorbed snippets of dialogue, discussions of declining wages, rising kitchenware costs, and a neighbor striking it rich in steel sales. Each piece of information was processed alongside his analytical intelligence system, which proposed possible explanations while Jiang sifted through and assessed their relevance. Time slipped away, and as he neared the end of his meal, a furrow formed on his brow. Eliminating the trivial, he arrived at an intriguing conclusion. The Cherry Blossom faction seemed to be amassing various construction materials. Clink! The sound of chopsticks striking the porcelain plate broke the silence. He had finished eating but was reluctant to depart. Rising, he intended to order more. But as he passed the woman in red, he was taken aback by the towering stack of plates before her. Goodness, what a voracious appetite! Since Jiang had entered the tavern, the woman's mouth had scarcely paused. Her capacity for food was astonishing. To avoid drawing attention, Jiang politely cast a glance before turning away. The woman, engrossed in her feast, paid him no mind. Navigating past the gluttonous diner, he approached the counter to place his order and awaited a response. Shortly, his appetizers were ready. Just as he prepared to leave with his dishes, an unusual floral fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by a melodious yet mature voice that rang out, "Boss, 3 more of the usual, please. I've finished the last ones." Upon hearing her words, Jiang was genuinely astonished. Who could possibly support such a woman? With an expressionless demeanor, she hastily departed, perfectly mimicking the demeanor of a reclusive stranger. Behind the curtain, the young proprietress, upon hearing her remarks, could only laugh helplessly and say, "Isn't that enough? You've already consumed 8 portions. Exercise some restraint." It appeared that the woman in red was quite familiar with the proprietress, indicating that she was a regular patron. "Not nearly sufficient. After this meal, I will be occupied for quite some time, so I must indulge," the woman in red insisted, disregarding the proprietress's caution. However, the ingredients for the mushroom meatballs had been exhausted. "Shall we substitute with another type of meatball?" The proprietress's voice was tinged with resignation, feeling powerless against her friend's insistence. "What? No more mushroom meatballs? This simply won't do. Without them, the perfect pairing cannot be achieved," the woman in red exclaimed, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to her culinary preferences. "I regret to inform you, the last portion of mushroom meatballs has just been sold," the proprietress replied nonchalantly, expressing her inability to accommodate the woman's demands. "The last has been sold?" The woman in red was momentarily taken aback, slowly turning her head to meet the gaze of Jiang, who was seated by the window. Just moments ago, Jiang had directed her intellect to analyze the floral aroma while holding a skewer of meatballs, poised to take a bite. Upon hearing the conversation related to her, she instinctively lifted her head. Out of politeness, and because she had not previously looked closely, Jiang had no clear recollection of the woman in red's face. Now, as she looked directly at her, the visage of the gluttonous woman in red made Jiang's pupils constrict. Those eyes, that nose, coupled with her overall aura. A powerful instinct whispered to Jiang a singular word: fox. Just then, the analysis from her intellect concluded. Beep. The memory database completed its comparison, and the analysis result was Blood Lotus. Under the scrutiny of the woman in red, Jiang executed an unexpected action. She seized another meatball and, without a moment's hesitation, stuffed it into her mouth with astonishing speed, devouring it voraciously. The meatballs on the plate vanished at an observable rate, leaving the woman in red utterly astonished. As Jiang chewed, a singular thought occupied her mind. No one shall take from my mouth, regardless of who they are, especially not a stranger. Those who knew Jiang would surely nod in agreement. Yes, that is indeed Jiang. Chapter 53. Akaji. It became evident that the rabbit's voraciousness was beyond imagination. While the red-clad woman was momentarily lost in thought, Jiang swiftly devoured 3 skewers of meatballs. With a flourish of her hands, 2 more skewers appeared before her, just as the remaining morsels were about to meet an untimely demise. The woman's elongated and mesmerizing eyes narrowed, and her body tensed slightly. In the blink of an eye, her blurred figure traversed a considerable distance, appearing right before Jiang. What? Such speed? Jiang's heart raced with surprise, her expression turning grave as alarm bells rang in her mind. This person intended to snatch the meatballs. Despite her astonishment, her hands and mouth continued their relentless motions. One skewer successfully found its way into her mouth, yet the other remained untouched, not solely because her mouth was already full, but more crucially because, as she chewed fervently, Jiang glanced at her wrist, where a delicate, porcelain-like hand firmly gripped her. The slender, fair arm exuded an incredible strength, rendering Jiang's hand utterly immobile. In fact, with those long, alabaster fingers gripping her wrist, she felt a tingling numbness setting in. This strength, indeed, belonged to a ship girl. "Ah, dear sir, might I inquire if—" The red-clad woman flashed a smile that sent alarm bells ringing in Jiang's mind, her exquisite, enchanting face akin to a carnivorous poppy, swaying invitingly before her. Huh? Before the woman could finish her sentence, Jiang emitted a garbled sound through her mouth, still not neglecting to chew. The interruption momentarily stunned the woman. Jiang's rapid response left her momentarily speechless. Jiang glanced at the woman before her, then at her own restrained wrist, chewed vigorously a few more times, and swallowed. With utmost sincerity, she reiterated, "I said yes," as the woman stood dumbfounded by Jiang's unexpected retorts. Jiang internally mused, "A ship girl, attempting to seize my humble meatballs. How shameless. My wrist is nearly crushed by your grip, and you dare ask if I consent? Oh dear, how could I be so bold?" The red-clad woman beamed, reaching out to snatch the meatballs from Jiang's grasp. She then opened her crimson lips and, without hesitation, consumed them all in one swift motion. In disbelief, Jiang watched as the woman swallowed every last morsel, her cheeks puffing up like a cherub, chewing rapidly. Jiang rolled her eyes internally, muttering about the woman's lack of modesty while her own pace of consumption was nothing short of astonishing. Seeing that the woman had released her wrist, now preoccupied with the delightful morsels, Jiang hastily finished the remaining food, swallowing without even chewing. Fortunately, the portions at the tavern were rather small, allowing Jiang to conclude her meal before the woman savored her own. With her head bowed, Jiang stood up, her movements natural yet tinged with a modicum of anxiety, perfectly portraying an ordinary young man momentarily interrupted by a strikingly beautiful woman. With hurried footsteps, Jiang passed by the woman, feeling a sense of relief as the woman, after obtaining her dumplings, ceased to pay him any further attention. He swiftly approached the serving counter with his empty plate, politely placed it down, uttered a quick arigato, and departed in haste, not even hearing the apologetic words of the proprietress behind him. Once outside the izakaya, Jiang finally exhaled, reflecting that while the brief commotion was inconsequential, it rendered further inquiries somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, a faint smile graced his lips. Acquiring intelligence on the Sakura's vigorous procurement of construction materials was already worth the effort. Unexpected events always seemed to lag behind his plans. Jiang slowed his pace, feigning a leisurely demeanor as he ambled along, hoping to glean a bit more information. Surely, my recent actions could be deemed flawless. My expression was apt, my logic sound, and I left no opportunities for further plot development. Indeed, I am quite remarkable. After Jiang's departure from the izakaya, the red-clad ship girl, having finished her dumplings, returned contentedly to the serving counter. In a cheerful tone, she inquired, "Are my 3 orders ready?" Clearly, the ship girl paid no heed to the earlier incident. "Honestly, you should maintain a semblance of decorum. Look at how frightened that young man was. He likely won't return again, and we lose yet another customer," the proprietress sighed. Although she was in the kitchen, the izakaya was small enough for her to have heard the earlier commotion. She had no words to offer regarding the ship girl's behavior, and yet the ship girl remained indifferent, her expression nonchalant. "Just an ordinary person, nothing worth my concern. Now is my food ready?" Hearing the ship girl's somewhat aloof remarks, the proprietress, while not entirely in agreement, recognized that her friend was indeed entitled to such a statement. "Almost ready, just take these for now." A few simple dishes were presented by a delicate, fair hand. The ship girl, unfazed, sat down at the serving counter, ready to engage in another fierce contest. "Is this where you'll sit? Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity?" the proprietress asked, astonished. "Ugh, there hasn't been anyone around for a while. You can't come out now," the woman replied, her mouth full of food. The proprietress shook her head at the sight, realizing the earlier incident had left quite an impact. However, since no one was present, the curtain was drawn aside by a slender, fair arm, revealing a Japanese woman with black hair, blue eyes, and a single ponytail adorned with a blue butterfly hairpin. complemented by a pair of black animal ears atop her head. Dressed in a black and red kimono embellished with landscape paintings, the proprietress exuded a virtuous aura. And it was immediately apparent that she embodied the gentle qualities of a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko. Upon seeing the beautiful woman emerge, the red-clad ship girl waved her hand amidst her busy schedule, inviting her to sit down. Fusang, please take a seat. Upon hearing her friend unabashedly utter her name, Fusang could not help but smile wryly. She first turned to secure the door and windows of the izakaya, hanging up the closed sign, before settling beside the woman dressed in red. Lady Akagi, you must be mindful of your status. As a figure of such immense significance, your presence in a bustling area could incite considerable upheaval. Fusang astutely unveiled the identity of the capricious ship girl before her. Were Jiang to discover that the gluttonous woman who had snatched her dumplings was none other than the foremost representative of the Sakura Empire, she would likely turn on her heel and flee, or perhaps never even set foot in this establishment. Not a problem. If any bothersome pests arise, they can simply be eradicated. As she spoke the last words, a crimson glint flickered in Akagi's eyes, a fierce and potent aura bubbling forth. Yet, in an instant, she blinked, and the oppressive energy dissipated as if it had never existed. Lady Akagi, please remain composed. The annual exercise competition is upon us. I imagine your recent duties have been quite taxing? Fusang, seemingly accustomed to the sudden surge and subsequent disappearance of Akagi's malevolence, deftly shifted the conversation. Indeed, though having Chao Long around has been of great assistance, Akagi replied calmly. Chao Long, you say? Ah, she is indeed an exceptional junior. Would you care for some more? The dishes should be ready by now. Fusang lightly touched her lips in thought, praising Chao Long, and then, with a smile, inquired of Akagi. Of course. At the mention of food, Akagi's demeanor brightened considerably. As Fusang gracefully glided behind the curtain, Akagi's expression hardened, transforming into an icy mask, her eyes resembling a chasm, concealing a tempest of madness beneath a serene surface. The exercise fleet? Huh. I hope you do not impede my endeavors. Otherwise, no matter who it may be, all shall meet their demise on the other side. Sister, it will be soon, very soon. Akagi longs to see you. Chapter 54. The Girl's Hand and the Visit to the Research Institute. With a heart full of satisfaction, Jiang traversed the bustling streets, seamlessly transforming into a shadow that deftly returned to the villa without alerting anyone. Content. She reclined on her bed, closed her eyes, and succumbed to slumber. During the day, while lost in the depths of her dreams, Jiang sensed an unusual presence against her face, prompting her to jolt awake. Ah! A startled exclamation escaped her lips, as she found herself face to face with the Empress, who had inadvertently roused her from her slumber. Turning to the bedside, Jiang observed the Empress with flushed cheeks, her hands fidgeting nervously, her right index finger tightly clasped, as if she had committed some misdeed. It was merely the Empress. Jiang gazed at the charming figure before her, loosening her tensed muscles and returning to her previous repose, her eyes gently fluttering shut, drifting back into a dreamlike state. The Empress, witnessing Jiang's return to tranquility, cast her eyes about, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Phew, that was a close call. She patted her own chest, glancing nervously at Jiang's serene visage, and discreetly scolded herself. Oh, Empress, how bold you are. Daring to poke the commander's face while she sleeps, and even contemplating a more intimate touch. The Empress chastised herself internally, yet upon beholding Jiang's defenseless slumber, her mischievous impulses began to stir once more. Just a moment ago, she was so close to touching her. The commander bore no ill will towards her, perhaps. Once again, the Empress's delicate hand rose, trembling as it inched toward Jiang's face, her cheeks ablaze like a fiery sunset. Just as her quivering fingers were about to make contact, a sharp sound interrupted the moment. Slap! Eek! Her advancing hand was seized by a larger one, rendering it immobile. In a panic, the Empress glanced at Jiang, only to find her still peacefully resting on the pillow, eyes closed, motionless. The hand gripping the Empress's gently descended, settling softly onto the sheets. The tranquil youth lay serenely on the bed, while the charming girl sat at its edge, her rosy cheeks radiating innocence, quietly gazing at him. Their hands intertwined, his, lacking in light, yet broad and powerful, hers, pristine and delicate, yet feeble. The Empress made a slight attempt to withdraw her hand, but the larger hand held firm, unyielding, enveloping hers in a cocoon of warmth. As the Empress's movements grazed the calluses on Jiang's palm, a wave of warmth surged through her. How comforting, how secure. At this moment, the Empress found herself enamored with the sensation of being enveloped in warmth. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all. No longer resisting, she savored the moment, blissfully closing her eyes. Thus, one slept while the other smiled, their hands entwined, binding them together. From cautious touches to unconscious grips, the joyous girl and the slumbering youth, despite their trials, formed a beautiful tableau, seemingly frozen in time. As time passed, a voice echoed in the Empress's ear, inquiring softly, "What time is it now?" Jiang's inquiry jolted the Empress from her reverie in the sweet abyss. "Now it's time. Commander, rise swiftly. We must gather to visit the Research Institute." "Huh, the research. Damn it," Jiang mumbled, suddenly struck by realization. Her eyes widening as she sprang upright from her bed, separating from the Empress's grasp. A fleeting look of reluctance flickered in the Empress's eyes. Oh no, oh no. Jiang hurriedly changed her attire, questioning the intelligent device in her mind. Smart brain. Why didn't you remind me? I already alerted you 14 minutes and 2 seconds ago, but you declined and disabled the alarm function. Upon hearing the response, Jiang recalled indeed having dismissed the reminder in her stupor, a wave of annoyance washing over her. It became evident that no matter how advanced technology might be, it could not save a habitual late riser. How vexing. I never used to make such trivial mistakes, but ever since Sirius and Dato appeared, particularly with Befa's arrival, I have grown accustomed to the morning wake-up calls from the maids, unknowingly allowing my routine to be invaded. My maid seems intent on rendering my self-discipline obsolete. Once dressed, Jiang seized the Empress's hand, pulling her outside. Feeling the warmth return to her wrist, the Empress could not help but smile radiantly, obediently following Jiang out. Apologies for the wait. I overslept deeply, and it was a struggle to rise. Jiang lifted her gaze to the imposing structure before her. After a brief yet harmless interlude, she and her companions were guided by a receptionist to their first destination, the Sakura Research Institute. As they approached the grand building, Jiang's heart raced with anticipation. The research facility boasted 6 levels, and upon entering the first floor, they found it brimming with an array of scientific exhibits, each delineated into distinct zones. Staff members were on hand to demonstrate the functions of the exhibits, elucidating the technological intricacies involved. Some displays were official showcases, while others represented the fruits of independent research institutions, all assuredly at the forefront of technological advancement. The receptionist enthusiastically detailed the exhibits, complemented by the innovative technological marvels on display. Su Lu and the Royal Academy's students were captivated, their curiosity piqued as they explored the surroundings. The receptionist, pleased with their reactions, graciously allowed everyone to wander and engage with the exhibits that piqued their interest. Jiang, however, strode through the exhibition areas with measured steps, her demeanor markedly more subdued compared to her peers. With a polite smile, she glanced over the various scientific creations, refraining from lingering too long. While she recognized their considerable merit, they merely represented the pinnacle of this world's technological landscape. In the repository of the intellect, one can find hundreds, if not thousands, of products akin to any given item, with the majority far surpassing it in quality, even across several galaxies. Hence, Jiang's objective is unequivocal, to seek out scientific advancements related to the ship girls. It must be noted that while Jiang holds a rather disdainful view of the technological standards of this world, the prevailing fascination here lies with the ship girls, who are indeed the unique hallmark of this realm. Consequently, nearly every field within the Blue Ocean Line universe is, to varying degrees, intertwined with the ship girls. For the sake of his own ship girls, as well as for the purpose of gathering information about this world's existence, Jiang cannot afford to overlook these developments. Jiang paused in an exhibition area, his previously impassive expression now showing a flicker of interest as he observed the displayed artifacts. Reading the explanations beneath the exhibits and listening to the staff's introductions, he realized that this particular piece pertains to ship equipment. The research focuses on harnessing the uniqueness of ship equipment for application in everyday items, a novel and practical concept that has drawn a considerable crowd to this section of the exhibition. Indeed, in this world, it is rare to find anyone indifferent to ship girls, particularly upon hearing about the potential to incorporate their distinctive abilities into human products, which naturally stirs various emotions. While Jiang Jiang harbored a modicum of interest in the application of ship equipment and daily goods, his purpose for lingering was not solely this. He had long been engaged in the analysis and study of ship equipment, achieving commendable results in the process. With instruments that transcend conventional understanding and the intellect's formidable analytical and reverse engineering capabilities, few secrets can withstand Jiang Jiang's scrutiny. Subtly, he pressed a small object concealed within his sleeve pocket, the throng of people serving as an excellent cover. After a brief moment, as he listened to the intellect's analysis, an enigmatic glint flashed in his eyes. As anticipated, it seems that the intentions behind the Sakura Empire's collection of construction materials are already coming into clearer view. Chapter 55. The Serpent Plan. Surely, the Sakura Empire is constructing something significant, and it is undoubtedly related to the ship girls. Jiang Jiang gazed at the analytical diagrams provided by the intellect, where the so-called application of ship equipment characteristics to everyday items was revealed. Through the intellect's analysis and reverse engineering, it became evident that they were merely utilizing ordinary construction materials to manufacture objects imbued with attributes akin to those of ship girls. Observing the staff who were speaking so grandly, Jiang Jiang could not help but smirk inwardly. Such a technological application in mundane goods could only be deemed futile, or perhaps even redundant. It was akin to using wooden utensils versus diamond cutlery for dining. Though the latter boasts a higher status, in essence, there is little distinction, save for the purpose of amassing wealth. Wealth accumulation? Jiang Jiang felt he was drawing closer to the answer. Although the application in daily commodities yielded mere items like a frying pan with a hardness enhancement of 10 or a rolling pin with a resilience enhancement of 10. Employing such technology in the construction of larger objects, such as warships and artillery, would undoubtedly provide an enchanting augmentation. Beep, beep, beep. An anomaly has been detected. Please pay attention. An anomaly? Jiang Jiang furrowed his brow, inquiring within his mind. The intellect projected onto his retina a blue screen, displaying a series of images along with various data annotations. Beep, beep, beep. The technological methods and styles employed in these objects exhibited a 71 for similarity to the components of Siren mass-produced ships. Through extensive technical analysis and logical deduction, it was concluded that these objects were products of Siren technology. The report from the intellect darkened Jiang Jiang's expression. The spoils that he had instructed the autonomous machinery to retrieve had arrived at the port 2 days prior. The deliberately modified autonomous machines demonstrated remarkable efficiency in transporting objects. Now that they had reached the port, a thorough examination was naturally in order. The research project on Siren technology had also made considerable progress within the intellect's framework. To return to the matter at hand, the sight of Siren influence in the research products of the Sakura Empire was undoubtedly ominous, both for the Azure lane and for him personally. What a murky quagmire! Jiang Jiang muttered under his breath, taking a deep breath to force himself to regain composure. Donning a courteous and amiable smile once more. Intellect, has the data been fully loaded? Assess the quality of these exhibits. Jiang Jiang discreetly activated additional instruments. Having prepared extensively for this hard-won opportunity, concealing various small devices on his person. Recording accelerated. Judging. With Jiang Jiang's assistance, the processing speed of the intellect's chip improved significantly. After comparing the analysis data from the port with Jiang Jiang's comprehensive scans, the intellect reached a conclusion. The craftsmanship was shoddy, with a probability of 98. For that these were defective items. This only reinforced Jiang Jiang's conviction. Recalling the entries he had previously searched regarding Azure Lane, a strong premonition told him that a certain cunning fox was undoubtedly up to mischief. Now, it remained to confirm. Jiang Jiang hastily departed, continuing his search for what he needed. In the shadows, Akaji remained oblivious to the clandestine actions she was undertaking, which had already been surmised with remarkable accuracy by a certain rabbit, Jiang. Once the group reconvened, the array of enigmatic expressions revealed that some were quite pleased with the performance, while only Jiang wore a bittersweet smile within. The inconsequential items presented were of little utility. The information on the construction machine and the cognitive cube that Jiang truly yearned for remained elusive. Just as Jiang resigned to the thought of returning empty-handed, the receptionist's words dispelled her gloom. Since everyone has finished watching, let us proceed to the second floor. With that, the receptionist gestured for the students to follow. and they ascended to the second floor in a grand procession. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a distinctly different arrangement from the first floor, with rooms lining either side, each marked with labels: Ship Equipment Research Laboratory, Naval Vessel Modification Research Department, and Disposable Firepower Research Group, among others. Zhang's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the two distant rooms, the Cognitive Cube Improvement Group and the Construction Machine R&D Department. There they were. After a moment of exhilaration, Zhang quickly masked her emotions, returning to her usual demeanor. To explore the second floor, we kindly ask everyone to follow a brief procedure. Thank you for your understanding. The receptionist announced, turning to reveal a tall metal detector standing nearby, surrounded by a vigilant circle of security personnel. A table was positioned there, behind which sat an elegant, bespectacled woman, one of the ship girls. The group nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that the second floor was distinctly different from the first, housing the most critical research facilities of the Sakura Empire. While it could not encompass everything, it was assuredly a significant portion, and such strictness was to be expected. Jiang trailed behind the crowd, her gaze lowered, rendering her expression unreadable. Akajidano, these are the visiting Eastern Huang and Royal Exercise teams. Please verify. The receptionist respectfully addressed the ship girl seated at the table. Akaji, with her chestnut hair, lifted her head and adjusted her glasses, meticulously comparing the names on the list. Her serious demeanor was evident, and after a moment, she nodded, her twin ponytails swaying slightly. All is in order. Please place your personal belongings on this table and proceed through the door. Thank you for your cooperation. As the group approached the stern-looking girl in the sailor uniform, they took turns depositing their diverse personal items until it was Zhang's turn. She produced a small bag and a standard-issue student phone, then nothing more. Observing the stark contrast in her belongings compared to the others, Akaji raised an eyebrow but refrained from comment. Please step forward. The receptionist smiled warmly at Jiang, who returned a bright, toothy grin. Very well. She then proceeded through the metal detector, which remained unresponsive after 1 second, 2 seconds, no reaction whatsoever. The receptionist's smile grew more genuine as she regarded the silent metal detector, then gestured toward Jim, who stood behind Jiang. Calmly, Jiang stepped beside Su and Lu, greeted by their curious expressions. Jiang-gu, why do you have so few belongings? Jiang returned a puzzled glance. Few? A wallet and a phone should suffice, right? Upon hearing this, the three were left speechless, glancing at their own items, lighters, hand cream, souvenirs purchased on the way, and realized the aesthetic was quite incongruous. Jiang turned away, ignoring the trio's reflections, her thoughts already soaring towards the distant laboratory. Few belongings? Impossible. If Jiang were to empty her pockets, she would likely possess more items than everyone present combined. They were simply concealed upon her person. Faced with the metal detector, did they truly believe it could reveal what she carried? It was merely electromagnetic wave detection. To scrutinize her, they would need to employ material mass detection at the very least. After a brief wait, everyone passed through security, and the receptionist led the group towards various rooms. Upon opening the door, they filed in, and Jiang glanced at the label, Ship Equipment Research Room. Although she had little need for it, she was curious to see how far the Sakura faction had progressed in their endeavors. Subtly activating the devices on her person, she stepped into the research room. In an instant, a myriad of advanced equipment whirred to life, and with the relentless intelligence of her AI, it directly infiltrated all electronic devices within the laboratory, delving into the storage vaults and voraciously extracting and duplicating data. Throughout all this, those outside were blissfully unaware. The electronic devices within exhibited no signs of disturbance or alert. As if struck by a dimensional blow, everything appeared calm, yet in reality, all defenses had been silently dismantled and bypassed in an incomprehensible manner. With a beaming smile, Jiang followed the group, weaving through various research apparatus, listening attentively to the receptionist's engaging introduction and the occasional astonished discussions among the students. In the lower right corner of her field of vision, a blue screen, invisible to others, flowed with dense streams of data and images. Information and research reports were presented to Jiang in a simplistic and intuitive manner by her AI. Finally, a notification window appeared, capturing Jiang's attention. Behind the others, she revealed a look of surprise, her eyes flickering with a multitude of complex emotions. Ah, Sakura, has Akaji once again embarked upon their predetermined script in this world? The information read, Project Yamada no Orochi Initiators. Akaji, Kaga collaborators. Observer's overview. Utilizing construction materials and technology provided by the Sirens to fabricate the body of Yamada no Orochi. And then employing thought. Chapter 56. The arrival of the East and West. As Jiang gazed at the information before her, she felt as though a procession of mourners were lifting a coffin in her sight. The intricate details of the Great Serpent Project filled her with dread. While she had no objections to her sister's ambitions, she fervently wished to remain uninvolved. The moment she recalled the peculiarities of the exercise team, a singular thought surged in her mind. After acquiring the data for the mind cube and the construction machine, she would flee. The farther away from this place, the better. After all, she had secured the items, and lingering here held no significance. For Jiang, who yearned to return swiftly, the narrative of Azure Lane merely served as a spectacle, devoid of any desire to participate. Resolute in her decision, she trailed behind the team with a submissive demeanor, fervently packaging the vast troves of data amassed from the Sakura Empire. From naval equipment to military radar, the information on the panel surged exuberantly, prompting Jiang to exclaim internally, "More! More!" The thrill of pilfering is beyond imagination. These data might prove advantageous in the future. And embracing the mindset of having come this far, Jiang diligently collected her bounty, ultimately arriving at her destination, the Mind Cube Improvement Group. Distinguished guests, please be advised that the research equipment for the Mind Cube possesses inherent dangers. Maintain a safe distance, the receptionist announced, simultaneously opening the door. A flash of light illuminated the room, and the attendees found themselves momentarily transfixed, as if ensnared by a spell. A thundering black box emitted lasers, while mechanical arms moved with dizzying speed. A 16-sided polyhedron reached up to the ceiling, creaking as it operated. A conveyor belt extended from an opening in the wall, seamlessly connecting to one side of the machinery. An unending stream of both familiar and unfamiliar materials flowed from an unknown source into the machine. Numerous similar devices populated the space, yet the most striking was a door-like apparatus positioned at the center of the room. This is, Su Lu murmured, observing the equipment that starkly contrasted with the previous laboratory. Is this the research of the Mind Cube? Others exclaimed in unison. The expansive room brimmed with peculiar machines, markedly different from the earlier research facilities, their technological sophistication evident at first glance. Jiang fixated on the door-like object in the center, her keen instincts honed by extensive cosmic travels and expertise. She immediately recognized it as the most crucial and valuable machine in the room. The group moved forward, following the receptionist's lead, and approached the machines. The proximity elicited awe from all, and none could maintain composure in the face of such advanced technology, including Jiang. Imitating those ahead of her, she surveyed her surroundings, reaching out to touch the devices. While others expressed mere curiosity, Jiang's demeanor was one of profound inquiry. Beneath her facade of intrigue lay a deep gravity. Summoning her intellect, she engaged her mind, meticulously scanning the bizarre technological apparatuses. Jiang reflected on the machines she had previously encountered, feeling a profound sense of dissonance in comparison to the objects before her. Beep, beep, beep. The assessment concluded, revealing that the production logic of this device bore only a 21.5 similarity to the earlier apparatus, thus categorizing it as a product of a distinct civilization. The cold and rational analysis from the intelligent core yielded a startling conclusion. Could it be that the incursion of siren technology had reached such an extent? Although Jiang had perused all the information on Azure Lane, the descriptions regarding the Mind Cube had been rather vague, merely stating it to be a crystallization of human wisdom. Yet, it now appeared that this so-called human ingenuity was tainted with various other elements. From the ship equipment to the Mind Cube, traces of the sirens could be discerned, and it was likely that even the construction machines bore their influence. The phenomenon of grafting had become alarmingly severe. The civilization of this world had nearly devolved into a patchwork of borrowed elements. Jiang couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The so-called phenomenon of grafting refers to the forced intervention of one civilization into the developmental trajectory of another. If the interference is minimal, it may not significantly alter the original path, merely adding an alternative route. Coexisting may be possible, albeit at a slower pace, with the potential for a fusion of technological advancements, presenting a serendipitous opportunity. However, if the intervention is too profound, it can irrevocably sever the original developmental pathway, stripping it of its inherent potential. The civilization then resembles a grafted plant, straying further down a path that does not belong to it, with every step traceable. In simpler terms, it mirrors the historical circumstances of Donghuang, where foreign developmental routes did not necessarily align with its myriad characteristics. Most crucially, it would be constrained by those who traversed this path further. Nevertheless, Donghuang ultimately emerged from this predicament, transforming crisis into opportunity. Yet, looking at the current state of Azure and Siren technology, even the most fundamental aspects had assumed Siren forms. Their original technological style had been rendered incapable of penetrating even the critical domains. Should the Sirens harbor ill intentions, they could easily manipulate the civilization of Azure. After all, the most advanced technology of yours is merely the path I once traversed. How could you compete with remnants of my legacy? Zhang had witnessed countless civilizations whose developmental routes had been truncated, relegating them to mere subordinates of those who ventured further, ultimately leading to their tragic downfall. However, having seen the script, Zhang was not overly concerned about the Sirens. Rather, she harbored some trepidation regarding the origins of Siren technology and their imitative targets, an unknown external adversary. Indeed, having uncovered the truth, Zhang understood that Azure was merely a testing ground for the Sirens, with the true antagonist being one that even the Sirens feared. As for Zhang's perspective, she believed that the vast majority of the world's dilemmas could be succinctly resolved with two phrases: not my concern and not your concern. As long as she remained devoid of moral qualms, the troubles of world saving would never find her doorstep. Regaining her composure, Zhang resumed her carefree demeanor. Eagerly rubbing her hands together, she approached the door-shaped machine slowly, resembling a harmless little rabbit, while remaining unnoticed. Perhaps influenced by Zhang's emotions, even the operational efficiency of the intelligence system seemed to accelerate. With the system's seamless intrusion, all data was effortlessly replicated and transferred. Seizing this moment, Zhang took a keen interest in the door before her. Though termed a door, it merely possessed the semblance of one, featuring a rectangular frame intricately constructed, with precision components seamlessly interconnected. At the center lay a vibrant, cloud-like phenomenon, unmistakably not meant for human passage, prompting Zhang to wisely refrain from reaching out to touch it. On the reverse side of the door, numerous pipelines were affixed to the frame, transporting an unspecified substance. Behind the colorful mist, a specially designed silver conveyor belt bore an array of black boxes. Upon traversing the mist, these boxes transformed into significantly smaller Azure cubes, mind cubes. Zhang observed as the cubes descended, being ushered into a square opening in the wall, precisely the size of a mind cube, before vanishing from her sight. These were merely semi-finished products, requiring further time to settle and stabilize before being utilized in construction. Unbeknownst to her, a circle of people had gathered around. Drawn in by the conspicuous door, the attendant was unperturbed, as the machine's unique form was evident. Is this truly the method of mind cube creation? Sulu could not contain her curiosity. The attendant, without hesitation, smiled and nodded, offering a succinct reply. Indeed, this machine is specifically designed for the final shaping of the mind cubes. I believe all factions possess similar machines along their production lines. What is that mist in the middle? Liu Yang inquired, his curiosity prompting him to reach out, only to have his hands swiftly swatted down by his bangs. Please refrain from touching it. To my knowledge, these are transformed from human thoughts. What they precisely are remains beyond my understanding. The attendant's explanation left everyone astonished. Human thoughts? While it seemed extraordinary, it was not entirely surprising, for each faction possessed unique components. It was only recently that our side made significant breakthroughs. Leading to these enhancements, as the attendant continued to elaborate, Zhang furrowed her brow. Recently established? Breakthrough? Connecting the dots in her mind, she realized that Qicheng had begun to delve into the realm of origin cubes. Thus, the experiments conducted here were likely to provide data for the study of origin cubes, with vital information concealed in more discrete locations, unlikely to be displayed openly. However, data was precisely what she desired. Zhang beamed at the progress displayed on the panel, her heart swelling with joy. Since this research aimed at the origin cubes, it undoubtedly encompassed every aspect of mind cubes: structural comparisons, process reaction analyses, wave fluctuation assessments, and so forth, all necessitating comprehensive information to be documented and provided. Zhang Zhang's gaze settled on an unremarkable section of the door frame, which housed the storage and transmission components. As long as the mental Rubik's Cube passes through the door, all its information will be recorded and transmitted. Now, the intelligent brain has fully deciphered the data, synchronizing all the information. Beep, the copying is complete and is currently being organized. Please check back shortly. Upon hearing the announcement from the intelligent brain, Zhang Zhang left the mental Rubik's Cube production machine with great satisfaction, proceeding to share the benefits with the other machines. Glancing at the screen before her, she was filled with exhilaration. Now, a substantial portion of the shipgirl technology was firmly within her grasp. Zhang Zhang couldn't help but laugh heartily. With this data, not only could she create her own, but with a slight modification. Upgrading her shipgirls would be as effortless as reaching out a hand. In her mind, a gradually twisted smile resonated. Chapter 57. The heist concluded with this thought in mind. Zhang Zhang was flooded with myriad ideas. Gazing at the door exhaling the essence of the mind cube, she conceived a brilliant strategy. Given that the great fox of Qicheng had allied with the sirens, a conflict with the Blue Ocean would be inevitable. With such a paranoid disposition, it was likely that she would confront anyone who obstructed her path, inevitably causing collateral damage in the process. As a feeble and pitifully innocent commander, Zhang Zhang knew she would be vulnerable in such a scenario. Thus, she resolved not only to act preemptively but also to safeguard herself, ensuring she retained some means of defense. Concealing her intentions from the others, Zhang Zhang narrowed her eyes, a manic smile curling upon her lips. If that were the case, she would prepare a delightful surprise. Intelligent brain, commence storage. Is that feasible? Beep. Executing. Please rest assured. Observing the progress bar on the screen, Zhang Zhang silently mused, do not blame me. I am merely ensuring a contingency, and I sincerely hope it remains unused. Beep. Configuration complete. Input finalized. Listening to the announcement from the intelligent brain, Zhang Zhang followed the group out of the room, her eyes glinting with a cryptic coldness beneath the shroud of invisibility. An exceedingly clandestine unknown signal emitted from the research apparatus behind her, journeying to an undisclosed location. Upon arriving at the construction machine research department, the room's arrangement was akin to that of the mind cube, filled with machines that expanded human cognition. The most striking feature was the mechanical arms descending from the ceiling, moving about the chamber, either manipulating components or retrieving an assortment of tools to fabricate various creations. Sparks flew, and a cacophony roared, while a wave of heat surged forth, igniting an adrenaline rush within. In comparison to the research lab, this space resembled a manufacturing workshop. Goodness, steampunk. Brothers, I'm exhilarated. Can we construct mechas here? Gazing at the colossal and awe-inspiring scene, the faces of all the men, save for Su Lu, flushed with excitement, their eyes ablaze and breaths heavy. Each of them was a commander, inherently suited for battle amidst the cannon fire of colossal vessels. Witnessing this spectacle awakened their inner fervor. Even Su Lu's eyes sparkled with wonder, grand, robust, fierce, and intricate, embodying the perfect aesthetic of violence. At that moment, Zhang Zhang too was captivated, her gaze fixed upon the diverse array of construction machines gradually assembling before her. Is this not a gift? The target lay bare, unabashedly displayed, inviting all to partake in its allure. In her heart, Zhang Zhang shouted, mine. All mine. The receptionist, observing the group's reaction, was thoroughly satisfied. What man could resist such a test? Just look at that Eastern Huang student, Zhang Zhang. She was on the brink of pouncing. Thus, the receptionist, ever perceptive, advised caution and prohibited touching, allowing everyone to explore freely. Upon receiving this permission, Zhang Zhang was overjoyed. This was an opportunity for unrestrained indulgence. Acting with the exuberance of a rabbit among a pile of carrots, she dashed forward with unbridled joy. In the face of such an unguarded research facility, the intellect swiftly infiltrated, scanning and documenting at an accelerated pace. The intricate manufacturing processes of various construction machines unfolded before Zhang Zhang's eyes, complemented by an array of scanning instruments that meticulously examined every detail, from superficial aspects to profound intricacies. The progress resembled a locomotive, chugging forward with relentless momentum. What are these? Su Lu inquired from a corner of the room, pointing at a heap of dark red mechanical components. Zhang Zhang, reluctant to divert her gaze from a construction machine donning its outer shell, turned her attention towards Su Lu. Upon observing the pile of components, annotations from the intellect promptly appeared. Are these part of the Great Serpent Project? Jiang hastened towards the assembly, her eyes darting as the intellect aided in deciphering the records. However, before Jiang and Su Lu could scrutinize the components further, a receptionist approached at a brisk pace, an apologetic smile adorning her face. I'm sorry, these are scrap materials that should have been cleared away. There's nothing of interest here. Allow me to introduce you to other exhibits of greater value. Given the receptionist's assertion, Su Lu, mindful of the propriety within another's domain, opted not to voice her thoughts, though she felt the components bore little resemblance to mere refuse and stole a lingering glance before following suit. Jiang feigned understanding, pretending to be distracted, and accompanied her. Yet, in the unseen shadows, Jiang's trouser leg twitched, and a small black object fell to the ground, swiftly darting towards the pile of components. The cacophony of the environment completely masked the creature's movements. To compensate for the interruption, the receptionist guided the two through a thorough examination of the machines present, from material selection to manufacturing, extending their time significantly to provide Jiang ample opportunity to document everything. As Jiang exited with the tour group, a sensation at her pant leg prompted her to smile innocently, a hint of brightness in her demeanor. Following this, Jiang explored several more rooms, gathering additional data before concluding her visit. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our tour. The third floor is a restricted area. If you remain interested, please proceed to the first floor, where there are numerous exhibits of considerable aesthetic value. Thank you. The receptionist observed Jiang and the others depart, her expression shifting to one of gravity as she cautiously reported to Gaku about the construction machine research department. Gaku furrowed his brow and replied, "You have performed admirably. There is no need for concern. The commanders should not discern anything amiss. The discarded components are inconsequential. They will be collected shortly." Upon hearing Gaku's reassurances, the receptionist exhaled in relief, albeit unaware of the true nature of those components, having merely gathered them in haste a few days prior. Perhaps they pertained to something classified. Reflecting on the matter, she concluded that it was beyond her purview, and with a sense of tranquility, departed. However, once Gaku and the others left, his gaze darkened, and he promptly rose to address the matter of the components in the construction machine research department. As for the rest, no one cares. After all, they are merely items that can be presented, available in every faction, devoid of any significant value. Furthermore, the visiting groups are thoroughly screened, rendering any attempt to take them futile. At that moment, a certain rabbit bandit, having nearly pilfered everything from the research labs, wore an exuberant smile as they declined the subsequent invitations from Su Lu and others, prancing back as if they had won 5 million. Gazing at the piles of documents on the screen, Jiang was already impatient to create something. Upon returning to the villa, after greeting Su Lu and the other ship girls, Jiang slipped back to their room, oblivious to the blushing queen. Sitting down abruptly on the bed, Jiang wondered, what is that delightful fragrance? Oh well, it's probably just an air freshener. Commander, why are you back so early? The queen inquired softly. Oh, I found it rather dull, so I returned ahead of schedule. By the way, I have splendid news for you. Jiang exclaimed excitedly, eyes gleaming. I've stolen from the Akaji family, gaining a deeper understanding of the ship girls, and I've also uncovered a little secret about Akaji. The queen. Winky face, Commander. How could you? You shameless. Huh. Chapter 58. A series of frights. What thoughts occupy that little head of yours? Do not follow the bad example set by Bei Fa and the others. Jiang gazed at the Empress with the sorrowful expression of a father witnessing his beloved daughter stray from the right path. The Empress, her cheeks flushed, concealed her face with delicate hands, her back turned to Jiang, acutely aware that she had misunderstood him and now dared not turn to meet his gaze. In a comical display reminiscent of an ostrich, she elicited both annoyance and amusement from him. As Jiang observed the Empress's embarrassed demeanor, much of his irritation dissipated. Upon reflection, it seemed that his earlier remarks had indeed been somewhat misplaced. He reached out to pat her smooth, fair shoulder, prompting a charming little squeak from her. All right, turn around. It's nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Jiang's gentle words, the Empress slowly turned her head, her face a rosy hue and her earlobes a charming strawberry color, as if she were aflame with fever. She cautiously glanced at Jiang, and upon confirming that his expression was calm, She stealthily extended her long, elegant fingers to grasp the edge of his clothing. In a soft, melodic voice, she confessed, "Commander, I was mistaken. You are not angry anymore, are you?" She even fluttered her eyelashes as she spoke. Jiang found himself captivated by her glistening eyes, framed by long lashes, the magenta hue revealing a timid and bashful demeanor. Faced with such an adorably delicate neighborly sister, he found it difficult to continue accusing her of misjudging the commander's integrity and noble character. With a resigned pat on her head, he spoke earnestly. "I am no longer angry. In the future, you must trust the commander's virtues. Just look at the commander's pure and flawless eyes. Would someone capable of such improper deeds possess them? I would never." Cough. "The commander lives a life of transparency and integrity. I would never engage in such shameless acts." The Empress, somewhat bewildered, instinctively nodded her head in agreement. Observing her compliant acceptance brought a sense of relief to Jiang, who patted her shoulder, pleased that his virtuous image had taken root in her heart. Meanwhile, Porter, Jessen, and all those who had fallen under Jiang's influence could only respond with confusion. "You are so lofty. You are remarkable." After this minor incident, Jiang promptly informed Su Lu and the others, as well as Commander Han, expressing his concerns for Bei Fa and the others aboard the warship. Commander Han and the others thought little of it and acknowledged his message, with Lu Hai even requesting Jiang to convey his apologies to Ingelham. Thus, Jiang returned to the warship, unmonitored and undisturbed, retreating to his room to engage in lively discussions with the intellect of his AI. After several days of diligent study, he had finally comprehended the data he had gathered. With newfound insight into the essence of the ship girls, he felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. So it is. Jiang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gazed fervently at the items laid out on his desk. He had thoroughly grasped the principles of the mind cube and the workings of the construction machine. The success rate for future constructions could now soar to 100%. Indeed, he could even specify the construction of a particular ship girl. Ha. I refuse to believe that I cannot summon forth what I desire. Bang. Damn it. A sudden clap of thunder interrupted Jiang's musings, and a fierce gust of wind rushed in. A dark silhouette shot past her eyes, then crashed violently against the wall. The white surface of the wall instantly caved in, a significant dent forming, with cracks radiating like a spider's web from the distorted iron door at its center. The explosive event concluded, the door was successfully breached, and the forced entry plan was accomplished. A graceful figure emerged from the billowing dust. It was Sirius, accompanied by her still glowing and heated naval cannon. Her exquisite face bore a serious expression, as if she had just completed a solemn mission. Just as Jiang gazed at Sirius in terror, fearing she might be overthrown, an elegant figure gracefully stepped out from behind Sirius. "Master, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. Please prepare for your meal," Beifa said with a smile, lifting her skirt and performing a graceful curtsy toward the bewildered Jiang. Observing Beifa's impeccable etiquette and her charming visage, Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. "Ugh. Beifa." "Yes? Beifa is here to heed your commands. Did you and Sirius intend to kill me by blasting the door so early in the morning? That iron door was merely 5 centimeters away from me. Had I not stood back, I would have been the first commander to be crushed by a massive iron door." Coming to her senses, Jiang's tempestuous emotions surged forth. After days of relentless cultivation, her already frayed nerves finally snapped following this life-threatening ordeal. Beifa understood. "Please, master, let us prepare for your meal promptly." Her gentle smile remained unwavering. Jiang, frustrated, flipped the table in exasperation. Beifa continued to smile serenely. Jiang scowled. Beifa remained unfazed. Jiang sighed. 10 minutes later, a refreshed Jiang sat expressionlessly at the dining table, mechanically moving her mouth. Regardless of what she consumed, even plain rice, she maintained this rigid motion, resembling a robot. "Unchanging. That is how it is, master. I sincerely apologize. Dato understands this is improper, but..." Dato timidly looked at Jiang, as she had been too afraid to participate in the earlier explosive operation. Thus the explanation fell upon her shoulders. As Jiang methodically finished everything on her plate, she noticed Dato's eyes were brimming with tears, sparkling like clear springs. That pitiful, helpless expression could easily lead one to believe Jiang had committed some heinous act deserving of wrath. "Ah, please don't cry. I don't believe I said anything at all, did I?" Witnessing the imminent fall of Dato's tears, Jiang Jiang could no longer maintain her stoic facade and promptly relented. Alas, it appears that the irresponsible master has not only neglected proper nourishment for several consecutive days, but also adopted an erratic schedule, causing concern among the lovely maids. While displaying a countenance akin to cold indifference, Beifa's melodious voice floated in from the side, prompting a subtle twitch in Jiang Jiang's brow. So, you intend to correct this physically? Rectifying the master's shortcomings is indeed the duty of a maid. However, the master's angry demeanor is rather endearing, reminiscent of a petulant child. Gazing at Beifa's radiant smile, Jiang Jiang vowed that this maid was undoubtedly a little devil in disguise. Very well, master, let us address the matter at hand. Beifa's expression returned to its usual demeanor, and her swift change of countenance left Jiang Jiang momentarily stunned. Master, over the past few days, all the training squads from various factions have arrived, and it seems that the guardians from each faction harbor some secrets. Last night, 2 of our warships departed under mysterious circumstances, and the royal side is similarly unaccounted for. I suspect that the other factions. As Beifa concluded her statement, her expression darkened progressively, ultimately settling into a grave demeanor. Such a large-scale, enigmatic maneuver indicated a substantial issue at hand. Is that so? In stark contrast to Beifa, Jiang Jiang appeared composed and unperturbed, as though she were not the least bit concerned. Rather than acknowledging Beifa's report, she turned away, picking up a napkin to wipe the mouth of the unicorn, causing it to shyly lower its head. Master, are you not worried? The anxious Sirius stepped forward, urgently inquiring. Meanwhile, Beifa regarded the composed Jiang Jiang with a contemplative gaze. Master, we ought to. It's nothing to fret about. Sirius. I believe the master has foreseen this situation. After all, it was the master who entrusted me with these matters. Beifa interjected, gently reminding the somewhat agitated Sirius. Her enchanting blue-violet eyes fixed intently on Jiang Jiang, causing a sense of unease to wash over her. Do not worry, Jiang Jiang replied absent-mindedly, feeling the weight of their collective gaze upon her. It's merely a case of a lovesick younger sister resurrecting her beloved elder sibling with the aid of her partner, collaborating with the iron-skinned termite, which has led to the gathering of various sects at Bright Summit. Beifa and the others. They felt even more bewildered. Beifa narrowed her eyes. Observing Jiang Jiang being questioned by Sirius and the Queen, her mind racing with thoughts, it seemed the master was concealing quite a bit from them. However, Beifa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was only a matter of time before she unearthed every secret of this enigmatic master. Concealing matters from one's closest maids was a notion that certainly required correction. In the distance, Jiang Jiang shivered, feeling as though she were being targeted by a magnetic pulse cannon, and upon following her instinct, she caught sight of Beifa and Nuclear, Sue's grinning faces. Did I misinterpret something? At that moment, Jiang Jiang's phone buzzed with a message, prompting everyone to pause. She extricated herself from the playful clutches of the Queen and the Unicorn, and upon glancing at her phone, her expression turned blank. A chill coursing through her as goosebumps erupted across her skin. Master, Commander, brother, what is the matter? Upon hearing the concerns of the ladies, Jiang Jiang regained her composure and placed her phone on the dining table. You all, take a look for yourselves. She then despondently supported her forehead, her eyes tightly shut. The ladies approached to inspect the situation, their shock rendering them momentarily speechless, even the unicorn's small mouth agape. Attention, all Dongwang students and guardians. Please proceed immediately to the safest location. One of the guardians from yesterday has gone missing, while another has returned gravely injured. Return to a secure area at once. Hurry. The multitude of exclamation marks underscored the urgency of the message. Master, did you foresee this? Beifa, too, exhibited signs of distress, for it was known that the guardians were seasoned veterans of countless battles. This is, of course, nonsense. At that moment, Jiang Jiang's hair stood on end, akin to a rabbit sensing imminent danger. No, we must leave. This cunning fox is serious. She isn't even attempting to conceal her intentions. Chapter 59. Retreat is hopeless. Go all out, combined. A tall man stepped onto the warship where Jiang Jiang was stationed, striding directly towards Jiang Jiang's quarters. It was Commander Han, his expression as cold and unyielding as ever, yet now visibly darkened, with bloodshot eyes betraying his inner turmoil. The dire circumstances faced by his subordinates had rendered this steadfast veteran anxious and troubled, though he refrained from displaying such emotions due to his rank. Commander Han approached the doorway of Jiang Jiang's room with a measured but somewhat hurried gait. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was taken aback by the scene before him, his stoic demeanor shattered. "Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Jiang was busy packing up his belongings with the ship girls, loading them onto his back, appearing as though he were about to embark on an unknown journey. Of course he was fleeing. The situation was akin to a celestial battle, and as a novice trembling in fear, if he didn't leave now, he would be left to perish. With a suitcase in his left hand and the hand of the unicorn in his right, Jiang Jiang cast a disdainful glance at the dazed Commander Han. "Oh, right. Given the current circumstances, I suppose you can't spare a ship for me. So worry not. I shall find a way to navigate a small craft away from here. In truth, enough with the comforting words. Save those for Su Lu and her 3 naive companions. They might believe your reassurances, but to deceive me." Jiang Jiang halted, turning to fix a piercing gaze on Commander Han. "Do you think I am so foolish? 1 injury, 1 disappearance? What about the others? Their losses must be even more grievous. For instance, I have yet to see the 2 warships that departed from the royal side last night. They are unlikely to return. Are they, Commander Han?" Upon hearing Jiang Jiang's words, Commander Han found it difficult to meet his sharp gaze, which was both profound and piercing. Realizing he had been seen through, Han's expression shifted, ultimately culminating in a heavy sigh. "Well, since you figured it out, I shall not conceal the truth any longer." In an uncharacteristic gesture, Commander Han raked his fingers through his hair, revealing a bitter smile. "In fact, our escort fleet's mission was not solely to escort the participating teams. We also intended to probe the Sakura faction, something you have likely discerned." As he spoke, Han struggled to swallow, while Jiang Jiang remained impassive, arms crossed, unyielding, with the 5 ship girls silently standing behind him. Initially, the plan had progressed successfully. However, after all factions' escort fleets arrived yesterday, we intended to initiate the first wave of probing. But before we could proceed, as he continued, a fierce anger ignited on Han's face, his teeth clenched, the intensity of his fury distorting his features. "We were betrayed by the Sardinian Empire and the Vichy Church, weren't we?" Before he could finish, Jiang Jiang interjected with the answer. "How did you know?" The words that someone wished to express were uttered by another, leaving Commander Han in a state of astonishment as he gazed at the youthful and composed face before him. Just yesterday, a treacherous act had been committed, and even Commander Han had only recently received the news. He never anticipated that Jiang Jiang would so bluntly expose the truth. Upon hearing Commander Han's inquiry, Jiang Jiang merely smirked, thinking it was obvious. Having perused the script, who could be unaware that these 2 factions were destined to turn against each other? However, Jiang Jiang dared not voice this sentiment aloud. Instead, he stroked his chin, feigning contemplation, and added, "Nevertheless, the reasons for your significant losses must extend beyond this singular event. Yesterday, there was also the Iron Blood faction involved, correct? Furthermore, did the Northern Alliance refrain from intervening this time?" Commander Han instinctively nodded, his gaze, now recovering from shock, burned with intensity as it fixated on Jiang Jiang. Indeed, the Northern Alliance had not even participated in the planning this time. As for Iron Blood, they had always been one of our targets. Commander Han regarded Jiang Jiang with newfound admiration. "Well then, I can rest easy. However, the struggle among the major factions is of no concern to me. I harbor no interest in it. Farewell." With that, Jiang Jiang made to flee, acutely aware of the folly of placing oneself in perilous situations after years of traversing the cosmos. In the dark forest of the universe, a moment's carelessness could lead to total ruin, a lesson that had ingrained in Jiang Jiang a cautious tendency to retreat tactically when danger loomed. "Wait." Commander Han, quick of hand, seized Jiang Jiang. Yet, a rabbit eager to escape would not be so easily deterred. He continued to pull forward. "Let go. Young brother Jiang. Please listen to me. I shall not. Release me. How can you still speak with such audacity? I recognized the irregularities in this exercise long ago. Given its evident peril, how could you allow the trainees to venture into the very eye of the storm without knowledge of the risks? I need not elaborate on what you expect them to accomplish." As Jiang Jiang ruthlessly pierced through the thin veil of pretense, Commander Han fell silent, his body stiffening, ultimately relinquishing his grip without uttering another word. Indeed, according to the intelligence they had received, it was unwise to place the trainees in jeopardy. If even seasoned veterans could falter, what could be expected of students like Su Lu? while the intent had been to successfully navigate into the waters of the Cherry Blossom Empire. It was inexcusable to use the trainee squad as a mere FAAD to shoulder such immense risk. Commander Han leaned against the wall, observing Jiang Jiang's hurried retreat, his hoarse voice unexpectedly breaking the silence. But you cannot leave now. The emotionless statement caused Jiang Jiang, resolute in his forward march, to halt abruptly. What do you mean? As soon as I received the information, I attempted to see if I could facilitate your exit. But the surrounding waters have already been sealed off by the Cherry Blossom Empire. I apologize for having drawn you into this. Having expended all his energy in delivering this disclosure, Commander Han appeared drained. The gravity of the situation left no room for reconsideration. I cannot leave. Jiang Jiang stood frozen, his mind racing as he processed the implications, gradually coming to the realization that Commander Han's words were indeed true. Although that mad fox has always prioritized personal feelings, he is also a cunning and ruthless leader. We have successfully contacted the headquarters. However, despite their records of such situations, it will still take a considerable amount of time for them to arrive. Moreover, it is predictable that the Sakura side will not allow us to proceed as we wish. The escort team will undoubtedly be targeted and restrained, leaving us with no options. Commander Han spoke despondently. Unlike during his time on the front lines, this time, he was not only accompanied by comrades, but also by several students in need of protection. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in such a passive position. A beeping sound emanated from Commander Han's communicator. Upon checking, he let out a weary chuckle. Indeed, the anticipated message had arrived. With a wry smile, he tossed the communicator to Jiang Jiang, who caught it, and, upon reading the content, became grim-faced. Our side has received reports of guests lost in. We extend our greetings. Finally, to prevent more individuals from going missing, we request that all students from various factions remain at the port. We will dispatch personnel to search for lost individuals alongside the escort fleets. Jiang Jiang read the message with a heavy heart. The mention of lost and stay at the port merely signified armed surveillance. Jiang Jiang's heart sank further. It seemed they truly could not leave. Now, with the Sakura faction recalling all escort fleets, during the waiting period for support, we can only rely on you, Jiang Jiang. Commander Han lifted his gaze, looking deeply at the young man before him. Although I do not understand why Principal Hood insists on having you join the team, even though you are exceptionally talented, far exceeding normal standards, at one point, I almost thought you were a comrade from the front lines. Yet now, the facts prove the principal was right. Jiang Jiang lowered his eyes, remaining unmoved. Commander Han took a deep breath, adjusted his appearance, and solemnly approached Jiang Jiang, much to the astonishment of Bei Fa and the others. Without hesitation, Commander Han bowed respectfully to Jiang Jiang. This gesture jolted Jiang Jiang out of his contemplation. What are you doing? No reward without merit. Is it softening up after hard measures? Jiang Jiang quickly stepped aside. Drawing from years of experience, he had already guessed what Commander Han was about to say. However, no matter how Jiang Jiang evaded, Commander Han's gaze remained fixed upon him. This old rascal must also be a seasoned fan of dramas. I know you harbor discontent towards Principal Hood's actions, but now, I implore you on my behalf, please take care of Su Lu and the others. The resolute voice resonated, revealing the speaker's determination. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute. I say, Brother Jiang, could you please stop spinning? My back hurts. Not unless you get up first. With a burst of laughter, Bei Fa and the others could no longer contain themselves. Although it was not the most appropriate time to laugh, watching Jiang Jiang and Commander Han whirl around like a dance was simply too amusing. Indeed, Jiang Jiang was well aware of the cunning tactics employed by that rascal, and his evasive maneuvers had not ceased. Especially upon hearing Commander Han's plea, his speed increased to a whole new level, leaving Commander Han dizzy from trying to keep up. If you do not acquiesce, I shall not rise. Oh, then continue your spinning. This little fox shows a distinct lack of martial ethics. Logically, it should be my persistent attempts against your refusals that ultimately sway you to agree after several exchanges, should it not? At this moment, Commander Han was also astounded by Jiang Jiang's boundless audacity. He truly possessed the makings of a commander. However, the ache in his waist would not allow him to prolong this contest with Jiang Jiang any longer. Seizing the opportunity, Commander Han lunged forward like a nimble tiger, firmly gripping Jiang Jiang's shoulder and forcing their gazes to meet. Yet, Jiang Jiang averted his eyes with a dismissive flick, indicating his refusal to engage. Given their future as colleagues, it was evident he could not leave now, could he? The more collaborators, the higher the security. Observing Jiang Jiang's lethargic demeanor, Commander Han, exasperated, blurted out a harsh truth. If all else fails, I shall offer you additional compensation. Very well, it's a deal. Before Commander Han could finish his sentence, Jiang Jiang swiftly turned, his eyes sparkling with vigor as he responded with great enthusiasm. Witnessing Jiang Jiang's righteous expression, Commander Han's fervent emotions morphed into a face of utter consternation. You are quite the commander. After a moment, Commander Han managed to force out a statement through clenched teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Shall the compensation be provided now, or shall we draft an IOU? Jiang Jiang assumed an invincible stance, rendering Commander Han speechless. Let us provide a portion now, and the remainder shall be given once the matter concludes. Thank you, esteemed boss. Your generosity is commendable. Jiang Jiang exclaimed. Now, shall we sign the document? Observing Jiang Jiang produce a sheet of paper that had been prepared unbeknownst to him, Commander Han darkened his expression and silently signed his name before turning to leave, unwilling to linger in this sorrowful exchange for a moment longer. When it comes to shamelessness, the veteran had suffered a dismal defeat. Jiang Jiang watched as he departed, his presence somehow evoking the impression of soaring through the air. Waving his hand, he called out, Do remember to procure me a few mental cubes as compensation. By the way, the iron door to my room is broken. Just send over some materials, and I shall repair it myself. In the distance, the tall figure stumbled momentarily before breaking into a jog, a voice calling back. Understood. Jiang Jiang clicked his tongue in disappointment, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the offer. Master, what shall we do now? Bei Fa asked with concern. As the situation was tense and escape was not an option. Faced with the conflict between factions, even the perfect head maid found herself somewhat powerless. What shall we do? Please wait for the mind cube to arrive. I wish to summon a few companions and simultaneously validate my hypothesis. As for the Sakura, Jiang Jiang's playful demeanor gradually faded to a calm expression. Since there is no escape, I might as well partake in this. Akaji unilaterally pulled me into the fray, which has left me quite perplexed. A slight grin formed on Jiang Jiang's lips, revealing a pair of sharp canines, as an aura of concealed menace surged forth from her being. Feeling the pressure emanating from Jiang Jiang, Beifa and the others slowly widened their eyes, witnessing a side of Jiang Jiang they had never encountered before, causing both the unicorn and the goddess to instinctively take a step back in fear. If Commander Han were present, he would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation, for the atmosphere surrounding Jiang Jiang was imbued with a scent of blood, as if she had emerged from a sea of corpses. Even the most fortunate veterans of the battlefield, those who had survived the longest, bore not half the ferocity that radiated from Jiang Jiang. Since her arrival in Azure Lane, Jiang Jiang had faced few crises and had never fully unveiled the darkness that had tainted her from the cosmos. However, the current peril was greater than any she had previously encountered, pushing her to the brink of desperation. A cornered rabbit will surely bite. Taking a deep breath, she gently patted the heads of Unicorn and the goddess, alleviating their fears, before calmly returning to her room. Her expression remained serene, though her eyes, while sparkling with flecks of warmth, were predominantly filled with profundity and emptiness, akin to the lifeless void of the universe. I nearly forgot. Jiang Jiang halted her steps, the aura of mystery and danger dissipating. She swiftly turned and dashed outside. Beifa, please tidy up. I must inform Commander Han not to hinder the exercise. Given his nature, he would likely refuse to let the trainees face any risks. I was just about to express this when he interrupted me. I shall return shortly. This abrupt turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. It was indeed a fleeting display of charm. A soft chuckle escaped Beifa, her laughter bright and joyful. Truly, she is deserving of her title as master. She is simply delightful. The other four lovely companions soon joined in, sharing a relaxed smile. Indeed, it is this authentic side of Jiang Jiang that is most endearing. Chapter 60. The construction attempt. At this moment, Jiang Jiang stood before a peculiar apparatus, neither perfectly round nor square, with a mental cube nestled within its central recess. A slender black line extended from the device, connecting it to a nearby cognitive block. The surface of the cognitive block pulsated with rhythmic brilliance, as streams of data flowed from it into the rudimentary and unsightly instrument. Surrounding the central recess of the apparatus, four wavelength generators were actively functioning, alongside two wire-like projections with cross-shaped heads, firmly affixed to the mental cube. This machine was specially designed by Jiang, the cognitive block, after deciphering the principles of the mental cube, intended for slight modifications. Due to time constraints, a lack of materials, and subpar craftsmanship, it turned out in this ghastly form. Frankly, the fact that it was operational surpassed Jiang's expectations. Master, Commander Han has just sent a message inquiring if you wish to participate in the exercise competition. As the Sakura forces remain unaware of your identity as the escort for the exercise team, Beifa said, her hands gracefully folded before her abdomen, her head inclined slightly. Her tone soothing. No, it is better for me to temporarily vanish from the sight of the Sakura side, and I have more pressing matters at hand. Jiang replied without lifting her gaze, her focus unwavering on the functioning apparatus. Beifa understood. She regarded Jiang with confusion over the latter's suggestion to proceed with the exercise competition at such a critical juncture. Surprisingly, the Sakura side readily agreed, expressing their intent to prepare swiftly. Thus, amidst a tense atmosphere, the arrangements for the exercise competition continued in an orderly fashion. The reasoning behind this was quite simple. Others might be oblivious, but Jiang comprehended that the Sakura side's ruthless display of force was likely a command from Akagi. As for the motivation behind it, it was easy to surmise. This mad fox, who prioritized personal feelings above all else, had only one reason for being in such a volatile state: her sister, Amagi. Or rather, the Great Serpent. It was likely that the construction plan was nearing completion, prompting her to wish for no disturbances, even resorting to such extreme measures. Moreover, the internal discord within the Sakura faction was notoriously well known. The practice of undermining superiors and the proliferation of factions was a traditional craft. Thus, there were undoubtedly many within the Sakura ranks who were dissatisfied and questioned Akagi's actions. At the very least, the factions of Nagato and Mikasa would not allow Akagi to act with impunity. Furthermore, seemingly aligned with one side, the Iron Blood, the Vatican, and the Sardinian Empire each harbored their own ulterior motives. Therefore, proposing to continue the exercise competition to alleviate tensions became a shared desire among all parties. Akagi and the Azure side could also buy some time. Why not indulge in this opportunity? Yet, Jiang understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. In her quest to resurrect her sister, Akagi could choose to ignore the impending support from Azure. However, as the conclusion approached, when the Great Serpent's construction was completed, those steel-plated termites would undoubtedly make their appearance. As long as the Sakura side refrains from recklessly interfering with Akagi's plans, there will be no peril to life. However, the Sirens exhibit a markedly less benevolent approach towards their subjects. After Beifa's departure, Jiang gazed at the apparatus that had been operational for an hour and weakly inquired, "Intelligent brain, is this contraption functional?" Although the machine, designed autonomously by the intelligent brain based on data, should theoretically perform flawlessly, Jiang was acutely aware of her own lack of dexterity. Despite meticulously following the blueprints step by step, the final product bore little resemblance to the intended design, to the point where it could be deemed entirely different. After scanning and assessing the preliminary results, the operational logic of the Mind Cube information modifier conformed to the expected calculations, albeit with discrepancies in appearance and certain components. Repeated inspections revealed that these inconsistencies did not hinder the machine's functionality. However, due to the low coherence of the finished product, its efficiency was a mere 23.8 of the original plan. Please be patient. Upon hearing the intelligent brain's analysis, Jiang still regarded the haphazardly assembled modifier with skepticism. It was not until a notification chimed that the modifier completed its task. Mind Cube decryption completed. Jiang picked up the prototype and scrutinized it closely. "Intelligent brain, please conduct a check." Acknowledged. Please activate the corresponding scanner. Connection successful. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Expected parameters achieved. And the marker I requested. Ding. Rest assured, your personal life marker has been recorded. Excellent. Now only the practical application remains. A smile crept onto Jiang's lips as she inserted another mind cube into the modifier, prompting the intelligent brain to commence further decryption and enhancement. She excitedly made her way to the designated construction room aboard the warship. From the Sakura Research Facility, Jiang obtained a wealth of information regarding the principles of the Mind Cube and the construction machine. Coupled with her previous research alongside the intelligent brain and the entries describing the Mind Cube, Jiang deduced that the essence of the mind cube consists of a stream of generalized thought information, which, through specific forging techniques, imbues ordinary materials with a unique attribute. Jiang surmised that this attribute likely originated from a certain characteristic carried by the extraterrestrial meteorite mentioned by the sirens. The function of the construction machine is to extract and extend the mind cube, employing a series of unfamiliar material transformation equations to ultimately form the physical embodiment of a ship girl. This process is prone to errors and lacks control, which can lead to construction failures. The fluctuations previously identified by the intelligent brain, which could enhance construction probabilities, stem from external interferences impacting the extension process of the construction machine. By deliberately selecting extension directions and pathways based on accumulated successful cases, Jiang aimed to transform uncontrollable variables into manageable ones. Additionally, she discovered that during construction, the variations produced by different ship girls resulted in distinct fluctuations. Thus, Jiang concluded that her desire for ship girls from the Iron Blood faction, yet consistently yielding their royal counterparts, was the result of these fluctuations. It is not due to one's own lack of luck, but rather that the intelligent core initially received the template of the royal fleet girls, which led Jiang to immerse herself deeply into the expansive embrace of the royal fleet girls, never to return. Conversely, having constructed the ultra-rare Sirius on her very first attempt, Jiang firmly believes that in certain respects, her fortune is undoubtedly of an A-grade caliber. With a serious demeanor, she meticulously arranged various detection instruments, but this time, without the assistance of the intelligent core block. She took out the construction materials, one modified mental cube, one ordinary mental cube, and 1,005 units of resources. Best match. Pressing the button, Jiang's eyes glimmered with anticipation, fixed intently on the apex of the construction machine. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from within the construction chamber, showing no signs of decline. Upon reaching a certain threshold, a string of numbers appeared on the top screen. Construction successful. Excellent. The preliminary objective has been achieved. The mental cube, which boasts a 100% construction probability without the aid of the intelligent core, has been completed. The low probability of constructing each mental cube, aside from the issues with the construction machine, is also due to its lack of specificity. Intelligence obtained from the Sakura Research Lab indicates that the thoughts of humanity are too vague, being transformed into generic energy by machines. And the vast majority of people possess only a superficial understanding of the fleet girls. This results in a considerable randomness and scope in the consciousness of the fleet girls, consequently elevating the failure rate significantly. Thus, Jiang referenced the information regarding the birth of fleet girls from the original fleet girl world, under an unknown force and human thoughts. Prototype warships metamorphosed into living fleet girls. By eliminating the superfluous elements within the mental cube and inputting information pertaining to the Iron Blood faction, she enhanced the cube's inclination towards Iron Blood fleet girls, thus improving the construction probability. This time, it must be an Iron Blood fleet girl. Dragon Rider. Oh no, must not get too carried away. Victory is within reach. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss with the timing. Chapter 61 New Companions. Jiang stared blankly at the construction machine's display. 2:15:00. Could there be a ship girl from Iron Blood with such a construction time? Jiang strained to recall, while the intelligent brain complied by illuminating the ship girl construction timeline, meticulously scrutinizing all ship girls from Iron Blood. Not a single one matched this construction time, and Jiang's expression instantly dulled. Ding. A corresponding ship girl has been matched, quantity 1. Please check. The report from the intelligent brain delivered another blow to Jiang. Tell me the truth. Is this modified mental cube of yours reliable? Where are the Iron Blood ship girls that were promised? Jiang passionately lamented in his mind. Construction data for this session has been collected, revealing 9 discrepancies with the expected outcomes, all of which have been corrected. Recalculating. The success rate of this construction is 99.57, and the probability of an Iron Blood ship girl is 85.8. Wait. Jiang interjected. Why isn't the construction probability for Iron Blood ship girls 100%? And with such a high probability, why can't it be produced? Are you certain? Analyzing. Analysis complete. Due to immature technology, there were omissions in information modification, failing to convert all general information into Iron Blood-specific data. Furthermore, The materials used for this construction were one modified mental cube and one untreated mental cube. This caused interference from general information during the construction of the ship Girl's body, resulting in deviations in the designated iron blood construction. Listening to the intelligent brain's clear and logical report, Jiang felt increasingly uneasy, as if an understanding was dawning within him. As for why such a high probability resulted in failure, activating human language logic database. Responding to your query, well, is there a possibility that? No. Shut up. Immediately close that database. Before the intelligent brain could finish, Jiang, as if struck at a sensitive spot, refused to hear any further human reasoning. Jiang was momentarily overwhelmed, first with a look of exasperation, followed by frustration, then resignation, and finally, a defeated slump. The sequence of expressions was nothing short of spectacular. After a bout of venting, Jiang gradually calmed down. The anger subsided, leaving behind a profound weariness, akin to a fish devoid of dreams, specifically a tilapia, also known as the Great Luo Jin Xian Feiqi fish. Well, at least it's not a royal ship girl. Although it is from the Eagle Union, it still signifies something useful. Jiang consoled himself, regaining his spirit. Fate may not change, nor can wealth alter destiny. When luck is lacking, technology compensates, doubling the effort, shattering dimensions. Intelligent brain. So if I use 2 modified mental cubes, I can enhance the construction probability for iron blood ship girls, correct? Jiang inquired, his voice trembling with excitement. Indeed, Your Majesty, Jiang the Great. All right, Jiang declared without hesitation, striding towards the chamber where the intelligent brain's cube resided. However, just as he was about to exit the room, Jiang hesitated for a moment and returned to the construction machine, gently tapping on the hatch. CHNGDO, I apologize for making you wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Jiang departed with assurance, not noticing the brief flicker of light emanating from the hatch behind him, as if responding to his words. 2 hours later, Jiang hurried back to the construction room, holding 2 modified mental cubes and a bag in hand. This time, he was not alone. Beifa and others followed him in with expressions of curiosity. The 5 ship girls were also eager to welcome the soon-to-arrive companion. Jiang stood solemnly before the construction machine, which had little time left, and inserted a rapid construction tool. I'm sorry, CHNGDO, for the long wait. Before he could finish speaking, a blue light illuminated the room, and the hatch slowly opened. A girl with long hair cascading to her ankles gradually opened her eyes. With black hair and blue eyes, she embodied the aesthetic ideals of the Eastern Empire. Upon seeing Jiang, the girl in a sailor uniform beamed with joy, tilting her head, her hair brushing against the headphones that adorned her head, softly framing her cheeks. Her strikingly white legs were quite eye-catching. CHNGDO playfully leaped forward, waving her hand, which was covered by her long sleeves. Hee, I am CHNGDO. Hello, Commander. Actually, I have another name. Would you like to know? Jiang smiled in return, replying, Is it MIR, Miss CHNGDO? Wow, you actually know, Commander. But my answer is, oops, did I startle you? Are you not going to play along, Commander? CHNGDO displayed a mischievous demeanor, yet one could not help but be charmed by her playful antics, lifting her long sleeves and making exaggerated gestures. Her puffed-up cheeks were undeniably adorable, too adorable, in fact. All right, this is a gift for our meeting. Jiang gently patted the headphones atop CHNGDO's head, retrieving a game console from the bag and offering it to her. Upon seeing the console, CHNGDO's eyes sparkled with delight. With a swift motion of her sleeves, the console was cradled in her embrace. Her blue eyes squinted with joy as she leaped into Jiang's arms. Thank you, Commander. Beifa and the others observed this heartwarming scene, their faces softening into smiles. However, as 5 minutes passed, their smiles began to stiffen. Jiang awkwardly patted CHNGDO's slender shoulder. Perhaps you could go meet Beifa and get acquainted with your companions? Yet, CHNGDO clung tightly to him. Ghost CHNGDO has unintentionally attached herself to the commander and can no longer part from him. I can only stay with the commander every day now, CHNGDO's playful voice chimed, and hearing her capricious words, everyone, including Beifa, felt veins pop on their foreheads. Don't be too excessive. I never. 10 seconds later, CHNGDO stood unhappily among Beifa and the others, her gaze fixed on Jiang, idly conversing with the nearby unicorn and queen. Jiang chuckled softly, refocusing her attention on the construction machine. The light cruisers were sufficient, and with Beifa and the others being light cruisers, preparations for what lay ahead were in order. Steadily, she grasped 2 modified cognitive cubes and allocated 1,500 resources, opting for the construction of a heavy battleship. This decision, thoroughly contemplated by Jiang, marked her inaugural venture into heavy shipbuilding. With a serious expression, she gazed at the construction machine, her mind racing as she confirmed the construction probability of the Iron Blood ship girls with the intellect brain for the 14th time. Yet, she could not shake the feeling of a man anxiously waiting outside a delivery room, filled with anticipation and trepidation as she observed the construction bay. Resolutely, she posed a question to the intellect brain once more. "Are you certain?" The 15th response arrived, this time, post-update, without interference. The probability of the Iron Blood ship girls stood at 97. 3. The mechanical voice of the intellect brain droned on tirelessly. At that moment, the glow within the construction bay reached its zenith, and Jiang's anxiety peaked. "Come on, this is my moment," she thought, exhilarated as the timer read 2 o'clock, 00. Gazing at the numbers on the construction machine's screen, Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" A moment later, a jubilant exclamation escaped her lips. "Yes, it's here. The Iron Blood. It's definitely Iron Blood." Beifa and the others stared at Jiang in bewilderment as her expression transformed, ultimately revealing a twisted mix of excitement. Shaking with exhilaration, she erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? I did it. I proved myself. Oh, how splendid." Another commander has lost their sanity. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the 7th Ship Girl, Yujin calming her excited heart. Jiang regained her composure. Although the construction time was set at 2 o'clock, 00, with an almost 100% probability boost, numerous shipgirls from other factions also shared this timing, such as the formidable Enterprise and the Traveler Baltimore. Setting aside the rapid construction tool, the top number instantly reset to 0, and a golden light shimmered. As she gazed at the slowly opening hatch, Jiang had already begun to guess the identity of the visitor. "Ah, are you the commander? Just how delightful can you make me feel? I am quite looking forward to it." A silver-haired girl with twin tails emerged from the hatch. Her playful smile fixed on Jiang, her chestnut eyes filled with curiosity. The red highlights in her hair accentuated a few rebellious strands. With a curvaceous figure and a complex, ever-changing aura, one dared not linger their gaze too long. "Prince Yujin. Oh my, are you captivated by the sight of a mature and beautiful older sister?" Commander, as Prince Yujin raised her gloved hand, her slender fingers lightly brushed against her red lips. This iconic gesture, paired with her cunning tone, left no doubt. This was indeed her. At that moment, Jiang felt her earlier excitement dissipate. While she had desired a ship girl from the Iron Blood faction, it was primarily because most of them were worry-free. However, the one she summoned was the most troublesome character within that faction, leaving Jiang in a state of distress. It seemed that in constructing the ship girl she wished for, she had inadvertently summoned a more complicated version. Observing Jiang's dazed expression, Prince Yujin's eyes twinkled, and her teasing smile broadened. Boldly stepping forward, her voluptuous thigh stood a mere 5 centimeters from Jiang's legs, followed by her alluring and mature figure pressing closer. The distinctive mole near her chest was now visible. Startled by Prince Yujin's sudden advance, Jiang instinctively stepped back, hoping to avoid contact with her tantalizing form. Yet, Yujin was not inclined to let Jiang retreat. Leaning in, she brought her head close to Jiang's ear, her hands resting on Jiang's shoulders, effectively halting her backward movement. This intimate gesture bore a striking resemblance to flirtatious whispers shared between lovers. After her playful maneuver, Prince Yujin straightened her delicate waist, watching Jiang's reaction with keen interest. This bold and uninhibited display certainly stirred the onlookers, such as Beifa and others nearby. Unicorn hugged Yuchan tightly, while the queen pouted. Long Island stood mesmerized, Sirius clenched her fist, and Dido bit her lower lip. Beifa, however, revealed a dangerous smile, her eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on Jiang and Prince Yujin. Jiang remained silent, quietly observing Prince Yujin. The latter, unashamed and audacious, met Jiang's gaze, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Indeed, one cannot help but acknowledge the adeptness in teasing exhibited by Jiang, surpassing even that of Beifa. Stepping forward, she closed the distance between herself and Prince Eugen, gradually raising her hand. Prince Eugen, showing no intent to evade, fixated her gaze upon Jiang Jiang's elevated hand. Curiosity piqued regarding her subsequent actions. Is the commander contemplating some mischievous deed? Suddenly, with a decisive motion, Jiang Jiang's hand struck down, swiftly knocking away the delicate hand that rested upon Eugen's lips. This unexpected action left both Prince Eugen and the onlookers, including Beifa, momentarily taken aback. At her age, why does she still insist on placing her fingers in her mouth? Is that hygienic? One must be mindful of saliva. Jiang Jiang, unfazed by the bewildered expression of Prince Eugen, launched into a lecture. Do not presume it inconsequential. Many mishaps arise from poor habits. Eugen's wide-eyed expression indicated her desire to respond, yet Jiang Jiang offered no opportunity for retort. What is it that you wish to say? Are you displeased by my words? I am merely looking out for your well-being. Very well. A battleship of the Iron Blood faction ought to require little elaboration from me. Now, proceed to Beifa and familiarize yourself with the situation. The gaze of Prince Eugen gradually lost its focus, becoming mechanical as she nodded repeatedly. This commander certainly does not adhere to conventional methods. At last, Jiang Jiang beckoned Beifa, who was struggling to suppress laughter, to approach, concluding her rather unyielding discourse on the matter of juvenile behavior. In haste, she tidied the instruments she had previously arranged, preparing to update data and confer with Commander Han regarding forthcoming plans. At that moment, Prince Eugen emerged from her stupor induced by the lecture, staring at the oblivious, emotionally dense, wooden-faced commander with an unprecedented surge of frustration boiling within her. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes. I could charm a blind person more effectively than this. Yet you. The humiliation and defeat overwhelmed Eugen, shattering her composure. With determination, she took a step forward, intending to confront Jiang Jiang regarding the consequences of disregarding the allure of a ship girl. Commander. Wait. You. Excuse me, Lady Eugen. Please allow me to guide you this way, as I shall now outline the circumstances of our fleet. The commander has more pressing matters to attend to. A striking maid obstructed Eugen's path, exuding perfect poise and a composed aura, complemented by a beauty that rivaled her own, along with an admirable demeanor that even she could not help but admire. Prince Eugen swiftly regained her composure, a playful smile gracing her lips, a habitual expression of vigilance. A formidable opponent indeed. Both exceptionally talented and self-assured individuals silently acknowledged the challenge before them. Their opposing gazes clashed in the air, sparking a brilliant display of tension. The Royal Navy's most formidable cruiser, the Edinburgh-class ship Belfast, though adorned in an unusual manner, undeniably exudes the essence of a true powerhouse. Eugen delicately traced her crimson lips, her chestnut eyes locking onto Belfast's deep violet gaze, her countenance radiating with an enchanting smile. You flatter me, Prince Eugen. I am merely a humble maid, fortunate enough to hold the position of head maid, Belfast replied, her flawless smile unwavering. Oh, then I must trouble you to enlighten me about the circumstances in our harbor, Eugen inquired politely, before turning to call out to Jiang Jiang, who had just finished packing and was about to leave. So, Commander, I shall come to seek you again shortly. With that, Prince Eugen, her face adorned with a bright smile, exited without allowing Jiang Jiang the chance to respond. As she passed Jiang Jiang, who wore a puzzled expression, she winked playfully, her demeanor exuding charm. A fragrant breeze wafted past Jiang Jiang's nose as she gazed at the gracefully retreating figure. She ran a hand through her hair, acknowledging the complexities of her iron-willed existence that left her head spinning. Moments later, Belfast approached Jiang Jiang, accompanied by 5 other ship girls. She stepped forward to adjust Jiang Jiang's attire, offering a gentle smile. My apologies, but I must take my leave for now, master, she stated before departing with her companions, striding purposefully towards Eugen. Intellect. I am here, ready to serve. I sense that the days ahead will be fraught with challenges. Alas, my head aches. Chapter 63, The Unexpected Battlefield in Summary. Let us proceed in this manner for the time being. As for the materials I require, you need not worry. Our warships are well stocked. Jiang Jiang nodded, relieved, knowing she could confidently enhance Beifa and the others. By the way, regarding the royal matter, Devon is missing. If possible, please keep an eye out for them. But prioritize your own safety. Commander Han pondered for a moment and, out of allegiance, mentioned this to Jiang Jiang. Understood, Jiang Jiang replied. The sooner the materials arrive, the better. Would you, Commander Han, mind moving a bit? All right, I have other matters to attend to. The items you requested will be sent to you shortly by my ship girls. For now, you may temporarily utilize that warship. I must hang up. Commander Han spoke rapidly, not allowing Jiang Jiang a moment to respond before abruptly ending the communication. He even relinquished the ship to avoid meeting her. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Jiang stared at the radio, emitting a busy signal, her expression darkening. Was that really necessary? She pouted, set the radio aside, and turned towards the door. A group of eager girls had already gathered quietly, awaiting her. Have you all arrived? Come here. I shall explain our forthcoming arrangements. The girls approached, with Unicorn, Tiara, and Shanghai rushing over to sit beside Jiang Jiang. She smiled and gently patted their little heads, which drew the three closer to her. Have you two, Yujin and Shanghai, grasped the situation? Jiang Jiang inquired of the newcomers. I understand now, Shanghai exclaimed, feigning seriousness in an endearingly awkward manner. Yujin, while appearing to jest with Jiang Jiang, bore a slightly furrowed brow and a hint of concern in her gaze, indicating her awareness of the precarious situation they faced. About right, Jiang Jiang shrugged, her calm demeanor easing the tension among the girls. Rest assured, I will devise an effective strategy. Her confident tone soothed Yujin's anxious heart. Is that so? It seems our commander is quite assured. Yujin, crossing her long, fair legs alluringly, fixed her captivating gaze on Jiang Jiang. Yet her subtle intentions went unnoticed as Jiang Jiang was preoccupied with relaying instructions to Beifa. In the coming days, the focus of the Sakura will shift elsewhere, so we shall refrain from meddling in the drills. Engaging in petty skirmishes is futile. I have already negotiated with Commander Han. You will train alongside his ship girls without the use of tactical goggles. By the way, regarding the tactical goggles, please ensure Yujin and Shanghai have them. As she spoke, Jiang Jiang retrieved the prepared tactical goggles from her pocket and handed them to Shanghai, who eagerly donned them as soon as she received them. Gazing upon the tumultuous world before her, the little mouth opened in astonishment, excitement dancing in her eyes as she glanced left and right. Thank you, Commander. The joyful Long Island leapt into Jiang Jiang's embrace, her delicate face nuzzling affectionately. Meanwhile, Yujin, having heard from Beifa about the unique item exclusive to her fleet, displayed an unusual glimmer of anticipation, eagerly awaiting Jiang Jiang to unveil her own. However, after Jiang Jiang produced one, she remained motionless, causing Yujin to grow anxious. Commander, have you forgotten something? Observing the ominous aura emanating from Yujin, Jiang Rabbit sensed impending danger. Calculating the time, she discerned it was indeed the right moment. Rising, Jiang Jiang crossed to the opposite side of the room, retrieving a steaming tactical monocle freshly crafted. Here, your special edition sunglasses. Yujin extended her slender hand, accepting the still warm tactical monocle from Jiang Jiang. I've already given Long Island her welcome gift. Consider this your present. Indeed, the capricious Yujin harbored a little secret. She had a profound fondness for sunglasses. This trivial affection was something Jiang Jiang learned from the cerebral database, prompting her to create one specifically for Yujin. Yujin examined the bespoke tactical monocle, noting that unlike Long Island's, her own lenses were darker, resembling true sunglasses. Observing Yujin's distinctive eyewear, the others eagerly retrieved their own pairs from the fleet's storage to compare. Unicorn, Yujin's looks so cool. It really is different from the unicorns. How enviable. Wow. Commander, I want one too. Long Island desires a unique pair as well. Beifa, serious, and Dato, unfazed, had long since encircled Jiang Jiang, either tugging at her hand with playful charm or gazing up at her with wide, expectant eyes, or even jumping up and down in her embrace. Yujin watched with a complex expression as Jiang Jiang struggled to manage the enthusiastic children. Finally, after agreeing to a series of conditions, the trio relented, allowing Jiang Jiang some respite. Yet, as she emerged, a warm, soft figure enveloped her in an unexpected embrace. Yujin's sudden hug caught everyone, including Jiang Jiang, off guard. The older ones stood in stunned silence, the younger ones shyly concealing half their faces, while only Jiang Jiang froze in place, inhaling the girlish fragrance emanating from Yujin and feeling the astonishing softness against her chest. Jiang Jiang remained motionless. Yujin lifted her head, her silvery locks cascading down, lips slightly parted as she whispered in a voice meant solely for them. Commander, You're such a mischievous child. Now it's my turn. Ich liebe dich. Whether it is sincere or jest, I'll leave that for you to decide." With that, Eugen released her snowy arms. Her radiant smile blooming like a blossoming cornflower, the national flower of Germany. "This is a return gift, Commander. Let us strive for a harmonious relationship henceforth." With her tactical monocle in hand, she swayed gracefully as she departed. In order to serve the charming commander, diligent training is essential. Thus, a bewildered Jiang Rabbit was left in the wake of a sudden ambush. After a considerable pause, Jiang regained her composure. With a sigh, she approached Beifa and shook her head. "Is this truly the iron-blooded ship girl? It differs greatly from my expectations. By the way, Beifa, why didn't you intervene earlier?" "It was far too." Jiang struggled to find a suitable word to express her feelings. "Is that so, Master? However, the gift was offered by you, and the person was attracted by you as well. Moreover, did you not just refuse entirely?" Beifa smiled, her voice imbued with tenderness. Yet Jiang could not suppress a shiver. "Ah, there's a hint of menace. Oh dear, I almost forgot. After all, the Master proactively presented a gift, which surely indicates an unwillingness to decline, unlike the ever-diligent maid who receives neither gifts nor embraces. This, having just escaped the tiger's den. I've now stumbled into the wolf's lair. What on earth is happening today?" Beifa observed Jiang's bewildered expression and sighed in exasperation. TSK. She inadvertently fell into her trap, truly adept at seizing opportunities. With that thought, Beifa felt compelled to find something to occupy herself. "Now, Master, it is imperative for you to reflect deeply." Beifa must take her leave, as there are numerous tasks awaiting her attention. With a courteous bow, Beifa turned and swiftly departed with the others. "Master, just watch. Beifa shall prove that the head maid is indeed your most capable ship girl." Jiang gazed at Beifa, who had transitioned from anger to enthusiasm in an instant, utterly perplexed. "Intelligence Corps, what on earth is this situation?" The Intelligence Corps was unable to fathom it. "Beep. The surreal virtual projector has made significant progress. Please proceed to verify." "So soon. I shall be there immediately. Indeed, my excellent partner never disappoints. Thank you for your kind words." Days later, the opening ceremony of the exercise competition finally arrived. Chapter 64. The Siren's Awareness Deep Within the Vast and Distant Ocean. In an extraordinary structure perched upon an island, a lightly clad observer furrowed her brow as she gazed at the multitude of screens before her. Extending her pale hand, she deftly manipulated the air, causing thousands of luminous displays to shift in a rapid, almost rhythmic manner. What is happening? Why has the Sakura faction not cancelled the exercise this time? Such an occurrence has never been documented before. Variables, where are you?" The observer's expression remained impassive, her words icy and devoid of warmth. Yet, the content of her speech, coupled with the increasingly frenetic movements of her delicate fingers, subtly betrayed her inner turmoil. "How many times has it been?" The observer arrived at a precise figure, yet that number had long lost its significance. The relentless cycle of experimentation, observation, recording, and updating wore on her, even numbing her emotionless psyche with tedium and frustration. At this very moment, however, the Sakura faction was undergoing unprecedented changes autonomously, without any guidance. An unexpected variable outside the plan. It must be found. This has been her mission all along. Just as the observer accelerated her internal processes, a discordant sound abruptly shattered the silence. Bang! A silver-gray door crashed to the ground, revealing a long, slender leg clad in black knee-high boots. Coming to rest where the door once stood, the purifier retracted her white leg and boldly strode into the observer's control chamber. Why create such a complicated password? It would have been easier to leave the door unguarded. After all, it serves no purpose. The purifier's pale visage vividly expressed her displeasure, accompanied by her mechanical twin-hammered shark adorned with yellow luminescent patterns, followed closely by two hovering cannons. Ever since she had damaged the observer's apparatus during their last encounter, she had been confined, her consciousness trapped in a digital black box. Today, she had finally been liberated, and the long-restrained purifier was in desperate need of amusement. "Shut up and do not disturb me, or I shall confine you once more," the observer retorted, her gaze fixed on the myriad screens, sifting through the chaos. Not this, and certainly not that." The purifier, having heard the observer's warning, momentarily froze, her typically frenzied expression momentarily subdued. Clearly, the notion of confinement weighed heavily upon her, causing her to shrink back slightly. "Hey, observer, do we have any tasks lately? I'm on the verge of boredom. I need to go out. Wait. What? Ah." Seeing the purifier persist in her intrusion, the observer wasted no time. A yellow and black mechanical tentacle deftly ensnared the purifier's ankle, digging into her snow-white thigh. With a swift tug, the purifier toppled, and with a flick, she became nothing more than a blurred silhouette suspended in midair. "Variables, variables. I have found it." The observer halted her commands, magnifying one of the screens to scrutinize it closely, and at last, she discerned the clues. "Is it Dongwang?" The observer gazed at the magnified luminous screen before him, his eyes alight with the flow of countless codes, while his slender, pale fingers rhythmically tapped upon the mechanical octopus beneath him. The exercises continued, serving to delay the arrival of reinforcements, and, notably, at this juncture, all factions required a moment of respite. Thus, the ongoing drills were indeed a sight desired by all, a prudent course of action. However, the observer lifted his bloodless hand, one slender finger tightly encircling a waist that was both delicate and sensually alluring, while the other gently caressed his exquisite visage. This was merely a temporary tactic, a fleeting concession from Akaji in anticipation of the imminent completion of the Orochi project. Once the Orochi was realized, Akaji would not patiently await the arrival of their support. According to the established experimental protocol, any variances would necessitate adjustments to the original plan based on the magnitude of the variables. Yet, this variable was still rather insignificant, yielding little consequence. The outcome remained unchanged. The observer calculated intricate logical equations within his mind. Upon completion, the plan proceeded, warranting a degree of attention. He turned his gaze to the purifier, which was executing circular motions at a velocity of 36 kilometers per hour in midair. "Purifier, adjust your departure time to now. Proceed immediately to the Sakura Empire and maintain vigilance over the situation there." Finally, I can go out to play. Though still circling in the sky, the purifier's fervor and belligerence were undiminished. "But should you encounter any misfortune, you shall remain confined indefinitely. Your work will be attended to by the testers," the observer declared with a chilling indifference. "No, please, I will suffocate." The observer disregarded the purifier's outcry, redirecting his focus back to the luminous screen. "An unexpected variable. I hope you can endure a bit longer. Do not disappoint me." On the enlarged screen, a face emerged, its stern, frigid expression laden with the weight of experience. If Jiang were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the hell? Commander Han." At that moment, the Sakura Empire was engaged in the drills, while Jiang busied himself aboard the warship, perfecting the virtual projector and upgrading the intelligence core. Thanks to Commander Han's prudence, he remained in the harbor under the pretext of caring for the severely injured crew members, doing nothing and going nowhere, even delegating the search for another missing teammate to a subordinate commander and his fleet girl. Perhaps due to the Sakura Empire's satisfaction with Donghuang's restraint, on the second day of the drills, the missing young man, He Chong, was discovered on a deserted island. Meanwhile, the Sakura Empire had significantly eased their surveillance of the Donghuang fleet, partly due to the simultaneous need to conduct drills and monitor various factions, resulting in a shortage of manpower, and partly to avoid pressing the escorts too tightly, lest they be driven to desperation. On the side of the trainees, Lu Hai's Ingrid has already disembarked and reached Lu Hai's side, rendering further concealment unnecessary. Su Lu and her companions have now grasped the current reality, demonstrating why they are the most outstanding trainees of this cohort. After a brief moment of confusion, they quickly regained their composure, nurturing a glimmer of hope and focusing on what they could control. For them, Jiang had but one demand: to fight, to unleash their full potential in the practice matches without restraint. The upcoming practice matches were straightforward. Representatives from various factions would take turns engaging in one-on-one battles, followed by team confrontations. Should any trainee sustain injuries during these drills, they could delay subsequent matches under the pretense of needing recovery time. The longer the delay, the better. Understanding this strategy, Su Lu and her companions entered the practice matches with a mindset of mutual destruction, attacking their opponents with wild ferocity. In just a few days, the competitors from various factions were left astounded by the reckless tactics of the three trainees from Donghuang, fervently hoping to avoid encounters with them. Subsequently, Jiang shared this strategy with other beleaguered factions, leading to a collective epiphany among the trainees. in a bid to buy time for their own reinforcements. Everyone became fiercely determined, transforming the atmosphere of the practice matches into a frenzy. In the face of their adversaries, both sides fought ruthlessly, each seeking to prolong their own recovery while inflicting delays on the other. Particularly during confrontations with the Sakura faction, participants charged forward with a mindset of mutual annihilation. As a result, trainees from all factions found themselves frequently visiting the hospital. While the ship girls could recover with relative ease, the commander's injuries proved far more challenging to mend. The trainees, upon realizing this crucial insight, seized every opportunity during subsequent matches against the Sakura representatives, employing every conceivable tactic to inflict harm. The bewildered Sakura participants lamented, finding themselves bedridden for 2 to 3 days after merely an hour of practice. Everything seemed to be improving amidst the collective struggle of the trainees and their escorts. Chapter 65. Preparation and Effort. Akagi-sama. Another Sakura participant has been rushed to the emergency room. This marks the 4th incident, and the contestants from the factions have gone utterly mad. A stylishly dressed ship girl exclaimed in panic, her beastly tail thrashing uncontrollably behind her as she addressed the screen before her. Aoba, do not be so flustered. Akagi's captivating yet perilous visage appeared on the video communicator. It is merely a group of trapped young beasts, engaging in their last frenzy before the apocalypse descends. Her calm tone belied the cruel nature of her words. But Aoba stammered, having been thoroughly frightened by the reckless participants over the past few days. The Eastern contestants, upon capturing a ship girl, unleashed their entire fleet upon her. Even if it meant disqualifying all their own ships, they would ensure that their opponent's ship girl had little chance of re-entering the fray. Particularly, that Commander Sulu, emboldened by her numbers, had already incapacitated 2 Sakura contestant ships. The recovery from physical injuries would require at least 2 weeks, while the psychological scars would last far longer. The royal contestants, known for their gentlemanly demeanor and chivalrous spirit, had transformed into merciless warriors, their brutal tactics even frightening the Iron Blood participants into submission. More alarmingly, it seemed that the royal contestants had been rigorously honing their combat skills prior to their arrival, clearly prepared for this encounter. The Sakura contestant currently hospitalized had crossed paths with the royals Jason. Initially, the Sakura participant held the advantage due to her synergy with the ship girls, thanks to Asashio's character. However, Jason stealthily infiltrated the cockpit and, wielding a swift western sword, executed a decisive strike, leading to a 3-day stay in the ICU. As for the Eagle Union, while not as frenzied, they adhered to their customs of bringing firearms into battle. Preliminary statistics indicated that the Eagle contestants had violated regulations 23 times, with 17 instances involving gunfire. The remaining 6 occurrences included 4 instances of tossing grenades onto opponents' ships and 2 instances of verbal insults during combat. Such is the situation. Apart from the Sakura side, the Iron Blood, Vichy regime, and Sardinian Empire were similarly affected, with the Northern Union faring slightly better. Calculations revealed that the rate of serious injuries in the exercises had reached an astonishing 86 compared to the front lines. Not to mention, if this continues, we may soon find ourselves without any participants capable of fighting, and what else? Akagi's cold, rational voice pierced through the tension. Aoba swallowed hard, hesitating thrice before tremblingly articulating. Additionally, our few participants are exhibiting negative sentiments towards competing, with some even refusing to participate. Useless. Akagi's countenance turned frosty, showing no mercy even towards her own students. It is unacceptable to be defeated in such a manner. With no achievements to show, the courage to confront has disappeared, and it seems that Mikasa has raised a group of timid miscreants. Observing the furious Akagi, who emanated a bone-chilling aura, Aoba instinctively shrank back, her beastly ears quivering in trepidation. Recently, Akagi's temper appeared to have worsened, becoming quite fearsome. Aoba stole a glance at Akagi before quickly lowering her gaze again. However, it is not entirely fair to blame those trainees. They remain oblivious to the fact that the 8 major factions exercise teams have been ensnared here. Meanwhile, the factions have likely informed their participants of the unfolding situation. This has escalated into a conflict between nations. Yet our competitors still probably perceive it merely as an intense training exercise. Should we inform them of the true circumstances, so they understand that this exercise is not merely child's play? Aoba timidly suggested. Absolutely not. Akagi firmly rejected without a second thought. The current state of the Sakura Empire cannot accommodate the news of our confrontation with the Azure Lane. Perhaps Ironblood may handle it. But the Sakura Empire would undoubtedly incite unrest. This is our collective consensus. Akagi's unwavering determination extinguished Aoba's thoughts. Let them prepare adequately for the competition. Should anyone refuse, we will withdraw all future support and enhance the rewards for participation in the exercise. Very well, that shall be the course of action. Yes, I will inform them. Aoba obediently nodded, and Akagi promptly ended the communication, leaving Aoba to sigh in resignation. What are the higher-ups planning? Why have they suddenly turned against the Azure Lane? Alas, this is beyond my comprehension. Perhaps Akagi has her own strategies. Unbeknownst to Aoba, Akagi on the other end wore a grave expression. Delaying for time? Akagi's countenance darkened. From Aoba's report, the cunning fox discerned a different implication. I suspect this is merely a ruse. They are exploiting the current conditions to instill courage in those Na'vi trainees. If these participants manage to survive and emerge from this ordeal, they will surely become formidable pillars among our adversaries, a potential threat to my inner circle. Akagi's eyes gleamed with a terrifying ferocity. In light of this, let them all remain. With that thought, Akagi turned her body, revealing the scene that Aoba had not witnessed in the recent video. It was a dimly lit cavern, with a vast pool at the center, where a clear stream flowed out, merging with the sea. Atop the water, a colossal vessel lay still, its serpentine prow resembling an arrowhead or a trident, its dark, menacing hull exuding an aura of despair. The great serpent is nearing completion. Finally, sister, I can see you again. Akagi approached the steel-wrought fence, raising her hands high and laughing maniacally, then embracing her voluptuous form with a low, rumbling chuckle. Let the great serpent eradicate all those bothersome pests outside. Hee hee. The silent battleship flickered with a faint crimson light, as if in response. This occurred while Akagi was in one of her whimsical states, and Jiang was engaged in a discussion with the intellect matrix regarding the data obtained from the Sakura research facility. Jiang sought to enhance the innate battlesuits of Beifa and others. In her eyes, apart from the mechanical dragon of Prince Eugen, the others' battlesuits were utterly deplorable. Previously, circumstances had forced them to permit Beifa and her companions to utilize designs that were long outdated. Now, having acquired detailed data on the battlesuits, while the annihilation cannon was still beyond reach, efforts could be made towards developing laser shockwave electromagnetic cannons. However, during the analysis of potential outcomes, Jiang stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. Intellect matrix, are you certain? Affirmative. Based on the information from the mental cube and practical applications, I have deduced the essence of the Great Serpent's plan. In summary, it involves constructing a physical framework using materials imbued with siren technological characteristics, then employing a special mental cube to bestow a soul upon the Great Serpent. From the siren red components that appeared in the research facility, one can infer foundational construction methods, extending from the physical form to the soul through the reversal of the shipgirl construction process. However, there are uncertainties surrounding the Great Serpent's mental cube. Based on my analysis, there is a 95% probability that it is custom-made, and the items I previously instructed you to place secretly, beep, they represent the highest recorded data virus at present. Although the time constraints have rendered the virus program incomplete and unable to execute a full infiltration, I can assure you of 100% control for a limited duration. Trust in my capabilities. Jiang swallowed hard. So what you're saying is, I can bring the Great Serpent over? A trap card, heart change? Although there was a time limitation, in front of Akagi, to ensnare her sister. Damn, how thrilling, ugh, how cruel, though it seems rather twisted. The intellect matrix is brilliant. In an instant, a multitude of feasible or dreadful ideas flashed through Jiang's mind. Chapter 66. The Intelligent Brain 3738 reports to the scoundrel Captain Enough. Intelligent Brain, cease your temptations. I, Jiang, have lived my life with integrity and honor. Why do you persist in presenting me with such methods? It is truly vexing. Ahem. This plan shall be kept on hold for now. It cannot be utilized unless in a dire situation. After much contemplation, Jiang resolved to temporarily seal this final resort. Intelligent Brain. After all, the current Akagi is already capable of annihilating the world for her sister. However, if I were to witness the sister I painstakingly revived being snatched away from me, she would likely seek to eliminate me and, in the process, Destroy a world. What a dreadful thought. Jiang shook her head, dismissing such self-destructive ideas. Intelligent brain, your upgrade progress should be complete by now, correct? Due to certain data deficiencies, the previously initiated upgrade had been sluggish, but today, the intelligent brain finally completed all preparations, excluding the emotional system. The current upgrade progress is finished and ready for advancement. Originally, had Jiang not acquired the materials from the Sakura research facility, she would have commanded the intelligent brain to upgrade immediately, postponing the emotional system for later. However, having thoroughly understood the intricacies of the Great Serpent Plan and the principles of the Mind Cube, Jiang conceived a bold idea. Intelligent brain. Regarding the absence of the emotional system, is it possible to compensate for it with the Mind Cube? Indeed, according to the somewhat vague operations outlined in the Great Serpent Plan on how to bestow a soul upon the Great Serpent. Yet, based on the statement about condensing a soul through thoughts, combined with the entries stored in the intelligent brain pertaining to Azure, Jiang surmised that Akagi likely intended to utilize the fundamental attribute of the Mind Cube, the materialization of human thoughts, by employing the special method provided by Sirens. She could infuse Akagi's memories and thoughts of Amagi into the original Mind Cube from the script, effectively replicating Amagi from the Great Serpent. However, given Akagi's mindset and the clandestine manipulation of Sirens, what would emerge could only be a monstrosity clad in Amagi's guise. Nevertheless, this concept is worthy of consideration. If the Great Serpent can accomplish it, the intelligent brain should be able to attempt it as well. Moreover, compared to the ephemeral and insubstantial Amagi that exists solely in Akagi's mind, the authentic intelligent brain offers a far greater likelihood of success. More importantly, the intelligent brain is not merely a former mechanical life. The chip-based intelligent brain is akin to a potential latent embryo, an integral part of Jiang's life information, already bound to her status. As for Jiang's status, let us not forget that as a member of a high-dimensional cosmic cluster, she may appear ordinary. Yet having navigated the universe for many years, her status has ascended beyond ordinary imagination, far surpassing that of the Sirens. Otherwise, she would have been eliminated by the bizarre entities in the Dark Forest universe long ago. It is akin to a high-level player entering a novice village, fully equipped with resistances and buffs, impervious to any challenges. Calculating, the simulation results indicate a certain degree of rationality, possessing the nature of a substitute, and proving to be quite suitable. However, unforeseen anomalies may arise. Please exercise caution. Is it acceptable to utilize the Mind Cube as a substitute? Confirmed. The upgrade command has been received, and the optimal solution has been proposed to employ the Mind Cube as a medium. Inputting upgrade information in advance, modifying the Mind Cube, adjusting the construction machine parameters, and enhancing compatibility. Please prepare immediately. The estimated duration is 4 hours. Jiang commenced collaboration, and under the guidance of the intellect, made significant modifications to both the Mind Cube and the construction machine, arranging various wavelength guidance tools meticulously. Ultimately, the intellect cube and all necessary materials were placed within the construction machine. For safety's sake, Jiang decided to first test the intellect cube, as it had already become the secondary medium for the intellect. Upgrading either would yield the same result. Surely, Jiang could not recline within the machine with the chip intellect. A thought crossed the mind. Could it be feasible? Never mind. One must not tempt fate excessively. Let's observe for now. The construction machine began its operation. Unlike the process of constructing a ship girl, the intellect upgrade emitted no radiant glow, nor did it display any indication of time at the apex. Jiang stood before the machine, silently awaiting the outcome. Currently, communication with the intellect had ceased, leaving only a blue countdown pulsating at the corner of her vision. The chip intellect had linked with the intellect cube, synchronizing data. The sounds emanating from the construction machine attracted all the ship girls, who presumed Jiang was about to create a new companion. However, upon witnessing the pitch-black interior and the absence of any numerical display, confusion ensued. "Master, what is happening?" Beifa inquired, her face a mask of bewilderment, while the others appeared as though they had encountered a specter. "Heavens! The construction machine is operating autonomously. It is nothing. Merely my best partner is on the verge of re-emergence," Jiang replied with a smile, uttering a cryptic statement, her gaze fixed intently on the interior of the machine. Returning to silence. "Best partner?" The expressions of Beifa and the others turned serious in an instant. Although unaware of the exact circumstances, the unprecedented complexity of the commander's emotions revealed the significance of the entity within. A sudden wave of intense foreboding washed over them. Having served as the commander's ship girls for so long, none had ever witnessed anyone capable of moving the master so profoundly. Damn it, Beifa thought, clenching her fists. After managing to handle one Eugen, now a more formidable adversary had appeared. Meanwhile, Eugen bit her thumbnail, her eyes filled with uncertainty. The three royal maids, who had been accustomed to the commander, were still unresolved, and now, given the commander's demeanor, it was evident that a rival of paramount importance had arrived. As Jiang awaited in tranquil anticipation, the blue countdown finally reached 0. Ding! The roaring of the construction machine ceased, and the hatch slowly opened, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. This left Beifa and the others, who had been on high alert, feeling as though they had struck a blow against cotton. No one. Commander, has this failed? Nagato gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she peered into the construction machine's chamber. No, it has succeeded. Jiang's face lit up with a reassuring smile upon hearing the report from the intelligent brain in her mind. Exhaling a sigh of relief as she opened her arms and murmured, "Intelligent brain." As if responding to her voice, the objects within the cabin were activated. A blue light illuminated the bottom of the shipbuilding machine, much to the astonishment of the women present, followed by a sudden buzzing sound. A small cube, glowing with blue light, began to wobble upwards. Ding! Intelligent Brain 3738 reporting. Captain, an emotionless mechanical voice emanated from the cube. It spoke. The women were taken aback by the cube's sudden utterance. Wait, the earlier 5 ship girls suddenly felt that this voice seemed familiar. Could it be the communication voice from the tactical viewer? Jiang stepped forward, gently cradling the floating Intelligent Brain cube, or rather, it should now be referred to as the Intelligent Brain Terminal. Ding! The Intelligent Brain reports the details of this upgrade. The compatibility with the mental cube is satisfactory, successfully replenishing the system. Based on existing upgrade data, we will utilize the principles of the construction machine to conduct fixed interference. Jiang listened to the Intelligent Brain's incessant analysis, furrowing her brow as she interrupted with irritation. Speak in plain language. The reporting voice of the Intelligent Brain abruptly ceased, its surface blue light flickering slightly, as if it were sighing in exasperation. Intelligent Brain 3738 responds, "Foolish Captain, the resurrection matter has been successfully completed, reaching 57 of the full form. Now, would you prefer to discuss this chaotic upgrade operation, or would you like me to analyze just how urgent the current situation is? Honestly, you dare to stuff all sorts of nonsensical things into me." The articulate, emotionally charged dialogue was reminiscent of what Jiang had encountered before. "Allow me to introduce my old partner, who serves as my steward, a rather loquacious high-dimensional artificial intelligence terminal. That's because you, Captain, always engage in incomprehensible actions. Oh, it's been a long time. Let bygones be bygones." Beifa and the others stared in bewilderment at Jiang's banter with the cube. Their adept and unique mode of conversation clearly indicated a bond of at least a decade. So, what we had assumed to be a romantic rival was actually just a cube. It appears they were childhood friends after all. The revelation was quite overwhelming. Both Beifa and Eugen felt the need to take a moment to calm down and process the information. Chapter 67. The farce begins in the exercise arena of the Sakura Empire, following the conclusion of the morning matches. All participants proceeded to the dining hall established by the Sakura for their repast. A grand edifice, resplendently white, stood majestically on the shores of the exercise waters. At this moment, the dining hall was abuzz with voices as contestants from various factions, along with their ship girls and a multitude of staff, began their meals. This hastily erected dining facility grew increasingly crowded. Furthermore, in an effort to divert the public's attention, the higher-ups of the Sakura Empire permitted ordinary citizens to purchase tickets to witness the matches, exacerbating the already limited space. "Hey, this is our spot, you shrimp-headed fools. Clear off," exclaimed a blonde-haired, blue-eyed commander, flanked by a throng of followers, as he shouted at another group similarly dressed in French style. Upon hearing such brazen words, the opposing faction did not back down, and an exchange of sharp retorts ensued. "Huh, a stubborn fool. Rather than squabbling here, you should return and focus on building your shabby little houses, guarding your worthless scraps. What did you say? Lackey. Who are you calling a lackey? Tempers flared, and without further ado, both sides rolled up their sleeves and engaged in a brawl, creating a tumultuous scene. Bro, is it always like this? A newcomer timidly inquired of his older companion, visibly startled by the sudden eruption of violence. Those ship girls by their sides, they must all be commanders, right? What is going on? Oh, you must be new here, the older brother replied, patting the newcomer on the shoulder. You see, those two factions are the Iris Libra and the Vichy Church. Their relationship is, well, you understand. They not only clash in the exercises, but also have a long-standing animosity in private. This is quite normal. But it shouldn't escalate to this level. They're actually fighting. You have no idea. I've witnessed 6 previous exercise competitions, and this year is the most peculiar. In the past, factions were amicable. Opponents on the field, friends off it. But this year, it seems everyone is eager to knock some sense into their rivals, and the tension off the field is palpable. It's volatile. Isn't the official oversight supposed to intervene? Of course, they attempt to, but it's futile. They just issued a warning, and moments later, it's chaos again. They can't possibly keep a constant watch, and it's not just these two factions. Others are similarly unruly. Although there are ship girls among the staff to enforce order, the ship girls of the participants are no pushovers either. Doesn't that make it lawless? Rest assured, even if they brawl fiercely in private, they allow the ship girls to engage, and it spill over to us. To be honest, this year's exercise is the most thrilling I've witnessed. Previous ones were mere performances, utterly devoid of interest. At that moment, the dining hall doors were forcefully kicked open, and a group strode in with an air of arrogance. The chatter among the attendees diminished significantly upon their entrance. Even the fiercely clashing Iris Libra and Vichy Church factions drew apart. Big brother, who are they? The newcomer whispered, lowering his head. Hush, do not make a sound. Those are the individuals from the White Eagle, the older brother cautioned, pressing down on his companion's head with utmost care. Are they truly fearsome? Let us just say, the White Eagles are well equipped for combat. Indeed, quite terrifying. He continued, they are known as the Imperial Evil Eagles, notorious for hurling grenades onto enemy ships during drills. A sharp intake of breath escaped the young man's lips. The White Eagle competitors strode menacingly towards the members of the Free Iris, casting fierce glares at the Vichy clergy. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood and Sardinian Empire forces encircled the Vichy clergy, creating a tense standoff between two formidable factions. Only the Northern Union seemed aloof, indifferent to the palpable tension, continuing to eat their meals unperturbed. Just as the atmosphere thickened with unease, an imposing group, larger than any other faction present, silently entered the scene, exuding a murderous aura that instinctively drove others away. The reactions varied among those already in confrontation. The White Eagles and Free Iris approached with smiles, while the opposing side wore grave expressions, some even retreating a step in trepidation. Wait for me, brother, the man called out, trailing behind the older brother as they hastily vacated their previous position. Once they settled, he gazed in horror at the menacing newcomers. Brother, are those from the Eastern Empire and the royal faction? He inquired uncertainly. Indeed, they are the two most terrifying forces in this exercise, the older brother replied, his previously composed facade now twitching, words escaping through clenched teeth. If the White Eagles are ruthless, then these individuals are outright mad. Their contests conclude only when one side is completely incapacitated, unless the opponent surrenders. They will expend every last ounce of energy, fighting to the death. Those who dare confront the White Eagles must either be stronger or even more deranged. And, coincidentally, both the Eastern Empire and royal forces fit that description. Did you see that royal commander wielding the rapier? The older brother gestured, and the young man nodded eagerly. The blood-red rose sword of the royal faction, Jason. He relishes the chance to board enemy vessels and behead opposing commanders. Already, 4 individuals have been sent to the infirmary by his hands. How terrifying, the young man exclaimed. Fear etched upon his face, which pleased the older brother immensely. He then elaborated on each competitor's achievements and nicknames with fervor. It is not just Jason. His teammates are equally formidable. And then there is the Queen of Explosions, Sulu, who consistently holds the record for inflicting severe damage upon naval vessels. However, her most audacious act occurred during her duel with our Sakura representative, Yawahara Mamazuke. Faced with overwhelming odds and surrounded, she decisively detonated her ship, severely crippling her opponent and all their vessels, while she herself managed to withdraw early, preserving her combat capabilities and turning the tide. The older brother declared, "She is my favorite competitor. So powerful and so kawaii." Cough, cough. The young man's face flushed with admiration, embodying the spirit of the Sakura people, as his admiration for strength and a sense of youthful exuberance ignited within him. The expressions on their faces were a blend of fear and excitement. "And what of our contestants from the Sakura team?" Upon hearing this, the elder brother's demeanor shifted instantaneously. "You mean them? Out of 4 participants, 3 are hospitalized. TSK, TSK, TSK. The only one left just got discharged today, but he has a match this morning." With this, the elder brother disdainfully smacked his lips. "Still with Dongwon. And now they haven't shown up. I suspect they've taken a detour to the emergency room after a left turn from the cafeteria." As they discussed the competitors, the outcome among the participants had already been determined. The 3 factions of the Crimson Axis chose to retreat, evading the spotlight, while the 4 factions of the Azure Lane settled at the table. In a gathering where all 8 factions were present, the Sakura team remained conspicuously nameless. That evening, as the lights in all the contestants' villas dimmed, the living room of Donghuang was filled with shadows of many. Su Lu and the others were present. Even the captain of the royal team, Jason, had somehow evaded surveillance and sat on a dimly lit sofa. "Jiang, what do you have to say?" he inquired. "These past few days, I feel I've made considerable progress." Jason polished his Western sword, transformed from his former self, embodying a newfound steadiness interspersed with a hint of ferocity. "Yesterday, he messaged us, stating that tonight, the Sakura team would undoubtedly take action. We should extinguish the lights and wait." Lu's rugged visage remained calm and unperturbed. "Heh, a few days ago when I learned of the plan, I thought Jiang was losing his mind, yet now I feel sufficiently confident." "Jiang is truly an amazing man," Jason remarked, shaking his head and expressing his admiration in clumsy Dongwon language. At that moment, the specialized communicator brought by Ingram flickered to life, displaying a few lines on its small screen. "At midnight tonight, the plan commences. The Sakura team will deploy assassins. Please prepare yourselves. I have logged in and will await you at 107th Street to the south." As they gazed at the whimsical rabbit symbol on the screen, Su Lu and the others rose, donning the outfits they had meticulously prepared. Jason narrowed his eyes slightly, advising Su Lu and the others to keep in touch before leaping out of the window. He was headed back to convey the news. A deadly game was about to unfold. Chapter 68. The opening 11:36 p.m., Street 107. Although the hour was late, the street remained illuminated, with traditional neon lights casting a mesmerizing glow in the night. A throng of people bustled about. For them, the night's revelry had only just begun. Jiang found himself atop a building's rooftop, gazing down at the crowd below, his eyes resembling a deep pool, clear yet cold. "Commander, what are you observing?" A soft figure nestled against Jiang from behind, an alluring curve sending a tantalizing shiver through his mind. "The view here is exquisite. It would be a shame for the commander to squander the opportunity of such a beautiful scene accompanied by a charming companion." Feeling the warm breath of Eugen whispering near his ear, Jiang extended a finger, curling it before flicking it sharply. Snap. "Ah, Commander, how could you?" Eugen winced, raising her delicate arm to cover her forehead, casting a mournful glance at Jiang, though her alluring form remained close to his back. "Eugen, enough of the games." Jiang's gaze remained fixed on the intricate web of streets below, diligently observing every detail without missing a single corner. "If you wish to play, wait just a moment longer. Once the plan commences, do not utter a word of fear." Upon hearing Jiang's words, Eugen contemplated their impending task, her lips parting slightly to exhale a warm breath, fragrant with the scent of orchids. Commander, here you are, bringing a girl to blow up buildings late at night. How delightfully intriguing. I find myself liking you more and more." Eugen chuckled softly, her cheeks flushed, her eyes dreamy as they lingered on the man so near. He appeared so composed and rational, yet the plans he devised brimmed with a tantalizing madness, utterly befitting the tastes of the iron-blooded ship girls. At that moment, Jiang extended his hand, and a shadow emerged from an unknown source, slowly landing in his palm. "Captain, the detailed maps of all districts have been recorded. The current time is 11:43 p.m. Jiang remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed upon the intelligence terminal. After a few seconds of eerie stillness, the blue light of the terminal flickered violently, as if taking a deep breath. "Retrieve the items and leave swiftly. Time is of the essence. Do not linger. The impatient mechanical voice emanated from the terminal. Hiss. That was the tone he had missed. It felt just right. After more than a year without hearing the voice of the intelligence system, Jiang found himself yearning for it. Now that it had returned, he cherished it immensely. Perhaps a bit too much, all right. Eugen, get off my back and change into the clothes I arranged for you. We must depart. Jiang ceased his chatter, swiftly pulling the eager Eugen along towards their next destination. At this moment, Eugen donned an outfit remarkably similar to her previous one. Save for minor imperfections in detail and fabric, a request Jiang had specifically made to Beifa. Meanwhile, Jiang wore a rabbit mask, concealing his face. As he led Eugen to a secluded corner, he then glanced at the schedule provided by the intelligence system, silently awaiting their cue. Eugen, everyone in the world knows that the ship girls are the darlings of the ocean, each one embodying a humanoid battleship. Yet, they have never contemplated, or perhaps dared to consider, what would transpire if these entities, possessing both human form and naval firepower, were to appear before them as adversaries on land. At this thought, Jiang let out a derisive laugh, speculating that this is likely the origin of the fundamental principle that ship girls cannot harm humans. Eugen smiled, offering no commentary on Jiang's words. As time drew near, Eugen took aim, preparing to unleash her firepower. One last confirmation, are we ready? Rest assured, Commander, I will not falter. In the shadowy corner, Eugen activated her battlesuit. Two mechanical dragons, adorned in red and gray, unfurled from her back, their jaws agape, revealing massive cannons. A fierce luminescence coalesced, poised for launch. Eugen donned her tactical goggles. The darkened view did not hinder functionality, nor did it affect her in any way. 5, 4, 3, 2, launch. With Jiang's command, the air was pierced by two swift projectiles. Two searing shells traced a perfect arc, striking a building at least 2 streets away from 107th Street. Boom. The first sound was that of the shells impacting, while the second was prolonged, a result of the explosives Jiang had previously placed within the structure, triggering a secondary explosion. The building collapsed instantly. Fortunately, it was a low structure situated in an open area, sparing innocent bystanders from harm. However, the immense noise reverberated over a vast distance, inciting widespread chaos. Commander Eugen turned, her fair and enchanting visage illuminated by the flames soaring in the distance. Though unsure of why, from the moment I arrived in this world, I felt a peculiar yet comforting connection to you, Commander. Thus, Eugen grasped Jiang's hand, seizing the moment to confess, saying, other ship girls may be uncertain, but Eugen is willing to be the sword in your hand, ready to be wielded at your discretion, for anything you desire. Jiang gazed at Eugen, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and after a moment of surprise, managed to utter, is it really appropriate to say such things now? Oh no, the patrol team is coming. We must flee. Smart brain, guide us. Jiang tugged at the still-dazed Eugen, sprinting away. The smart brain terminal in Jiang's pocket chimed in, somewhat disgruntled. What? Now you realize it's time to turn left at the second intersection. What were you doing? Just now proceed straight to the next traffic light, Commander. Eugen, now fully aware, realized it was too late for further conversation. She shot a fierce glance at Jiang and obediently followed her through the streets, weaving left and right. At this moment, the clock read 12:02. In the vicinity of the villa, a distant commotion resonated, and everyone understood that it was undoubtedly a signal from Jiang. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from the White Eagle Villa, as its students unleashed grenades upon their observers, catching them completely off guard. Boom, boom. Just as the White Eagle managed to divert the majority of the watchers' attention, the villas of Donglong, Royal, and Free Iris suddenly exploded. Windows shattered simultaneously, and flames engulfed the entire structure. The leader of the observers, a middle-aged man, seized his walkie-talkie and bellowed, "Quick! The contestants are rioting. Suppress them immediately. Inform the higher-ups and request backup." He then led a group rushing towards the White Eagle, perceiving them as the greater threat due to their firearms. Teams 3, 4, and 5 assessed the situation at those 3 villas. The force of such explosions is beyond human endurance. Do not engage the White Eagle directly. Just delay until the fleet girls arrive. The middle-aged man swiftly issued commands, rationally making the optimal choice. However, Su Lu and her companions would not allow him to have his way. The observers, cautiously approaching the royal villa, were suddenly met with the villa's door being blasted open, crashing directly into the crowd, and sending several individuals sprawling. Royal students emerged, draped in wet sheets. Accompanied by fleet girls, and without a backward glance, they sprinted southward. Quick! Intercept them. No, come back. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in frustration as he had just instructed others to intercept. Just then, students from Free Iris surged out through the windows at the back of the villa, seizing the moment of chaos to escape unimpeded, akin to unleashing a racial skill. The sight infuriated the middle-aged man. Had it not been for the fleet girls, fearing a confrontation with their commander, they would have fought fiercely. Had he anticipated their audacity to break through, he would have requested a few fleet girls from above. In the end, not only had the royal students escaped, but the Free Iris students also slipped away unnoticed. The middle-aged man could only attempt to monitor the remaining White Eagle and Dongwang surrounding their villa. However, by the time the Sakura forces stormed into the Dongwang villa, no one was left. Only a series of footprints marred the grass behind the windows. They left. Impossible. The middle-aged man was momentarily dumbfounded. With so many present, he had not seen any Dongwang individuals leave, unless they had departed long ago. In a state of turmoil, the leader's thoughts became chaotic, preventing him from considering further. After ordering a retreat, he shifted his focus to the White Eagle. 10 minutes later, the patrol fleet girls finally arrived, suppressing the firepower of the White Eagle. At this point, the middle-aged man, eager to redeem himself, disregarded all else. With the fleet girls' assistance, those from White Eagle would pose little challenge. I must quickly apprehend those who escaped. They are unfamiliar with the area and easily recognizable. They cannot have gone far. After a thorough analysis, the middle-aged man left a portion of his team behind while leading the others along the escape route taken by Royal and Free Iris. No one noticed that within the villa of Dongwang, a wall shimmered with distorted light, and a multitude of individuals emerged. It was a phantasm constructed by Su Lu and her companions using a surreal virtual projector, having fabricated traces of their departure, successfully deceiving all observers. Goodness! The device provided by Brother Jiang is truly a marvel of technology. Brother, did you see? Those Sakura representatives couldn't even find us. I wonder where Brother Jiang acquired such a treasure. Lu Yang picked up an object the size of half a fist, examining it closely, his mouth filled with astonishment at the projector. Enough chatter. Quickly assist White Eagle in eliminating those patrol ship girls, and then retreat. According to Brother Jiang, formidable foes will soon be upon us. Lu Hai strode decisively towards the exit. As for Su Lu, she said nothing. Instead, she commanded her ship girls to blast open the doors and unleashed a barrage at the ship girls surrounding White Eagle. You are not. Those left behind, witnessing the seemingly vanished Dongwang contestants reappear, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Under the augmented firepower, the patrol ship girls quickly crumbled. From within the White Eagle villa, a disheveled White Eagle trainee emerged. Oh my God, dear friends, I thought you had abandoned us. Miss Su Lu, it is truly a pleasure to see you. Enough with the pleasantries. We have fulfilled our promise. We shall take our leave. With that, Su Lu and her companions swiftly departed with their ship girls. The White Eagle personnel, recognizing the urgency of the situation, refrained from reprimanding Su Lu and her friends for their rudeness, hastily preparing to evacuate while ensuring to seize any enemy weapons and gear before leaving. A mere 10 minutes later, a group of well-trained individuals, reeking of blood, arrived at the scene, observing the area that appeared to have been ravaged, falling into a profound silence. Chapter 69. Escalation of events, street signals. What are you saying? Akaji's eyes were ablaze, as a flurry of red origami airplanes danced chaotically around her. The 9 thick, silky tails behind her lashed out in a display of fury, a manifestation of her utmost rage. A bunch of useless fools. Parasites. They can't even manage a few children. What good are these imbeciles? With so many of us. Such a colossal target, and you dare tell me we can't find them? Witnessing Akaji's near-manic state, Aoba trembled in fear, keeping her gaze lowered, too intimidated to utter a word. Akaji, calm down. A woman with short white hair stepped forward, her icy blue eyes reflecting a gentle concern as she regarded the frenzied Akaji. Turning to face her, Akaji beheld a striking contrast in the blue and white kimono that adorned Kaga, her own white fox ears and 9 pristine tails swaying gracefully, complemented by white traditional socks that accentuated her fair thighs. Kaga. Upon hearing Kaga's admonition, Akaji began to regain her composure, her explosive anger gradually subsiding. Kaga embraced the fiery red fox, her slender, pale hand gently stroking Akaji's head. I understand your anxiety, but there are pressing matters at hand. You must find your calm. In that moment, the two beauties, one crimson and one azure, shared an intimate tranquility, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. After a lengthy pause, Kaga softly spoke. All right, leave this to me. They need you over there. Should it become necessary, I can eliminate them directly. Akaji declared. Kaga nodded, watching as the somewhat fatigued Akaji departed. Only when Akaji had vanished around the corner did Kaga turn her attention to the quaking Aoba. Has the execution team been deployed? Unlike her earlier tenderness with Akaji, Kaga's demeanor now bore no warmth, her voice icy enough to chill the very air of the room. Aoba flinched at the question. Hastily responding, they deployed half an hour ago, but they only ended up chasing shadows. Kaga's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Yet Aoba understood that. Compared to the alluring yet perilous Akaji, Kaga's nature was far more ruthless and unforgiving. With her beastly ears quivering, Aoba dared not breathe, patiently awaiting Kaga's verdict. Why were they not found? At this, Aoba offered a rueful smile, her voice trembling as she replied, it was indeed the case, but once the targets entered 107th Street, we could no longer pursue them. Oh, Kaga raised an eyebrow. Street 107 was peculiar. Its labyrinthine alleys were filled with countless winding paths, a maze that only the longtime locals could navigate. Most importantly, Aoba's tone shifted, becoming laced with frustration. A few days ago, an event mobilization was posted online, inviting all enthusiasts of cosplay from the Sakura faction to gather. Given that 107th Street is colloquially known as the haven for Sakura's two-dimensional culture, they had meticulously prepared their costumes in advance, successfully blending into the throngs of people. What an unexpected stratagem. The masterminds behind these participants truly possess a profound understanding of evasion techniques, akin to cunning rabbits. The expression on Kaga's face, a chilling smile reminiscent of -8 degrees, revealed an exhilarating glint in her eyes, akin to that of a predator discerning its prime prey. Indeed, due to the influence of the fleet girls among the Sakura people, 7 out of 10 participants were dressed as fleet girls, and even the males were not exempt from this trend. Our ability to search swiftly was severely hampered. Aoba found this absurd situation utterly exasperating. After all, the inherent nature of the Sakura race dictated such behavior. In the presence of the beautiful yet formidable fleet girls, nearly every Sakura individual harbored an almost fanatical admiration. All ports must be sealed. They must not be allowed to return to the escort fleet, lest the Sakura faction be placed at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Azure Lane. Notify the execution department, permitting them to mobilize their intelligence network and resources within civilian circles. Upon locating the targets, if they cannot be captured alive at first sight, they may be eliminated, provided that civilians remain unaware. But this is quite troubling, huh? Aoba was taken aback. This would lead to a complete severance of relations with Azure Lane, killing the commander and such, but Kaga merely frowned and shot her a cold glare, compelling Aoba to swallow her words. By the way, do not let Nagato or Mikasa know about this matter yet. After it's resolved, I will inform them. Understood? Kaga stated in an unremarkable tone, as if discussing a trivial issue. Yes, then I shall make the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Aoba felt a great sense of relief and nodded vigorously, then disconnected the communication. Once Kaga's exquisitely fierce visage vanished, Aoba finally dared to express her feelings. How terrifying. They are actually planning to kill the commander. Aoba hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from disclosing this matter to Nagato and Mikasa. If Akaji and Kaga were to find out, I would surely be bombarded by aircraft. What should I do, Kinagasa? At this moment, Su Lu and her companions had successfully infiltrated 107th Street. Due to Jiang's explosion of a building a few streets away, pedestrians had flocked to this area. Upon realizing it was merely a building in an open space slated for demolition, they felt relieved and naturally lingered on 107th Street. Su Lu surveyed her surroundings, noting the myriad of individuals clad in cosplay attire, some portraying spirits, others anime characters, but the majority took on the guise of fleet girls. Along the way, Su Lu spotted 3 Harmons, for little swans, and even someone dressed as Buri. However, these cosplayers all shared a critical flaw. Su Lu glanced at the little swan, then at Heyman and herself, and was instantly overwhelmed with tears. Could fried fish and chips truly evoke such emotions? The lingering glances of sympathy from passers-by silently conveyed that Su Lu was not alone in her distress. Surely, this must be a fade, an act of desperation. At such a tender age, how could one be so terrifyingly affected? Yet, what stood out most was not that Su Lu and her companions resembled ship girls more than the ship girls themselves in certain aspects, nor the traces of gunpowder that clung to them. Instead, it was the two figures in the crowd, Badan Lu Yang and Yingelahan Lu Hai, who were making their grand debut. The intensity of attention they attracted was palpable, and even the brothers, seasoned by fire and blood, could not maintain their composure at that moment. Lu Hai wore a stern expression, akin to someone constipated, while Lu Yang bore a look of humiliation, reminiscent of a besmirched maiden. As they overheard the suppressed laughter from the ship girls nearby, Lu Hai and Lu Yang realized that, in a sense, they had succumbed to the public eye, enduring a relentless mockery. "Where on earth is Brother Jiang?" I exclaimed. "If this continues, I'd rather confront that group of ruffians than remain here." Don't be foolish. Although the method may seem unorthodox, Brother Jiang's approach is undeniably effective. He will surely find a way to draw our attention, Lu Hai reassured, gripping Lu Yang's shoulder to prevent him from spiraling into a frenzy. "But where is he?" Lu Yang lamented, on the verge of losing his patience. Just then, Su Lu, embodying Haman, paused in her tracks. Under the questioning gazes of Lu Hai and Lu Yang, she hesitantly raised her hand to point ahead. "I believe I may have found the place where Jiang might be." Lu Hai and Lu Yang exchanged excited glances, following the direction of her finger. There, at the street corner, a crowd had gathered around a venue, seemingly a large anime cosplay convention. It was no surprise to hold such an event on the famed Street 107, known as a paradise for otaku. However, Su Lu and her companions stood frozen, as they faintly recognized the familiar background music emanating from the convention. Big brother, welcome. Thank you for coming to my place. He has arrived, stepping upon the clouds. I am waiting for your return, waiting for you to see the peach blossoms bloom." Observing the surrounding Sakura people, despite not comprehending the lyrics, they were all entranced by the infectious BGM, swaying their bodies in rhythm. Witnessing such a scene, Su Lu and her companions were left astounded, their ship girls seemingly frozen in place. Who would have thought they would witness such a cultural phenomenon in their lifetime? After standing in awe for several seconds, the group hurriedly made their way toward the convention. This clandestine yet bold signal could only be from my brother Jiang. Lu Yang's admiration for Jiang flowed ceaselessly, for in terms of charisma, he could not hold a candle to Jiang. The demeanor of brother Jiang is always remarkably original. Lu Hai wore a peculiar expression, caught between words, unable to articulate his thoughts. Although the approach was rather crude, one could observe that those around believed it was merely a few tunes from Dongwon. Only we could discern the subtle discrepancies. Striking yet understated, Su Lu strained her small face, analyzing dryly. Upon entering the comic exhibition, the group discovered that the lights were inexplicably off. The sole source of illumination emanated from a man donning a rabbit mask who wielded a wildly flashing cube, reminiscent of a disco ball. A throng of Sakura individuals encircled him, as if engaged in some forbidden religious rite, their bodies swaying rhythmically to the music amid a cacophony of screams and cheers. With their shipgirl constitution, Su Lu and her companions skillfully maneuvered their way to Jiang's side. Meanwhile, Jiang, who was stirring the ambience, heard the alert from his intellect and turned to see, momentarily taken aback. What kind of ghastly creature is this? The excited Yujin beside Jiang could not help but take a step back in disdain. Your two masculine appearances are rather unique. You certainly know how to have fun. Chapter 70. The Battle of the Sea Guardians. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Lu Hai and Lu Yang were momentarily taken aback. When they noticed Jiang clad in a commander's uniform, they grew anxious. "Brother Jiang, why aren't you in disguise? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" "Wait, we must leave first." Ignoring the objections of the intelligent brain, Jiang tossed the terminal upwards. As the sole source of light ascended, all eyes of the heavy cherry forces shifted upward. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang discreetly took hold of Yujin and led Su Lu and the others away. At that moment, the intelligent brain terminal abruptly extinguished all the lights, plunging the venue into darkness. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Jiang deftly caught the terminal as it floated back to him and skillfully navigated through the confusion, making his way at a brisk pace. By the time someone located the light switch and illuminated the space, Jiang and his group had already vanished from the exhibition hall. All right, we are safe now. Jiang guided everyone out through the back door of the exhibition hall, twisting and turning until they reached the depths of an abandoned alley. Sulu glanced around anxiously and inquired, "Are you certain? The heavy cherry forces must be searching for us everywhere. Moreover, why don't we head directly to the port? Once we are at sea, we'll have the protection of the escort fleet. We can't go there." Jiang waved his hand, interrupting Sulu's concerns, and patiently explained, "Do you think the heavy cherry forces are fools? They would have anticipated that as well. I observed the situation upon arrival. Entry is permitted, but exit is not, and this applies even to their own. By now, the port is likely sealed off due to your escape. As for this place, rest assured, I've tested it. No one wishes to come here." He gestured towards a pile of debris nearby, in the resource-scarce heavy cherry. Such a heap of refuse indicated how unwelcome this location was. Sulu nodded but then voiced her worries. "So what shall we do now? We can't leave the port, and we will eventually be found." Lu Hai and Lu Yang also pondered this grave issue. Faced with this unavoidable predicament, Jiang glanced at the time and murmured, "It's about time." "What do you mean by about time? What is?" Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. Reverberating through the air, a cacophony of uproar erupted from the direction of the street, the chaotic sounds echoing even here. "What is happening?" "This is the heavy cherry air defense alarm. Brother Jiang, stop keeping us in suspense. What is the situation?" The urgency of the alarm heightened Sulu and the others' anxiety. Jiang smiled knowingly and replied, "Because tonight, it's not just you who will be in turmoil." 1226 In the territorial waters of the heavy cherry, the once dim sea surface now shone as bright as day. Cannon fire roared, explosions echoed, and the shouts of battle mingled with the deafening sonic booms of aircraft slicing through the air. Shadowy figures raced across the water, their agile forms resembling deities of war upon the ocean. A scorching shell erupted amidst the flames, soaring forth, accompanied by the aerial ballet of carrier-based aircraft and relentless carpet bombing. These were the fleet maidens of the great factions, Dongwang, Royal, White Eagle, and the Free Iris. "Do you seek to ignite the fires of war?" A voice, filled with dread and fury, rang out. It belonged to the Sardinian Empire's escort. Just moments ago, the escorts from the four factions had launched a surprise assault, ruthlessly tearing through the Sardinian Empire's defenses and unleashing fire upon their command vessels. The Sardinian Empire's escort, witnessing the inferno engulfing their warships, was gripped by overwhelming fear. Had it not been for their fleet maiden guiding them to leap into the sea, they would likely have been reduced to ashes. But have we not been at war for some time now?" A White Eagle escort mused coldly, a glint of malice in their eyes. Disregarding the plight of the Sardinian escort, they commanded their fleet maidens to continue their onslaught against other command vessels, leaving the Sardinian escort to fend for themselves in a military lifeboat. Indeed, in their assault plan, they had not even deployed their warships to avoid detection. The White Eagle escort clenched their fists tightly, a fierce glint in their gaze as they observed yet another warship succumb to explosions, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. "Leica, the commander has avenged you." Meanwhile, the Sardinian escort, adrift in the sea, found themselves encircled by a horde of fleet maidens. Surrounded by the predatory gazes of these maidens, despair enveloped the Sardinian escort and their fleet maiden, who had already endured considerable injury while shielding them from harm. Behind those maidens stood an airship, upon which two commanders were stationed. The Sardinian escort recognized them as royal escorts. With a barrage of cannon fire, the fleet maidens of the Sardinian escort fell one by one. The two royal escorts approached him, guided by their maidens. One royal escort crouched down, seizing the Sardinian escort by the hair and lifting them up, their voice strained with suppressed fury. "Dear friend, I have but a single question for you. Answer it, and we shall ensure your safety. Where is our commander Devon?" Swallowing hard, the Sardinian escort met the bloodshot gaze of their captor, feeling a chill at their throat. Considering their own fate and that of their fleet maiden, they hastily raised their hands in a French salute, trembling as they spoke. "Those people were taken by the Sakura. I do not know wait. But I do know their general location. I can lead you there." The Sardinian escort spoke at a speed they had never matched before, breathing a heavy sigh of relief as the blade at their throat withdrew. "Let us there, and do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, we shall not hesitate to harm your fleet maidens. Do not hurt them. I will guide you faithfully." With this, the Sardinian escort silently apologized to their allies, steeling their resolve as they pointed the way forward. Having realized the situation, it was evident that seeking assistance from the Sardinian Empire was the right choice. He instructed the White Eagles to refrain from escalating matters further, as they still required those individuals alive for the exchange of students. However, should they become unnecessary, priority would be given to transferring them for disposal, depending on the capabilities of those little ones. Commander Han ended the communication with a sigh, acknowledging that the FAAD had been irrevocably shattered. Although Laika from the White Eagles had returned alive, it was feared that he would never rise from his bed again. A reaction from the White Eagles that was entirely understandable. Yet, with the veil torn, there could be no retreat. For the future of those on the shore, we veterans must not bring shame upon ourselves. Gazing at the blazing night sky, illuminated by gunfire and the chaotic battlefield, the fiery passion within him was ignited by the acrid smoke. He commanded his team to concentrate their fire on the forces of the Cherry Blossom faction, urging them to draw their attention here, in order to weaken the port's blockade and carve out a path for our students. The fierce combat at sea had reached a boiling point, and this struggle might endure for quite some time. Meanwhile, the students from various factions on shore began to comprehend the situation. It was the Guardians endeavoring to create a breakthrough for themselves. With this understanding, the courage that had accumulated over the past few days surged within them, fostering hope in their hearts while simultaneously instilling a sense of caution and vigilance. Chapter 71. Eugen and Bismarck in the dimly lit office building. Jiang led the group behind the structure, utilizing the powers of the ship girls to pry open the lock and enter in single file. The midnight atmosphere enveloped them in darkness, providing a sense of security that allowed Su Lu and the others to relax their nerves. How much longer must I wear this outfit, Jiang? Lu Yang lamented, glancing over at Jiang, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why are you dressed like that? Huh? Wasn't it your suggestion, Jiang? Lu Yang and Lu Hai exchanged bewildered looks. Rolling her eyes, Jiang retorted, I said there are many who dress as ship girls here. I didn't mean for you to disguise yourself as one. Isn't it better to portray a commander? Among so many ship girls, isn't it quite normal to have a few commanders? Looking at Jiang's commander uniform, Lu Hai and Lu Yang's minds momentarily short-circuited. So, I'm portraying myself? That seems plausible, they reflected, recalling the pedestrians they had seen earlier. Wait, what are you doing? Don't stop me. I'm tearing off this outfit. How could I possibly wear this? Hold on, Commander, you're not wearing anything underneath. Chaos ensued, and ultimately, Lu Yang and Lu Hai begrudgingly chose to endure the indignity of the latter option, dressing as women. Observing the ship girls around them, trying to suppress their laughter, Lu Hai and Lu Yang felt tears welling up inside. Jiang, you are truly cruel. In an effort to divert Lu Hai and Lu Yang's attention, Su Lu inquired, Jiang, who is this person beside you? The question drew everyone's attention. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the ship girl beside Jiang was not one of the original five. Her attire sparked an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet her identity eluded them. Eugen, the center of attention, flashed a carefree smile. I am the miracle of the Iron Blood Third Empire, the Admiral Hipper's third ship, Prince Eugen. After speaking, Eugen cast a furtive glance at Jiang, only to find him gazing out the window at the street, causing her smile to widen further. I am also the commander's fiancé, one who has received a token of love. Su Lu, Winky Face, Lu Yang, and Lu Hai. Jiang, what? Prince Eugen, really? The one from Iron Blood? Wait, what are you all focusing on? A fiancé, huh? But Jiang, is your family tree missing someone? I don't mind the luck. I just want to play around with a new family tree. Count me in. Jiang stared blankly at the three of them, then turned to Eugen, who was grinning mischievously, winking at him. Stop. I don't have a family tree. I don't have a fiancé either. Do not heed her nonsensical claims. I have remained single since birth, not even having had an arranged engagement. Sobs, the commander has abandoned me. Despite having given him a gift, he refuses to take responsibility. Sobs. Before Jiang could finish speaking, Eugen, covering her face with her small hand, appeared utterly mortified, resembling a love-stricken maiden cast aside. I did give a gift, but it was not a token of affection. Wait, what are you all looking at? She is slandering me. Jiang, desperate to defend her innocence, found her attempts only deepening the misunderstanding. The gazes directed at her grew increasingly peculiar, particularly from Su Lu, who regarded her as though she were a cad. At that moment, The voice of the intelligence system resounded like divine music, rescuing Jiang from her predicament. Her expression turned grave in an instant, leaving the others momentarily stunned by her rapid transformation. Jiang swiftly and cautiously positioned herself by the window, peering out onto the street. What is happening? Lu Hai reacted the quickest, moving to a more concealed spot as he spoke. The others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their training from days of drills enabling them to hastily reposition themselves to the appropriate locations. As for Yujin, she had been intently observing Jiang's demeanor and had already pressed herself against Jiang's back. Feeling the warmth emanating from behind her, Jiang cast a glance at Yujin, thinking, not a single tear, merely a dramatic performance. Yujin responded with a radiant smile, feeling fortunate for having acquired crucial intelligence. I shall deal with you later. Jiang refocused her gaze on the street, where a group of individuals clad in tight black attire from the Sakura faction were searching methodically. Every passerby was halted, required to present an identification-like document, and subjected to rigorous scrutiny, particularly the male pedestrians. A young man from the Sakura faction, sporting bleached hair, appeared disgruntled by this treatment, refusing to comply with the inspection and attempting to force his way through. However, in an instant, he was subdued by two individuals in black, who pinned him to the ground amidst his cries. Following a brutal and merciless search, the assailants released the young man, yet not without delivering a kick as they walked away, leaving the onlookers trembling in fear, obediently complying with the inspections. There was both bad news and good news. Jiang whispered. The bad news is that the Sakura personnel are right below us. The good news is, Lu Hai, Lu Yang, you are wearing the correct attire, as all those dressed as commanders have been detained. What should we do now? Should we charge out? Su Lu inquired anxiously. Although she feared detection, the presence of their ship girls offered some reassurance. A mere group of ordinary individuals could not possibly hinder those capable of artillery fire. It is feasible, yet unnecessary. Jiang replied calmly. We do not need to venture out just yet. Even if we force our way out, the Sakura ship girls will pursue us. With that, Jiang turned and prepared to lead everyone downstairs. There is an escape route I can guide you to. However, your current appearance is far too conspicuous, making you easily detectable. Su Lu's remark brought everyone to an abrupt halt. Indeed, given Jiang's attire of a commander's uniform, her presence would certainly draw attention. Unless... Jiang, I mean no offense, but might I inquire if you possess women's clothing? If not, I could assist you in sourcing some. Ha. You speak the truth, Jiang brother. These are extraordinary circumstances. A little discomfort is warranted. The mere thought of Jiang in feminine attire ignited excitement among the crowd, with Lu Hai and Lu Yang reveling in the mischief, eager to drag anyone into the fray. Yet, the most exhilarated was Ogun, nearly shedding tears of sorrow for Jiang. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang. The implications therein were unmistakable. That's reasonable. Please wait a moment. Jiang nodded earnestly, acquiescing to the group's suggestion. Under the expectant gazes of all present, she stepped into a room and closed the door. A soft hiss followed, and it was Ogun. The others swallowed nervously. So she agreed just like that? Never mind. A minute later, the door swung open, surprising them with the swiftness of her return. Emerging from behind the door was a striking figure with golden hair and azure eyes, exuding an iron-blooded aura. Her fair skin shimmered. Clad in a black dress adorned with golden threads, her legs encased in black over-the-knee stockings, creating an absolute territory. Adorning her head was an iron-blooded military cap. The high collar turned up, with a steel ornament dangling around her neck, and a cloak edged in black, red, and white, bearing a ship's insignia. Ogun gazed at the woman before her, who grasped a scepter resembling a radar. A sense of familiarity washed over her. The once alluring beauty now slightly parted her lips in astonishment and exclaimed, Bismarck. The Bismarck before her smiled faintly, refraining from verbalizing but instead conveying sound. I am the iron-blooded battleship graced with the name Bismarck. What? Do you not recognize me, Ogun? She spoke. Her voice was identical to that of the television. Yet, Jiang seemed not to have spoken at all. After a moment of astonishment, Ogun suddenly realized. Taking a step forward with her long, fair legs, she raised her delicate hand, claws poised, and lunged toward Bismarck's neck with intent. Chapter 72. The museum confronted by Eugen's abrupt assault, Bismarck was utterly taken aback, hastily raising her hands in an attempt to block the attack. though she was still a moment too late. Eugen, with her gloved hands, reached into the bosom of truth, but the anticipated sensation and warmth were absent. Instead, it felt as though she passed through a mirage, a void devoid of substance. Ultimately, her hand made contact with a solid, warm chest. Indeed, it was a mere fade. Eugen nodded, pressing her hand against the firm surface. Enough of this, Jiang exclaimed, her expression mirroring her annoyance as she faced Bismarck, creating an awkward atmosphere. She swatted away the small black hand that had been pressed against her and disregarded Eugen's tantalizing gaze. Using her authentic voice, she called out to the dazed onlookers to depart. Upon hearing the familiar tone, a few finally regained their senses and awkwardly followed Jiang. Jiang led Su Lu and others into the intricate alleyways. With the guidance of the intelligent navigation system and prior reconnaissance, she proceeded without hesitation towards their destination. The group trailing behind observed her graceful figure striding forward, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. The resemblance was uncanny, yet the voice that emerged was distinctly masculine. The stark contrast was jarring, and they pondered the intricacies of such vivid disguise. "Coach, my shipgirl wishes to learn this. Whether it can transform or not is irrelevant. She merely wants to enroll in a class. Jiang, have you applied makeup? And where did you procure that outfit?" Lu Yang, unable to contain his curiosity, voiced the collective question as they rounded a narrow corridor. Eugen, amused yet silent, had already discerned the truth from her previous encounter, her gaze lingering on Jiang's swaying waist, as though imprinting the scene in her mind, resembling a rogue in demeanor. "No, it is merely a layer of skin over her body. This way, ahead." Bismarck twisted her waist and led them into a turn. "Did I not provide you with a projector? This is the result of projecting Bismarck's image onto myself. Can it be played this way?" Lu Yang retrieved a black projector from his shorts, gazing at Jiang with anticipation. "Jiang, could you at least conceal my face?" "Impossible. Yours is an incomplete version. A different model. It lacks this capability, and one is insufficient. By the way, remember to return it after we exit." Upon hearing Jiang's refusal, Lu Hai and Lu Yang's hopes were once again dashed. "All right, we have arrived." The expressionless Bismarck halted, her long legs clad in over-the-knee socks, discarding the intelligent terminal and awaiting the intelligence's report. "This is the museum?" Su Lu queried, her confusion evident as she gazed upon the structure. "What purpose do we serve here? Is there a secret passage that will lead us out?" On the second day of their arrival in the Sakura Empire, Su Lu and her companions visited the area. However, Jiang departed after a morning stroll through the research institute, returning to the ship. One might ponder whether he had already discerned the impending treachery of the Sakura Empire, thus hesitating to join them initially and seizing the opportunity to escape before the port was sealed. Su Lu cast a dubious glance at Bismarck, feeling a strange sensation upon realizing that a man was involved in this matter. It was difficult to articulate her thoughts. Moreover, even for the sake of disguise, there was no need to make it so conspicuous. Unbeknownst to Jiang, Su Lu's mind was wandering, as he softly explained. "I cannot attest to the existence of secret passages, but I can assure you that there are numerous valuable items within. Consider this. After the fleet girls emerged and rendered most armaments obsolete, where do you suppose those items have vanished?" Upon hearing Jiang's profound remarks, the group fell into contemplation. "Are you suggesting?" Lu Hai quickly grasped Jiang's implication. Most of those weapons, apart from essential military allocations, were either destroyed, hidden in arms depots, or displayed as relics for commemoration, with the police station off limits and obtaining them from others being rather unrealistic. As for the arms depot, was it truly that sparse? Thus, only the military museum remained as a viable option. We are all commanders. Utilizing the fleet girls' capabilities, we could undoubtedly break through. However, our safety would be compromised, as the enemy fleet girls would not extend their consideration to us. Therefore, Bismarck extended her gloved hand to receive the returned cognitive terminal. "We require some means of self-defense. How splendid it would be if we had armored vehicles at our disposal." Indeed, upon hearing Jiang's audacious plan, Lu Yang became exhilarated. "I recall that in one of the exhibition areas on the first floor, there are items we desire." The group strained their memories of their previous visit, recalling what could potentially be useful. "I remember there were firearms, though I wonder about the availability of ammunition." Lu Hai added, "And there are a few vintage armored vehicles. Some shells could serve as explosives, while they may not suffice against fleet girls." They would be more than adequate for those clad in black. Yet, Lu Hai raised a crucial concern. But those items are likely to possess some defects. Does anyone here have the skills to repair them? The excitement that had animated Su Lu and Lu Yang began to wane, as they acknowledged that unusable weapons were of little more value than mere sticks. I must say, Jiang turned to gaze at Lu Hai. Her strikingly beautiful yet aloof visage paired with her commanding blue eyes made Lu Hai hesitant to meet her gaze. Your understanding of fleet girls seems to extend only to their models, rarity, and perhaps their aesthetic appeal. Is there anything beyond that? At her words, the three stood momentarily dumbfounded. What do you mean? Jiang observed their bewildered expressions and shook her head in exasperation. Commander, Ingrid, tugging at Lu Hai's work jacket, which mirrored her own, added softly, I possess a bit of knowledge about repairs. And as for bomb making, Tang's excels at that. It just needs to be a tad more powerful than that used for fishing, right? I can be of assistance as well. At this moment, Su Lu and the others gazed blankly at their own ship girls, as if they were encountering them for the very first time. Each one of them a treasure in her own right. It was then that the three commanders finally realized that it was only I who was the useless one. Just as Jiang was assessing the defensive forces at the entrance, a warm, humid breath brushed against her ear, accompanied by an enticing voice. So, Commander, you possess a profound understanding of us ship girls, do you not? Yujin leaned against Jiang's back, her pride palpable, as she pushed against Jiang with her ethereal form. In an instant, the atmosphere turned vibrant and warm. Jiang Sima furrowed her brows in mild exasperation at Yujin's habitual tendency to seize opportunities to be playful. She tugged at the arm encircling her neck and spoke wearily. I'm busy, please don't cause a ruckus. However, upon seeing Yujin's sparkling, unaffected smile, she could only softly add, I had already known about you before I constructed you. Upon hearing this, Yujin's enchanting eyes momentarily lost focus, her embrace around Jiang tightening slightly. You knew me before we met. Commander, you truly know how to win a girl's heart, speaking such words to me. Hee. In Yujin's radiant smile, it seemed as if something additional had emerged. Beifa and the others? What about us? Jiang. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 73. The true intentions of Jiang as Su Lu and the others became acquainted with their ship girls once more, Yujin had already released Jiang, feigning modesty by covering her face. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, pondering what had just transpired. Jiang, dismissing the theatrics, pursed her lips and conferred with the group regarding their plans before they proceeded towards the museum in a grand procession. Hey, those in front, halt. Before Jiang and her companions could reach the entrance, for security personnel at the museum, armed with flashlights and hands resting on their defensive batons, barked sternly at the large gathering under the night sky. After all, it was late, and the security team was startled by the approaching crowd, particularly by their leader, who, despite the dimness, seemed to radiate an otherworldly glow. We mean no harm. We merely seek directions. Jiang raised her hands and slowed her pace, speaking in halting Japanese. We just arrived this evening and wish to scout the area for tomorrow's sightseeing. Is this the Heavy Sakura Military History Museum? Upon hearing Jiang's words, the four guards relaxed slightly, though they remained vigilant. They shone their flashlights in turn, scrutinizing the colorful array of hair and eye colors, which lent credence to Jiang's claims. Unbeknownst to them, the port had been sealed off. They were only aware that many foreigners had recently come to visit the museum. In truth, the secrecy surrounding Heavy Sakura had been maintained so well that the common folk were entirely oblivious to the ongoing events. Why are you still outside at such a late hour? One guard inquired. We lost track of time due to the time difference, and upon our arrival, we found it was already night. We heard that there might be an event tonight and decided to join in, Jiang replied seamlessly, prompting nods of approval from the four guards. At this juncture, the distance between Jiang's group and the guards had diminished to less than 5 meters. The features of the group began to come into focus, revealing a line of strikingly beautiful women with golden hair and azure eyes, causing the guards' wariness to dissipate entirely. Merely a group of women. After all, they were not the esteemed ship girls. Their understanding of the ship girls was limited to their experiences within the Heavy Sakura faction. The guards remained oblivious to the dark figure that had stealthily circled behind them under the cover of night. Observing the four guards within reach, Bismarck smiled subtly, her solemn visage blossoming into an enchanting expression, rendering the guards momentarily stunned. Why does this visitor seem somewhat familiar? Moreover, why are they all women? Wait, they are all women. You. Bang. ZZZZZT. Attack. Seizing the opportunity as Jiang captured all attention, the AI terminal launched a mechanized brick, striking one guard squarely on the head, followed by Jiang-style traditional craftsmanship, electrification. A surge of electricity coursed through, and the ambushed guard slumped to the ground, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. The remaining 3 guards faced Jiang, Lu Hai, and Lu Yang in swift succession. With a decisive command from Jiang, she lunged forward, brandishing her radar flag like a mace, and delivered a resounding blow to the head of the nearest guard. The security guard stood helplessly as the dignified woman before him transformed into a ruthless assailant, unable to draw his weapon in time before being incapacitated. The deranged Jiang produced a stun gun from her belongings, crouched down, and delivered a finishing blow. After a brief convulsion, silence ensued. Meanwhile, Lu Hai and Lu Yang utilized the stun gun provided by Jiang to neutralize their assigned target. Subsequently, Jiang proceeded to administer another strike to each of their necks, ensuring their incapacitation. Witnessing Jiang's deft maneuvers, Su Lu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang, what on earth did you do before? One inquired. Brother Jiang, they have already lost the ability to resist. This is excessive. Why do you carry so many dangerous items? Why bother with the details? Administering a finishing blow is a commendable habit. Come, bind them, strip off their clothes. Lu Hai and Lu Yang, you'll change into them. After a brief interval, the group efficiently dealt with the 4 security guards. Jiang set up a projector to fabricate the images of the 4 individuals. They successfully infiltrated the museum, with Jiang donning a face resembling Bismarck's, approaching the entrance with an audacious expression. It was a sight both amusing and unfathomable. Once inside, the group split up with the projector in hand. Su Lu led the ship girls to procure supplies while Jiang, accompanied by Yujin, stealthily navigated through the monitoring room, lounge, restroom, and other areas under Lu Hai and Lu Yang's guidance. Utilizing the projector to obscure their figures, they advanced quietly, delivering swift blows with their clubs and employing electric shocks for a final strike, seamlessly executing their plan. Half an hour later, after neutralizing the last security guard in the restroom, their cleaning operation concluded. Jiang, I never imagined that I would one day find myself in a scenario reminiscent of a movie. This projector is truly a miraculous device for mayhem. Lu Yang marveled, fondling the projector in one hand while gripping the crackling stun gun in the other. Let us hurry. If it weren't for Brother Jiang cleaning up the mess, we would have been discovered in the monitoring room long ago, Lu Hai remarked, twisting his wrist as he secured the last guard, cautioning his brother against becoming overly complacent. Reflecting on their day, he mused that while other aspects may be debatable, they had certainly mastered the art of stealthy ambushes and finishing moves. Brother, you speak as if you made no mistakes. You hesitated at first and nearly missed the optimal moment. He continued, by the way, Jiang, where did you learn those special forces tactics akin to those in the movies? Upon hearing this, Lu Hai, disregarding his brother's interruption, turned his curious gaze towards Jiang. As Jiang Samai walked towards the exit, her steps faltered momentarily. Without looking back, she casually replied, What do you mean, movie? Haven't we been living a life akin to that of a film ever since we became commanders? With that, she accelerated her pace towards the exit. All right, let us find some goods. One request, take as much as you can carry, don't be courteous to the Sakura. Also wait for me. I've already set my sights on an old armored vehicle. No one dare snatch it from me. Jiang watched as the two dashed eagerly toward the exhibition hall, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Then, turning around with Yujin, they swiftly walked in another direction. In truth, allowing Su Lu and the others to acquire weaponry was merely one of the objectives. Jiang's true purpose must remain undisclosed to them. As Jiang ventured deep into the museum, she beheld a sign, Shipwreck Memorial Hall, alongside numerous colossal remnants that filled her sight. A fervent glimmer sparkled in her eyes as she erupted into a boisterous laugh. This expression on Bismarck's cold and dignified visage appeared strikingly incongruous. So, the commander exerted such effort merely for the authentic forms of these Sakura ship girls? Oh dear, it seems he has a penchant for the unclad variety. I never anticipated the commander to possess such tastes. How tantalizing. Yujin's teasing remark sent shivers down Jiang's spine. Was anyone truly foolish enough to clothe these ancient maritime behemoths? The painstakingly crafted narrative of a hidden mastermind achieving their scheme was utterly dismantled by a single retort. "Ah, Eugen, cease your antics and come assist me." Jiang shot Eugen a glare and beckoned, retrieving her meticulously prepared tools to extract items from the shipwrecks one by one. Quantity was not her primary concern. Rather, she desired a fair distribution. Eugen, unfazed, watched with a grin as the commander, disregarding her image, diligently hammered and chiseled, climbing up and down in pursuit of varied remnants. A wave of amusement washed over her. This version of Bismarck, this commander, was simply delightful. After much coaxing from Jiang, Eugen finally approached to assist, stowing the gathered items into her ship's storage space. Indeed, while Jiang resembled a rabbit joyfully rummaging through a granary, she was also verifying certain details. In such a vast museum, it was astonishing that not a single fragment of the Tenchi-class battleship remained. As far as I recall, aside from the pieces utilized for Kaga, there should have been some remnants left. Ultimately, Jiang's gaze fell upon the battered remnants of Kaga, scattered and fragmented, accompanied by a sign reading 30 degrees 20 minutes north, 179 degrees 17 minutes west. A thought solidified within her mind. All the Tenchi remnants had been removed. Indeed, the Orochi plan necessitated these, so. Chapter 74. The counterattack of the caged beasts previously aboard the vessel due to the upgrade of the intelligent core. As a diligent steward, it naturally undertook a comprehensive review of the data accumulated thus far, simultaneously organizing the chaotic information often carelessly inputted by Jiang. Within the lexicon of Azure Lane, the upgraded intelligent core did not overlook the peculiar connection between the sirens and the ship girls. The ship girls of the primordial world were naturally born, devoid of any mental cubes or construction machines. They awakened from the remnants of ancient vessels. Furthermore, regarding the Orochi project, it directly awakened ship girls from ships. Yet the manufactured warships required not only specific attributes in their hull composition, but also the potential to give rise to ship girls. In essence, this meant enhancing the success rate of their construction. Crafting a divine weapon entails not just unique materials, but also a template. What could serve better as material than the remnants of a vessel that has long existed, embodying human longing? Given Akaji's temperament, she would undoubtedly spare no effort in enhancing her sister's resurrection success rate. The optimal choice would naturally be the remains of the Amaji. What Jiang observed affirmed the validity of this theory. The remnants of prototype vessels indeed possessed some irreplaceable qualities. This implies that the specified construction of ship girls is undoubtedly feasible. Intelligent core, what is your assessment of our chances? With a profound gaze, Jiang mentally inquired while tirelessly gathering unique materials. According to the birth method of ship girls in the primordial world, it could be assured that the probability of successfully constructing specified ship girls would exceed 90%. Please do not question my deductive abilities. Previously, there was a lack of awakened autonomy, leading to a waste of resources. Captain, henceforth, you may trust the research to me for the time being. The confident mechanical voice of the intelligent core resonated. Jiang nodded, her movements growing more vigorous. Alas, nearly all the vessels here belong to the Sakura faction. Nonetheless, perhaps in the future, there will be opportunities to acquire the remnants of other ship girls' prototype vessels. At that moment, Jiang's busy hands suddenly halted, her piercing gaze shooting from her eyes as she sharply turned her head toward the entrance of the museum. They have arrived rather swiftly, however. It seems I have gathered almost everything I need. Once I deal with these scent-trailing hounds, I can depart. With this thought, Jiang cast a glance at Eugen, imbued with a sense of deadly intent. Eugen understood perfectly. The two found a concealed spot and melted into the shadows, waiting patiently. Under the cloak of night, several dark figures infiltrated the museum, without a whisper escaping their lips. Elsewhere, Su Lu and the others received the alert issued by Jiang, their expressions grave. However, they quickly regained composure, proceeding to their predetermined ambush locations, raising their repaired weapons, and aiming toward the thoroughfare. Come on, this hiding and seeking is suffocating. Who is the prey? Now I hold the reins. Meanwhile, the unexpected guests engaged in hushed exchanges over their communication devices. I, along with Jitai and another companion, proceeded to confront the escort in the rear, while the others dealt with the trio of trainees. Hey, Captain, everyone, exercise caution. Those 3 trainees are far from the feeble commanders one might expect. and there are also over a dozen ship girls. Rest assured, Captain, no matter how formidable they may seem, they are merely students. As for the ship girls, they cannot harm humans and thus pose no real threat. Let us not be complacent, Wei Zhou. Even the weakest destroyer girl, upon witnessing the death of her commander, would resort to mutual destruction with us. He chuckled. This mission prioritizes capture. Should there be any resistance, I trust you know what to do. Now, let us not keep our little rabbits waiting. Beneath the gritty voice lay an atmosphere thick with bloodshed. Hey, for the Sakura Empire. The fervent and frenzied response concluded the last communication. At last, the execution team split into two factions. One proceeded toward Jiangjiang, while the other ventured into the domain guarded by Su Lu and her companions. At this moment, Su Lu and her allies anxiously gazed toward the dimly lit corner ahead. Even the most spirited among them, Lu Yang, stood at the ready. With a bazooka, repaired by Ingram, resting on her shoulder, she aimed at the corner. A peculiar clattering sound emerged from nowhere, yet the source remained elusive. Damn it, where are they? The situation of hearing but not seeing left Su Lu and her companions in a state of agitation. Suddenly, all the ship girls raised their heads in unison. Being ship girls, their senses were far more acute than those of Su Lu and her friends, particularly attuned to the disturbances from above. The timid little swan instinctively readied her anti-aircraft gun. Commander, above. The trio responded by looking up, only to behold several dark figures leaping amidst an array of large exhibits suspended from the ceiling, rapidly approaching their hiding spot. There was no time for hesitation. Lu Yang gritted her teeth, her fierce gaze reminiscent of a cornered beast. She lifted the bazooka, aimed at a rough position, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Under the cloak of darkness, a searing tongue of fire erupted. An aging rocket, having waited patiently, finally fulfilled its purpose. Boom! The projectile crashed violently into a suspended exhibit, engulfing it in flames, along with the enemies above. The violently swaying rigging snapped, and the burning mass, along with the cloaked figures, plummeted to the ground. Sparks flying in all directions. Bakayuru, why do these trainees possess heavy weaponry? The intelligence was erroneous. This is an ancient artifact from the museum. How can it still be operational? The situation had altered. The highest alert was declared. Everyone, launch an all-out assault, regardless of the consequences. Caught off guard, the execution team hastily retreated to avoid becoming targets. After all, aside from the ship girls themselves, even the commander remained oblivious to the unexpected talents possessed by their own ship girls. The execution team, with their limited understanding of the ship girls, had suffered a significant intelligence blunder right from the outset. In an instant, the seemingly harmless little rabbit transformed into a bomb-laden figure reminiscent of a character from a game, unleashing a torrent of explosives without restraint. Su Lu and her companions, driven to the brink, faced the overwhelming pressure of impending doom from their adversaries. Yearning desperately for an outlet, echoes of Jiang Zhang's admonitions reverberated in their minds. Strike where it hurts, for the sake of your ship girls. Mercy towards enemies is but cruelty to oneself. There is no need for moral considerations with such foes. Resolute in their actions, they unleashed their fury. Nuclear obliteration. Purify the world. Su Lu continuously hurled homemade bombs crafted by Tang Xi using several makeshift launchers. These bizarre contraptions, fashioned from readily available materials, were met with trepidation even by the executioners. Boom! The wall at the corner collapsed dramatically, revealing black-clad figures who had taken refuge behind it. Among them was Lu Hai, who had been consciously assaulting the wall with thrown explosives. In the wake of the reckless bombardment, the museum sank deeper into ruin. The black-clad figures, sent reeling by the shockwave, struggled to rise, only to be engulfed once more by the flames that clung to them like a parasite. Their formidable combat prowess was rendered futile, reduced to a desperate flight under the relentless onslaught of firepower. However, with the ship girls pinpointing their positions, the bombardment relentlessly pursued them, marking a decisive shift in power dynamics. The museum trembled slightly, the exhibits swaying precariously as flames spread uncontrollably, consuming all in their path. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhang's group was jolted by the thunderous cacophony. The captain of the black-clad figures wore a grave expression, astonished by the unforeseen obstacles to their mission. This was a miscalculation. They needed to resolve the situation swiftly. As the black-clad group advanced cautiously, the atmosphere around Jiang Zhang's side grew eerily silent. contrasting starkly with the chaos on Su Lu's side. In the dimly lit wreckage of the memorial hall, a figure surged forth from the shadows. Gunfire erupted as several black-clad assailants fired without hesitation, yet the bullets seemed to inflict no harm. Upon encountering the man donning a rabbit mask, the captain of the black-clad figures decisively abandoned his firearm, drawing a short blade and aiming for the intruder's chest with a forceful swing. Before the eyes of the gathered onlookers, the glinting edge pierced through the intruder's torso. Huh, a decoy. Be careful. ZZZZ. Ugh. Chapter 75. The advancing rabbit bandit, the captain of the dark-clad figures, swiftly turned to the side, only to glimpse a shadow that seemed to vaporize into the air. On the ground lay an unconscious comrade, drooling and twitching. The others immediately formed a defensive formation, encircling the injured. The captain crouched down to assess the condition of the fallen comrade, detecting a burnt odor and a charred mark on the neck. It was an electric shock. Listening to the man's heartbeat, the captain evaluated Zhang's perilous state. While not fatal, it aimed to induce shock. The technique was deft, a single blow to incapacitate, nimble in movements, and skilled in misdirection. It seemed that amidst the rabbit den, a cunning old rabbit had infiltrated, all gathered in a circle, illuminating the shadows on the ground with their flashlights. Upon witnessing their own moving shadows, they opened fire. The target was a seasoned adversary, one not to be underestimated. The capture plan was abandoned, and they prepared to engage seriously. The remaining dark figures set aside their disdain, obeying orders, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Their weapons always directed outward. The beams of their flashlights pierced through the vast exhibition hall, but against such magnitude, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Darkness remained the prevailing theme. Yet, in the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures erupted like white flames from the void. The overwhelming number momentarily stunned the three dark-clad individuals, their eyes widening in disbelief. In the following second, men adorned with rabbit masks simultaneously assumed a charging stance. Then, they surged forth. There were no sounds of footsteps, no rustle of air against garments. They approached like phantoms, adorned with a hint of snowy distortion, rushing towards the three. Captain, what should we do? There are too many. The ground behind us is blocked. Stay calm. Open fire. At that moment, the three, surrounded by innumerable figures, transformed from hunters into trapped beasts. The captain, driven by desperation, thought, if they could not distinguish, then shoot them all. Just as the three began to raise their weapons, unleashing a torrent of gunfire, they failed to notice a dark object concealed in the shadows above them. The intelligence terminal. The terminal gently adjusted its position, and in the blink of an eye, it plummeted vertically. Accelerating, it descended from several meters high in an instant. Have you ever seen the thunderous imprint of electric light? The intelligence terminal struck unerringly at the nape of one dark figure, followed by a crackling sound. The unfortunate soul trembled and collapsed instantly. What? Jitai-kun. Upon witnessing their comrade fall without warning, the two remaining figures were filled with dread, their gunfire inadvertently ceasing. With the terminal's sudden engagement, a crisp sound echoed in the tranquil exhibition hall. In the previous moment, the two had been in agony. Now, they turned on a dime, firing a volley at a shadowy figure. Clang, clang, clang. They hit their target, and the two broke into jubilant smiles. However, they quickly realized that the sound was amiss. They observed the bullets striking the unmoving figure as if they had collided with an invisible wall of air, sparks flying mere centimeters away from the pale rabbit mask. Listening to the melodious clanging of metal, the two stood there, bewildered. The commander is truly excessive. Unable to launch an offensive, I am relegated to the role of bait. In the next moment, amidst the dimness, the air in front of that peculiar silhouette began to distort, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Two menacing steel dragons materialized from thin air. The two dazed individuals beheld the dancing iron serpents before the figure adorned with a rabbit mask, and a sudden spark of realization ignited within them. Yet, it was too late. A deep, frigid voice whispered ominously in their ears. Sayonara, ZZZZ. Bang bang. Just before the captain of the black-clad figures succumbed to unconsciousness, he strained to lift his gaze towards the indistinct figure. You never left? Have you been here all along? Jiang observed the captain's futile attempts to glare at him, an eyebrow arched in amusement. Oh, you dare to glare at me? Wait, is he still conscious? A finishing blow is imperative. Another crackling sound reverberated, and the captain of the black-clad figures blissfully closed his eyes. At that moment, the cacophony from the other side also ceased. Su Lu and her companions, surrounded by the fleet girls, arrived at the ruins, clutching several truths in their hands. Tentatively, they tossed another one, and with a resounding thud, silence ensued, confirming their safety. Relieved, Su Lu and her companions exhaled deeply, ignoring the fleet girls' protests. They insisted on leaving them behind while they ventured forth to investigate. After all, the unfolding scene might not be suitable for younger audiences. The trio rummaged through the rubble, ultimately unearthing a tattered figure from the Sakura Empire, visibly enraged. They dragged him out, disregarding the others, and retreated to a secure location with their captive. After binding him securely, they splashed water on his face to rouse him. The Sakura operative, upon surveying the situation, defiantly turned his head and closed his eyes, adopting an expression of unwavering resistance. "Speak. Who are you? How did you find this place? What does the Sakura Empire intend to do?" Su Lu initiated the interrogation with a fierce reprimand, despite the dim-wittedness of Ayako. The Sakura captive maintained a defiant demeanor, provoking Su Lu to bare her teeth and attempt to strike him, only to be restrained by her fleet girl, Tennessee, who cradled her as one would a child. How can a mere captive act so arrogantly? Are you seeking death? Impulsive Lu Yang strode forward, seizing the captive by the neck. Where's the breach in your defenses? Ha! Ha! The Sakura captive remained unperturbed, taunting Lu Yang with a glint of madness in his eyes. You should be more concerned about that escort named Jiang. There has been no movement. I suspect he doesn't possess your soil bombs. Ha ha! What did you say? Lu Yang, incensed, advanced with a punch. What has happened to Brother Jiang? Speak. Calm down, Yangzi. Brother Jiang is not one to easily fall into peril. Our priority must be to locate him, Lu Hai interjected, holding Lu Yang back with a rational plea. Indeed, we must, Lu Yang began, but his words were interrupted by a familiar voice that resonated, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of tap-tap, bang, tap-tap, bang. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Jiang and Ogun emerged from the shadows, with Jiang gripping a rope in hand. You, how are you unharmed? What about the captain and the others? In stark contrast to Su Lu and her companions, the captives bound on the ground wore expressions of sheer terror as they gazed at the smiling Jiang, a foreboding sense washing over them. Behold here, Jiang exclaimed, forcefully swinging the rope, revealing 4 hapless figures resembling candied hawthorn skewers, strung together. Each bore various injuries, the result of their tumultuous journey filled with relentless collisions. Ha ha, we truly underestimated you. The onlooker, witnessing the pitiful state of the 4, finally succumbed to despair, his eyes brimming with resentment. Who provided the intel? The trainees? The novice escorts? Suddenly, a series of chimes resonated from the captain of the black-clad men. Jiang bent down to investigate, discovering a communicator. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Hai and Lu Yang, and the two approached to cover the only remaining conscious black-clad individual. Upon pressing the connection button, a cold voice emanated. This is Shintong, Team 8 reporting. Why have you failed to provide timely updates? Upon hearing the transmission, Jiang surveyed her companions, then picked up the communicator, her tone laced with uncertainty. Moses, it's possible we forgot to recharge our credits, resulting in a lack of signal? Su Lu and the others responded with astonishment. LLL, Shintong. Chapter 76. A great commotion observing Jiang's serious demeanor. Su Lu and the others felt a lump of frustration lodged in their throats. It is no surprise that Jiang, whether referred to as Brother Jiang or Jianggo, always defies convention in the face of adversaries who are evidently in charge. Did you not notice that under Jiang's earnest retort, the communicator on the other end fell silent for quite some time? Perhaps she was confirming whether her phone was charged. This is a radio communicator. It requires no such trivialities. I assume you are. Wait, I picked up this iron contraption outside the Honglang gate. You shan't attempt to deceive me. I shall not hesitate to alert the authorities. Jiang's interruption of the composed voice on the other end painted a vivid picture of a timid young man fearful of confrontation. Su Lu and the others were astounded by Jiang's performance. Yet, why was it at Hong? The expressions on Su Lu and the others revealed their intense frustration, particularly the captive from the Sakura Empire, whose eyes were ablaze with indignation. How dare you tarnish our reputation? This is utterly shameless. For an extended period, silence reigned on the other end. After several confirmations, once it was established that their execution department was located in a museum rather than a charity organization for wayward girls, a cool, gritted voice finally broke the stillness. Please refrain from mocking us further, otherwise. Ah, help. Officer, I am being threatened. Repeatedly interrupted by Jiang Jiang. Even the usually composed voice could no longer maintain its decorum. Enough. With a sharp rebuke, the voice launched into a rapid-fire barrage of words, granting Jiang Jiang no opportunity to interject. I know you are the protector of Dong Huang, Jiang Jiang. All ports have been sealed. Surrender at once. For someone of your caliber. Ah, so you are aware, are you? TSK, such a lack of humor. How dull. Jiang Jiang seized the opportunity to interject once more, dancing perilously close to recklessness. Be silent. A sound akin to a snapping fan emanated from the other end, indicating that the voice had finally lost its composure. Do not attempt any clever tricks. Our surveillance is all-encompassing, and we have already grasped the movements of a significant number of your group. So, it appears that the suspicion arose due to a large gathering being captured on surveillance? Jiang Jiang's mind raced as she swiftly analyzed the exposure process. I must admit, your proficiency in Sakura language is commendable. However, every member of the execution department is under surveillance, so do not expect the escort fleet to. Understood, I will not repeat this mistake. Farewell. Having grasped the situation, Jiang Jiang unhesitatingly terminated the communication, silencing the voice. Brother Jiang, what shall we do now? The group wore expressions of concern. According to the voice, wherever they fled, the omnipresent surveillance would capture them on the streets. There is no need for identification. Should they see a gathering, particularly with a predominance of women, they will dispatch personnel to investigate, ensuring a swift capture. Yet, in the face of their concerns, Jiang Jiang remained unconvinced. What to do? Charge forth, of course. Jiang Jiang cast a withering gaze upon the crowd. Why did we flee before? Because rushing out could not guarantee the safety of our commander. But now? Jiang Jiang spread her hands, gesturing for Su Lu and the others to observe their surroundings. Behold, an armored vehicle, a colossal beast clad in thick steel from head to tail. There's even a tank. With such assets, what more could we possibly require? When impoverished, one infiltrates the enemy's rear. When affluent, one crushes with overwhelming firepower. If evasion is impossible, then let us not shy away. Moreover, do you think that only our ship girls are incapable of attacking humans? The Sakura faction is also. Well, aside from a few dangerous individuals, the vast majority are. This implies. Su Lu and her companion's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing Jiang Jiang's words. Their spirits shifted from despair to hope, then to a mushroom cloud of determination. The real concern should be the Sakura side, such a grave situation. They would undoubtedly strive to contain it. Otherwise, the civilians would surely revolt. But for us, the more chaos, the better. We must inform others from different factions to create turmoil, thus distracting the Sakura forces and weakening their grip. Equality exists only upon the edge of a blade. Truth resides solely amid the roar of cannon fire. As Eastern Huangs, I trust you comprehend this. Equality exists only upon the edge of a blade. Truth resides solely amid the roar of cannon fire. The trio murmured, their resolve solidified. Su Lu and the others no longer lingered for orders. They dispersed with their ship girls. Time was of the essence, and the next wave of enemies would surely arrive soon, so they needed to act swiftly, taking whatever they could carry. Jiang Ge, what are you doing? Lu Yang, busy with her tasks, noticed Jiang Jiang wandering around with a cube, marking the walls. Me? I'm preparing a grand surprise for Sakura. Jiang Jiang, listening to the reports from the intelligence terminal, marked an X on the wall. Scanning complete. Critical point identified. Please mark. 5 minutes later, an armored vehicle led the charge, shattering the glass doors as it sped away with Su Lu and her group in a determined direction. Jiang Jiang watched their retreating figures before turning to Yujin, saying, "We cannot strike at them, but let us blow up the building instead." Yujin shot a sidelong glance at her mischievous commander. They had already attacked their people and seized their belongings, and now she wanted to demolish their property as well. Nevertheless, the mere thought was quite exhilarating. Yujin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed. Raising both hands, 2 steel dragons poised, she gathered her energy. Boom! The searing shells struck precisely at the critical point Jiang Jiang had marked on the wall. The thunderous roar became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The museum, already teetering on the brink of collapse, finally crumbled with a resounding crash. Jiang surveyed the half-destroyed museum before her, silently appraising the scene. Truly, she was a girl of iron and blood. When action was required, she did not hesitate. No dragging of feet, she acted decisively. Very well, Eugen. Let us seek out some other amusements, while simultaneously drawing attention to our rabbit strike teams. Jiang donned Bismarck's exterior, giving a thumbs up to the lingering camera at the entrance, flashing a bright smile that was quite peculiar. Hee, to what extent could this be delightful? I am indeed looking forward to it. As Eugen spoke, he gracefully glided over to Jiang Simac's side. Then, with an astonishing swiftness, he clasped Bismarck's thigh and neck, disregarding Jiang's protests, and pulled him into an embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Jiang struggled fiercely, yet could not escape Eugen's expansive embrace. Hee, this is the reward I desire. I have long wished to do this, especially with the commander's face being so tempting to tease. Now, Commander, please remain still. It will be quicker this way. Do you think I am one to waste time? You, MMPH. Ultimately, Eugen executed a swift maneuver, rendering Jiang incapable of resistance. The agile figure thus vanished into the alley, leaving behind a half-destroyed museum, disheveled in the wind. Simultaneously, the cadets in every corner of 107th Street received a message, based on the current situation. Therefore, since the Sakura Empire wishes to keep this under wraps, for the sake of truth, we have an obligation. In summary, it can be distilled into one phrase: stir up trouble. Stir up trouble. And again, stir up trouble. All tactical operations are to be restructured. At this moment, whether it be the regal knight elegantly polishing his western sword before a pile of fallen dark-clad figures, the bloodied Iris Liberty cadet surrounded and beset, or the white eagle marauder fleeing in panic, all were involuntarily drawn to the sight of their charming comrade, who bore a look of self-reproach for being unable to assist, anxiously concerned for their commander's condition, or perhaps gleaming with hope, or even smiling with a gradually twisted demeanor. All manner of shamelessly desperate creatures, driven to the brink, unleashed chaos upon the Sakura Empire. Everyone was stirred into action. Chapter 77. Each displays their power, my Lord Shint. A dire situation has arisen. In Area 3, the White Eagle targets have destroyed a row of Torii gates. My Lord Shint, over here as well, an office building has been set ablaze by the Liberty Iris. In Area 1, 3 chain stores. The makeshift command center has witnessed a disconcerting transformation in the reports from the execution team. What once detailed the discovery of targets and the fervent pursuit has devolved into accounts of explosions, chaos, and arson, inciting panic and complaints. The once ruthless and cold-blooded organization has morphed into a mere complaint center akin to the Cherry Blossom 10086. The stark contrast has left Shint with a throbbing headache for the first time. As a renowned strategist of the Cherry Blossom, Shint holds the dual titles of Chief of the Command Center and Deputy Chief of the Execution Department. Having never encountered such a scene, Shint finds herself flustered. Even her ever-present fan has been misplaced in the turmoil. Divide the 3rd Squadron, dispatch half to assist the police in evacuating the crowds. These lunatics, launching a fireworks party with naval guns atop the Torii gates. Do they not fear being blown to pieces? Immediately contact the nearest fire brigade. Everyone must stay to extinguish the flames. What? They refuse? Is the life of the surrounding residents less significant than pursuing targets? Do I need to spell it out? There is no time. Send the 7th Squadron to rescue the people. What? They cannot pass. The crowd is fleeing? What a travesty. Which scoundrel threw herring cans onto the road? Are they even human? Shint's once serene demeanor has vanished completely. The large foxtail behind her bristles with fury. It is clear to Shint that this chaos stems from a blatant disregard for her territory, leading to reckless destruction. They seem to exploit her restraint and caution, turning their disadvantage in this unfamiliar battleground into an unbridled advantage. My Lord Shint, the 9th Squadron has returned from the museum, but the report faltered as the messenger hesitated. But what? Is the person no longer present, the Ancient Eagle? Shint struggled to contain her irritation and spoke with gravity. Yes. As you suspected, my Lord Shint, however, the Ancient Eagle hesitated, ultimately leaving behind an object before hastily retreating. It would be best for you to see for yourself. I have other tasks to attend to. Shint, perplexed, picked up the monitoring recorder left by the Ancient Eagle and inserted it for reading. 3 minutes later, she beheld a peculiar and infuriating visage. As if it were taunting her, your museum is no more. Jiang, how dare you demolish the largest museum in all of Cherry Blossom? We will not let this matter rest. In a moment of rage, Shint erupted, her tail thrashing wildly, embodying a frenzied fox spirit. My Lord Shint, a grave matter. Lord Nagato and Lord Mikasa are awaiting you outside. Crash. The sound of something shattering echoed through the air. At this juncture, every faction is exerting their utmost capabilities to undermine the execution department of the Cherry Blossom, employing an array of bizarre tactics to create chaos and ensnare the cloaked figures in ludicrous predicaments. For instance, at this moment, the 7th Squad is pursuing the royal entourage, tracing the remnants left by the royal students and the footage captured by surveillance. They once again located the position of the royal competitors. However, what lay before them was a scene that left them utterly aghast. The royal group, whom they had been chasing, abruptly lowered their heads and dashed into a lane awash with shades of pink. In the realm of Sakura, beyond the renowned entertainment quarters, there exists a unique profession. Whenever a woman, weary from the tumult of the world, seeks solace, regardless of her age, she may choose to become a weaver in search of her celestial lover, which may be one or multiple. At this moment, the black-clad figures found themselves confronted with a gathering of numerous lovers and weavers, a celestial bridge indeed. Ultimately, the captain of the 7th Squad gritted his teeth and commanded the pursuit to continue, causing the group of men to become the focal point amidst the crowd, while the royal faction enjoyed an unobstructed passage under the protection of their ship girls. Captain, is it truly necessary to venture this way? Although our royal ship girls are often the subject of jest, it is akin to the scandal of Aunt Mary. The innocent shall remain untainted. Potter gazed at Jason with a mix of despair and incredulity as the surrounding gazes, filled with either surprise or envy, left him at a loss for words. Very well. Watch closely, I shall prove my point. Captain, they have entered as well. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes blinking in astonishment at Jason, who had previously spoken with such conviction. What do you mean by this? Oh my heavens. Are you questioning me? Very well. Let me demonstrate the techniques I learned from Jiang. Jason's face flushed crimson as he took a deep breath, grounding himself, and then exclaimed, Run. The officials are here for a surprise inspection. Upon this utterance, everyone present seemed to have been pressed by an invisible pause button. Whether it was Potter and his companions or the black-clad figures who had just brandished their credentials to clear a path, all were taken aback by Jason's clumsy command in Sakura dialect. Over there, he shouted, gesturing towards the black-clad figures before turning to flee. It must be said, though Jason's command of the Sakura language was far from proficient, the impact was instantaneous. Passers-by turned their attention towards the black-clad figures, particularly their credentials, leaving the latter in a dilemma, whether to lower their documents or hold them aloft. After a few seconds of silence, the street erupted like oil in boiling water. Chaos ensued. Screams and shouts reverberated through the air, creating an utterly tumultuous scene. Regardless of their status, everyone inside surged onto the street, rushing outward. The black-clad individuals attempted to intervene, but were met with brutal resistance. Bang! The 7th Squad's captain, unable to bear it any longer, fired a warning shot into the sky, finally quelling the unrest. Everyone, exit in an orderly fashion. Did you not hear the previous air raid siren? Return home at once. Under the threat of the firearm, the extravagantly dressed women and men quietly and orderly withdrew. Yet, as the black-clad figures looked closely, there was no sign of the royal entourage. Oh, Captain, are we not being attacked? Potter hesitated, his eyes conveying all that needed to be said. Very well, I acknowledge that this is indeed not ideal. However, I have come to understand something in these past few days. Jason, with a serious demeanor, spoke in a resonant tone. The capabilities of a knight are limited. The more one strives to uphold justice and protect those they cherish, the more justice falters due to unforeseen circumstances, unless one transcends the very essence of knighthood. Thus, Captain, you, my dear Jiang, he has imparted a crucial lesson to me. A commander must not exhibit bravery, nor should even a hint of chivalry accompany them into battle. Jason's complexion flushed, and his tone grew fervent. Suddenly, at the corner, he pivoted sharply, thrusting the sword in his hand, only to encounter an insurmountable obstacle. A concealed figure clad in black, grinning maliciously, seized the sword. Dressed in bomb-proof attire, the opponent rendered Jason's blade ineffectual. Your sword is of no use, knight. Bam! A resounding blow struck the black-clad figure's helmet, sending a violent jolt through him, dimming his vision. The helmet provided protection, yet, bam, bam, bam. In the end, Jason stood panting before the unconscious adversary, clutching a steel bench leg. Surrounded by scattered debris and the remnants of his sword. Calmly, he returned the bench leg to his ship girl, as if the ferocious assault he had just unleashed had been the act of another. Turning to his astonished comrades, he proclaimed, "Behold, this is the essence I have gleaned from Mr. Jiang. A commander must embody vigilance, cunning, boundless tenacity, and unprincipled resolve. Do you understand?" Porter and the others, initially dazed, began to nod slowly, their expressions gradually transforming into ones of enlightenment. Jiang. He, she, they, he slanders me. I did not. I am not. Do not speak such nonsense. Chapter 78. The situation escalates. The departure of Kaga thus. It is, regarding Nagato and Lady Mikasa. I merely stated that it was a rebellion among the students of various factions, and we were dispatched to rectify the chaos and detain these terrorists. Shintong spoke respectfully to the white-haired woman before her, completely devoid of the earlier disarray, as she regained her composure and resumed her rightful capabilities. I have mobilized personnel from other departments and expedited the evacuation of the crowd. However, due to the anime convention and the initial collapse of the low-rise building, the area has swelled to 5 times its normal capacity. To completely clear it, additional time will be required. Another issue is, Shintong paused momentarily, organizing her thoughts. The desperate struggles of those students have caused significant trouble. Not only has it intensified the pressure on us to suppress public opinion, but it has also resulted in substantial losses. Shintong displayed the current conditions of each faction on a nearby screen. The royal faction continues to rampage through sensitive areas, while the White Eagles advance with ferocity, and the Free Iris faction remains the lightest. After successfully escaping the encirclement of the black-clad individuals post-arson, the members of Free Iris have been hiding in hotels or plazas, employing their own romantic tactics to attract passers-by and hinder their pursuers. And what of the Dongwang faction? Kaga's eyes revealed no warmth, her indifferent tone resembling an inquiry directed at an inconsequential entity. This? Shintong hesitated. Kaga's snow-white brows furrowed, the chilling aura palpable even through the screen. Please take a look. Shintong, not daring to be negligent, pointed, causing all monitoring windows on the display to vanish, leaving just one. In the footage, an armored vehicle rampaged down the street, followed distantly by an old tank. In defiance of the Enforcement Division's encirclement, it barreled forth. The firearms wielded by the black-clad individuals merely clanged against the heavy exterior, producing only a sharp metallic sound without any effect. Instead, they were relentlessly pursued by Su Lu and others. The confrontation had transformed from a capture operation into a defensive battle. The audacity of this terrorist attack was evident to the onlookers. Some fled in panic, seeking refuge in buildings, while others, instead of fleeing, took advantage of the chaos to loot, with some even capturing the scene and posting it online. The disturbances caused by the Dongwang targets were the most significant. They rampaged through the area, distributing acquired weapons among other students. Among them, the members of Free Iris had already received firepower support. Our Enforcement Division members were equipped solely with light weaponry, and the situation had not been anticipated at the onset of the operation, leaving the ship girls unable to intervene. The scene fell into silence as Kaga observed the chaotic streets and the disarrayed Enforcement Division, remaining silent. One person is still missing, that Jiang. Bang, 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 boom. A series of thunderous sounds resonated from afar. The shockwave spread, even reaching Shintong, who sensed the tremor. What is happening? Immediately investigate. Shintong, disregarding all decorum, seized her communicator and spoke rapidly. Moments later, a trembling voice emanated from the communicator. Master Shin, after preliminary confirmation, most public facilities, from fire hydrants to public restrooms, have been utterly destroyed. The explosives were the gas canisters stolen from nearby stores, along with flammable and explosive items from convenience stores. The report was tinged with a quavering tone, gradually giving way to despair. Without these resources, our efficiency in cleaning up the aftermath left by the targets is severely hampered, and the residents are on the brink of madness. Public opinion is spiraling out of control. Master Shin's complexion turned pale, her delicate hands clenching tightly before falling dejectedly. That cunning demon, unlike the aimless randomness of other trainees, This series of explosions was undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated and professional assault. Lord Kaga, I will take charge. What? My lord, you. Leave the troublesome pests to me. With that, Kaga terminated the communication, leaving Shint in stunned silence. Given Lord Kaga's temperament, she would likely. Realizing this, Shint swiftly grasped the communicator once more, exclaiming, "Evacuate the crowd immediately and activate the broadcast. Instruct everyone to seek refuge in the nearest buildings. Notify everyone. Lord Kaga has personally intervened. Cooperate fully with her. Where is Aoba?" What? Aoba has gone to the shrine. That coward. Never mind. If we can't suppress it, let's swiftly bring this farce to an end. At this moment, Yujin held Jiang close, standing before a familiar building. Even though it was deep into the night, several rooms were still brightly lit within the structure, an institute Jiang had previously visited. Currently, the attention from the Sakura faction should be focused on the recent explosions, thus momentarily overlooking this location. Jiang wriggled free from Yujin's reluctant grasp, her gaze fervently fixed on the third floor of the institute. The commander is truly overstepping. Blowing up a subway entrance was one thing, but even public restrooms are not spared. And to provoke under the watchful eyes of cameras, passers-by have captured it all. Yujin teased with a playful smile. Cough, cough, cough. It's not like I had anything left to see. I merely demonstrated the virtue of frugality. Besides, you were the one who detonated with such enthusiasm. I almost doubted your identity as a ship girl. Or is it that the Iron Blood ship girls are all like this? In response to Jiang's inquiry, Yujin closed the distance between them, pressing tightly against her, presenting yet another mental challenge. That's because I knew about the commander even before my birth. My feelings for the commander are an all-encompassing sensation, radiating throughout my being. Yujin's teasing voice was irresistible. The commander is quite mischievous, marking me all over, ensuring that the first time I saw the commander, I would recognize him as the one and only. However, it seems that the commander is indeed a captivating man. Upon hearing the word mark, Jiang's momentarily wavering mind promptly cooled, and she summoned her intellect. Beep. Analysis complete. Captain, it seems you inadvertently entered your personal life information, resulting in. Upon hearing this, Jiang was left utterly bewildered. I wondered why. After the successful construction, the gaze directed at me differed from that of Beifa and her companions. To my surprise, my intention to enhance their prospects backfired. Wait, even the expression of the goddess appears somewhat amiss. Nonetheless, time is of the essence. I must focus on the present. Observing the gradual shift in Yujin's demeanor, Jiang promptly diverted the conversation, not pausing for Yujin's response as she made her way outside. Yujin, unperturbed, followed Jiang's retreating figure. Commander, I shall take my time too, she began, but Jiang, noticing the security personnel at the entrance, offered a slight smile and adjusted the projector. The image of Bismarck faded away, replaced by a familiar silhouette. Jiang Jiagaku was online. She naturally approached the entrance of the research institute. Meanwhile, due to the frequent upheavals and the abandonment of suppression, a torrent of public discourse surged onto the heavy Sakura network and spilled into the international arena. Various cries for help and curses, accompanied by hastily recorded videos, informed others of the chaos on Street 107. This included officials from various factions, such as a certain Iron Blood Persian cat who had remained silent for 10 minutes. Chapter 79. Reactions from all parties. A series of melodious laughter echoed. Yet amidst the delightful sounds, the stoic Bismarck remained expressionless. Who would have thought, Bismarck, that such a countenance would yield this effect? Chuckled Prince Eugen, the steadfast aide of the Iron Chancellor, reveling in the moment. Although aware of the ruse, witnessing his old companion display such an expression was simply irresistible. Before them lay an enormous screen, illuminating a video procured from the internet. The footage, evidently captured by a passerby from the Sakura Empire, interspersed with incessant chatter in their native tongue, revealed a figure all too familiar to Bismarck and Prince Eugen. The individual was shouldering a gas canister and carrying a bag filled with bottles of insecticide. They watched as Bismarck, brimming with fervor, stormed into a public restroom, only to emerge moments later empty-handed. He then glanced up at the camera mounted on a nearby utility pole, flashed a thumbs up, and offered a smile that glimmered in the streetlight. The absurdity of the scene elicited further laughter from Eugen. This Bismarck, after every explosion, finds the nearest camera to smile politely, as if to say, "Your fire hydrant is gone, Your public restroom is gone. However, Eugen's mirth abruptly ceased. A figure strikingly similar to him appeared on the screen, pressing a button. Regardless of Bismarck's struggles, she forcibly embraced him, and with a powerful kick, they vanished from sight. Moments later, a cacophony of explosions erupted, culminating in the collapse of the restroom depicted in the footage. Bismarck, silent, manipulated the large screen to peruse additional data. It was evident that, despite a few seconds' discrepancy, all explosions were indeed detonated simultaneously, initiated when the woman pressed the triggering device. Turning to Eugen, his cold, blue feline eyes bore into her, demanding, "Do you have something to say?" Eugen, nonchalantly shifting her gaze, retorted, "What? Are you yearning for a hug from me?" Bismarck, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "What I inquired was whether that woman is a ship girl. If so, the Eugen class would have too, wouldn't it?" This outcome was anticipated long ago, she replied dismissively. "All ship girls of the same name will eventually manifest. It is merely a matter of timing and circumstance." Bismarck pondered in silence. According to the Observer, it should not be. Moreover, why not mention that Bismarck? She too could potentially be a ship. "Silence!" exclaimed Eugen, her teasing gaze meeting the flustered expression of the Persian cat, her eyes glimmering with a mix of embarrassment and menace. Observing Bismarck swiftly revert to her indifferent demeanor before turning away with a hurried gait, I couldn't help but feel amused. Such a rarity. However, if that Eugen were to have such a commander, she would undoubtedly be far happier than I. Meanwhile, on Hood's side, a three-way conversation was unfolding with Yat's son and Queen Elizabeth. Hood, with a peculiar expression, gazed at the video of the eccentric Bismarck, her finely shaped lips twitching slightly. Queen Elizabeth, on the other hand, was doubled over in laughter, resembling a bent sprout, both straight and curvy, eliciting a resigned look from Belfast beside her. Who would have thought Bismarck could exhibit such expressions? "Quick, save this video. I must relish it 10 times daily. Your Majesty, might I suggest a moment of decorum?" With a wave of her hand, Elizabeth composed herself, addressing Hood. "Are you certain that Bismarck is indeed Jiang?" At this remark, Yat's son turned her attention as well. Well, Hood eased her facial expression and explained with measured calmness. "First, we did not encounter his presence among Su Lu and the others. As for the White Eagle and the Liberty Iris, I believe Jiang has no reason to assist them. To my knowledge, he is a character who values money over allegiance. Regarding the royal faction, although their behavior is peculiar, we have not detected his involvement." The truth became quite evident. Despite the odd situation on the royal side, where a seemingly cohesive group possessed individual stools, the students were faring well enough, at least without losses. Having confirmed the safety of the students' lives, there was no need to tread cautiously. Disengage stealth protocols and advance at full speed. Our support must arrive before they can no longer endure. Her gentle voice was imbued with resilience. The others nodded in agreement, relieved by the situation on the Sakura side. They then ended the communication to relay this information to the fleet. Hood stepped onto the deck, surrounded by the Azure Sea, and sighed, "Such a significant upheaval. I fear the hearts of the people have already dispersed the depth of this sentiment, perhaps only she comprehended." At the Sakura Research Institute, Jiang had successfully bypassed the entrance, greeted warmly by the security personnel. Not only did they allow him entry, but they also encouraged him to take whatever he wished from their belongings. Touched by their kindness, Jiang felt compelled to bestow a Jiang-style massage upon the two gentlemen, who were now blissfully incapacitated on the floor. With Prince Eugen in tow, Jiang navigated effortlessly through the building. The first floor? Nothing of interest remained. The second? Cleared long ago. Finally, they arrived at the third floor. Excitedly rubbing his cognitive terminal, he thought, "Let me see what treasures lie here." Bounding up the stairs, he was greeted by an entire floor dedicated to research equipment. Even in the late hours of the night, the devices were still operational. This appeared to be a colossal data analysis hub. Jiang casually picked up a document from the table, titled Analysis Report on the Common Characteristics of the White Eagle Ship Daughters. TSK. These are all research data concerning the ship daughters from other factions. Jiang approached a massive computer where streams of densely packed data flowed across the screen. No wonder they couldn't be seen. It turned out they were engrossed in this work. There is also a countermeasure plan for each ship daughter. What is this? Jiang noticed a stack of documents with bold lettering on the cover. Humanoid Mass Production Ship Clone Project. Intelligent Core, you know what to do, right? Reporting progress on the decryption records. 35 of the data has been collected. Captain, please do not doubt my expertise. I have been diligently working on it. Such a teachable child, truly my excellent partner, perfectly in sync. At that moment, Jiang spotted a black device that stood out from the surrounding decor. It was a rectangular instrument featuring a large screen, projecting a miniature female figure at the top. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a blue annotation, White Eagle Ship Daughter Santiago, currently under concentrated analysis. Just as Jiang was scrutinizing the details, a man in a white lab coat emerged. Lord Keiko, what brings you here? Chapter 80. The Pursuit by Kago. Upon hearing this, Jiang's body stiffened momentarily before she quickly relaxed. Adopting the tone of Kikugo, she adjusted her illusory glasses and asserted, "You arrived just in time. We must immediately transfer vital documents, and thus, Lord Akaji has sent me to escort the materials." Kikugo spoke with an unflinching demeanor, an air of confidence enveloping her. "But I have not received any notice." The man hesitated, his gaze faltering under Kikugo's stern expression. "That is precisely why I have come personally. Surely, you have heard the rumors, right? Did you not hear the explosion just moments ago? There is no time to waste." Kikugo's brow furrowed, her tone laced with displeasure. "All right, I will organize it right away." The man's complexion paled. He believed Jiang's words. Being a seasoned researcher himself, he had his own channels for obtaining information and was aware of the turmoil that was unfolding that evening. Prioritize the transfer of physical documents that lack online backups. Everything else can be discarded. As she watched the researcher hastily depart, Jiang revealed a satisfied smile. This way, nothing would be overlooked. As time passed, piles of documents were placed before Jiang. She too remained diligent, swiftly reviewing the files from beginning to end. Of course, while she primarily focused on the reading, her intelligent terminal assisted in recording the information, a division of labor that was efficient and effective. "Phew, Lady Kikugo, everything is here." The researcher, exhausted from moving so many materials, was visibly worn out. "You've worked hard. You must be quite fatigued. Please, take a moment to rest." Kikugo offered a smile that seemed to hold a deeper meaning, leaving the man with an inexplicable sense of unease. "Lady Kikugo, zzz. Bang. The man collapsed, eyes rolling back, revealing the intelligent terminal hovering behind him. Jiang raised her hand, retracting the terminal. "Intelligent terminal. You seem to be becoming increasingly adept at this," she remarked. "Alas, your skills have surpassed mine. The captain is quite pleased. Thank you for the compliment. So, can we avoid sending me next time? I am a terminal, not a battery-operated brick." "Of course. The captain prides herself on being quite democratic," Jiang assured warmly. "Really? Based on what I know of you." The intelligent terminal flickered. Could it be that Jiang had undergone a transformation this past year? The terminal accessed its database for an accelerated analysis. "Indeed, next time you come will suffice," Jiang replied with an expression of fiery assurance. "I knew it." Just as Jiang cheerfully transferred the files to herself, Bai Ying's team encountered a crisis that threatened their very annihilation. Amidst the ruins of several damaged buildings, Bai Ying's trainees were bloodied and battered. Crimson stains marred their garments, and their respective ship girls lay either fallen or injured. Only 4 ship girls remained, trembling yet standing amidst the debris. "This is madness. That lunatic intends to kill us all. Damn, I thought we were the ones who had lost our minds. I never imagined she would disregard her own civilians. Didn't they say that the ship girls cannot harm humans? Be quiet. The pedestrians here have already been evacuated. Any noise will alert her. Do you wish for your ship girls to sink?" Just as a few were about to retort, a piercing sound sliced through the air, causing everyone to instinctively drop to the ground. A carrier-based aircraft soared past the shattered window of a building, seemingly on a reconnaissance mission. 5 minutes earlier, the students of the White Eagle were reveling in their mischief against the execution department, filled with arrogance. However, upon their arrival here, they sensed something amiss. Compared to their journey, the streets were eerily deserted, and even the black-clad pursuers who had been relentlessly tailing them had vanished, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. As they contemplated hastily finishing their task and fleeing this uncomfortable place, a series of deafening sonic booms nearly rendered them deaf. Then came the bombs, falling around them in a relentless barrage, the cacophony shaking their minds to a pulp. All the ship girls retaliated instantaneously, yet their efforts proved feeble. They could only escort their commander back into the building, seeking refuge from the indiscriminate bombardment. 5 minutes, merely 5 minutes. All the ship girls were wounded, and the students of the White Eagle were also injured by debris falling from the building. Now, this area lay in ruins, a landscape marred by devastation. Two buildings had the dubious honor of being the only structures not obliterated by outside forces that night. Justice and fairness only apply to the strong. The weak can only cower in corners and weep. Tap, tap, tap. The white Japanese-style socks wrapped around delicate ankles and fair calves, clacking rhythmically as they traversed the shattered concrete. The students of the White Eagle had shed their earlier bravado, now crouching behind cover alongside their ship girls, fearfully observing the enchanting figure emerging onto the streets. It was Kaga, the heavy aircraft carrier of the first air fleet of the Sakura Empire. In just 5 minutes, she had effortlessly dismantled all their fighting force, leaving them to languish amidst the ruins. Not coming out, Kaga revealed a chilling smile devoid of warmth, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Reminiscent of the days spent with Akagi wreaking havoc in the harbor. Gently extending her slender arm, her exquisite fingers waved with a flourish. Now, let you experience this fully. The roaring bombers soared directly above the building, while fighter jets unleashed gunfire into every conceivable hiding place within. This frenzied scene left everyone aghast. She intended to demolish the entire building. Run. This woman has gone mad. The students of the White Eagle and their ship girls, supporting one another, fled in panic, desperately seeking escape. Boom. The bombers had already released their payload. The entire structure shook, debris cascading down, causing the White Eagles to stumble multiple times. Yet they scrambled to their feet, not daring to lose a moment, and pushed themselves to flee. From the outside, the top of the building had already collapsed, disintegrating from above. In the fleeting moment when what once served as a refuge from attacks transformed into a tomb for those within, urgency gripped the hearts of the White Eagles. The ominous creaking of the ceiling behind them heralded its imminent collapse. With a decisive leap, they narrowly escaped the clutches of death before the building crumbled. Yet, before they could savor their narrow escape, a chilling voice pierced the air. Congratulations, you diligent children. You possess a value that has been utterly ravaged. So farewell. The faces of the White Eagles fell into despair as they beheld the silver-haired fox lady before them. Was this truly the end? At that moment, a series of beeping noises emanated from Kaga. She set aside her weapon, retrieved her communicator, and switched it on to listen. The White Eagles watched with trepidation as Kaga's expression shifted, and they faintly discerned an anxious voice from the device. What? Someone has breached the 3rd floor of the Research Institute. Who is it? A murderous aura surged from Kaga, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her oppressive presence magnified manifold compared to when she faced the White Eagle trainees. Jiang, it's you again. Damn pest. Seeking death. Like a vengeful spirit. Kaga spun around and leaped into the waiting aircraft, hurtling toward a singular destination. The secrets of the Research Institute must be destroyed. No one else could claim them. All that remained was a furious roar of indignation. After a prolonged silence, the gentle breeze stirred. The White Eagles, slowly regaining their senses, exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing a mask of confusion. What just happened? Are we safe? Are we truly safe? My God, did she just say Jiang? Though the details remained a mystery, it seemed that their beloved Eastern protector had undertaken some audacious act. No more words were necessary. Let us pray fervently. Oh Jesus and Holy Mary, I vow with my very soul that from this day forth, Jiang shall be my cherished brother. Away with you, cowardly squirrel. How could this be? He is my godfather. In the name of the Almighty, bear witness. Should I betray this oath, let Uncle Suga's dagger pierce my very soul after an emotional outpouring. The White Eagles united in prayer for their venerated Jiang, imploring, Brother, Godfather, dear one, you must survive. Chapter 81, Sister Tianqing. Intelligence Core. Have you completed the loading? Jiang instructed Yujin to come upstairs from the 2nd floor, and then, taking Yujin by the hand, they turned the entire laboratory upside down, preparing to leave with the paper documents in tow. Beep, 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 loading complete. Now it was time to organize. However, the system advised immediate concealment. A message from the White Eagle indicated that the Sakura carrier ship girl, Kaga, was approaching. What? Kaga? How did she know I was here? No, we must flee. Jiang was greatly alarmed. Although the duo of Eat and Drink was notoriously unreliable, there were boundaries to their playfulness. Do not joke about the Zero Fighter. Coupled with their brutal nature, Jiang could only surmise that if captured by Kaga, she would likely be transformed into fireworks at the emergence of the Great Serpent. While the system agreed that fleeing was the best course of action, the unfortunate news was that Kaga was already en route aboard her aircraft. Jiang paused. Could it be played out this way? It seemed indeed possible. The worst news was that by the time the message from the White Eagle arrived, Kaga had already set off for quite a while. Captain, I have located the sewer map for this area, so hurry. This meant she would arrive imminently. Bang. Bang bang. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang. Damn it. Eugen, run. The windows of the laboratory suddenly shattered, and the scattered shards of glass jolted Jiang into action. Grasping Eugen's delicate hand, she dashed toward the corridor. In their escape, she canceled the projection of Takao, allowing the projector to obscure their figures, vanishing into the air like bubbles. Kaga leaped from her aircraft outside, her wide kimono billowing, landing steadily on the third floor of the laboratory. Rising, she scanned the surroundings with a murderous glint in her fox-like eyes. What met her gaze was chaos. Only one researcher lay on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive, with no other figures in sight. Kaga recalled the information Shinto had relayed regarding Jiang. Her character was vile, her actions exceedingly cunning. She resorted to unscrupulous means, lacking any boundaries or morals, and would go to great lengths to achieve her objectives, an unpredictable, despicable rogue. However, upon investigation, it was found that this individual possessed numerous peculiar abilities. Studies suggested she might be equipped with some unknown technology, highly deceptive, warranting the recommendation to capture for research. Merely a cowardly and shameless rabbit. She knows only some minor tricks, yet dares to. Kaga composed herself to listen, her bright white fox ears twitching slightly. Then, suddenly lifting her head, a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. Found you, cunning rabbit. With a wave of her hand, disregarding the researcher left unconscious by Jiang, the aircraft roared past, spewing forth searing bullets. The corridor was filled with the sound of violent explosions. Bang! Crash! A lithe figure burst forth from the shattered exterior wall. It was Eugen, cradling Jiang. Her once delicate face now covered in dirt and disheveled, revealing her predicament. One cannot deny that these are indeed two of the most audacious figures of the first aviation battle. Eugen's formidable physique allowed her to safely cradle Jiang as they descended to the ground. Jiang, disregarding the blush on her face and the softness of her surroundings, scrambled to her feet from Eugen's embrace. Her expression twisted with determination, she seized Eugen, whose legs felt somewhat unsteady, and turned to sprint back along the path they had come. Whoosh! Kaga, perched atop an aircraft carrier, sliced through the air with several fighter planes in pursuit, relentlessly closing in on them. Aiming at the retreating figures of Jiang and Eugen, she rotated the gun barrel of her aircraft and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Eugen swiftly deployed her naval gear, and two steel serpents emerged, intertwining to shield them, successfully deflecting the incoming projectiles. As the rain of bullets descended upon them, Jiang dashed forward while shouting indignantly, "What is the matter with you? Did I steal your sister or something? Is your obsession with her really this extreme? Sending fighter jets and bombers after me?" In response to Jiang's frantic outburst, Kaga retorted with a cold smirk, "I must admit, you are a formidable prey, deserving of my utmost effort to eliminate you. It is both my duty and my greatest respect for you. Damn it, I'll make you pay." Jiang cursed, feeling the weight of impending doom. The cacophony of bullets and a few explosive detonations left her in disarray, while Eugen bravely absorbed one of the blasts to protect her. The shockwave from the close-range explosion sent Jiang flying, and as the smoke cleared, Eugen stood there, disheveled and on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for her innate robust armor durability, her training would likely have succumbed to Kaga's seasoned prowess in battle. This sensation was reminiscent of the time she was pursued by a fleet of planetary-class rectangular formations amidst an asteroid belt. Seizing an opportune moment as Kaga's aircraft passed, Jiang rushed forward to envelop Eugen in her arms. Utilizing the cover of night, they slipped into a massive department store. Disregarding Eugen's flushed cheeks and the softness in her grasp, as Jiang forcefully held Eugen close, propelling deeper into the market. "Commander, I didn't expect you to enjoy this place." Eugen's long, delicate legs wrapped around Jiang's waist, her arms snugly encircling Jiang's neck. "I'm already on the verge of collapse. Why not take advantage of our survival and deepen our relationship? What do you say?" Eugen's weak voice whispered enticingly in Jiang's ear, her alluring tone unchanged. "Stop it, Eugen. Mind the situation. We're trying to survive," Jiang exclaimed. "Oh, Commander, do you have any solutions? Instead, why not speak of what you've always wanted to do? Let us see if I can oblige you after all. We might not have much time left. Let us not leave life with regrets. Shut up. It's too early to give up now. Let me think. I don't have a plan, but I do have an idea to try. At least I can take a bite out of this." Jiang rapidly recalled the trinkets she had brought back from space. "What idea?" Eugen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at the fierce Jiang. Sensing a similar ferocity emanating from her, reminiscent of Kaga, dangerous yet captivating. "Can you still move? If the commander requires it, Eugen can exert herself a bit more. All right, we are afforded but a singular opportunity. Thus, we shall proceed in this manner." Kaga descended before the entrance of the mall, gazing at the dark and intricate structure within, a cold chuckle escaping her lips. What a cunning rabbit, finding such an excellent hiding spot for a game of hide-and-seek. But do you truly think it will suffice? Kaga leapt from her aircraft, striding boldly into the mall. This place was more expansive than several buildings combined, and the time required for an explosion would be prolonged, with the potential losses being catastrophic. Contemplating this, Kaga clenched her teeth in determination. Aware of the crafty rabbit lurking nearby, Kaga dispatched the majority of her aircraft to seek out Jiang and encircle the mall, retaining only 2 at her side. She then ascended to the highest point of the mall, her eyes and those of her aircraft scanning the surroundings. Half an hour passed, and just as Kaga's impatience grew to the point of contemplating simply obliterating the mall, 2 figures suddenly burst forth, charging recklessly towards a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Attempting to flee, Kaga maneuvered her nearest aircraft to intercept, the machine guns whirring to life, unleashing a torrent of steel that shredded the 2 figures. In an instant, they transformed into sparkling motes of light, the projector having been destroyed. TCH. Mere illusions. At that moment, beneath Kaga's very eyes, 2 artillery shells, already charged with power, shot forth from a corner, striking her aircraft with unerring precision. Boom. Flames engulfed the aircraft, reducing it to a fiery wreck as it plummeted. How is this possible? Your anti-aircraft artillery should. Wait, that was the main gun. Hitting an aircraft with the main gun? How could that even be feasible? Kaga found herself momentarily stunned by the unexpected barrage. In the midst of battle, such a lapse in focus was a grave error. Once again, 2 figures emerged from the very corner from which the shells had been fired, racing towards the path where the projection had been shattered. At this juncture, with her aircraft in ruins, the path lay clear before them. Damn it, Kaga cursed under her breath, realizing she had been outmaneuvered. Given the mall's complex structure, it would take time for her remaining aircraft to navigate safely, and by the time Kaga maneuvered them into position, the enemy would likely have vanished. Without hesitation, Kaga cast aside her final few blue Shikigami slips. A cloud of smoke enveloped them, transforming mid-air into aircraft that dove towards the 2 fleeing figures. This ends now. One of the figures suddenly halted, turning to retrieve a stack of paper documents from their spatial equipment, scattering them into the air with a flourish. In an instant, the papers danced through the air like falling snowflakes. Kaga's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing the materials as documents procured from the research facility. If she were to open fire, that was absolutely out of the question. Kaga exerted herself to prevent her aircraft from annihilating the documents along with the figures. Fortunately, she succeeded. Yet before she could release a sigh of relief, the ground beneath her shattered violently. A figure vaulted over the railing. Jiang. Kaga, confronted by that loathsome visage, immediately grasped that the individual beside Eugen was also an illusion. But how dare they? Seeking death, are we? Kaga's lips curled into a sardonic smile. What could a mere mortal accomplish? Clenching her fist, capable of shattering concrete walls, she was poised to strike. However, the light before her flickered, revealing a face that was achingly familiar, the one Kaga had yearned for incessantly. In a secluded valley, the delicate orchid exuded an ethereal charm. Her gentle expression framed by cascading chestnut locks. The violet depths of her eyes conveyed an ineffable allure, embodying a fragile yet resilient beauty. Draped in a vibrant crimson cloak that accentuated her graceful form, she seemed to outshine even the purest winter snow. As Kaga beheld this enchanting vision, reminiscent of the most exquisite dream, her clenched fists gradually relaxed, as if she were hesitant to disturb the reflection of a moonlit pond, fearing its transient nature. Cough, cough. Battleship Amagi. A soft, slightly frail voice broke the reverie, causing Kaga's eyes to widen in recognition. Indeed, it was the voice of her sister. Amagi, huh? Zzz. She observed Amagi lifting a delicate hand, grasping a mysterious black object. With a decisive thrust, a spark erupted before Kaga's entranced gaze. Simultaneously, a square device emitting electric currents attached itself to Kaga's alabaster neck. Zzz. Captain, I can't believe you. Under the relentless surge of electricity, Kaga's astonished eyes widened as her body succumbed to uncontrollable spasms. Amagi smiled softly and produced a dull, gray object the size of half a fist from her other hand. Without hesitation, she forcefully inserted it into Kaga's slightly parted lips. The cold, unyielding sensation filled Kaga's mouth, and then, with a sudden pull, Amagi repositioned Kaga's rigid form. With a swift turn, they exchanged places. Gazing at the bewildered white-haired fox girl before her, Amagi let out a fierce growl, thrusting both hands forward. Experienced the specialty of the BAO star domain, the electric pulse shell. Kaga's stiff body was propelled over the railing. Plummeting from the highest point to the depths below, her mind engulfed in disbelief. With a resounding thud, the sound of Kaga's fall echoed, followed by the inaudible frequency of the blast reverberating outward. The electric pulse shell erupted within Kaga's mouth, targeting her brain first, plunging her into darkness and unconsciousness. Bang! The sound of Kaga hitting the ground resonated. The chaotic noise of her uncontrollable aircraft crashing followed suit. Eugen stood frozen, staring blankly at the aircraft falling like dumplings. Is it over? Is it really over? What are you dawdling for? Run. What I just made was merely a prototype. Its effects are not as potent as the original. She will awaken shortly. A gust of wind swept through as Amagi tugged Eugen along, urging her to flee. Okay, Commander. Thus, under the intricate web of their scheme, Amagi successfully subdued Kaga, escaping unscathed. Commander. What? Stop wasting time. We must escape. Oh, why are you holding on to me? Don't come any closer. Didn't the commander just say to stop talking? So, I took direct action. Come on. Don't be shy. This is a reward. I refuse this reward. Hey, I told you not to get so close. It is unacceptable. At this moment, Beifa and the others have succumbed to tears in the restroom, lamenting that they were the first to arrive, exclaiming, shameless, despicable. You launched a sneak attack. Meanwhile, the leaders of the various factions on Hood's side received the news of Kaga's impending descent, causing immediate panic. The speed of the supporting fleet surged, and they promptly issued accusations and warnings towards the Sakura faction. The escort fleet, upon receiving the news, adopted a more ferocious strategy, leading to a relentless retreat of the opposing fleet. Except for those from Sakura, the individuals from other factions began to waver in their resolve. At the moment Jiang incapacitated Kaga, the representatives from the various factions, excluding those from Sakura, engaged in negotiations. The eventual outcome dictated that, aside from Sakura, the escort vessels from all factions would retrieve their respective trainees at different locations. Should Sakura attempt to intervene, the Iron Blood, Vichy Holy See, and the Kingdom of Sardinia would withdraw, while the Northern Union would join forces with Donghuang, the royal faction, and the Free Iris to confront Sakura. As negotiations concluded, the escorts communicated their designated rendezvous points to their trainees, igniting a glimmer of hope in the eyes of all the students. It appeared that Sakura's influence was waning. In the cavern, a menacing and terrifying battleship flickered with crimson light, its frequency accelerating, as if it were on the verge of illuminating in its entirety. Chapter 82. The undercurrents of the Sakura Kaga, sprawled on the ground, struggled to open her eyes. She yearned to move, yet her entire body felt as though it had succumbed to a profound numbness, rendering her unaware of her physical existence. After what felt like an eternity, her dulled senses gradually began to awaken, allowing her to twitch her fingers and slowly rise into a sitting position. It was as if her wandering spirit had returned to her body, now striving to synchronize with it, necessitating a moment of adjustment. Jiang, Sister Amagi. Electra? Kaga shook her head gently, her pristine short hair cascading over her face, while her fluffy white fox ears drooped helplessly. Having endured a makeshift version of Electra's spiritual pulse at close range, her spirits had become utterly deflated. The encounter with Amagi remained vividly etched in her mind, particularly the moment when her long-cherished sister stuffed a bomb with both physical and psychological ramifications into her mouth, leaving Kaga's thoughts muddled. Beep, beep, Beep. The communicator on Kaga's person chimed, bringing a modicum of clarity back to her. Reaching for the device felt akin to moving in slow motion, each action laboriously drawn out. Upon pressing the answer button, an anxious voice broke through the haze. Lady Kaga, are you all right? Shintu's worried tone invigorated Kaga's spirit, gradually restoring her bodily coordination and sharpening her senses. I am fine. What is the current situation? Kaga responded, her words initially slow but soon regaining their usual pace, much to Shintu's relief. Lady Kaga, during your 10 minutes of communication blackout, our situation has undergone a significant transformation. The Iron Blood, the Vichy Church, and the Sardinian Empire have all declared their withdrawal from the conflict with the 4 major factions. Shintu paused momentarily. The escort fleets of the various factions have now surrounded us. They have rescued the escorters we previously captured and are currently receiving their students at different ports. We wish to intervene, but, listening to Shintu's report, Kaga assessed the situation, which could only be described as dire, yet she remained unperturbed. Instead, she repeatedly clenched and relaxed her fists, endeavoring to regain her physical prowess. There is no need to intervene, Kaga replied coolly, her tone dismissive. Lady Kaga, are we to concede? Shintu's voice carried a note of despondency, lamenting how they had squandered an initial advantage. There is no need for undue strain. This is not our primary objective. By the way, have there been any updates from Akagi? Rising from her seated position, Kaga brushed off the dust that had settled on her pristine Japanese knee-high socks, unbothered by the grime. Lady Akagi did indeed send a communication 2 minutes ago, but you did not respond. Is the Great Serpent Plan truly to be enacted? Shintu inquired cautiously as she spoke of the latter. In truth, since the inception of the Great Serpent Plan, its execution had been a closely guarded secret between Akagi and Kaga. Even Shintu was unaware of any specifics, save for the knowledge that they were in the process of creating a weapon capable of overturning the world. Indeed, I shall respond regarding Akagi in due time. However, before that, there is another task at hand. Akagi raised her delicate hand, beckoning her aircraft to return. What task? I shall exert every effort to accomplish it. Akagi nodded, her gaze lowered as she spoke slowly and deliberately. I require you to mobilize all available personnel to encircle Jiangjiang. Others may be allowed to leave, merely for appearances, but at least one must remain. Lady Akagi, why must it be this individual? Shintu expressed her confusion. If we were to retain a portion of the group, surely it would be more advantageous to select another collective for action. That is not for you to concern yourself with. By the way, remember, this time we require them alive, as long as they can still speak. The rest is inconsequential. With that, Akagi terminated the communication, sinking into contemplation. Sister Amagi has been gone from us for quite some time. In fact, some of the newer generation have never even met her. So how is it that Jiang can so convincingly impersonate Sister Amagi, even mimicking her voice perfectly? He must possess some secret. At the very least, he has seen Sister Amagi and heard her voice. At that moment, Akagi's mind was exceptionally clear. Capturing him could yield invaluable insights. With this thought, Akagi disregarded the scattered documents on the floor, knowing Shintu's personnel would retrieve them shortly. Skillfully mounting her aircraft, she set off in search of Jiang. Perhaps Akagi's side had reached its conclusion as well. In a dim and secretive cavern, a radiant red light erupted, illuminating 2 figures on the shore. The Great Serpent had completed its task. What lay ahead? The observer? Akagi's piercing eyes, filled with lethal intent, fixated on the frail, pale girl before her, clad in scant attire. The girl's delicate appearance did nothing to diminish Akagi's vigilance. What follows is, of course, the finest phase. The girl, reclining upon the octopus vessel, twisted her waist and straightened her posture. The shimmering beauty was revealed, but that was not the crux of the matter. A black cube floated gracefully in the observer's slender hand, emitting a misty, violet glow. With a gentle toss, the observer sent the enigmatic black cube into Akagi's hands. Akagi gazed at the peculiar artifact with a dazed expression. If I accept this, I can bring my sister back. Correct? Indeed, as long as the memories and appearances are identical, indistinguishable from the original, then she shall be real. The observer smiled at Akagi, her tone laced with beguilement. I only wish for my sister to return to my side. Everything else is inconsequential. With that declaration, Akagi leaped onto the serpent's exterior, adorned with scale-like patterns. Oh, are you not waiting for Akagi? The observer inquired with curiosity. Akagi hesitated for a moment, but quickly returned to her entranced demeanor. No. She has other matters to attend to. I believe Akagi will also agree to the immediate revival of my sister. With those words, Akagi raised the black cube high and then bent down, striking it forcefully against the serpent. At the moment the black cube made contact with the great serpent, a radiant burst of purple and red light erupted, causing the formidable and menacing form of the great serpent to tremble slightly. The black cube, akin to a phantom, seamlessly merged into the body of the great serpent. Is that so? What a pity. The observer maintained a serene smile as they gazed upon Akagi, enveloped in the luminous glow. Well, having Akagi alone suffices. It merely takes a bit longer. Thus, let the experiment commence. Upon hearing the observer's voice, the great serpent shuddered violently. A red figure began to materialize from the void, as though shattering the barriers between the virtual and the real, gradually becoming more defined. Meanwhile, Akagi, shrouded in the red and purple luminescence, had lost focus in her eyes. Her once pained expression, now devoid of life, settled into a state of serene stupor. Yet neither Akagi nor the observer noticed the faint blue light that quietly appeared behind them, swiftly vanishing into the great serpent's hull, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, it was precisely 2:49 a.m., with 4 hours and 25 minutes remaining until the completion of the great serpent's soul. Oh no. It should be 2 hours and 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Meanwhile, the students from various factions sensed that something was amiss. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the black-clad figures that had relentlessly pursued them seemed to have adopted a more lackadaisical demeanor, as if growing weary of their chase. The intensity of the pursuit had notably diminished. Just as the students were engulfed in confusion, some even grappling with a sense of loss. Jiang was in the throes of a heated battle. At a certain moment, black-clad figures from all directions swarmed like bees drawn to a sweet nectar. What on earth is happening? That madwoman Kaga wouldn't be attempting to besiege the first place, would she? Jiang sprinted through the alley with Yujin, nonchalantly kicking a fellow who emerged from a manhole cover back down. Throughout their escape, they transformed into various shapes to evade capture. Yet it seemed as though the area had been thoroughly cleared by the black-clad pursuers, who were frantically searching everywhere. Jiang felt a chill run down her spine. If only she knew that Kaga had forsaken all others in her singular focus to capture her, she would likely be moved to tears. Then, with a friendly and warm-hearted demeanor, she would inquire after her elder sister. Incredible. She must be remarkable. This sister is truly formidable. I feel an imbalance within my heart. Chapter 83. The innocent character of Jiang Shaojing and the talented Lu Haiyang. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, a colossal vessel surged forward with great urgency. Hood stood upon the deck, gazing into the distance, her countenance gravely etched with concern. We must hold our ground, she murmured anxiously. The fact that CHY had resorted to sending Kaga herself into the fray was truly a declaration of hostilities. Unbeknownst to her, the notoriously unscrupulous Kaga had already been momentarily incapacitated by a certain ill-fated rabbit, struck down by a sisterly affection. Sheffield, have the warnings been dispatched to CHY? Though the impact may be negligible, it would suffice to instill some trepidation in them. Hood turned to her companion, a maid seated at a nearby table. Engrossed in her computer, the pale glow of the screen illuminated Sheffield's composed features as she diligently typed away, her demeanor calm and rational. In contrast to CHY, the Eastern Empire possessed a profound understanding of contemporary tools. The latest developments had already sparked international outrage, with CHY's reprehensible actions now condemned across the globe. Should they mishandle the situation, they risked losing global trust and becoming pariahs. Sheffield replied with serenity, her gaze unwavering on the screen, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard as she continued to relay real-time updates. Moreover, I have summoned the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Public Relations Department for an urgent assembly to formally question CHY. Other factions are equally aligned in exerting pressure on CHY, striving to ensure the safety of the students. Hood nodded, her worry unabated. I hope this provides some assistance to the students who find themselves in peril. They must be enduring great hardships. Meanwhile, within the command center of CHY, a cacophony of gasps, reports, and furious exclamations filled the air. Lord Shint, the White Eagle has sent word, demanding the immediate release of hostages. Guing rushed in, reporting to Shint, who was gnashing her teeth while glaring at the screen. Hostages? How dare they label those ruffians dousing the streets in oil as hostages? They spill it wherever they go. If they have the audacity, let them come and retrieve them themselves. Hurry up and get them out of here. Lord Shint. The Free Iris states that if we do not release them, their future revival will be at stake. And what of that revival? They launch fireworks with naval artillery in crowded places, deceitfully claiming to create romance. How can so many young people fall for such nonsense? They shamelessly treat us as the captors. Ding. The latest announcement was jointly issued by the Eastern Empire and the royal faction. As Shint read the impassioned and sorrowful content, she nearly lost her composure. Glancing at the surveillance footage of the students from the Eastern Empire and the royal faction, her fury escalated. This is the royal faction. Our students are enduring unimaginable atrocities at the hands of CHY. In the streets, Jason led his team into a supermarket for a daring heist, engaging in a brazen act of zero-cost shopping. Each member was a paragon of knightly virtue. Potter, toss the pepper. Quickly. Captain, do you still have canned herring? A few cans left. Throw them in crowded places. Jim, don't spill the glue on the ground. At least wait until we arrive. Especially Captain Jason, a verified apprentice knight, wielding his straight European sword, embodying his unwavering integrity. Losing him would be a significant loss for the entire royal family. Bang, bang, bang. Jason swung a bench, launching a surprise attack on a lone figure clad in black, knocking him down and stripping him of his gear. Dongwang had no time for idle chatter, only a resolute declaration. We shall not allow any Dongwang citizen to feel disheartened. On the broad avenue, pedestrians screamed and scattered in panic. Behind them, a metallic beast rampaged, a tank twisting its turret, staggering as if intoxicated. A group of black-clad individuals trailed at a distance, hesitant to engage. The delegation heading to Cherry Blossom for exchanges consisted of our academy's finest students, well-rounded in virtue, intellect, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor. They are the pillars of society. Turn. We're going to crash. Bang. Lu Yong, can you drive or not? If you can, then you do it. I'll do it. Boom. The tank collided with a wall, unexpectedly firing a shot towards the figures in black. What the hell? That was the firing button. You reckless driver. Among them is our youngest protector in a decade, Comrade Jiang. Those familiar with him describe Jiang as a reticent worker, dedicated and possessing an unpretentious character. In a shop's corner, Jiang and Yujin concealed themselves, surrounded by a web of black-clad individuals. Jiang grasped one of their throats, wielding a brick charged with electricity. Speak. Is there a river that flows directly into the ocean? Speak. The black-clad man's eyes widened in terror at Jiang's ferocious expression and the steel jaws poised to strike. Cornered with no escape, Jiang could not reach the port. With relentless pursuers, Jiang had exhausted all options. The projector was mostly damaged, leaving him unable to create a comprehensive illusion. Driven to madness, Jiang, if deprived of the desired answer, would not hesitate to act. After a controlled electric shock, the black-clad man's eyes glazed over, drooling, his tongue lolling out, and finally, in a daze, he revealed a piece of information. There, to the south, lies an illegal whaling factory. They should have. No, please. I can't take it anymore, don't. Jiang's eyes lit up as he casually discarded the battered figure in black. That is the place. Thus, justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. We demand that the Cherry Blossom side immediately cease the unjust maltreatment of our students and take this as a lesson. After reading the various announcements, Shintong remained silent, his expression dark enough to drip water, while the bulging rabbit on his chest quivered with rage, as if ready to charge forth and strike. Take this as a lesson? Yes, take this as a lesson. With a gentle sigh, Shintong managed to calm her emotions, and the irate rabbit before her was also pacified, settling into tranquility despite its simmering anger. Has Lord Kaga arrived? Shintong inquired of the silent Guiying, who appeared as still as a statue. Oh, Lord Kaga is nearly here. We lost some time due to a misdirection, Guiying replied. Is that so? Well, at least we have accomplished something, Shintong said, as she sank down wearily, gesturing to Guiying to summon the execution unit back. There is no need to pursue them any longer. Let them go. Understood. As Shintong listened to the departing footsteps of Guiying, a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. Lord Akaji, my ineptitude leaves me no choice but to rely on the mighty serpent that can alter the course of fate. On an unfrequented, overgrown beach, a woman clad in a maid's outfit, exuding grace and elegance, stood conversing with a peculiar yellow creature. "Then I must trouble you, Mr. Monju," she said, her perfect visage adorned with a courteous smile, maintaining impeccable etiquette even in the presence of a small yellow chick. Chirp chirp. The little yellow creature, Monju, patted its chest and lifted a sign displaying an okay gesture, conveying a sense of reassurance. Beifa smiled, observing Monju beckoning its companions, and then, seemingly from nowhere, dragging out a modified yacht. She mused inwardly, indeed, just as my master described. Gazing at the sea, Beifa recalled Jiang Zhang's words. Monju is currently the most neutral being known in this world. No one knows their origins, much like the associated beings of the ship girls. Scattered across the globe. Beifa, to ensure safety, take these red tips. They are my year's accumulation. Go to the beach and find Monju to strike a deal with it. Rest assured, Monju's absolute neutrality guarantees that they are the most trustworthy trading partner. At least far better than those unscrupulous merchants who relish repackaging their wares. Beneath the nightfall, the unparalleled beauty stood by the sea, gazing into the distance. Master, I hope you are merely overthinking. Please be safe. Do not be deceived by that shameless figure of iron blood. Chapter 84. Arrival of the trainees. The forces that had previously besieged the port of Sakura have now utterly collapsed. At one harbor, the aircraft carrier Fuyu gazes resentfully at the warships rising against the sea's horizon. In this moment, Fuyu appears as though she has just emerged from the imperial graveyard. Her once pristine white ponytail is now marred with patches of soot, and one of the ribbons adorning her forehead has snapped. Her deep blue kimono is riddled with tears, and her long garment has been reduced to mere strips of fabric. Enough, Fuyu, there is no need to force yourself. We have lost, remarks the elder Chaolong, standing beside her, his glasses bearing several cracks. He reaches out to gently stroke Fuyu's soiled long rabbit ears, attempting to comfort his stubborn younger sister. Fuyu shuts her eyes and turns her head away, sulking like a rebellious child. Chaolong chuckles softly, leading his disgruntled sister aside. At that moment, a group of fierce ship girls descends from their warships, flanked by several escorting officers. Fuyu watches them warily. It was this very group of zealots who, at a grievous cost, annihilated the forces that had been monitoring them at sea within mere hours. The Shakikan sisters, who had been stationed on the front lines, now lie in the infirmary. Within another 10 minutes, they had leveled the blockade here as though a flood had swept away an anthill, forcing their way onto the land. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a compromise from the divine, she and her sister might have been torn apart by the frenzied escorts. "Devon, are you all right? Do not overexert yourself," inquires Commander Han, whose head is bandaged and whose uniform is reduced to a single sleeve. Beside him, 2 ship girls have fallen, while the others are also adorned with injuries. However, Devon appears in even worse condition, his face pale as parchment, with a red-stained bandage covering one eye. Days of captivity have left this noble gentleman in a pitiable state, that I, having missed the optimal time for treatment, may suffer permanent blindness. Devon now requires assistance to move, and even the usually mischievous Abercrombie and the Eskimo girl stand unusually silent at the sight of him. Ha ha cough. "Do not worry, dear Han. At least I have escaped that wretched place, have I not?" Devon forces a grim smile, wincing as his words tug at his wounds, which causes Montpellier's heart to ache. "I apologize, Commander. Had I been able to break the shackles of Sakura, this would not have happened." Montpellier, typically spirited, now hangs her head in self-reproach. "Oh my goodness. I never thought Montpellier could be so endearing at times," exclaims the commander. "Commander," Montpellier retorts playfully, her cheeks flushed. All right, merely jesting." Devon teases the blushing Montpellier. "We must not keep our trainees waiting. Oh, I can hardly imagine how helpless they must have felt during my captivity, enduring such inhuman torment." As she observes the affectionate exchange between Devon and Montpellier, Commander Han is left with a face full of unintentional sweetness. "Perhaps we should simply return this scoundrel. Enough is enough. By the way, Devon, that device capable of incapacitating the ship girls." Commander Han spoke with a grave expression. "It can bind the ship girls in shackles, and the implications behind this are profoundly significant." Devon and Commander Han exchanged a meaningful glance, confirming their shared understanding through their eyes. Thunderous roars echoed in the distance, capturing their attention. A formidable armored vehicle, shrouded in a cloud of dust, barreled toward them, followed by a swaying tank, seemingly intoxicated. Despite its erratic course, it was evident that they were striving to reach their destination. "Commander, be cautious." Observing the aggressive approach, everyone present, except for the already informed Songlong and Fai Long, assumed this was an overt attack from the Sakura Empire. Wait, the Sakura Empire would not engage in such a blatant assault. Even if they did. Boom. Under the vigilant gaze of the crowd, that tank executed a dramatic maneuver, crashing into the wall of a nearby building. Well, I retract my previous statement. This is undoubtedly not an attack from the Sakura Empire, as no conventional military force would exhibit such reckless driving skills. The sudden twist left Commander Han utterly bewildered. As the ship girls stood in a state of confusion, the armored vehicle, accompanied by the inebriated tank, finally arrived before them after a tumultuous journey. Compared to the relatively intact armored vehicle, the tank drew even more attention. With a screech, the armored vehicle came to a halt, and then, bang, the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure that leaped from the vehicle. Sprinting forward, the individual came to attention and saluted. Reporting to the commander, "Cadet Lu Hai has arrived safely." Commander Han stared, dumbfounded, at Lu Hai, who was laden with various hazardous items, momentarily at a loss for words. In stark contrast to Lu Hai's steady parking skills, the tank inadvertently overshot its mark, and upon reversing, it nearly crushed the crowd before finally coming to a stop over 50 meters away. Thud! Two figures emerged from the tank. One tall figure was cursing while intermittently retching, while a shorter figure retorted robustly, dragging along the incapacitated companion toward them. Seeing the similarly armed Lu Yang and Su Lu, Commander Han found himself at a loss for how to respond. Are these my own children? How is it that after just a few days, they've turned into ruffians? Reporting. Commander, Cadet, cough. Cadet Lu Yang has arrived, cough. Reporting. Commander, Su Lu has arrived. Commander Han gazed at the fearsome trio for a long moment before finally managing to utter a response. What on earth are you? Let us set aside your appearance for now. What about that tank? Oh, is that what you were referring to, Commander? This is the memento we brought back from the Cherry Blossom Museum. If you like it, I can present it to you. Oh, why is this cannon barrel bent? Nonsense. It's a miracle that the barrel hasn't fallen off after colliding with the walls numerous times and being whipped against various public facilities over 30 times. Ugh. TSK. The quality is truly poor. Then, Su Lu smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, do you still want it?" Commander Han replied, "That is thoughtful. Who would gift a tank as a museum souvenir? Besides, after enduring such mistreatment, that the barrel merely twisted into a helix without detaching is already commendable in the industry." Daiwen glanced at the trio of ruffians and then at the disheveled Commander Han, constantly reminding himself, "I am a gentleman, a refined gentleman. Han is my ally. I must not laugh. I must not laugh, no. I cannot contain myself any longer. Uft. Ouch. Huh. It hurts, haha." Daiwen buried his head and tilted his face, clearly in pain, yet unable to suppress his laughter. "Dear Han, listen to me. Life always surprises you in the most unexpected places. Ha, you must learn to adapt." Just as Daiwen reveled in his mischief, another group rushed in, their flowing golden hair topped with a steel pot, various insecticides and quick-setting gels tucked at their waists, and an assortment of benches in hand, most of which were merely legs. Watching this bizarrely dressed group approach in a grand procession, Daiwen's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression frozen, reminiscent of the earlier dismay of Commander Han. "Daiwen, you are right. Life is not merely about the struggles we face, but also the greater struggles beyond. At least from my perspective, this still seems relatively normal, doesn't it? My condolences." Jensen approached the dazed Daiwen, standing at attention, and executed a standard knightly salute with the leg of the bench in his hand. The scene was strikingly beautiful, almost too much to behold. Commander, what is wrong?" "Don't faint, Commander." Daiwen gasped sharply, then closed his eyes, completely succumbing to the situation. Chapter 85. The Whaling Factory. Subsequent to the events within the Whaling Factory, Commander Han received a succession of notifications from the White Eagle and the Free Iris, confirming the successful retrieval of the students. The process encountered no significant obstacles, however. The scenes of their reception were far from satisfactory. While the White Eagle expressed relief and encouragement, warmly embracing their students' actions, the escorts from other factions urged their own students to exercise restraint, advising them to conceal their reckless conduct upon returning home, especially regarding their indiscretions within the Sakura forces. Listening to Devon's earnest admonitions, Commander Han gazed silently into the distance. All the students had arrived safely, yet one rabbit bandit leader, an escort from Dongwon, had yet to make an appearance. Do you have any information on Zhang's whereabouts? Commander Han gravely inquired of the equally concerned newly appointed trio of rabbit bandits. Under the intense scrutiny of Commander Han, the three fidgeted with a bomb-like souvenir in their hands. We're not sure. The last message Jiang sent us contained the location of the bomb he was setting. After that, we couldn't reach him, no matter how hard we tried. However, we did hear a tremendous explosion. Indeed, almost all public facilities, including restrooms, were destroyed simultaneously. This provided us with significant assistance. Jiang is truly an exceptional commander, Jason added, stepping forward, his face alight with admiration. Setting bombs, public restrooms. Commander Han's lips twitched. This lad certainly knows how to have fun. And what kind of standards are we discussing for a commander? Am I becoming outdated, or has this young man developed some peculiar misunderstandings? So you're suggesting he has become so reckless, engaged in battle that he lacks the time to respond to you? The trio nodded in unison, causing Commander Han to feel an onset of exasperation. I believe there is no need for concern. If it is indeed Brother Jiang, regardless of his operational conduct, his capabilities are outstanding. Considering Brother Jiang's character, he would not willingly place himself in danger, Lu Hai remarked thoughtfully, providing solace to the others. Indeed, Commander Han nodded, but then suddenly recalled, wait, given his character. In shock, he scrutinized Su Lu and the others. A thought flashing through his mind. Could that rascal have ventured to raid an arms depot or a supply storage facility? At that moment, Commander Han's communicator chimed. A call from the White Eagle. He hastily answered, and a single inquiry sent a chill down his spine. Oh, dear Han, it is I, your esteemed ally. I wish to inquire if the young lad named Zhang has arrived. Ollie, that rascal who poured gasoline into a bottle to create a Molotov cocktail. He has been eager to express his gratitude to your Jiang in person. Oh, he has yet to arrive? My heavens, that is most unfortunate. Our young escort is in peril. Previously, Ollie and his companions encountered Kaga from the Sakura faction. Yes, that one. Just as she was about to eliminate my proud disciples. It seems she received some communication. Apparently, something was done by your Jiang that caused her to abandon her prey and take flight. Upon hearing the intelligence provided by the White Eagle Protector, Commander Han felt a wave of darkness wash over him, desperately in need of a life-saving elixir. Could that fellow truly be attempting to raid someone's warehouse? Commander Han bellowed, then turned and sprinted towards the warship. I knew that leaving a money-driven rabbit in someone else's territory would lead to significant trouble. What? A warehouse raid? My goodness, he is extraordinarily audacious. Han, are you even listening? At this moment, Commander Han was filled with regret. If he was to go, at least let us accompany him. Alone, he would be unable to carry everything. Just as Commander Han clambered aboard the warship in a flurry, devising a rescue plan, he was pursued by Jiang, who had already arrived in an alley that was not marked on the map. Now, both of their conditions were dire. Yujin was half reclining against Jiang. After enduring a bombardment from Kaga, she had barely managed to restore a bit of strength with the repair tools she carried, but following the recent chase, she was once again on the brink of destruction. Commander, how are you feeling? Yujin whispered languidly into Jiang's ear. Though her voice was laden with fatigue, the slits of her eyes conveyed a sense of inner delight. Feeling? What feeling? Jiang panted as he ran through the dim alley. With each step, he splashed through a puddle, sending droplets scattering. Of course, it's the exhilaration of a racing heartbeat and the surge of fervor, the joy of mind and body. Yujin's delicate, alabaster limbs entwined around Jiang, pressing against the deformed white cushion on his back, quivering with every stride he took. Indeed, Yujin's eyes, peeking from behind her goggles, sparkled with mischief. Although it doesn't feel as heavy as the imagined 230 tons of displacement, it certainly feels lighter than Belfast. Yet I'm still somewhat breathless. Why does it seem you, a heavy cruiser, are comparatively lighter? Ouch! Yujin, let go. My ears, stop biting. With a huff, Yujin released her cherry lips, her heart sinking in despair for her commander. She had violated 3 taboos in one go and was still questioned about why she felt lighter. Humph. Those from the royal yard always have an uncanny knack for complicating matters, unnecessarily drawing attention. Jiang. Did I say something wrong again? Since the commander is so exhausted, perhaps you should let me down, right? Yujin exclaimed in frustration. Is that permissible? Has your body fully recovered? Jiang inquired straightforwardly. Commander, you might as well live alongside a block box for the rest of your days. Though Yujin remained silent. Jiang could sense the cushion on his back compressing even further. Alas, Commander, Yujin still lacks strength. What a jest. How could one truly descend? It is a rare opportunity to be alone with the commander, in such a splendid scenario akin to a doomed romantic drama. This is indeed a prime moment to outmaneuver competitors. Intelligence, have you completed your analysis? While the saga of Zhen Huan unfolded in Yujin's mind, Jiang silently communicated with the intelligence. Captain, confirmation complete. 85 synthesis of seawater material achieved. This must be the place. The captive spoke no falsehood. Jiang lowered her gaze, observing the uneven puddles beneath her feet. Despite the absence of rain in recent days, why is there such an accumulation of water? It appears to be overflowing. Dragging Yujin along, she finally reached the end of the alley, the whaling factory mentioned by the captive. The end was filled with stagnant water, yet utterly devoid of any objects, resembling an ordinary dead end. Standing before the wall to one side, Jiang scrutinized it closely before stepping back. Intelligence. Beep. Matching map. Scanning. Analysis complete. Captain, there is indeed a hollow space behind. According to the map, a substantial area exists. A smile graced Jiang's lips as she pressed the detonator. With a resounding explosion, a section of the wall crumbled, revealing a hidden cavern. A wave of intense metallic scent assailing her senses. Chapter 86. The fishes escape. Sensing the almost tangible scent of blood, Jiang's gaze flickered, her eyes narrowing before she dashed inside. The pursuers would soon catch up. She had no time to hesitate. Upon entering the whaling factory, the figure of Yujin, nestled on Jiang's back, fell silent. Suspended from above, various slings hung down, adorned with sections of whale flesh, the dripping blood staining the iron hooks a deep crimson. Jiang moved indifferently through the carnage, her intellect soaring nearby, scanning the surroundings. Feeling the delicate form on her back tremble slightly, she could not spare a hand. So she nudged Yujin's head with her shoulder. Commander, these whales are akin to our prototypes. They were once the darlings of the ocean, only to be dissected and transformed into mere sustenance, while the ships are dismantled for commerce. Sometimes, I truly envy that headmaid. Is that so? Jiang mused, her eyes reflecting a curious sentiment as she navigated through a heap of cutting tools. The absurdity of both the whales and ship's fate struck her. Such an ending would surely provoke ire if pinned down, just as the captain should remain in slumber aboard the ship. To perish elsewhere would be a betrayal. Huh? Enough, Yujin. Jiang's pace gradually slowed as a narrow canal appeared before her. If it meant being put on display like Beifa, never to run again, she would prefer to sink in the heat of battle. If she could not tolerate this place, then it deserved destruction. Murmuring softly, she stood by the canal, surveying the surroundings, where a whaling ship lay quietly docked. A familiar sound echoed in the distance. Aircraft. Jiang quickened her pace. Yujin, gazing at the bloody slaughterhouse, waved her hand, summoning a familiar steel behemoth that opened its maw to unleash a barrage of shells, raining down like droplets of rain. In an instant, the factory transformed into a sea of flames. Not far from their position, a white-haired fox girl glared at the gruesome sight with fury, her eyes ablaze with wrath. The figures clad in black stood frozen beside Kaga, not daring to utter a word. Why? Why is there a whaling factory here? Kaga swept her gaze over the hanging whale flesh, her anger boiling. This had been explicitly prohibited for over a decade, yet illegal whaling persisted unabated. As a ship girl, she harbored an innate affinity for the creatures of the sea. To discover such blatant transgressions under her very nose condemned the whaling factory in her heart. Boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire drew Kaga and the figures in black's attention. In the distance, flames soared, engulfing all present in wickedness. Afterward, I demand to see all records pertaining to this whaling factory. Failure to comply will result in your collective seppuku. Kaga coldly surveyed the figures around her, each one flinching under her gaze. First, capture them. Hey! The entire group of XN immediately set forth, coalescing around the flickering flames like a dark tide. Above, carrier aircraft sliced through the air, skimming low, while the layout of the whaling factory rendered Kaga's aircraft nearly immobile. The cacophony roused the factory workers from their slumber, and upon emerging, they were met with a horde of menacing figures invading their domain. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were swiftly dealt with by the wrathful individuals clad in black. Bang, bang, bang. Eugen stood upon the deck of the wailing ship, indiscriminately unleashing shells, determined to obliterate this notorious establishment. Beside her lay two figures, one clutching a half-broken whaling gun. Yes, yes, fire there. That one is more valuable. And over there, that one will require the most time to repair. Tear down that large fish cage. Jiang, in the control room, manipulated the console before her and offered suggestions to Eugen through the viewfinder. With a resounding boom, a large underwater fish cage was shattered by Eugen's barrage. Under the cover of night, none noticed the enormous shadow beneath the surface, roused from its slumber within the cage. Gradually, it emerged through a deformed gap, drawn to the tumult of cannon fire and the raging flames on the shore. It surfaced, revealing its dark, glistening skin adorned with two white patches on either side of its head. Observing the whaling factory engulfed in flames, the beast shook its head and swished its tail, sending forth a pillar of water, as if celebrating in jubilant exultation. At last, Jiang successfully activated the whaling ship. The boiler churned to life, and the vessel began its swift departure from the shore, distancing itself from the approaching figures in black. By the time Kaga and the black-clad individuals navigated through Eugen's relentless cannonade and the debris of fallen structures to reach the beach, the whaling ship had already gained considerable distance, all guns blazing. Fewer. Eugen, spotting Kaga's distinct white silhouette, wasted no time in unleashing a volley. Regardless of whether it might inadvertently affect the black-clad figures, they could only blame their misfortune. As the projectiles screamed toward her, Kaga, with no time for hesitation, boldly advanced to intercept the barrage. When the smoke cleared, she appeared merely a bit soiled. Kaga gazed at the retreating whaling ship and then at the cowering black figures, intimidated by Eugen's indiscriminate firepower. What utterly useless beings. Summoning her aircraft, Kaga ascended, flying low above the water's surface, hastening toward the whaling ship. Eugen, in turn, targeted Kaga's aircraft with fervent gunfire. Bang, bang. One by one, the aircraft were shot down, forcing Kaga to frantically switch mounts. With the assistance of the viewfinder and unburdened by Jiang's presence, Kaga faced Eugen's precise bombardment, resulting in 3 of her aircraft plummeting to the sea. Damn it! What is the reason behind such accuracy? Kaga, now somewhat flustered, gestured for a few aircraft to engage. Yet, Eugen seemed to anticipate her moves, evading bullets effortlessly. The bombers were struck down before they could even approach. Eugen had successfully restrained Kaga, unable to contend with Eugen. Kaga's eyes sharpened as she took command of all the aircraft, including those newly deployed beneath her feet, charging forward with unrestrained vigor. In this scenario, Eugen found herself at a disadvantage, as the disparity in skill was insurmountable and her damage was insufficient. Kaga successfully landed on the whaling ship and immediately initiated the engagement. Withstood Eugen's barrage, enveloped in ethereal blue flames. She teleported right before Eugen. How could this be? With a swift maneuver, Kaga slipped into Eugen's embrace, raising her long, delicate leg and delivering a powerful kick to Eugen's abdomen, sending her hurtling backward. In the next moment, Kaga executed a flawless bridge posture, evading the whaling harpoon aimed at her by Jiang. Following that, her body twisted with an unnatural grace, sweeping her 9 pristine fox tails, striking the ambushing Jiang. Jiang crossed her arms defensively over her chest, bracing for impact, yet she was still swept aside by an overwhelming force. As her feet touched the ground, her arms were already bruised. TSK, indeed a ship girl, truly a formidable Kaga of the Sakura Empire. Jiang's expression turned serious, the pain radiating from her arms causing her hands to tremble. Resist no more. I am not merely a decorative vase that fires cannons. With my physical prowess, I can subdue you. Kaga approached Jiang with an air of tranquility, her formidable presence causing a weight in Jiang's chest. Captain, I am receiving a frequency transmission from a sentient entity. Oh, analyze it. A glimmer of insight flashed in Jiang's eyes, gradually retreating to the ship's edge. She maintained an impassive gaze fixed on Kaga. Sink. Boom. With a wave of her hand, Kaga commanded the bombers to obliterate the whaling ship, thereby extinguishing all of Jiang's escape routes. Sink. Perhaps I will one day sink, but certainly not now. Jiang emitted a fearsome aura, causing Kaga to freeze momentarily. This presence was perilous. At that moment, the intelligence analysis concluded, friend, assist, descend. Jiang took a leap onto the railing, her expression turning wild. Goodbye, foolish fox. With a backward jump, and amidst Kaga's astonished gaze, a shadow broke the surface of the sea, opening a gaping maw to swallow Jiang whole. Bang! Kaga extended her fair hand, witnessing a killer whale engulf Jiang and vanish into the depths. Moments later, Kaga snapped back to reality, turning to see the fallen Yujin had also disappeared. Jiang! Kaga roared, realizing she had been outmaneuvered once again. The cunning rabbit had slipped from her grasp. Yet, in the darkness of night, the underwater scene was shrouded in obscurity. Gritting her teeth, Kaga took to the skies once more, launching a relentless assault down the canal. Chapter 87. The Orca Transport Vessel Intelligent Brain. What time is it? At that moment, Jiang found herself in a warm and humid space, cradling Yujin. The two were submerged in icy seawater, enveloped by a quivering blanket, the tongue of a killer whale. Captain, it is 3:53 in the morning. Jiang and Yujin had compressed air sticks in their mouths. But due to Jiang's earlier decapitation of Jessen and his associates, their supply was nearly depleted, lasting under half an hour. Jiang lightly tapped Yujin, who had been restlessly fidgeting in her embrace. Given the confined space, they were pressed closely together. Yujin, with a playful disposition, occasionally nudged Jiang's neck, exhibiting a mischievousness that was hard to ignore. After receiving a warning, Yujin quieted for a moment, but soon resumed her antics. Jiang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Couldn't she recognize the gravity of their situation? They were fleeing for their lives. Noticing Yujin's unrelenting behavior, Jiang decided to disregard her. In her mind, she prompted the intelligent brain to attempt contacting Beifa, but after being swallowed by the orca, she had lost all sense of her current location. Just then, the whale's tongue suddenly contracted, followed by a violent shaking. Straining to listen, Jiang perceived rhythmic waves in the water, powerful enough for even the two hidden within the whale's mouth to feel. As the ocean's turbulence enveloped them, an ominous premonition washed over Jiang. Surely, the white fox wouldn't still be pursuing them? She hadn't even secured her sister Tianqing yet. What were the odds? Above the surface, Kaga, illuminated by moonlight, intently surveyed the sea below. Waves of carrier aircraft dispersed, soaring through the night sky. Kaga had bombarded her way out, following the orca into the open sea. Even a killer whale could not remain submerged indefinitely. It would have to surface for air. With a glint of determination in her fox-like eyes, Kaga resolved to extract this elusive rabbit, even if it meant tearing open the beast's belly. Such relentless spirit was reminiscent of the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows. In her case, it was akin to digging 3 feet into the ground. Not even the depths of another creature's belly would deter her, a notion that brought tears to Jiang's eyes. Though this strategy lacked cleverness, it was undeniably effective. Whales could typically hold their breath for about 20 minutes, and nearly 10 minutes had already elapsed. Jiang mused, as if in response to her thoughts. The whale's tongue began to quiver more violently. It was nearing its limit. Wait, I remember. Jiang rummaged through her belongings and inadvertently brushed against one of Yujin's softer areas, prompting a slight squirm from her. However, Jiang was in no mood to be considerate of Yujin at that moment. Eureka! She produced a wave frequency generator, adjusting it as she instructed the intelligent brain in her mind. Intelligent brain, is it possible to communicate with this orca? Captain, while this device can receive its wave frequency communications, it is tailored for intelligent life forms, differing significantly from the mechanical wave frequencies established during construction. Analyzing the wavelength. Speak plainly. In essence, while listening is feasible, responding poses a challenge. One is for communication, the other for guidance. You haven't equipped me with a communication device. Is it not akin to compelling one devoid of vocal cords not only to produce sound, but also to articulate words? Perhaps you might attempt it? Using a wave frequency generator as a makeshift solution, I place my faith in your intelligence. Indeed, I trust in this device, albeit with reservations. It appears that the machine has been interfaced with an array of peculiar elements. The blue light of the intelligent terminal flickered, establishing a connection with the wave frequency generator. With great effort, I struggled to manipulate the generator, producing a wave frequency that, to those creatures communicating through audio, seemed utterly nonsensical. It was akin to an individual attempting to vocalize by cramming an assortment of mechanical components into their throat. forcing a semblance of speech from the vibrations they emitted. This mechanical sound startled the orca, causing it to tremble. Its tongue stirred, and it shook its head in confusion, as a voice unexpectedly erupted from its mouth, striking directly at its mind. The poorly articulated whale speech from the intelligent terminal resonated through the orca's hyoid bone, jaw, and upper oral cavity, ultimately forming a phrase within its brain. Ding. Whoa. Zzz. Return. Follow my command. Jiang sensed that the orca had halted, though it seemed merely perplexed. Once more, the intelligent terminal attempted communication. Upon returning, I must procure a wave communication device. The wave frequency generator emitted another pulse. This time, drawing upon previous experience, the whale language articulated by the intelligent terminal was finally comprehensible to the orca. Hall wa make. Gray. Moments later, an invisible ripple echoed within its mouth, as the orca responded using its blowhole. A reply received. Analysis and translation in progress. The blue light of the intelligent terminal spiraled, illuminating Jiang's vision. There was a response. Translation complete. What kind of accent are you speaking? Why does it sound so difficult to understand? The air suddenly grew tense, permeated with an awkward atmosphere. Intelligent terminal, refrain from infusing your subjective emotions. Remove the accent. It was undeniably a moment of solemnity and celebration, yet Jiang felt as though, upon eagerly approaching the Statue of Victory, he discovered made in China and tags from Iwu nestled beneath the statue's skirts. I swear upon my 2 decades of service that orcas across various seas possess their own dialects and accents. This is a genuine translation. At most, I might enhance it slightly. Jiang hesitated, when suddenly, another message in whale language materialized. Oh dear, your words are resonating in my mind. So, you land dwellers actually sound like that. I thought you were all quite vocal. Correct it. Immediately rectify this. This translation is giving me a headache. Jiang's thoughts echoed in his mind. Ding, I have received. Yet I must express that such conduct is impolite to the young female orca. Silence. She is a girl? Indeed. The machine has just observed her dental age and analyzed the wave frequency. Jiang gently massaged her temples and commanded in her mind. Intelligent brain, engage in communication with her. Instruct her to temporarily return to the canal's exit to surface for air, then guide her to swim towards Beifa. Assure her that there is no need for fear. The whaling factory has been reduced to ashes. Rest assured, Kaga would never anticipate that the whale would swim back, nor that we could converse with the orca. The intelligent brain translated this message for the young orca using the wave frequency generator. Moments later, Jiang felt a disorienting shift as the young orca executed a swift turn underwater, reluctantly swimming back towards the hell from which she had narrowly escaped. Meanwhile, on the surface, Kaga continued his relentless bombardment, utterly oblivious to the fact that the orca transport vessel had altered its course. Chapter 88. Rescue Alas. Have I lost them again? Kaga gazed down at the inky depths of the sea, having waited for over 20 minutes without sighting the orca surfacing for air. What could have gone awry? Suddenly, a realization struck her, a detail she had previously overlooked. While an orca's duration for surfacing is considerable, it is inconceivable for Jiang, a mere human, to remain submerged for such an extended period. Unless, of course, that cunning rabbit possesses some means of oxygen supply beneath the water. Kaga recalled the camouflage device Jiang had once utilized, a small gadget that had rendered her momentarily unconscious. It was no wonder, then, but if Jiang intended to escape, she would not allow herself to be carried off by the orca. After all, to leave, she must rendezvous with the fleet, not be taken to some unknown waters by an orca. With this thought, Kaga swiftly reached for her communicator, retrieving it from her chest, and sending a message to Shintong. Moments later, the communication was established. Lord Kaga, how may I assist you? Shintong, please check for any movements from Dongwang, and send me the surrounding coastline map. Kaga inquired succinctly. Yes, my lord, please hold on. Lord Kaga, there is unusual activity from Dongwang. According to the observations of the sisters Songlong and Filong, Commander Han of the Dongwang escort fleet, after receiving the trainees, has been incessantly inquiring about that rascal Jiang. However, after receiving a communication, he hurriedly departed. 5 minutes ago, a warship detached from the fleet, heading towards an unknown destination. My subordinate has marked the departure direction on the map sent earlier. This is it. Kaga's ruby lips curled into a smirk as her keen gaze fixated on the lines on the map, connecting them to the canal of the whaling factory that emptied into the sea, revealing some clues. The crafty frog has been probing your belly. Hee hee, little rabbit. Though I am unaware of your actions, I shall inevitably find you following this route. With a cold chuckle, Kaga maneuvered her aircraft to turn around, intending to depart from the canal's exit of the whaling factory and follow the traced path. Were Jiang to witness Kaga's deduction, she would likely be utterly astonished. Goodness, this faux white fox has actually begun to think. At that moment, Jiang teetered on the brink of despair. Captain, the little orca asks if you would like a beautiful shell she has spotted. No. First, rendezvous with Beifa. We can collect such things after we escape. Captain, the little orca insists it is truly lovely. If we miss it, we may never find another. Moreover, I believe it is quite cruel to deny a 6-year-old little whale. Once we return, I shall find her even more exquisite shells. Will that suffice? Captain, is that for real? She does not believe you unless you swear it on your fins. Where would I get fins? Do you want it or not? Captain, she said that would suffice, and she also called you a ruthless land whale. Uft. Intelligent core, did you just chuckle? No. Captain, you are overthinking it. This machine is a mechanical life form and does not possess the capacity to laugh. It merely experienced a minor short circuit. As the blue light on the intelligence terminal flickered erratically, resembling a dancing figure, Jiang felt a surge of irritation. All right. Intelligence, how far are we from Beifa's location? The oxygen is nearly depleted. Jiang checked the oxygen canisters for both herself and Eugen, who, with a sly wink, attempted to lighten the mood. Ugh, none of you are making this easy. Captain, according to the little orca's speed, we have already covered 3/4 of the distance. Miss Beifa has also replied. She is fully prepared to assist you at any moment. That's reassuring. The oxygen should suffice. Jiang calculated and concluded that it would sustain them until they reached their destination. Captain, the little orca mentioned she is hungry. She just spotted a rather adorable little octopus and wishes to eat it. Tell her to hold on a bit longer. Once this is over, I shall treat her to a giant squid. Captain, is she referring to one larger than herself? Indeed, one that can fire its ink. As long as she is not afraid of losing a tooth, I will ensure she gets it. Captain, she claims her teeth are strong and she fears no such thing. Upon hearing Jiang's enticing promise, the little orca's tail danced with excitement, propelling her swiftly through the dim waters. Meanwhile, from a distance, Beifa regarded the communicator Jiang had provided with a worried expression. Master, I never anticipated resorting to this contingency. It seems the situation on your end is quite dire. However, as Beifa examined the messages from Jiang, she recognized each character, yet found the overall meaning elusive. What could this two-person, accented biological submersible transport vessel signify? Is it a ship girl? Beifa pondered in confusion. Given Beifa's nature, had she known that her master ventured into the jaws of a killer whale, she would likely have first turned pale with fright, then without hesitation, brandished her ship cannon to valiantly confront the monstrous whale and rescue her master. As Beifa contemplated this, a sonic boom resonated from afar, heralding the rapid approach of a carrier-based aircraft. The speed of the plane left Beifa no time to conceal her munchkins. It was Kaga's fighter, though the pilot had not yet arrived. The aircraft had already reached the vicinity. The carrier aircraft circled around the beach where Beifa was hidden before promptly returning the way it came. With a grave expression, Beifa immediately sent a message to Jiang and subsequently relayed information to another recorded contact. I hope the escort fleet arrives soon. That aircraft exhibits exceptional proficiency. Likely belonging to the Imperial Kaga. This place has probably been discovered. Master, you must hurry. Yet, the girl wore a troubled expression. Her delicate brows knitted together as she gazed towards Jiang's direction. Meanwhile, Kaga had also received the footage transmitted from the carrier aircraft. A cruel smirk emerged upon her fair, beautiful face. Her red lips parted, delivering an icy remark. Hello, maid. Is she one of the royal ship girls? And with munchkins in tow, it seems we have found them. Kaga lowered her head, her gaze piercing through the obstructions as she surveyed the inky expanse of the sea. With a wave of the hand, the bombers nearby resumed their operations, releasing bombs like dumplings falling into the water, initiating a new round of fish bombardment. At that moment, Jiang, submerged beneath the waves, felt the sea tremble once more. Her heart tightening. Could it be? Captain, The orca relays a message. Those large birds have returned. Just like before, they are defecating explosive waste everywhere, and I can no longer ascend. Furthermore, Miss Baifa has sent word that our backup has been discovered. How infuriating. Are they in pursuit? Zhang's expression darkened. Although she was unsure how Kaga had tracked her down, they were so close to safety. While Zhang pondered her predicament, she suddenly sensed that the tremors of the water seemed to have ceased. How vexing. Where did these pests come from? Kaga glared darkly at the suddenly appearing carrier planes. The moment these aircraft emerged, they engaged in a fray with Kaga's own planes. Caught off guard, Kaga managed to shoot down several bombers with purpose. In the distance, unseen by all, a warship was racing towards them at full speed, akin to a parent rushing to rein in a misbehaving child. Commander. Target acquired. The Sakura's Kaga. The target is conducting carpet bombing on the surface. We have halted it. A jubilant blonde girl wearing a baseball cap reported excitedly to Commander Han. Well done, Borg. Langley. Collaborate with Borg. Kaga is no easy foe. Commander Han swiftly issued orders, relief evident on his face. Finally, they had tracked down this elusive rabbit. Who would have thought that land could no longer contain her? Zhang had retreated to the sea. Why not ascend to the skies? Yet, on another note, what had this wayward rabbit done to provoke such relentless pursuit from Kaga? What a deep-seated grudge it must be. Shaking his head, Commander Han dispelled the accumulating frustrations from his mind and refocused his thoughts. All personnel, heed my command. Accelerate. Support Zhang, who is currently under duress, and rescue our virtuous compatriot from the malicious clutches of Sakura. Yes. Chapter 89. An Escape from Peril, the Possibility of the Celestial City, Combined Edition. Oh. A flock of magnificent birds has arrived. How exhilarating. The birds are engaged in a fierce battle. How terrifying. Flames are erupting, and they're falling from the sky. Quick, flee. We must not harm the innocent little whales. Through the description provided by the little orca and the translation of the intelligent brain, Zhang began to grasp the extraordinary events unfolding above the ocean's surface. Could it be? Is it truly my loved ones who have come? After indulging in this prolonged solitary gaming experience, I nearly forgot about my long-lost comrades. But how did you, dear intelligent brain, manage to glean such vivid details from a mere wave frequency? And how is it that you possess expressions? As a seasoned advanced intelligence, it is only natural to differentiate oneself from other malfunctioning entities and showcase superior capabilities. Upon hearing the intelligent brain's explanation, Zhang was momentarily rendered speechless. How peculiar. I recall that the intelligent brain was not like this before. While it possessed an emotional module, it behaved more like a rigid, serious butler. Now, it appears to have liberated itself, as if imbued with a soul. Is it the influence of the mental cube? Captain, we are nearing our destination. Please prepare safety measures before disembarking. The current weather is cloudy, and be cautious of falling objects from above. The intelligent brain's reminder jolted Zhang back to reality. Well, I shall conduct a thorough inspection later. Notify Baifa to bring the boat out. We will board directly from the ocean. Under Zhang's command, the little orca spun beneath the surface, refusing to surface. Meanwhile, Baifa received the message, signaling the Manju to commence their operations. Chirp, 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 a gathering of small, round yellow chicks, chanting in unison, hoisted a uniquely styled speedboat. Their petite forms raised concerns about being squashed. The speedboat glided forward, its seemingly soft body revealing immense strength. With one little chick standing at the bow, waving two tiny flags to guide its companions onward. The Manju left a long trail upon the beach, and with a splash, the speedboat successfully entered the water. The Manju then retreated behind the speedboat and formed a human pyramid. With a resounding chirp, all the little yellow chicks exerted their strength. And finally, the speedboat was submerged. Subsequently, the chicks gathered before Baifa, saluting with their short wings. Chirp, chirp, two sounds echoed, and the Manju dispersed, leaving only the commanding chick and three others. The commanding chick gestured for Baifa to follow it onto the boat, as it was the designated pilot for this retreat mission. Baifa observed the four little round figures bouncing ahead, then glanced at the scattering Manju, some vanishing into the woods while others frolicked as if nothing had transpired. As my master said, these creatures are indeed wondrous, filled with secrets. A perfect, composed smile adorned Baifa's face as he followed the guiding chick onto the peculiar speedboat. The boat was modestly sized, designed to match the dimensions of an escape vessel. Above, There is a small recess of approximately 1 square meter for a person to sit, with 4 chairs arranged face-to-face in pairs, snugly pressed against the hull of the speedboat. The entirety of the vessel's space has been devoted to its operational capabilities, with little regard for comfort. It is merely functional. In stark contrast to the lackadaisical approach to seating, the power of the speedboat can only be described as frenzied. The rear of the boat has undergone significant modifications, featuring 4 silvery devices reminiscent of thrusters, each measuring 50 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width, affixed to the lower rear. The center of the stern is adorned with 16 exhaust ports, connecting to the fuel storage tank at the back of the speedboat. Above this, for circular propellers, 2 large and 2 small, are evenly spaced. A closer inspection reveals numerous tiny protrusions along the sides of the vessel, each with a small hole facing backward. Beifa observed as the commanding monkey leapt into the driver's seat, a compact model designed for its stature, thus freeing up additional space for the other compartments. The other 3 monkeys also hopped aboard, each assuming their designated roles, vanishing from Beifa's line of sight. Jujio? The commanding monkey called, inquiring if they were ready to depart. My apologies, let us first attend to the other 2 passengers, Beifa replied as she fastened her seatbelt. Gio? The commanding monkey acknowledged her response, seizing a nearby miniature radio to inform its companions to set sail. Beifa felt the speedboat tremble beneath her, then it jolted violently. Boom. Whoosh. The modified speedboat shot forth, its velocity astonishing even to Beifa. Her delicate, fair hands clutched the safety belt tightly, the roaring propulsion machinery thundering beside her. The speedboat surged like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the heart of the tumultuous battlefield. Intelligent brain. Signal the Orca to surface. Prepare to board. Yes, Captain. Below the fierce aerial combat, a massive, dark head broke through the surface of the sea, 2 gleaming white patches starkly visible against the night. This caught the attention of both Kaga above and Beifa ahead, finally willing to show its face. Kaga roared, her hand slicing downward, sending several carrier aircraft diving, while she herself plunged downward. Master. Not far away, Beifa overheard Kaga's words, her initial confusion regarding the Orca's appearance now transforming into understanding. A biological diving transport vessel? 2-seater? Given the Master's character, it was indeed plausible. Winky face, at that moment, Kaga was once again intercepted by Bogland's carrier aircraft, helplessly witnessing as the Orca opened its mouth wide, tilting its head back with force. Hatue. It seemed to expel foreign objects from its mouth, 2 damp silhouettes being ejected, along with a square box. Cough, cough. Good morning, Miss Kaga, Jiang said, wiping his face and awkwardly glancing at Kaga, who seemed poised to swoop down at any moment. Their reunion sparked an uncomfortable yet courteous smile from Jiang. Kaga glared fiercely at the slippery Jiang rabbit, who had repeatedly evaded her grasp, resembling a wriggling eel. Upon seeing Jiang still daring to smile, an overwhelming sense of malice surged within Kaga. She disregarded the operations of Bogland's carrier aircraft, resolutely clutching her munitions as she dove down, extending her delicate and fair wrist in an attempt to snatch Jiang away. How persistent can one be? With a swift motion, Jiang darted beneath the surface of the sea, evading the grasp of those greedy hands above her. Kaga's grasp met with nothing but air, yet she remained undeterred, changing course to reach for Jiang once more. At that moment, however, the speedboat had already surged to Jiang's side. Belfast stood upon the vessel, striving to maintain her balance as her ship attire materialized around her. All cannons roared to life, and Kaga's direct trajectory was laid bare in the sight of her optics. Boom, boom, boom. Kaga absorbed the volleys of cannon fire. Though she remained unscathed, the flight of her carrier aircraft was nonetheless compromised. Kaga and Belfast exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with sparks of confrontation. You are. Oh, it is Miss Kaga from the Sakura Empire. Might I request that you refrain from disturbing my master? Even in such a moment. Belfast's countenance bore a perfect and poised smile, though her tone left no room for dispute. Heh, I feel as if I've heard that before. You must be the maid, Belfast, Kaga remarked, her eyes sharp. The Iron Bloods Eugen, the Royal Belfast, that rabbit truly was an unexpected surprise, adding to her value as a captive. Is that so? However, as a maid, I cannot allow my master to be taken by another. Belfast, fierce as a protective beast, exuded an unwavering combat spirit. I must say, Belfast, Could you perhaps pull me up first? As the two women faced off, Jiang flailed unsuccessfully, thwarted by the unique design of the speedboat. Very well, Master, please hold on. After a brief exchange of glances with Kaga, Belfast swiftly turned and, with the support of her sister Orca, hoisted Jiang aboard, inadvertently bringing along a certain iron-blood ship girl as well. How dare you disregard me? But more importantly, perhaps you should observe your surroundings. Jiang lay unceremoniously on the vessel, resembling a defeated dog. Kaga turned to see that her carrier aircraft had been entirely obliterated, leaving but a solitary aircraft beneath her feet. You were merely stalling for time. Kaga glared furiously at Belfast, who was meticulously drying Jiang's face, her ample form brushing against Jiang without a care. In response to Kaga's accusation, Belfast merely aimed her cannon towards Kaga, her expression unperturbed. You, Kaga, driven to fury, charged toward Jiang, alone and isolated. This individual had the capacity to construct Eugen and Belfast. Thus, it was conceivable that he could also create her sister. Having seen her sister's visage, even the slightest possibility could not be overlooked. Kaga's slender fingers curled into claws, her fox-like eyes fixated on Jiang. Help! Commander Han, save me! Jiang exclaimed, raising her gaze at the advancing white fox, making no attempt to evade, as Kaga's outstretched hand drew ever closer. This scenario does not align with expectations. The intelligent core has already indicated its arrival, yet it remains absent. Time is of the essence. As Jiang witnessed Kaga approaching, she decisively seized the intelligent core. In that very moment, as Kaga's claw brushed against Jiang's collar, she silently screamed within, "Intelligent core! Electrify me!" Understood, Captain. ZZZZT. A bolt of unprecedented electricity surged forth from the intelligent core's terminal, thicker than any previously experienced, racing up Jiang's left arm. The violent arc of electricity, fueled by the seawater clinging to Jiang, leapt directly to Kaga's hand that was in contact with her collar. The conditions were met, and Jiang unleashed her ultimate technique, mutual demise. However, the intelligent core's electric shock was fleeting. With a resounding thud, Eugen lifted her long, delicate leg and delivered a forceful kick to Kaga's slender waist. This kick, infused with a hint of personal sentiment, sent the momentarily stiff Kaga flying. Meanwhile, Beifeng grasped Jiang, whose upper body was nearly dragged out of the speedboat, and pulled her back. Jiang convulsed violently, her hair frizzing into a smoky mess. As she struggled to murmur in her mind, "Intelligent core, you must be doing this on purpose. Such a high voltage. When have I ever seen you use this before?" "Captain, you never specified the magnitude. This machine merely assumed that when dealing with ship girls, one should exert their utmost effort. Rest assured, I have calculated that your battle-hardened body can withstand it," the intelligent core responded earnestly. "I am loyal to the core and would never act with ulterior motives." It became evident that Jiang-style massage, even Jiang herself, could hardly endure. In contrast to Jiang, the physically formidable Kaga quickly regained her mobility, now with a newfound understanding of Jiang's tenacity. "I told you, there is no escape." Boom. Just as Kaga's words fell, a barrage of cannonballs, traversing vast distances, enveloped her, as several shipgirls assisted Commander Han from afar. "Apologies, I didn't hear that." Commander Han's normally cold and rigid visage now bore a smile, reminiscent of a weasel that had stolen a chicken. "Damn it, how could you not hear? How did you know to fire?" Jiang cursed silently from her position at the bottom of the boat. "You cunning old man. You're relishing watching me get caught, aren't you? Don't you fear it might backfire?" At this moment, Commander Han felt a wave of satisfaction. After all the commotion Jiang had caused, he had finally regained a semblance of control. It was a relief. His efforts to deplete all of Kaga's aircraft had not been in vain. Initially, he believed he would have to destroy the last aircraft beneath Kaga to save Jiang in a crisis. To his surprise, Jiang proved to be formidable enough to hold her own. As he commanded his shipgirls, he couldn't help but admire her resilience. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless volley of fire rained down upon Kaga, rhythmically ensuring that she remained oblivious to Jiang's plight. "Go ahead. I will hold her off." Commander Han fixated on Kaga, only to turn and find no trace of the speedboat, just a foamy white trail in its wake. "When it comes to cunning, it is indeed you, Jiang," thought Commander Han as his smile faltered. running away so swiftly. Were you afraid I might become your shield? In the distance, Jiang lay sprawled on a chair, observing the unfolding battle between Commander Han and Kaga. Watching Kaga, stripped of its aircraft, retreat under the relentless bombardment from several of Commander Han's shipgirls. Jiang noted the white hair stained with smoke and the wide sleeves of the kimono torn and tattered. Even the deck-type ship outfit, entwined with blue foxfire, had been ripped apart, scattering fragments across the sea. Suddenly, a piece of intelligence flickered in Jiang's mind. He recalled that Kaga was originally a battleship before its modification, and that it had been constructed using parts from Amaji. The concept of the ship of Theseus appeared in the narrative, suggesting that Jiang's eyes widened as he fixated on the debris floating on the water, his thoughts racing. It should be possible, perhaps. But how can one know without attempting? Wait. Jiang exerted himself to move his still stiff body, demonstrating remarkable determination as he managed to approach the commander's manji. Can we return for a moment? Is there a net on the speedboat? Jujio? His words were met with immediate dissent from Beifa. No, master. It is far too dangerous to return. I cannot allow you to place yourself in peril again. I swear. I will remain on the periphery, absolutely not venturing inside. Jiang gazed longingly at the fragments drifting further away from Kaga with the current, his desire palpable. The success of the construction was secondary. He primarily sought to confirm a hypothesis. After making countless assurances, the speedboat finally altered its course, racing towards the direction Jiang indicated. The combatants engaged in battle turned to hear the roar of the speedboat, witnessing Jiang's return. Could it be that Jiang, in a moment of conscience, had returned to assist me? Commander Han felt a surge of emotion. He had always known that despite Jiang's boundless antics, he was indeed a good comrade. Suddenly, a splash of icy seawater struck Commander Han's face, interrupting his reverie as the speedboat sped past him without a hint of hesitation. Had he just seen a large black rat dart by? On the speedboat, Beifa and Eugen hastily raised a net on either side, swiftly skimming the outskirts of the battle to collect some remnants before retreating. So, he specifically returned to scavenge? Commander Han stood in stunned silence, watching as the speedboat became a mere black dot on the horizon, until Borg shook his arm, snapping him back to reality. Commander, it seems they are heading in the wrong direction. Huh? What? Commander Han's expression turned furious, his arms flailing. I knew it. You miscreant. You never let anyone rest easy, you rascal. Where do you think you're running off to? However, at that moment, Jiang was too preoccupied with the salvaged debris, grinning mischievously. He, snagging and running away, how exhilarating. Chapter 90. Departing the fleet, completion of the Great Serpent across the vast expanse of the sea. The speedboat had been racing forward for some time. Seated within, Jiang fiddled with several fragments of equipment from the Kaga, turning them over with an expression of excitement that drew the curious glances of Beifa and Eugen. Master, why are we not meeting up with the escort fleet? And why did you instruct Sirius to take Commander Su Lu's ship away? Beifa inquired, pulling Eugen, who had been leaning toward Jiang, back to her side. Her azure violet eyes filled with puzzlement. Well, Jiang halted his playful handling of the components momentarily and casually replied. I just want to keep my distance from the Sakura Empire. Is that truly the case, Master? Beifa smiled at Jiang, her mind swirling with speculation. Is there any doubt? Eugen, dissatisfied with her failed attempts to get close to Jiang, shot a displeased glance at Beifa before elegantly adjusting her hair. However, Jiang's gaze remained fixated on the components, not sparing her a glance. This mission had initially been forcefully assigned to the commander by the nearsighted Hood, who had ultimately deceived the commander into coming to the Sakura Empire. The troubles faced by the commander due to such extraneous dealings could only be attributed to the traditional craft of the Royal Navy. Is that truly the case, Master? Beifa sighed, acknowledging that Hood's actions were indeed laden with the problematic traits of the Royal, a sentiment even she, as a Royal shipgirl, found distasteful. All right. I did require some support in terms of resources, Jiang admitted, as Elaine controls nearly all the shipgirl resources, which has left me at a disadvantage in negotiations with them. Jiang turned to face Beifa. Even if I am exceptional, I am merely a fledgling commander, at least in their eyes. Moreover, how many instances are there in this world where one party controls vital resources and thereby influences the world? I am not one to charge in recklessly. On the contrary, after years of navigating the cosmos, Jiang had encountered numerous entities that were utterly unreasonable. Being seen could lead to demise, having one's name known could invite death, and even performing a series of patterned actions that met certain criteria could attract the attention of those ominous beings. Having learned from countless lessons, Jiang had meticulously adhered to the various hidden rules of the universe, honing a temperament that was both shrewd and cautious, always leaving a contingency plan, and mastering the art of patience. Compared to those great horrors, Hood's actions seemed to Jiang like child's play, naive and laughable. Resistance was possible, but one must at least seize every possible benefit to avoid losses. So, does that mean you have merely treated these matters as transactions? Before Jiang could respond to Beifa's question, Eugen interjected with a grin. Miss-made Chief, have you not yet grasped the essence of this incident? The betrayal by the Sakura and Iron Blood, the Sardinian Empire and Vichy Papacy's opportunism, the indifference of the Northern Union, if it were not for the commander. How many of those trainees do you think would have survived? Upon hearing Eugen's words, Beifa fell into silence, for these were undeniable truths unfolding before them. Miss Beifa, why do you suppose this drill, fraught with peril, is still being conducted? Eugen's alluring gaze was laced with sarcasm. She found it hard to believe that the astute and impeccable Beifa had not considered this. So, Commander, why not seek refuge with Iron Blood? Eugen abruptly shifted the conversation, her enthusiasm palpable as she directed her suggestion toward Jiang. Jiang's lips twitched before she managed a curt reply. Scram. After all this, was she merely promoting your homeland? Were you not afraid that once I arrived, Bismarck might discover me and strike me down? Jiang possessed a keen awareness of her own actions. As for betraying Azalane, she had no interest. After all, having never submitted, how could she betray? Jiang, swear to the heavens, my loyalty to the old captain is as evident as the sky itself. So, Captain, you must wait for my return, and then inherit your esteemed position. Captain, Achio, who is cursing me? By the way, it seems I haven't seen John the Rabbit for a while. Where has this mischievous child wandered off to? Thus, the trio, silent Beifa, mischievous Jiang, and the unwaveringly attentive Eugen, arrived at their destination, enveloped in an unusual atmosphere. A somewhat damaged command ship lay anchored before them. Before the group could approach, several figures leapt from the command ship, eagerly rushing towards them. Commander, Nagato misses you so much. So does the Empress. Unicorn wants her big brother. 3 distinctly styled girls leapt into the speedboat, pouncing onto Jiang. The lively, cheerful homebody Nagato, the gentle and charming neighborhood Empress, and the shy, adorable sister Unicorn surrounded Jiang in a scene brimming with warmth and fragrant charm. Prompting one to exclaim, they could easily take her place. Oh dear, I didn't realize the commander favored such company. Would you like me to call the gendarmerie for you, Commander? Eugen's smile was dangerously mischievous as she observed Jiang's gentle demeanor, caressing the heads of the 3 adorable girls. A harmonious and beautiful sight that made Eugen feel a twinge of envy. How troublesome, but rest assured, I shall seek your assistance again next time. Jiang, burdened with one in each arm and another on her back, made her promise to the command ship's crew. Cheers. The command ship's crew saluted, producing a sign that read, "Thank you for your patronage, fair and square," before departing on their speedboat. This doesn't seem to be the way we came, does it? Oh well, I'll take my time to figure it out later. After all, I've placed surveillance devices on board. Jiang watched as the speedboat dwindled into a mere dot, instructing the intelligence system to maintain surveillance before turning back to lead the 3 little ones into the cabin. Eugen smiled tightly, following suit, while Beifa, in silence, assisted Sirius Dato with organizing Jiang's recent acquisitions to be sent to the studio. What troubles you, headmate? Though Beifa maintained her usual, poised smile, Sirius and Dato observed an unusual tension in her demeanor. Oh, it's nothing, just contemplating the tasks to be done upon our master's return, Beifa replied with a smile, her expressions and mannerisms impeccably flawless. However, Sirius and Dato exchanged a concerned glance, nodding in silent agreement. Headmate, given your current state, we believe it is unsuitable for you to continue working for the time being. While we are uncertain of what transpired, it is essential that you recalibrate yourself. This is a responsibility of a maid, Sirius stated earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Beifa. The duties of a maid, indeed. The responsibilities of a maid. Beifa murmured vacantly at first, but her eyes soon sparkled with realization. as if a revelation dawned upon her. Suddenly, clarity washed over her, and her smile blossomed brilliantly. I apologize, it was my oversight, but I am well now. Please take care of things here. I must excuse myself. No sooner had she spoken than Beifa hurriedly departed, leaving Sirius and Dato in a state of bewilderment. In the corner, Eugen smirked, acknowledging the brilliance of the perfect head maid, who quickly discerned her rightful place. Well then, now is the opportune moment to seek out my little bunny commander for some amusement. Yes, I shall use the pretext of the precarious global situation and the necessity to protect the commander closely. Eugen flashed her signature smile, swaying her hips as she stealthily slipped away. At that moment, a jarring and eerie wave erupted from the Sakura Empire, swiftly expanding across a vast expanse. All the shipgirls and Jiang sensed the chilling, terrifying pressure that sent shivers down their spines. It felt as though something dreadful was awakening. What had transpired in the Sakura Empire? Hood stood on the deck, apprehensively gazing into the distance, her hands gripping the railing tightly. How much longer until we arrive? Hood inquired, glancing at the visibly moved Sheffield. At least another 10 minutes, Sheffield replied. I hope they can hold on. Inside the studio, Jiang wore a grave expression, her tone firm as she inquired of the intelligence core. Is it her? The intelligence terminal flickered with blue light, providing a definitive answer. It is likely, Captain. The remnants left by the vessel indicate that the Great Serpent has likely completed its task. At that moment, the clock struck 5:01 a.m. Chapter 91. Restrictions on the construction of ship Girls. The once pitch-black cavern was now illuminated by a blinding crimson light. The observer gazed with satisfaction at the masterpiece before him, acknowledging that although there had been some complications, the experimental process had proceeded smoothly. A fierce, quivering serpent bore a woman who seemed to have stepped out from a scroll, appearing before Akagi. With chestnut hair cascading down her shoulders, violet eyes shimmering, she held a vintage paper umbrella, clad in a striking red coat, identical to the illusion Jiang had previously employed to confound Kaga. Sister. Akagi's eyes were vacant, her lips murmuring softly. The sister she had yearned for was right before her, yet she stood like a wooden puppet, staring blankly ahead. Hee. My dear sister, I thank you. At that moment, the woman in red exuded a bizarre scarlet aura, her frail, delicate face twisting into a sinister, chilling smile that marred her entire demeanor. Tenryu. No, more accurately, the serpent possessing a soul, stepped forward gracefully, extending a hand to caress Akagi's exquisite, pale visage. The serpent's malevolent violet eyes narrowed slightly, releasing an intangible wave of crimson and purple ripples. Akagi's delicate form stiffened, her vacant eyes slowly closing, her body succumbing as she fell unguarded into the serpent's embrace. Then, let us promptly incite war. The serpent, resembling Tenryu, gazed down at Akagi with a facade of concern. Yet her violet eyes betrayed no emotion. This was the true intent of the serpent's scheme, to utilize war as a weapon to upend the world. With a flick of her red sleeve, the warship beneath them surged with a brilliant crimson glow, its trembling intensifying until it gradually began to move, navigating the canal within the cavern towards the outside world. Now, it is time to call upon that fool to commence her actions. The observer appeared to recline languidly upon the octopus ship, large expanses of pale skin exposed to the air. In a moment of delight, her glistening toes playfully ensnared a tentacle, recreating the past, forging possibilities for the future. Just as the intricate drama of love and hatred among the Fox sisters was reaching its zenith, Jiang was sprawled on the ground, disregarding her image, deeply engrossed with the intellect machine as they examined the remnants of warships acquired from the Sakura Empire. Surrounding them were an array of eclectic instruments. Intellect machine. Are you certain? Wavelength guidance and data transformation sound advanced, but they merely enhanced the existing foundation. Now we must incorporate the shipwreck remnants. Adding even a fraction of material will exponentially increase the computational load. Captain, please trust in my identity. I can amplify calculations a billionfold. Grant me a moment, and I shall elucidate everything clearly. Based on the original world, where the ships of longing transformed into the ship girls of the sea, this plan is undeniably feasible. Jiang remained somewhat apprehensive. After all, the notion of constructing a designated ship girl by simply tossing shipwreck remnants into the construction machine felt rather dubious. The core of the ship girl is the intellect cube, the vessel for the soul, while the construction machine utilizes this core to extend into a comprehensive tool. The shipwreck remnants will serve as an anchor point, adding a condition for the specified ship girl to descend. Due to the captain's reckless behavior, our construction machine has had the fortunate opportunity to undergo a trial run, providing a practical experience. Jiang listened intently to the logically sound and methodically rigorous analysis from the intelligent core and found herself swayed. Well, there are ample materials. A few failures are inconsequential. Consider it a means to brush up on the probabilities. Rising to her feet, Jiang casually picked up a worn radar display and examined its label. The Shinano aircraft carrier, converted from the third battleship of the Yamato class, was the largest aircraft carrier in the world at that time. This value seems rather excessive. Perhaps it would be prudent to try something else first? Captain, hurry. We don't have much time left. Very well. Jiang took the radar display, along with 2 specially crafted Sakura version mental cubes and 1,500 units of resources, and placed them into the construction machine. The intelligent core also dove in, eager to observe the forming process up close. She pressed the switch, and the construction machine commenced its operation, radiating light while a rumble echoed from within the chamber. Jiang nodded. Thus far, the construction process proceeded as usual, everything running smoothly. At least the shipwreck materials had not been rejected. However, Jiang sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that this construction time seemed to be prolonged. Her previously calm demeanor now furrowed into a frown. The radiance within the construction chamber appeared to intensify, yet it had not reached the critical threshold. Intelligent core, what is the situation? Jiang inquired through the chip in her mind. Beep, 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 reporting the construction progress. The construction machine's extension formula is normal. The data release of the modified mental cube has been completed, with the material conversion rate reaching 86, 89, 94, 98. The framework for the thought information's physical form has been established. The soul begins to descend. Beep. The shipwreck is linked with the stream of soul information. Anomalous fluctuations detected. The core for the ship girl's physical formation has increased. Captain, the shipwreck is emitting a substantial amount of manifest information stream. It has become the second core of the construction. An unknown change is occurring. Captain, the framework of the physical form is undergoing alterations. This form, upon database comparison, shows a matching rate of 99.7 with the target ship girl. Preliminary judgment suggests that the shipwreck can enhance the uniqueness of the physical framework, filtering out any other possibilities. Through the specific shaping of the carrier, could it render other mismatched souls incapable of adapting, allowing the designated soul to fit perfectly? Jiang's eyes sparkled with understanding as she swiftly grasped the principles and methods behind this selection process. Within the construction machine's chamber, a vague blue silhouette began to emerge. Suddenly, the light intensified, and Jiang jerked her head up. The construction machine's display flashed with a multitude of rapidly changing numbers, causing her pupils to constrict. Alarm! Alarm! An unknown error has occurred in the soul binding. Please, something is amiss. Realizing the anomaly, Jiang instinctively retreated, but it was too late. Crack! 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 Several fissures emanating white light appeared on the construction machine. The figure within the chamber seemed to be trapped by some unseen force, unable to solidify and remaining stuck in a state of illusion. Bang! Under the fearful gaze of Jiang, the figure within the construction machine suddenly erupted like smoke. The violent energy detonated the machine, transforming it into a sky full of debris in an instant. The terrifying brilliance, accompanied by a searing shockwave, hurled Jiang backward, forcefully slamming her against the wall. Simultaneously, a long, ethereal voice echoed in Jiang's ears. My lord, regretfully. The sorrowful female voice lingered in her mind. Jiang, clutching her head, felt disoriented from the explosion's impact. Steadily propping herself against the wall, she gazed at the remnants of the construction machine, now reduced to a shattered shell, still emitting wisps of black smoke. The surroundings lay in disarray. The intelligent terminal had been ejected during the explosion, landing in a corner. Fortunately, the outer casing material she previously utilized was composed of specially arranged molecules, preventing any damage to the intelligence core. However, the radar display was likely nothing but ash. Jiang had anticipated this failure. Yet the voice that had whispered in her ear, was it Shernan? Why could she not materialize? Intelligence core, elucidate the situation, or I shall replace your casing with a Pikachu design. Jiang demanded with a fierce glare, inspecting the terminal in the corner for any signs of damage. Beep, beep, beep. Please hold on. The system is assessing the extent of damage. Done. The terminal flickered with blue light, emitting a tone of casual assurance. Everything proceeded smoothly until the final step. As predicted by my calculations, the shipwreck indeed possesses anchor point attributes. Just before the explosion, I detected the emergence of an independent consciousness, albeit fleeting. Then why did the explosion occur? It was almost a thunderous crash, and I was left in dismay. Jiang surmised that Beifa and the others would surely be on their way, and she felt a headache coming on. How could she explain this? It seems that in the final phase, some conditions were violated. Not only was the soul summoning process obstructed, but the construction machine executed a formula never before attempted, preventing the target's manifestation. Obstruction? Hidden formula? Jiang pondered for a moment, recalling information she had previously encountered, arriving at the truth. Those metallic termites had indeed interfered with the shipgirl construction machine, sealing off the emergence of certain shipgirls. Just as she contemplated reconstructing an unrestricted construction machine, a pale girl atop a colossal octopus ship sensed something amiss and lifted her gaze. What is happening? It seems something broke the lock just now. Something that should not have appeared at this moment nearly emerged. Who could it be? The observer's expression was unusually grave. Clearly, in the observer's mind, the weight of the disturbance overshadowed the so-called Great Serpent Project. After notifying the purifier, she hurriedly made her way back to the base, intent on examining the shipgirl construction records without delay. Chapter 92. The fierce battle commences as Jiang and the intelligence brain discovered the blockade set by the sirens and contemplated transforming the construction machine to their own design. Commander Han found all escort fleets from various factions regrouping. Upon witnessing Jiang depart, Kaga reluctantly acknowledged that the opportunity to capture her had slipped away entirely. With Kaga abandoning the pursuit of Jiang, Commander Han's wounded fleet of shipgirls was utterly incapable of stopping her. After Kaga summoned her aircraft anew, a mere 3 rounds of bombardment compelled Commander Han to retreat. Ultimately, Han withdrew from the battlefield, forced to watch as Kaga summoned new aircraft and gracefully departed. Was this the true might of Kaga from the Sakura Empire? Had her attention not been predominantly focused on Jiang, it was likely that a single encounter would have led to utter defeat, rendering them incapable of even a semblance of resistance. Commander Han sighed heavily, his heart aching as he observed his shipgirls supporting one another. I apologize for the trouble, he murmured. Under Kaga's unwavering focus, their forces had nearly been obliterated. Commander, we must leave at once, Borg urged, a look of fear plastered across her face, sensing an ominous presence approaching. Being the one supporting Commander Han, she bore the lightest of injuries. Indeed, I feel it too, several shipgirls echoed, reigniting the tension in Commander Han's heart after he had just begun to feel a sense of relief, the very thing that instilled fear in all his shipgirls. Without hesitation, Commander Han turned to flee. The urgency and anxiety radiating from his shipgirls intensified his own concern, and upon his swift return to the port, the scene that unfolded before him caused his heart to falter. What manner of monstrosity is this? The White Eagle escort, trembling with terror, gazed upon the grotesque steel behemoth before them, hands quaking, veins bulging. A warship of an utterly distinct design, glowing with a menacing crimson sheen, stood defiantly against the escort fleets of all factions. In the distance, 2 diminutive figures could be seen perched atop the monstrous vessel, one being the familiar Kaga of the Sakura Empire. Let the great serpent ravage these waters. A classical woman in red, cradling the unconscious Kaga, wore a face twisted with madness. With a delicate, pale finger, she beckoned. The monstrous creature beneath her stirred, its serpent-like eyes flashing crimson as a multitude of jagged red lines crawled across its hull. The serpent's armor, resembling scales, quivered slightly before parting, revealing a series of cold, metallic gun barrels that extended outward, gathering ominous red energy. Faced with the charging serpent, both the shipgirls and commanders felt their hairs stand on end, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping their hearts. Run. Retreat immediately. It's too late. Someone stop her. The single enemy instilled an unparalleled fear in the United Escort Fleet, which comprised dozens of warships and nearly 100 shipgirls. The once orderly formation of the fleet devolved into chaos under the immense pressure of life and death. As a soldier descending from the front lines, their apparent timidity was not a reflection of cowardice, Just 5 minutes prior, the colossal serpent had emerged upon the surface of the sea, traversing through the siren's space. All the escorts instinctively sensed an acute sense of peril. Upon witnessing the serpent's form, reminiscent of a siren, the veterans made a swift and resolute decision. Without hesitation, they unleashed the full brunt of their firepower upon the creature, united by a singular thought: attack. They were determined to annihilate it at any cost. Yet, as the smoke began to dissipate, a formidable, translucent crimson energy shield revealed itself before their eyes. The serpent remained unscathed, merely utilizing its serpent-like eyes at the prow to emit two devastating laser beams that swept through the fleet in the blink of an eye. Like the sun melting the spring snow, all defenses crumbled effortlessly. The two beams incapacitated 8 ship girls, left 14 severely damaged, while the remaining vessels hovered precariously near the brink of destruction. In a tragic twist, one escort from the White Eagle, positioned incorrectly, was struck on one side by the laser, resulting in an arm instantly reduced to ashes, the wound seared, devoid of even a single drop of blood. Now, it was evident that the serpent was gathering strength for an attack far more terrifying than the first. To engage, they couldn't even breach its defenses. To flee, what would become of the cadets? At that moment, all the escorts exchanged glances, each grappling with a difficult decision. All cadets of the Free Iris, heed our command. This battle is ours. You must leave at once. The commander of the Free Iris escort fleet knocked out the defiant cadets, handing them over to their heartbroken leader. Listen up, you scoundrels. This is our battlefield. Novices should scram. Previously communicating with Commander Han, the commander of the White Eagle kicked away the hand grenade that Ellie had intended to use for a mutual demise, tossing it to his ship girl. Honor of the Royal. Jason, you are the captain. You must be aware of your duty. Put down the makeshift weapon and lead your teammates to safety. Although Commander Davin wished to deliver a grandiloquent speech, the sight of Jason's menacing makeshift weapon filled him with trepidation. Commander Davin, we are not spineless cowards. One person has shown me through action that only by facing death can one find rebirth. With that, Porter and his companions offered a knightly salute, their swords held upright, eliciting a twitch from Davin's brow. On the Eastern Front, Commander Han rallied the ship girls to regroup, but upon seeing the fully armed Su Lu and her comrades, his words faltered in his throat. Clearing his throat, he shifted his words. You all stay behind us. If death is to come, let it be upon us first. Su Lu and her allies nodded in satisfaction, Su Lu relinquishing her bomb, Lu Yong lowering his rocket launcher, and Lu Hai reattaching the shell to his waist. A silent understanding passed between Commanders Han and Davin, each quietly admiring the other's resolve. How could my cadets be even more formidable than I? Such a coincidence. I dared not move, fearing a misstep might provoke an unwanted response. Will you still resist? The serpent observed their poignant farewell, making no move to interfere, instead calmly continuing to gather strength, for in the end, they would all succumb to the boundless agony of the serpent's love. Transformed by the love of Akaji, a force emerged that could crush my beloved ants without even exerting full strength. However, a profound meaning flickered in the eyes of the great serpent. According to the directive, a few must be spared to set the world on the right path. Let those who survive indulge in their hatred, igniting the war between the Crimson Axis and the Azure Fleet. The great serpent, Tiansheng, slowly ascended, cradling Akaji, its beguiling purple eyes narrowing slightly. Beneath them, the serpent's eyes glowed ominously red. Waves of purple and red rippled outward, casting an eerie luminescence over the various factions. The recently ignited flames of courage within the escorts were extinguished inexplicably, as a familiar dread forcibly seized their minds. Had Jiang Jiang been present, she would have discerned that the purplish-red wave was a form of mental assault, elevating their vigilance against the sirens to another level. Thus, farewell. With a flourish, the great serpent Tiansheng spun its crimson parasol, obscuring the faces of itself and Akaji. Having gathered its power, the serpent unleashed a barrage of radiant beams from its myriad cannons, culminating in a luminous shield that enveloped the united fleet. Boom. At that moment, a golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, revealing a graceful woman with flowing white hair hovering in the sky. Chapter 93. The Enterprise and the Great Serpent. A scarlet luminescence enveloped everyone, casting an overwhelming aura of dread. Some, paralyzed by fear, surrendered to despair, peacefully shutting their eyes in resignation, prepared to meet the end of their voyage. Yet, In contrast, a golden arrow of light descended from the heavens with astonishing swiftness, piercing through the sky and landing before the fleet. In an instant, this slender shaft of golden radiance erupted with tremendous brilliance, exploding into a magnificent display. The golden light shimmered, expanding into a colossal pillar that soared heavenward. In stark contrast to the eerie and terrifying red glow, this golden column radiated a fervent, pure warmth. It shielded the fleet from the grim gaze of death itself. The piercing column of light tore through the clouds, sweeping across the ocean's surface. As the red and gold energies clashed, the resulting explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing towering waves that lifted the entire joint fleet and thrust it several miles from its original position, even forcing the great Serpent to recoil, its hull trembling in the wake of the tumult. Witnessing the imposing figure above, clad in a black military greatcoat, with silvery hair billowing beneath a white naval cap, the onlookers beheld the embodiment of strength. Standing atop an aircraft carrier, the wind billowed her coat as she wielded a gigantic bow, at least 2 meters tall. It was the Enterprise of the Azure, the Yorktown-class aircraft carrier. Her striking visage, imbued with determination and framed by lavender-hued eyes reminiscent of violets, contrasted sharply with the sinister purple gaze of the great Serpent, evoking a sense of hope rather than fear. In this world, there existed only 2 enterprises: one, the sovereign of the White Eagle faction; the other, the supreme commander of the Azure headquarters. Upon her arrival, both the White Eagle escorts and those from other factions exhibited fervent expressions, the oppressive aura of fear dissipating under the golden glow. It was evident that only the unified commander of the Azure could inspire such reverence among these seasoned veterans returning from the front lines, as if they had encountered a deity. The great Serpent, narrowing her fox-like eyes, regarded the graceful woman in the sky with malicious intent. The imposing presence of that colossal bow was palpable, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. It was Enterprise, the White Eagle's shipgirl. The escorts and cadets of the White Eagle, akin to fervent zealots, flushed with excitement, their devotion to their commander unparalleled, perhaps even more fervent than when they beheld their own leader. "She's not just a White Eagle. She is our supreme commander," an indignant Free Iris escort retorted to the White Eagle escort commander, only to be swept away by elation moments later. The Free Iris cadet, who had been knocked unconscious, stirred from her slumber, murmuring in bewilderment, "Why am I still dizzy?" before closing her eyes again, nestling into the embrace of her ship girl. To their astonishment, the Supreme Commander had personally arrived. Devon and Commander Han breathed a sigh of relief, glancing back at their cadets. All right, settle down. I'm going. Luyon, steady your hands. Be cautious." Jessen lowered his stainless steel knight's sword, gazing up at Enterprise. Her grand entrance was undeniably conspicuous. Were it Jiang, she would have stealthily struck from behind the enemy. Indeed, Jiang's style was the most fitting. At this moment, Jason's thoughts had completely spiraled out of control. If Devon were to hear his inner musings, he would likely strike him with his cane, exclaiming in exasperation, "What a disaster!" This young knight, hailed as the Royal Star of Tomorrow, had already embarked on an irreversible path of chaos. Without unnecessary preamble, the Enterprise arrived at the front line, initially intending to question the nefarious actions of the Sakura faction. However, upon witnessing the assault of the Great Serpent, any inquiries became irrelevant. 3 golden arrows of light, appearing in the mere blink of the Great Serpent's eye, swiftly approached. A faint reddish energy shield materialized, and the 3 golden feathers struck the same point in succession. The shield flickered momentarily, but ultimately held firm. Yet, the grave expression on the Great Serpent's face indicated that these 3 golden arrows indeed posed a considerable threat. The Enterprise's piercing gaze remained unwavering as it commanded its aircraft to circle the Great Serpent, unleashing a torrential downpour of light arrows that fell like rain. Occasionally, a few arrows would shed their golden glow mid-air, transforming into aircraft that bombarded the Serpent's shield relentlessly. The bizarre hull of the Great Serpent shook, and the Great Serpent's captain, clutching Akagi tightly, felt the pressure of Enterprise's overwhelming momentum, clearly finding herself at a disadvantage despite her expectations. Indeed, she had reached that level. But it was this very challenge that held value. Under the tempestuous assault from the Enterprise, the Great Serpent could do little but maintain its shield, resembling a stubborn turtle. Its potent attacks were critically hampered by a lengthy charge time. In the shadows, a pale-skinned girl observed the unfolding battle. Her long blue-white hair fanned out like a fan, with strands brushing against her golden eyes. Adorning her head was a black bat-themed mechanical battlesuit with yellow stripes. What is happening? How did Enterprise manage to catch up? The girl murmured darkly, her figure clad in a revealing outfit that left much of her skin exposed, her armored legs encased up to mid-thigh. According to the experimental protocol, Enterprise was indeed supposed to arrive, but she had dispatched a substantial fleet of sirens to assault the Blue Ocean Line. With Enterprise successfully delayed, by the time she arrived, the Great Serpent had already decimated the United Fleet, leaving only a few survivors to exploit their hatred for the next phase of the experiment. Witnessing the devastation, Enterprise would, due to her belated arrival, undergo her transformation, awakening her potential as a pivotal point. Yet now, an irreversible error had occurred. The girl fixed her gaze intently on the Enterprise, which was relentlessly attacking the Great Serpent. This experiment had encountered far too many deviations. It was beyond control. First, the rehearsal was restarted, allowing those who were supposed to perish to prepare, and ultimately, none had died. The absence of Kaga delayed the emergence of the Great Serpent, allowing Enterprise to arrive, with not a single person who should have died actually meeting their fate, thereby obstructing Enterprise's awakening. What had gone awry? The experimental process had become as chaotic as a warehouse overrun with rabbits, riddled with countless flaws. The young girl gritted her teeth and addressed the void. Observer. What shall we do now? The plan has completely transformed. Was this part of your calculations? Very well, tester. The tester gazed into the emptiness, where light and shadow twisted, revealing the observer's face on the screen. Let us not forget our purpose. Variability is a positive phenomenon. Whether good or bad, it is certainly preferable to a predetermined failure. Is it not? What about the Enterprise? Is this experiment to be considered concluded? Certainly not. I have devised a contingency plan that can still awaken Key Point G, albeit in a rather crude manner. All you need to ensure is that this individual survives. The observer calmly concluded, sending a photograph. By the way, if possible, please investigate the reason for Kaga's absence. Understood. The tester's gaze drifted through her hair, settling on the photograph sent by the observer. Is this the commander of the escort fleet from Dongwon? Upon confirmation, the tester lifted her head quietly, departing to arrange the measures suggested by the observer. In the distance, the battlefield echoed with continuous thunder, the Enterprise having unleashed at least 100 bombings, while the faint red shield of the Great Serpent began to flicker. Yet, the expression on the face of the Great Serpent Tiansheng revealed no hint of panic, as it calmly observed the Enterprise showering the sky with arrows. Drawing the bow, condensing the light arrows, releasing the string, a series of golden feathers were shot forth. The fierce winds at high altitude tousled the Enterprise's silvery hair and black coat. Flowing behind her, the specially designed naval uniform was pushed by the gusts, accentuating her alluring curves. Her short skirt clung closely to her perfectly shaped thighs, and black stockings encased her fair, toned legs. At that moment, Tiansheng, standing atop the Great Serpent, suddenly raised her head, receiving a message from the tester. A pale face broke into a smile devoid of warmth. Shall we finally commence? With a delicate hand, the Great Serpent's Tiansheng grasped fiercely, and the dense red patterns re-emerged. However, this time, the red lines did not linger. They converged at a specific section of the Great Serpent's body. The actions of the Great Serpent did not escape the Enterprise's watchful gaze. Her resolute expression remained unchanged as her speed surged, leaving behind afterimages. Golden feathers surged towards the Great Serpent like a tidal wave, and the deck beside her manifested with aircraft taking flight. On the smooth deck of the Great Serpent, where the red patterns converged, a sophisticated mechanism operated seamlessly, opening a recess. A sleek line coordinated as the red-tipped spear was raised from below, slowly tilting to prepare for launch. Simultaneously, towering red light screens appeared on the ocean's surface, resembling mirrors or gateways. From these portals, familiar-styled ship bows emerged, heralding a massive wave of Siren-class production vessels approaching. Chapter 94. The Sword of Damocles beneath the watchful eyes of the Enterprise. A multitude of Siren production ships were swiftly transported to the battlefield. Mere minutes later, the solitary Serpent was joined by a formidable tide of steel, vastly outnumbering the combined forces of the Allied fleet. Go! At the command of the Great Serpent, the mindless Siren production ships surged forth like a pack of frenzied wolves, lunging toward the distant Allied fleet. The escorts and trainees from various factions gazed upon the encroaching black tide with bated breath. That unique ferocity was rekindled within them. And under the oppressive weight of the dark wave, a fierce light ignited in their eyes. How infuriating! The Enterprise, engaged in battle, finally displayed a flicker of emotion. She discerned that none of the emerging siren vessels were targeting her. Their intent was clearly directed toward the fleet behind her that had only just regained its footing. Oh, the weak ought to perish in misery. The malevolent visage of the great serpent watched the Enterprise, seemingly torn in indecision. Are you hesitating? It is merely dust. Brush it aside. Compared to those pitiful souls, observe this. At that moment, from beneath the imposing lance that radiated a tremendous sense of threat, dense white smoke billowed forth. A fierce blaze erupted from the lance, propelling it upwards as it gradually detached from its mechanical support. Behold the weapon capable of obliterating foes from an extraordinary distance, the sword of Damocles of a new era. The great serpent smiled with delight, relishing the changing expressions on the Enterprise's face. It cannot be allowed to fall. The Enterprise's keen instincts urged her to prevent the lance from descending. The lance sliced through the air, gaining velocity with the assistance of its flame thrusters, ultimately transforming into a celestial body as it soared away. The trajectory is toward the support fleet. Devon, commanding his shipgirls in battle against the siren production vessels, looked up in horror at the meteor streaking across the sky, his voice breaking the silence around him. Commander, it is headed toward the support fleet. The commander of the Freedom Iris escort fleet shouted to the Enterprise. Ha ha. The great serpent's smile twisted into a sinister grin, her slender arms tightening around Akagi, blissfully unaware that her grip accentuated Akagi's alluring curves. Enterprise, you are formidable. Yet your weakness lies in the fact that your strength is solely your own. Even if you arrive in time to save these individuals, what of it? You cannot save everyone. The derisive laughter of the great serpent echoed in the Enterprise's ears, grating against her resolve. Despite having reached her limits, she felt utterly powerless. Though she had exerted herself to the utmost, why was she still at the mercy of her foes? In a desperate race to neutralize the siren fleet that had launched a sudden assault, she pressed on without pause to rescue the training team. The Enterprise had been engaged in battle for an extended period. This evening was spent either in combat or en route to it. If the star is not intercepted, the Allied fleet is doomed. They are incapable of halting such a multitude of siren production vessels, especially with the great serpent poised to strike at any moment. The formidable power of that lethal spear was beyond doubt. Both the energy fluctuations it radiated and the primal instincts within me warned that even I would not escape unscathed if struck. If I were to proceed, the United Fleet would perish. If I hesitated, the support fleet would falter, resulting in an even greater loss of life. My heart was on the brink of collapse, knowing that no matter which path I chose, I would never forgive myself. I almost forgot to mention, that spear is not limited to targeting mere adversaries. If you wish for the support fleet to evade early, I suggest you save your breath. The sword of Damocles is destined to strike true. The malevolent words of the Serpent City shattered my psychological defenses entirely. A surge of frustration and anger, stemming from my own helplessness, engulfed me, giving rise to an unspeakable desire for destruction. So, let me see, the hero who has long sought to redeem the world, whom shall you choose to save? The Serpent City emanated a purple-black wave of energy, its malice manifesting into something tangible. This is what you relish most. Do not hesitate. Make your choice swiftly. Choose. Choose. I trembled in anguish, releasing a beam of light that shattered a siren production ship, rescuing a destroyer. Choose. Choose. A glimmer of golden light ignited in my eyes, but was swiftly overshadowed by crimson radiance. Gazing at the stars that soared higher above, then at my feet, I saw the grimy faces of the fleet girls, commanders fighting valiantly alongside them against the sirens. Yet, the battlefield is cruelly rational, indifferent to anyone's emotions. There is no divine intervention to be had. The pain in my eyes deepened. Hee hee. The Serpent City chuckled, and all present felt the weight of despair. As they gazed at the distant stars, it seemed as though a few dark spots encircled them. Fragments of light? No, wait. Those dark spots were rapidly approaching. Hold on. That is. The hidden tester also observed my state. As they turned their gaze toward the stars, they suddenly froze, their computational core experiencing a brief stutter. In full view, the dark spots collided with the spear, and then, boom. The meteor seemed to explode. Oh no, it truly did explode. The sword of Damocles, poised to bring annihilation to the support fleet, simply detonated. The ensuing sound waves and shock waves transformed into a fierce wind, unmistakably revealing the spear's might and the undeniable truth of its detonation. Hee hee. Huh. The sinister grin of the Serpent City froze, morphing into a bewildered expression that was strangely endearing, yet predominantly comical. My spear. How could my grand spear have exploded? At that moment, I too stood frozen, a dazed look adorning my once heroic visage. Even the crimson glow in my eyes faltered, then receded like a tide. Tester, winky face, Great Serpent City, Enterprise, crowd, D. At this moment, an atmosphere of profound embarrassment enveloped the battlefield. Commander Han gazed at the location of the explosive gunfire and by some stroke of fate, calculated the values of that direction. Suddenly, he recalled the path Jiang had taken upon departure, and a bold notion arose. Could it be? But, oh no. Though he was uncertain of what had transpired, that direction could only lead to him. Thus, Commander Han's face flushed, his heart raced with excitement, and his trembling hands fervently cheered. Jiang, you are incredible, voice cracking. Time rewinds to a mere 10 minutes prior, when Enterprise intercepted the brilliant explosion of Great Serpent City. The ensuing wave and thunderous sound reverberated not only through the United Fleet, but also reached the distant Jiang. Boom, oh no. Whose spaceship's power core has exploded? Intelligent AI. Please investigate. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang instinctively leapt 3 feet into the air from his crouched position. A sense of familiarity washed over him. It was undoubtedly a result of energy chaos colliding. Captain, wake up. We are not aboard the Jiang. We only have this antiquated coal-powered ship here. And you just excitedly shove the wrench inside, so hurry and pull it out. Oh, right. Jiang hastily extracted the wrench from the construction machine. Panting, what a scare. Once he regained his composure, Jiang, accompanied by the intelligent AI, made his way to the deck, gazing toward the United Fleet's direction, faintly perceiving some lines of light. TSK, have they begun to fight? Observing the method of attack, Jiang instructed the AI to adjust the tactical scope for a clearer view, and indeed, it was that Tatakai. Then, he and the AI, devoid of care, watched the unfolding spectacle. AI, do you think we should perhaps hide a bit further away? Fear not, Captain, at this distance. My calculations indicate we are out of harm's way, and it facilitates reconnaissance of the battlefield. Quite reasonable. I shall heed your advice. Goodness. Sirens have emerged, in such numbers. TSK. The battle is dire. Evidently, Enterprise is the main damage dealer, yet only one has leveled up, while others are unable to keep pace. Crunch. Jiang bit into a tomato he had pilfered from the kitchen. Indeed, my system believes that under such circumstances, at least 3 shields are necessary, and all should opt for high mobility to create distance, thereby restraining the foot soldiers and maximizing area damage. Well said. Oh no, that missile is heading our way. It looks quite fierce. Should we dodge? No need. My calculations suggest it is targeting the support fleet. No need for deliberate evasion. Ah, I see. Intelligent brain. According to the script, this device exhibits considerable destructive capability, and it cannot be casually deployed, can it? Captain, this machine comprehends you. It is evident that this item is a crucial component of the Siren project. Therefore, its absence would result in significant repercussions. So, is it feasible? It can be managed with some difficulty. Upon hearing this, Jiang's smile gradually transformed into something unsettling. She patted the top of the intelligent brain's terminal and chuckled mischievously. Oh, you are quite wicked, aren't you? The machine merely articulated the captain's unspoken thoughts, did it not? After all, we have a debt to settle. The intelligent brain terminal flickered with blue light, and Jiang let out a playful laugh, as everything remained implicit. Chapter 95. Breaking Limits. Ah, such a tremendous commotion. A deep breath of relief. Jiang gazed contentedly at the fiery objects plummeting from the sky. With a sound that could shatter eardrums, the missile was successfully intercepted by the Unicorn and Long Island, detonating in the air. Indeed, meddling with those ironclad termites is beneficial for both mental and physical well-being, keeping one's spirits high. Jiang was now quite curious about the Siren's reaction. Intelligent Core. How do you feel? The current status of the system is optimal, with a 1.3 fluctuation enhancement in computational power. Jiang turned her gaze towards the distant battlefield. After a brief pause, she resumed her vigorous efforts. The intelligent core perched upon her shoulder, while two specialized operatives continued to discreetly assess the situation. Unfortunately, the operation to intercept the missile could only be executed once. Following this, the Sirens would likely send someone to investigate. Otherwise, they might directly launch another missile, leading to depleting resources and eventual bankruptcy. Jiang clicked her tongue in regret. Captain, we must relocate. Although those humanoid intelligent entities possess somewhat outdated logic, they still exhibit characteristics of sentient mechanical life. My calculations suggest their behavioral logic indicates they are en route. Jiang nodded and turned to proceed to the control room. The enhancements to the construction machine were nearly complete. The intelligent core had accessed all data from the construction machine and was meticulously analyzing it, uncovering some intriguing details. Within the construction machine, the intelligent core discovered multiple anomalous programs. Firstly, it appeared that the construction machine was restricted from creating legendary naval maidens, a fact Jiang had gathered both from intelligence and experience. However, not all rarities, including the white, blue, purple, and gold naval maidens, could be constructed. For instance, BAFA. In the machine's programming, certain obstacles hindered the birth of specific naval maidens, ensuring that even with a stroke of luck, the construction would invariably fail. The nature of this obstruction involved incorrect guidance in shaping the physical framework, preventing the maiden's body from forming and ultimately resulting in failure. Yet, to Jiang, this obstruction was nearly non-existent. Incorrect guidance? Hindrance in formation? If you cannot shape yourself, then I shall assist in your formation. The frequency waves emitted from the outside world effectively substituted for the normal extension capabilities of the construction machine. With a decisive kick, she propelled the machine aside and manually guided the formation to completion. One could assert that the births of Eugen and BAFA were merely facilitated by the construction machine, with the most crucial aspect of creation being executed by the intelligent core, akin to a stepmother. The Sirens likely never anticipated that someone would regard the construction machine as a tool of gestation in a certain sense. I instructed the intelligent core to release frequency waves to guide the births of BAFA and her companions. In a roundabout way, the intelligent core could be considered their mother. Following this line of thought, if I delve further, Captain, cease that perilous notion immediately. Even intelligent mechanical life has its dignity. At this moment, the intellect was astounded by the seemingly nonsensical thoughts of its captain. Surprisingly, there existed a certain logic to it. After all, Jiang had infused her personal life information into the construction of both Changdao and Eugen. Returning to the main topic, aside from these restrictions, the construction unit also possessed a program for transmitting information. As for its purpose, both Jiang and the intellect were tacitly aware. Ultimately, the intellect proposed a plan to modify a construction unit centered around its own terminal. Whatever the construction unit could not accomplish, the intellect could assist with. And for tasks the construction unit was capable of, components could simply be dismantled and repurposed, offering convenience and efficiency. Having resolved the construction unit's impediments to the emergence of physical forms, attention now needed to shift towards the method of soul attraction for the ship girls. According to the intellect's analysis, the Sirens appeared to possess knowledge regarding soul energy, as evidenced by the very essence of the ship girls, and their proficiency in this area was notable, by means currently beyond the understanding of Jiang and the intellect. A portion of the ship girl souls had been locked away upon their arrival. Observing the failed process of Shernon's soul attraction suggested a selective barrier conceptually akin to a lock. This filtering barrier obstructed the passage of souls that were not permitted, much like level restrictions in a game, preventing the entry of excessively powerful entities. After deliberation, Jiang and the intellect decided that attempting to break the barrier was feasible but unnecessary. After all, breaching the barrier would not only expend significant energy, but also draw the attention of the Sirens. Most critically, if the barrier were breached, others could construct ship girls that were originally impossible to create. Such a laborious endeavor, with benefits to be shared, contradicted Jiang's cosmic values, unless monetary compensation were involved. However, if they chose not to dismantle the lock, only one option remained. Captain, please prepare yourself psychologically. Our capabilities in the realm of souls are limited, if there are any. Jiang waved her hand dismissively, reassured, having experienced similar endeavors countless times before. The act of smuggling a soul to eliminate a conceptual template was merely a trivial task. Indeed, based on the unspoken rules of this world, the phenomenon wherein a commander does not create two identical ship girls indicates that the birth of these entities follows an identity verification pattern. Thus, it can be inferred that each commander, or indeed every individual, possesses something akin to a ship girl repository when constructing them. During the construction process, a mutual selection occurs between the ship girl and the commander, with the highest compatibility resulting in the earliest manifestation. As for the variance in luck among individuals, it might correlate with the overall matching rates of all ship girls, a trait likely inherent from birth. Of course, should a particular ship girl harbor profound affection for you, nothing could stand in the way. Youth. While Zhang and the intellect exchanged thoughts on the smuggling plan, fierce battles continued to rage in the distance, particularly on the side of the Sakura Empire, escalating to a fever pitch. What can be done when intercepted? Merely a feeble struggle before death, yearning for another chance. The expression on the face of De Shi Tiancheng has lost its previous indifference, replaced instead by a mix of embarrassment and fury as he forcefully waves his hand. The crimson patterns re-emerging. Can such a formidable weapon truly launch a second attack? Witnessing the thrice-appearing stripes, a wave of dread washes over the onlookers. The earlier projectiles had strayed far, yet the explosion still reached them, a testament to the terror of this so-called new era weapon. The Enterprise's face is resolute, a glimmer of golden light flashing within her violet irises. Gritting her teeth, she draws back the bowstring, a radiant spear of light, far exceeding the size of all previous golden feathers, materializes in her delicate hand, an overwhelming aura emanating from the spear. There is no opportunity left. With a release of her slender fingers, the spear transforms into a soaring dragon, arriving in an instant. The sharp tip of the spear strikes forcefully against the stubborn energy shield of Dashi, ripples spreading from the tip, causing the shield to flicker ominously. Yet it remains unyielding. Still resisting in vain. This is silence. The Enterprise interjects sharply, interrupting Dashi Tiancheng's mockery. Clenching her silver teeth, she places her hand once more upon the bowstring, a singular thought occupying her mind: to grow stronger, to become even more powerful. Swish, whoosh. Another identical spear of light is launched, the longbow creaking under the strain. The second golden dragon accurately strikes the tail of the previous spear. Bang! Dashi Tiancheng's sinister, calm smile abruptly stiffens, disbelief crossing his features as he observes the energy shield, the golden spear tip piercing through its defenses. Huffing and puffing, the Enterprise once again places her hand on the bowstring under Dashi Tiancheng's astonished gaze. The heavy burden on her body causes her to squint slightly, a wave of intense dizziness washing over her, yet she remains undeterred. I will surely end this struggle, for my mission, for protection. I shall ultimately triumph. The light converges, the third spear of light, infused with the Enterprise's unwavering resolve, materializes. At this moment, Dashi Tiancheng displays signs of panic. Are you mad? After all this, will you still fight? Gazing at the spear on the bowstring, Dashi Tiancheng is certain it cannot be stopped. What? Whoosh. Crack. With a fierce shout, the Enterprise's longbow shatters, the bow breaking into two pieces, the string snapping, and smaller fragments scatter with the cold wind, drifting alongside her silvery, flowing hair. However, in her eyes, a glimmer of gold shines, fueled by her yearning for victory as she forcefully strikes the tail of the second spear. Creak, bang. 3 arrows strike simultaneously, and under Dashi Tiancheng's grim expression, the faintly red shield shatters. Fragments of energy scatter like cherry blossom petals around Dashi Tiancheng, ethereal and illusory, until finally, behind him, the remnants of energy dissipate, vanishing into the air. The serpent's shield has shattered. At this moment, within a magnificent and solemn shrine on Heavy Cherry Island, a charming, slightly adorable shrine maiden, dressed as a young girl, leans against a bright red railing, gazing out at the battlefield. Though her visage remained impassive, the flicker in her eyes betrayed the tumult within her heart. Chapter 96. Shifts in the battlefield. Upon the tumultuous surface of the sea, a silver-haired woman clad in military attire faced off against a crimson-haired adversary, one soaring high in the sky while the other stood atop a ferocious sea beast. The colossal serpent, stripped of its protective shield, and the Enterprise, bereft of its longbow, had yet to determine the victor. Whoosh. With the loss of its longbow, the Enterprise elevated its armored deck, unleashing a swarm of carrier-based aircraft that roared into the sky. Launching from the deck, the steel wings sliced through the air as they dove toward the Great Serpent. Boom, boom, boom. The Serpent attempted to retaliate, its anti-aircraft guns and serpentine lasers firing in succession. Yet, the Enterprise deftly evaded each assault with its remarkable aerial maneuvering, showcasing an unpredictable trajectory that even Jiang had to acknowledge as the work of a seasoned wind-chasing commander. Devoid of a shield and now an easy target, the Serpent endured a relentless bombardment from the Enterprise, which notably focused on the seemingly delicate Great Serpent Tianqing. The sinister beauty, once composed, now found herself overwhelmed. Smoke enveloping her as her crimson parasol lay in tatters, her figure disheveled. Such is the agony of war under the intense onslaught. Great Serpent Tianqing did not falter. Instead, she tenderly touched her porcelain forehead, allowing viscous crimson liquid to trickle down. Observing the blood-like substance staining her delicate fingers, a twisted, morbid smile spread across her face. Her ruby lips curling as she playfully licked the liquid, leaving a scarlet mark on her alabaster chin, embodying the image of a seductive enchantress. Even if you shatter my shield and wound me. Great Serpent Tianqing leaned closer, her enchanting visage brushing against Akaji's graceful head, their movements imbued with a tantalizing allure. Yet, you cannot stave off their demise, nor the impending barrage of sharpened projectiles. The Enterprise, retrieving its aircraft to replenish their ammunition, retorted defiantly, "Oh really? That so-called sword of yours is indeed formidable, but can you ensure it won't strike the little birds?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the Enterprise strike a nerve, Great Serpent Tianqing gritted her teeth, especially incensed by the Enterprise's mocking laughter. The 9 foxtails behind her writhed wildly, venting her inner fury. "The one who interrupted my plan shall not escape my wrath, but first, I shall deal with you." As Great Serpent Tianqing and the steel beast beneath her glared, their eyes glowed a fierce red. An unusual ripple spread forth, enveloping all the sirens. The mass-produced siren vessels, as if responding to an unseen command, surged forth with ferocity, heedless of their losses, charging toward Commander Han and her allies. "Humph, then I shall handle you first." With a graceful wave of her hand, the Enterprise sent forth her aircraft once more, laden with ammunition as they dove toward Great Serpent Tianqing. The Enterprise furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Great Serpent Tianqing exhibited no sign of the previous panic. Instead, her gaze remained fixated on the mass-produced siren vessels engaged in fierce combat with Commander Han and her forces. Tat, tat, tat. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as scorching projectiles struck the Enterprise's aircraft. To the Enterprise's astonishment, an unfamiliar squadron of carrier-based aircraft emerged in the distance. "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do to my sister?" A furious shout drew the Enterprise's attention. With white hair, clad in a blue and white kimono, and 9 snow-white foxtails dancing in the wind, it was the rejuvenated Kaga, the pride of the Sakura Empire. The Enterprise maneuvered her carrier-based aircraft with remarkable agility. Evading the barrage from Kaga's fighter jets, her face contorted with fury as she directed a barrage of questions at Kaga. "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Assisting the sirens, attacking the fleet girls, and their commander. Has the Sakura Empire truly forsaken the Azure lane and allied with the sirens?" Enterprise's words jolted Kaga into awareness. Her movements in commanding the aircraft momentarily halted. Observing the frenzied siren mass-produced vessels wreaking havoc on the sea, alongside the valiant yet faltering efforts of the combined fleet, Kaga found herself momentarily adrift in confusion. "Kaga, it has been a long time. And you have undergone quite a transformation." A beguiling feminine voice resonated, forcibly pulling Kaga from her disorientation. Gazing at the menacing battleship where a familiar figure stood, Kaga recognized the well-known face and voice of that enchanting woman. Ignoring everything else, Kaga abandoned Enterprise and soared towards the Great Serpent. "Tianqing, is it truly you?" Kaga exclaimed, her heart swelling with excitement upon seeing the resurrected Tianqing, her elation momentarily overshadowing the chaos of the battlefield. Kaga. At that moment, Akaji, cradled in Tianqing's arms, stirred awake, her vacant gaze and rigid smile sending a shiver down Kaga's spine. Unbeknownst to Kaga, Tianqing's hand, concealed behind her back, was ensnared in an ominous crimson glow. "Kaga, come here." The Great Serpent Tianqing, holding a crimson umbrella, took a gentle step forward, her smile radiating warmth. The scene struck Kaga as eerily familiar. Instinctively, she stepped back, her mind involuntarily conjuring memories of the electric Tianqing who had once thrust a bomb into her mouth. Is something wrong? Tianqing observed Kaga retreating, her expression unchanging, but her mind swirling with questions. Am I not the sister you have longed to see? What does this step back signify? The script seems off, perhaps recalling the jarring sensation of electric shocks. Akin to 100 sopranos belting out Mataresu and Little Uncle in her mind, Kaga abruptly snapped back to reality, inadvertently dispelling the enchantment that the great serpent Tianqing had cast upon her from the very start. Tianqing, I'm sorry, wait. Kaga scrutinized the enigmatic Tianqing before her familiarity with her true sister allowing her to discern the truth. You are not her. You are not Tianqing. Kaga leapt back, creating distance as she glared furiously at the impostor defiling Tianqing's name. You are the great serpent. You are unworthy of wearing that guise. Oh, it seems I've been uncovered. Your will is far more resilient than I anticipated. The great serpent Tianqing revealed a cold, malicious smile, drawing Akagi closer into her embrace. You impostor, what have you done to Akagi? Release her at once. Kaga brandished a paper shikigami ablaze with blue flames, her fox-like eyes fixed menacingly on the great serpent Tianqing. Impostor? Compared to me, you are the true counterfeit. The great serpent Tianqing sneered, her face mere inches from Akagi's. Casting a disdainful look at Kaga. What did you say? My appearance is precisely the choice of Akagi. This is the deepest yearning within her heart. As for you. The finger of the serpent points at Kaga, declaring that you are merely a substitute constructed from the parts of the Tenjin. Oh no, in Akagi's eyes. You may not even qualify as a mere replacement. Akagi, Kaga's face turned pale as she staggered back a few steps. It must be said that the serpent's words struck like daggers to the heart. Observing Akagi, tranquil in the serpent's embrace, without a hint of rebuttal, Kaga's eyes filled with panic. After all, you are merely a shadow of the Tenjin, and you weren't even present when the Tenjin was resurrected. What do you think Akagi would feel? Suddenly, Kaga's mental fortitude crumbled. The serpent unleashed a verbal onslaught, striking Kaga at her most vulnerable point with remarkable efficacy. Yes, I'm sorry, Akagi, I'm merely an excuse. With a sharp reprimand, the serpent shattered Kaga's psychological defenses, poised to seize the opportunity to dominate her mind. Boom. Bombs rained down like dumplings, landing squarely on the serpent, interrupting her incantation. Kaga shook her head, shouting, I don't believe it. She turned and leapt onto a carrier aircraft, fleeing the scene. The serpent's fair hand lingered in the air, caught in an awkward and helpless moment, watching the elusive white fox slip away. This was the second time. Just when success seemed imminent, it was inexplicably thwarted. Though confused about the circumstances, she resolved to continue her assault, thinking, just keep bombing, don't forget about me. The serpent gazed at the exquisite visage of the Enterprise, feeling an unprecedented urge to retaliate and a deep-seated animosity towards that wretched girl, pursuing the advantage. Bang! The Enterprise executed an extreme turn, displaying exaggerated flexibility as her form contorted into an unusual curve, accentuating certain features. A glowing projectile narrowly missed the Enterprise's waist, firing harmlessly into the void. Now, let me play with you. A girl clad in scant attire appeared in midair, her pale skin largely exposed. But even more striking was the mechanical bat-winged jet apparatus above her head. A cannon tube glowed faintly red, revealing the origin of the recent glowing projectile. Upon seeing this unwelcome guest, the Enterprise's expression turned grave, hostility radiating from her as she braced for confrontation. Tester. Chapter 97. Entering the ship girl realm. The slumbering beauty, is this sufficient, intelligent core? Jiang inquired, gazing at the machine standing prominently in the center of the room. Her expression vividly encapsulated a blend of skepticism, awkwardness, reluctance, and a hint of disdain. Upon completing the inspection, the intelligent core meticulously examined the remodeled construction machine before drifting back, where Jiang adeptly caught it. Captain, perhaps it would be best if you abstained from participating in the next manufacturing phase. Just provide me with a self-regulating automaton, it suggested. Pray tell, how did you manage to transform a square mechanical form into a Cthulhu-inspired patchwork monstrosity? On the ground lay a bizarre contraption, its various protruding segments resembling a wild and chaotic painter's palette, with an array of mismatched attachments. Jiang cleared her throat, acknowledging the tools are antiquated. The interfaces are too small, the ship's stability is compromised, and the morale is lacking. Nonetheless, as long as it functions, that suffices. With a chuckle, she discarded the blueprint of the construction machine, resembling a refrigerator, and approached to fine-tune her creation. She affixed the intelligent core into the square interface atop the machine, pressing it gently until it fits snugly. Extracting a black data cable, an item she had brought from the spacecraft, she noted its purpose, akin to a telephone line in the cosmos. It could project consciousness onto a universal server when connected properly. This was her device for browsing forums during their voyage. While the intelligent core could assist her in reviewing information, this apparatus provided a more immersive experience, akin to wearing a virtual reality headset. However, lacking a proper interface rendered it less useful than a mere piece of string. The intelligent core had modified the connector for use with the construction machine. Without proper equipment, we shall make do, Jiang stated, affixing a sticker-like connector onto the implanted chip, which activated and linked with the communication line. The other end resting within the construction machine. Serious, I shall require your assistance shortly. Jiang reclined in a chair, addressing the ever-watchful maid standing nearby. Rest assured, my esteemed master, Sirius shall safeguard your temporarily defenseless form, replied the devoted maid, her gaze unwavering as she observed Jiang's relaxed demeanor. Why does that sound a bit peculiar? Jiang pondered momentarily, but dismissed the thought as the intelligent core initiated the process. Let me see what realm awaits before the ship girls are created. Beep. The operation commenced. The intelligent core's blue light flickered as the remodeled construction machine began to hum. A non-modified mental cube and 600 units of resources were introduced into the machine's chamber. Their energies converging. Parameters normal, core framework formation complete. Beep. Preliminary tasks completed, initiating the first attempt at the smuggling plan. The intelligent core reminded the captain once more, prioritize your own safety. Matters concerning the soul fall beyond this machine's expertise. Indeed. Whether it can be accomplished remains an open question. Alas, this vessel cannot accommodate you, Captain Bear. Shall we not engage in another simulation? Through the soul's guidance of the construction machine, we may achieve summoning and transportation. Trust me, AI. I am the captain who has journeyed alongside you thus far. Jiang's words brimmed with confidence, and the AI fell silent, for it understood that Jiang possessed the credentials to be so assured. Captain, of course, should any hint of trouble arise, I shall flee at once. Do remember to pull me back with alacrity. Jiang's tone shifted, revealing both ferocity and trepidation. I knew it. You remain unchanged. This machine is quite contemplative. Fear not, 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. If you do not respond by then, I shall immediately retrieve you, even if it means confronting those metallic termites. Rest assured, I shall protect you. 3 minutes may be rather brief. This time, heed my words, let us begin. Just as Jiang was about to suggest something, the AI interrupted, a blue light flared, and Jiang's consciousness flickered momentarily. Vivid and fantastical images raced before his eyes. Perhaps a minute passed before he felt a collision with an unseen barrier. Yet, it was merely a sensation, as the barrier seemed not to impede him. Rather, it appeared that the lock had not been set to reject external entities, and Jiang gradually passed through. Then, his body felt weightless, as if being drawn towards a destination. At last, the luminescent veil before him came to a halt, and Jiang felt as if he had landed upon solid ground. The daze dissipated, and Jiang narrowed his eyes, skillfully consolidating his dispersed consciousness. As he looked up, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. In that moment, the vividly colored Jiang floated within a dim void. Countless bubbles of varying sizes drifted from the distant to the near. The closest bubble, though still hazy, was merely a faint outline. A multidimensional construct, perhaps. Gazing at the resplendent, kaleidoscopic river of bubbles above, Jiang surmised that each bubble represented a commander's ship girl space. Remarkable, indeed, they are quite beautiful. Almost tempting to burst. These colors, how long it has been since I beheld them. Jiang glanced down at the striking hues of his own soul's palette. Yes, this chestnut brown mingled with a hint of milky white is a memento from when I vanquished an entity of rule-level significance. And this stark black and white pattern is a token from when, in a fit of rage, I obliterated all the stars in a small galaxy. thus ending a millennia-long energy war and relocating the warring factions to suitable new homes, marking my benevolence. How nostalgic. I wonder, do those metallic termites realize the extent of their actions? After this reflection, Jiang turned around, and a luminescent white line pierced the void, connecting to the back of his head. The anchor line is functioning smoothly, and the soul's hues are familiar to me. Subsequently, Jiang conducted several self-checks, including introspective questioning and psychological assessments, to confirm everything was in order, allowing her to relax. This time, the primary focus was on gathering intelligence through exploration. Without imposing further expectations, Jiang gazed into the distance, where twinkling starlight adorned the vastness. Upon closer inspection, this void resembled a miniature planet, segmented into distinct regions akin to the geographical distribution on Earth. Am I positioned at the Earth's core? Does this relate to the use of an ordinary mental cube? Jiang extended her hand, adorned with an array of colors, and absent-mindedly brushed her chin as if smudging a palette. Her soul trembled and surged towards one specific area. With practiced ease, Jiang guided her soul to hover above a designated region, peering down to observe a familiar shape forming below. The scattered starlight within the area revealed stillness interspersed with restlessness. Is this Dongwang? Jiang scrutinized closely, realizing that those luminous points represented the souls of the ship girls. Why do they seem so dazed? The tranquil environment enveloped Jiang, making her feel as though she were adrift in the cosmos. In light of this, a delightful idea suddenly sparked within her. Jiang clapped her hands, shifting the commemorative design on her palm to another part of her body, revealing the translucent essence of her soul. At this moment, I recall that I was once a pure and spirited youth. After laboriously preparing one hand, Jiang's eyes glimmered with intent. A ripple, transitioning from minuscule to magnificent, emanated from her hand, swiftly cascading towards the luminous points below, sweeping across the expanse. Boom! The dim, silent void erupted into a flurry of activity, as if the points of light had come to life. The still ones appeared to consciously turn, while the mobile ones paused momentarily before their actions gained purpose. Indeed, my assumptions were correct. Jiang observed with satisfaction the transformed atmosphere of the void. The souls of the ship girls are intricately linked to their commanders, hence Jiang had just transmitted her individual information, enhancing the luminosity of the points. Is it the master? Is it the essence of the master? Master, I am here. A disoriented, feminine voice echoed abruptly in the stillness of the void, startling Jiang. It originated from the region belonging to the Sakura faction. This is... Jiang's mind raced. The colors flowing across her body quickened. Is it Shinano? Would there still be such a response after a failed descent? Yet, why does this voice sound as if it has just awakened? Jiang glanced at the Dongwang ship girl souls playfully chasing one another. Two light points had merged, babbling about buns. Confirming that everything was in order, Jiang directed her focus towards the Sakura region. As she drew nearer, Jiang beheld the exterior of the Sakura area and spotted an entity that should not have been present. Her pupils contracted, although colorless. The figure was shrouded in long hair and adorned in a spacious Miko outfit that bared her shoulders, complemented by knee-high stockings. Xing, with a serene and ethereal visage, lay in tranquil slumber, her eyes gently closed. Occasionally, her delicate fox ears would twitch, and her 9 luxurious tails swayed unconsciously. She resembled a sleeping beauty, peacefully resting in the void, enveloped in tranquility and ease. Jiang gazed intently at Xian figure, cautiously inching closer, step by step. After Xian had spoken that particular phrase, she had remained silent ever since. Just as Jiang was about to touch the ground, a restless, flickering point of light drifted behind her. The light paused momentarily, then, as if sensing something, abruptly turned to face the quietly approaching Jiang. After a brief confirmation, the light quivered. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air from behind Jiang, prompting her to instinctively whirl around and shout, "Who's there? Don't come any closer." Crack! The light point, akin to a ball, collided directly with Jiang's face, distorting her features. From the luminous sphere emanated a captivating, enchanting voice. "At last, I found you. Commander He help me. Captain, there's a Yandra light ball. I'm doomed.